What's up guys, aarava here and welcome to the start of my F1 24 career mode. And this is our F2 story prologue, effectively a part 0 as we make our journey from F2 to Formula 1. With driver career mode now once again being the main focus on the F1 games, I'm going as deep as ever with the storytelling and world building. That begins here with an entire F2 prologue episode. Because most Formula 1 drivers make their journey to this pinnacle of motorsport via Formula 2, and we're going to be doing the same. The Archer and AAR name is still going to live on in a small way in this career, as you can see by the little details of our profile, and of course we are going to be rocking with number 7 when we get to Formula 1.
Hey, I'm Elena. I'll be your agent for your sure-to-be legendary career in Formula 1. Great to meet you. Now that we've introduced ourselves, you'll see that you now have a set of driver ratings. These will be tied to you for the entirety of your career and will track your progress. As you perform well out on track, these ratings will improve and feed into various other areas of your journey through F1. We'll cover each rating in more detail later.
So for the very first time, we have our own driver rating in the career mode. So we get a direct look at how we're stacking up versus the grid. And honestly, along with obviously, hopefully a couple of, podiums, race wins, championships, we're looking to also increase that as high as we can. Can you imagine if we're able to maybe get to like near 100 rating by the end of this series, 100 plus episodes down the line. But now we have the crucial decision to choose our academy. Which one are we going to be affiliated? We've got the Mercedes Driver Academy affiliated with Mercedes, but obviously the Mercedes customer teams like Williams and Aston Martin, Ferrari, their customers of Kick Sauber and Haas, Red Bull, of course, with Red Bull and Visa Cash App RB, Alpine on their own, and also McLaren equally just with themselves, their own unique academy. And quite nicely, right at the end here, this is the academy that we are selecting. We are going to be in the McLaren Driver Academy, which means if we successfully get into Formula 1 and sign with McLaren, we do get a recognition boost for being in the academy in the first place in Formula 2. And every F2 academy driver must have a little academy badge, so we do have that on the helmet, you can see in orange there. And obviously if you follow me outside of just this YouTube channel, you'll know in real life I am in Lando Norris's content esports team, Quadrant. So if we do get to Formula 1, it will really be a match made in heaven to partner Lando in-game as he is my Quadrant teammate in real life. We are going to be driving for Prema alongside, well, the legend himself that stepped into a Ferrari car momentarily this year in real life. It's going to be Ollie Bearman alongside us. He's in the Ferrari Driver Academy. I'm in the McLaren Driver Academy. So this is an elite combo for a Formula 2 team, and this well could be the start of a beautiful story for myself and Bearman as we try and take our journey to Formula 1. I for one really hope that we get to see him in F1 later down the line in this career series, because it will be a real good full circle moment. But now our F2 prologue begins.
Hello and welcome to the Circuit of Barcelona, Catalunya. We're counting down to the start of today's race, and you can feel the excitement in the air. This promises to be a real spectacle. The new season starts now. I'm Alex Jakes, Alex Brundle is alongside me, and it is time to restart Formula 2. We're so excited to be back. Alex, what are you expecting from this season?
Put 22 of the world's best young racing drivers in a pot, some great venues, press go, and it kicks out a champion. I cannot wait to see who comes out on top at the end of the year.
So in our very first race weekend in Formula 2, we've managed to qualify on the front row, but can we do even better in the race? Here we go, firing lights, and we are underway. Our Formula 2 career begins, and it's a bit of a shaky start, to be honest. Poor chair in the ART. We're looking back, we're looking left and right as we've got cars all over us here. It's going to be 3 wide, technically, momentarily into turn 1 as we slice our way through and manage to defend the 2 cars behind us. But we're down to 3rd place, and Teo Porcher showing his immediate class off the line to get it into 2nd place. But it's Hauger that leads the way. Our teammate, Ollie Bearman, he's had a bit bit of a difficult first qualifying, so it's up to us then to perform for the team in the first race. We're trying to maybe get the slipstream off Pourchaire, but in F2, DRS still delayed activation till lap 3, so right now pure slipstream, and Pourchaire doing well to defend these F2 cars. Of course, very basic spec series, no ERS to try and use on the straight. It's all about the natural speed and ebb and flow of racing here in Formula 2 as we try and dance the car round the outside in sector 3 at the end of lap 2 onto 3. Pourchaire under massive pressure here in the ART. Can we get up into second place, back to where we started this race, and maybe then go and chase after Dennis Hauger as we're in the slipstream now? DRS is activated from this lap onwards, but we don't have it yet. We're not going to need it though. Maybe the natural slipstream of this Prema Formula 2 car as we go around the outside, late on the brakes, try and get the car under control mid-corner, and we get up into second place. And I've got to say, actually, with the new handling model on F1 24, the F2 cars, they've actually become a lot of fun, ironically. The F1 cars maybe having to get used to it still a little bit, but F2 is massively fun with the new handling model as we get the rear end stepping out. We went over a bump and just got on power a bit too early. Now we're defending the inside, but we've overcooked it. We've absolutely cooked it deep, and Pourchaire has got the switchback. We're trying to come back at him though. This is amazing stuff as we get the nose in, wheel to wheel through the next long right-hander. We're neck and neck still as we now come through to the fast last 2 corners. Back end steps out again, but it's an absolutely thrilling bit of wheel-to-wheel racing. Matteo Pourchaire, a man we are very familiar with from the end of our F1 23 series, but we're now gaining, and we're going for that overtake now.
Pourchaire is ahead. They're holding us up now, so let's please try and get past as soon as possible and get on with our race. Push, push. Yes, mate, we hit the target. Nice work.
And for the first time, there was an in-race objective. That's a new thing that will be coming up, not only in F2, but in our Formula 1 career. So many things to do, either lap times, overtaking cars, mini goals that are realistic to how race engineers will try and give small bursts of motivation to the drivers in real life by coming on radio, giving them a small task to try and accomplish to overall put their race together. We instantly met the objective because I was in the middle of overtaking Pourchaire, but if we weren't, that would have been a really nice target to set ourselves then and keep at him. But you can see I tried my best to close down the gap to P1, but my front left and rear tyres really started struggling here. Massive front left issues compared to the front right, and that was creating a bit of an imbalance in the middle of the corners. So we really were wringing the neck out this car, but alas, we couldn't get P1. But P2, fastest lap, a podium on our first race in Formula 2 is a really, really great result. But there's no time to rest in this F2 prologue. We're on to our second race, and unfortunately, we have a much poorer qualifying at the Red Bull Ring, and we're the ones that have to make up places, unlike Ollie Behrman last time out. He's on the front row this time as we go to lights out, and we're underway from P17 on the grid. So we have to have an immense comeback drive today to try and not only match our teammate on the front row, but try and come through for some good points, and we're doing so immediately at turn 1, nearly up to P13. We're having to finish off the move behind me because we've got Crawford who's just tucked in behind, but Correa is still there on the inside. Can we now get down the inside of Hadjar as well and just nick one more cheeky position? Yes, we can, up to P12. It's a good start. We've got 10 laps here around the Red Bull Ring. Let's get the head down and start making these overtakes, and that's going to happen immediately on Maloney now into the final corner. P11, Arthur Leclerc next up. And we're going to practice our dive bombs here on the new game as we absolutely launch it down the inside for a beautiful little overtake on Leclerc, and now catching up to Clement Novalak. Funny enough, I actually just did a karting race with him for Quadrant, ironically, and now here we are racing virtually against him in Formula 2. We're going to try and get the exit, but he's going to come across. He's now going to look to maybe block the inside, I think, so we're going to follow him and then go to the left-hand side, kind of tighten up his line and try and compromise his turn 1. We do so and execute that perfectly up into P9, and looking now to get P8. We've been so strong through here the entire race, going early on the brakes, then really launching it again early on power, using that new extra turn-in grip on this game to get the nose in and then really get the job done mid-corner as we're up to P8. And now we've got a brand new objective. This one's a bit confusing though. Achieve a fuel load below 17 kg. We're on 18.6 kg right now. We've only got one lap to do it, but annoyingly, unlike in Formula 1, well, in F2, you can't really change anything. You know, ERS, fuel mixture, you can't change that in F1 either. So this is a very difficult thing to try and achieve as we have an insane overtake on Vishal there on the outside. I was actually still looking to the left, trying to figure out how I burn more fuel. I was trying to get down to lower gears to maybe over-rev the engine to see if that would help, and it almost worked. We were 0.02 kg off actually getting that objective, so that's a little bit frustrating, to be honest, because we were so close to achieving it. But already getting that vibe that this is certainly going to give us something else to worry about in the races, which I like, especially in later seasons. It's going to still keep you on your toes, because you're going to want to try and achieve those objectives to try and maximise the race weekend, if you will. But now we're tucked up behind Doohan, who we couldn't quite make a move into turn 1, but we did try and compromise his run out of turn 1. We've both got DRS open, but we've got the better line on the outside now. We'll turn to the racing line on the exit, and we try and get the power down as early as we can, blitz out the corner up into P6, making fantastic progress here as we catch up to Fittipaldi for the top 5 for the very first time in this race. And up ahead there's a real great scrap going on with my teammate actually, so that will help us maybe even get towards a podium, as it's a great little move on Fittipaldi. He actually gave me more of a fight than I was expecting into turn 1, which is fair play as we now catch up to Daruvalo. But up ahead you can see Behrman and Pourchaire have been fighting. Really great little battle between the Prema and the ART as we get up into P4 very easily on the MP car. But now it's about the fight for potentially P2, and it's with two great drivers. Behrman, our teammate, though, is the first one in line to size up a move on Pourchaire. He's been trying for a few laps now. He goes for it, and we're going to absolutely launch it to make it 3 wide, lock up on the front. Little bit of contact on the front end, and that actually helps Behrman get up into second place. We put Pourchaire under massive pressure there. It was Prema sandwich either side, and he's up into second place, our teammate. But can we now ourselves get up into third place, making a double podium after the disappointment for Behrman in the first race? This will be really great. We unsettle Pourchaire as he's tight on the line, get over the curve trying to get the power down. DRS open for both of us, so that actually is going to help him out quite a bit. And you can see there's really nothing in it in terms of the time gain here, but can we still make the move? No, Pourchaire covers the inside. We go to the outside, sorting out the grip mid-corner, but that was really cool to see Pourchaire actually actively moving just as we got to the brake zone to finally cover off the inside. And now we're in clean air, though, to potentially chase after Ollie Behrman, our teammate, onto the last lap of this second F2 race. We're gaining. Oh, it's very close, and he's actually completely duped us. Behrman opened up the door, and he knew what he was doing because I sent it far too much. We went off circuit. We made the mistake. That was clever stuff from Behrman to put me off on the back foot. And now Pourchaire, though, is looking for the pass. So even though he did sell me a dummy and sell me a dream on the outside, Pourchaire also followed us through and looks to make the pass. But now, side by side, nearly banging tyres with our teammate, and we're both committed to the inside. It's 3 abreast, 2 Premas on the outside, the ART on the left, but it's Ollie Behrman with the double pass to get up into second place. Can we come back at him, though? We're going to dive down the inside, absolutely launch it. The tyres are screaming out to no end here, but this is going to be a fantastic final sector. Behrman, look at him go on the outside. I plant the power, but he's got the better traction on the outside. This is unbelievable racing here in the F2 prologue. Myself and Ollie Behrman, nothing separates us. Ferrari v McLaren in essence. And in the final corner, we go a bit deep, and Behrman comes through. It's going to be a photo finish, neck and neck. Oh, Unbelievable! What a finish! We get second place though, we get second place. It's the consistency, second to second. This one though, we had to work really, really hard for it, but what an unbelievable race that was. Look how close that is. 6.961 to 6.972. Literally 0.0, what's that, like 9 separating us. That is ridiculous, ridiculous stuff. What a second race. And that now sets us up for the finale in this F2 prologue.
Welcome then to the United Arab Emirates. Our F2 drivers are on the grid and we're moments away from lights out for the start of the Formula 2 Abu Dhabi race. It all comes down to this. I'm Alex Jakes, Alex Brundle is alongside me, and for the final time this season, we're about to go racing. Alex, you're looking to sign off in some style.
So are the drivers and teams. It's a really important race for everyone here, despite the fact it's the end of the year. They know that everything they do in this event is going to echo for months through the end of the season.
We've qualified well on the front row for this final race in Formula 2. Technically, we could still win the championship, but we need a miracle. Lights out, and we're underway, and that miracle includes us trying to defend very harshly on Hauger. If we can get up into first place, we dive down the inside. We're going to try and take him as wide as possible. He's off circuit, but he doesn't let up. We're going to take him wide, though, and through goes Théo Pourchaire up into second place. Behrman, our teammate, is in fourth. He needs to play his part today. We need Hauger to go as low as possible in the positions, but right now we've got our own problems. Pourchaire pressurizing me on the outside. First gear to try and get the nose turned in. He hops the curb, and we're still going to be side by side, banging tyres momentarily. It's a great scrap on the opening lap here of the Abu Dhabi F2 finale race, and Hauger still remaining close by in third place as we defend the inside from Pourchaire, who, to my surprise, does really well to dive down the around the outside there. I really thought I would have covered that off completely, but Pourchaire did surprise me mid-corner, still having the car there on the outside, and he's absolutely relentless here to try and get P1. He's doing us a favour if he can stay in P2, but I would like to try and get our first and only win in Formula 2 here today, but we've locked up and we've gone far too deep into that corner. I was too concerned about defending Pourchaire, and now we're down to third. Can we come back at our F2 rival, the championship leader now in second place? Pourchaire leads the way for ART. We're going to use him to slipstream our way through and back pass into second place, and in doing so, get the elbow out, take him wide, and Ollie Behrman's come through. Yes, Ollie Behrman comes through for third. This will be brilliant. It's not over yet, though. They're going to be neck and neck, and actually now Behrman falling behind. Can he continue to have this side by side? Yes, he can as we ride on board. Fantastic POV. Behrman doing a solid, being one of the best teammates you could ask for, really having a go to try and get up to third. I think, unfortunately, he's going to get squeezed out, but he's giving it a crack, which is all we can ask for. Meanwhile, we're giving it a go to re-overtake Théo Pourchaire for P1. He's going to squeeze us right to the wall. Ay, ay, ay. We were millimetres away from hitting the wall. Pourchaire with an unbelievably aggressive squeeze. I have never seen an AI keep squeezing that far to the wall. Like, I literally was nearly put in the barrier there. That was unbelievable stuff. So Théo really wants this race win. Of course, myself and him, we've not had a race win apiece in this short 3-race prologue as we continue to defend. But as it stands, Hauger is still in third behind us, so that's enough to take the F2 championship title. So we're going to have to think tactically maybe, as on lap 4, Pourchaire flies by us with DRS, but Hauger even comes at us with DRS. We're defenseless with obviously no battery to use in this series, but we are going to defend him absolutely robustly there. And to be honest, Hauger did us a favour. Him being side by side with DRS allowed us to defend so harshly and allow Behrman to come through. And we're actually going to let Behrman through on lap 5, because initially I wanted to see if I could slow up Hauger even more, but his teammate is behind him, so he's just never going to get overtaken. His minimum lowest position is P4 because his teammate's P5. So on the last lap, I come to my senses, I overtake Behrman as he hasn't made a move on Pourchaire, and just think if we can't get the championship, let's at least get our first F2 race win in the finale. A real big send on Pourchaire on the inside, and we do get up into first place. I tried everything to push Hauger down the order, but with his teammate in P5, he's gonna remain in P4. We are gonna take our first Formula 2 race victory here in Abu Dhabi. It won't be the championship, but it's a great way to end our F2 campaign.
Well, what a drive that was to take the win for Prema today.
And they've won the team's championship. Utterly brilliant. Such a small group of people that can work on these Formula 2 cars, and the driver is the hero of the day for that team.
We have done what every junior driver hopes to do, and do well enough in the junior categories, Formula 2, to get yourself in the shop window for Formula 1. Why did I move here? I guess you could say it was the weather. Or maybe it's just that thing you do when you finally get into Formula 1.
Finally. Let's do this for real. Sorry it took so long. You know what these legal types are like? Yes, sir. No, sir. Here's 80 pages of needless jargon, sir. Anyway, believe it or not, this is my excited face. Come on. Come on. Let me show you what we've got. So, all the usual stuff. Merchandising, likeness, blah, blah, blah. But the really juicy stuff is their expectation of you. They need you to challenge yourself all season, be the best you can be, dominate your teammate, become a legend. All that jazz. Now, it's over to you.
We hold to sign, and we are now officially a Formula 1 driver.
Well, as the sun goes down, the speeds go up. It's almost time to get underway for this shootout for the fastest time and the best possible grid position for tomorrow's race. Let's get on with it. It's qualifying for the Bahrain Grand Prix.
Helmet on, and it is time to go. There is going to be no hiding in these sessions. This is where we really find out where we stand in this initial first race weekend with the handling, with our pace versus our teammate first of all, then others around us, of course. And for the first time, because we can access all the different ERS modes in every session on the qualifying lap, we now obviously have it on hot lap mode, which is obviously what we're doing. We're doing a hot lap in qualifying, but now there's going to be some tactical use of the overtake button, and I think that's at least one thing that we do have the advantage maybe on the AI. I don't know how much the AI use the overtake button in the qualifying lap, but that's certainly something you need to think about yourselves if you're playing at home, using overtake mode during the qualifying lap to maximize that speed on the straights, or just, you know, acceleration out of certain zones. And the only caveat to that, I would say, is on last year's F1 game, I actually really enjoyed doing 2 laps in a row sometimes on one set of soft tyres. It brought the fuel down in some circuits and just got me into a rhythm. But now, if you use overtake mode on the first lap, you now don't have the battery for the next lap. Very much like in real life, drivers have to recharge and then go again. So in that way, it's quite realistic, but means you can't do a banzai 2 laps in a row. But obviously, that's the sacrifice you make by deploying extra battery on the first flying lap. So in terms of Q1, well, success. We got through into Q2. I was genuinely worried I might be that slow, and to be honest, looking at the times, we are still pretty slow. We are 7/10 off Lando Norris's time there, so we've certainly got some time to find. And obviously, as we go on through the lap, we are getting comfier and comfier with the handling model, so hopefully there will be a bit of time to find here in Q2. And it's really for me about trying to find, you know, how much I can really push the curbs, the turning, because all of that is so different right now as it stands compared to last year's game, where you can be that much more aggressive with the turning, with the curb riding. which is, to be fair, a topic that's come up in real life F1 as well, with Red Bull's lack of curb riding ability compared to Ferrari and McLaren. So in the game, it's the same thing of getting used to that curb riding. But also equally then other areas like braking as well, with the new engine braking in the setup, trying to get that fine tune, you know, how aggressive can you go with engine braking and not be an issue of oversteer, because if you increase the engine braking, it can kick the rear out like that. Wow, unbelievable. I was talking about kicking the rear out, and I did it just then and there as we started our second flying lap. Yeah, the rear locked, and that was just me getting a bit too audacious on the brakes, I think. So we've aborted that lap. Thankfully, we can set the ERS to none and go again, basically, and save the battery for the second time. But now the tyres aren't in a great shape, and we oversteer into the corner still, and a bit of understeer as well into the next section. So we're still 4 tenths nearly down on our first flying lap, and this was meant to be the improvement to try and solidify our place into the top 10 shootout, because right now we are P7, to be fair, ahead of Lando currently, but others will be going quicker, just as they did in Q1, and we know from previous F1 games the AI always speed up quite a lot at the end of the sessions. We've got purple in the middle sector, and despite that, we didn't go any quicker on that lap, because my first sector was so bad, and the last sector wasn't that great either. And ultimately, those mistakes, those rookie mistakes creeping in, have cost us a top 10 shootout spot. Lando Norris is through in P5. Usual suspects of Red Bull, Ferrari through as well. Mercedes, the Aston Martins both make it through. And Bottas in the Kick Sauber, at my expense, really, it feels like, has made his way through. But he's in P7 ahead of Carlos Sainz and Perez, to be fair. So he's done a really outstanding job anyway in that pretty slow Kick Sauber car in real life. But in the game, maybe a little bit quicker than they are in real life. But yeah, P11. I mean, it's best of the rest outside the top 10. So we have one, you know, new set of softs we could use for the race start. So in many ways, you know, if I was to go into the top 10 shootout and just qualify P10, it's actually better to be a P11 with a new set of tyres. But that's me, you know, trying to find the silver lining. And yeah, here you go for the first time then, that teammate rivalry. Look at me over there. I look depressed, okay? And Lando, well, he looks a bit creepy, I can't lie, but he looks pretty happy with himself. So yeah, this is what I mean. I think we're going to be seeing behind rival quite a fair few times in this season, unfortunately, with Lando Norris, but we're going to have to see. It is our first race, our first qualifying, but I'm a little bit frustrated we didn't get through into Q3, because the McLaren should get into the top 10 shootout, but that's what I'm saying. We are really a rookie when it comes to this new F1 game, because the handling is so different, and there's going to be a lot of learning to do rapidly in this episode, in the race, and then obviously going into the next few episodes. But let's go then to the grid for our very first career mode race.
No more testing, no more practice. This is the real deal, and it's make or break here at round 1 of this year's Formula 1 World Championship. We'll be racing around 3.36 miles of the magnificent Bahrain International Circuit today. Keep an eye out for drivers locking the front left down into the tricky braking zone of turn 10. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Leclerc, Sainz, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Russell, Stroll, Bottas, a McLaren, Ocon, Albon, Joe, Gasly, Sargent, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Hulkenberg, and Daniel Ricciardo fills the last spot on the grid. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And alongside me today, a man small in stature but big on comment, Anthony Davidson. Hello. Now, it's a new season, plenty of new opportunities, but I think I'm going to start with a question we may have asked last year as well. Can anyone stop Max Verstappen?
That's what they're hoping for. And that's what we're hoping for as well in some ways, because we don't want to see just one driver or one team running away with it this season like we had last year or even the years gone by in this sport. Can we get to see a two-way or even a 3 or 4-way fight throughout this race today? Fingers crossed we'll get that.
So if you were paying attention to that grid sequence there, you would have seen that Lando's gone even further to assert his recognition and dominance in this team. He's managed a fantastic third place on the grid for this first race of this season on the second row alongside a Ferrari just behind the all front row of the Red Bulls. No surprise there, although at some point I imagine there might be some disparity between Perez and Verstappen's performances in this season. We've chosen to at least take advantage of not making it into Q3 by having a brand new set of soft tyres for the start of this race, as does everyone else behind me. Ahead of us in the top 10, a few medium tyre runners, a few soft runners, so we'll see how that tyre wear, goes for those on older softs and also the medium tyre. It's looking like a two-stop here, and maybe all three compounds used. We're going to have to see, but this just really shows the pace difference, the performance difference of ourselves as an F1 rookie versus Lando Norris, a man well established in this team and in this sport. So we've got work to do, but we're warming up the tyres and the grid is going to be set for this very first race of ours in our Formula 1 career on F1 24. It's all built up to this, and the time has come to look ahead to 5 little red lights for the first time in Formula 1. Lights out and away we go for the Bahrain Grand Prix. It's a slow one for us as we don't get off the line. The initial bite point was good, but we've been absolutely swamped by more experienced drivers around us. Albon ahead of us in the Williams, Gasly on the outside, Zhou Guanyu on the inside, hops the curb, and the Sauber comes into our side. And thankfully no damage for us, but we are down in P14. We've been swallowed up by the F1 grid, it would seem, as Zhou Guanyu dives it down the inside, and it's all feeling quite overwhelming in the cockpit, I must say, as the AI were incredibly aggressive and straight on us for that poor start and getaway, as we're going to try and get back down the inside of Zhou Guanyu at least. But it's not going to be an easy case of getting the elbow out and seeing him back off as he keeps his foot planted to the floor. He was even all 4 wheels on the curb and still accelerating, and that's something we saw in the preview content as well, that quite promisingly the AI seem very willing to keep their foot in even if they are slightly squeezed off circuit. But where have I seen that poor start before? Oh yeah, wait, it happened to us in our first F2 race in the story prologue episode. It's actually uncanny how similar of a start we had in that first F2 race, in this first F1 race. In a similar way, the AI swarmed us either side to get us into turn 1. As a driver, unfortunately, that might be an attribute we have at the moment, is poor starts. Hopefully we can work on that as we go on through and, just learn maybe the best bite point and RPM range as we now try to make amends, at least get back up to P14. We couldn't quite make the move on lap 1 on Zhou Guanyu, but we're in the slipstream. He's tucked up behind Gasly, so we're going to use that to open up the door for us at turn 1. You can see also, by the way, constantly you'll be noticing through this race, I am flicking through ERS modes, so keep an eye out on the right hand side. You'll see the ERS mode generally into corners going to none or medium, and then on the exit maybe going up to overtake mode for a slight moment with ERS, or going to hot lap mode. And, still sussing that out. I'm by no means an expert of it right now, but at the moment I was figuring in this race that probably the best thing to do is go none or medium into corners, especially into slower ones, go to none to really try and harvest energy. And then out the corners, like we could on the previous F1 games, use the overtake mode button to just get that proper max boost, but also playing around with hot lap and seeing if that aids us a bit. But initially it seems like the AI are very, very good out in the corners. They're getting that great launch. You can see the way Gasly pulls away. That's also because I am micromanaging and constantly trying to harvest into corners, maybe to my detriment a little bit. There is something to be said about maybe just keeping it a one mode, but I'm trying to really maximize the harvest, which is the yellow bar, the total energy we have, the green being what we can deploy on the lap as we absolutely send it on Gasly. We lock the rear up, little bit of contact made as we get a little bit hairy on the rear end, but we make it work. We style it out for P13. Gasly comes back at us though. We're on none ERS, trying to harvest desperately as our yellow bar is hardly filled as we began that lap, and we defend so hard from Gasly that he's actually actually now been overtaken by Joe Guan Yu, but of course, Gasly is in that very heavy Alpine car, so he should be getting by him, and the Sauber should be attacking him as well, to be fair. It's very early days in this race, I'm sure, and just like a real F1 rookie, you know, we need some time to get used to things and find some speed. But at the moment, Lando Norris is absolutely showing us up. And this is really, really showing that lack of pace that we have right now in this game, because Norris is in second place. He's actually managed to get Perez somewhere in the opening 3 laps. But lap 4, Perez comes back at him with DRS open. Surprise, surprise, Verstappen with a healthy margin ahead and outside of DRS as Lando tries to fight that for P2, and behind the 2 Mercedes cars are now going to scrap together. Russell on the inside for the second turn. Hamilton still there on the outside. The 2 silver arrows slowing each other up to the point where there's a 4-second gap to this pack. And look at that, 3 abreast now. Fernando bloody Alonso, the wily old fox, he makes a double pass on the 2 fighting Mercs, and I think there was a bit of carbon fibre flying off there. I think one of the Mercedes cars has damage now. So the 2 Mercs getting proper aggressive in this first race of the season. Let's look at a replay then. This is the onboard from Russell, who gets back down the inside of Hamilton. That's Alonso going round the outside, but the Merc here is going to make contact, and there you go. There is a bit of front wing damage for Russell, who actually is ahead of Hamilton though, so he's going to hold him up basically. But what a move for Fernando Alonso there. Double overtake for Alonso's AI in the first race of the season and the entire series, no less, as we watch our teammate Lando Norris get the move done on Perez. Maybe not quite. Perez still there on the inside. Lando's actually chosen to start on an old set of soft tyres, so maybe he's facing some tyre wear. That's inviting pressure from Perez and the Ferrari. And back to our POV, we're trying to apply our own pressure to Albon in the Williams car. DRS open for both of us. Overtake mode down to none. Gonna try a little dive around the outside. Can we dance this round on the left? We've gone very deep, and Albon comes at us and slams the door shut very nicely on us. Nice to see some dynamic fighting going on. And ahead of us, the Mercs are still squabbling, so much so that we've joined this huge train. But now, for the very first time in our F1 career, we have an in-race objective. We saw this in the F2 prologue, and now for the first time in the F1 race, we have it here. So we've got an objective of keeping the total fuel above 37.36 kg. Right now, 45.3. Now, we can't change fuel modes in the race, so this is more about lifting, coasting maybe, and using a bit more battery to help us out with the acceleration. But also at the same time, look at the tyre wear. I had a new set of softs, and my front left is 34%, rear left is 37%, the right hand side of the car not as worn, so there's an imbalance of tyre wear there, and that's also what the AI will be feeling as well. So just showing on this year's game, tyre wear is a massive factor. You really wear out the tyres a lot more, and it's going to come down to you trying to smoothen out your driving if you want the tyres to last. Just like in real life, the drivers have to learn how to make the tyres last. But away from the tyres, the focus is on the fuel objective, which is actually going to come back at us at the end of the race, by the way. Ominous, ominous signs to get that objective. But I'm also focusing on the fight going on ahead of us, because I think that's an Alpine of Ocon struggling to get past the Mercedes of Russell with that damage, and that's holding us all up and really bunching us up and allowing me to have a little bite at Albon there as we went really tight at the apex to get the nose turned in. We're sticking with Albon through the next section and gaining confidence to be this aggressive, to get down the inside and get the move on the Williams finally up into P12. Still no points paying position, but ahead of us, that Merc with the damage, Russell, that's a big opportunity for us because Russell is really, really slow. Stroll's going to come in, but he's slowing up Bottas, and I think that's that Alpine of Ocon ahead as Bottas tries to follow Ocon through on the left-hand side. We're gaining on Bottas now. We might even have a look as we're going to catch Bottas unawares on the inside. And you can kind of tell now as we're getting on through the laps, I'm getting more and more confident with the front end of this car, trying to point it to where we want it to and hoping the car follows it as we have a look round the outside. Oh, really having to dab the throttle to try and control it, but a brilliant little move round the outside then into that downhill section to get up into P10. It's a points-paying position for the first time, albeit with out-of-sync people in the pit stops, as Lando is now in for his stop. We will go longer because we have a new set of soft tyres, but not too much longer because it'll be lap 9 only. So just showing again, Lando, the more experienced driver, doing a better job at eking out the soft tyres compared to myself with still some learning to do. Look at the icon on the right-hand side, orange icon, which generally in the past on F1 games has meant that you really need to pit very soon, otherwise you're going to be falling off the cliff. Is ahead of us though, we're seeing some brilliant squabbling going on with Ocon and Russell. The Mercedes obviously limping around with front wing damage, and so it's kind of equalising that pace. Russell slowing up Ocon though, and this is the opportunity to maybe make a move. We don't go for the inside. Ocon covers off the inside. Instead, we go to the outside and we get the traction there. Really good bit of work to dance the car round Ocon's outside, but unfortunately I have failed our first objective in the race of saving that fuel. Very difficult to, I feel, without any fuel loads as we get a little bit crossed up on the curb. And that's my time and sign to come in for a pit stop. We follow Russell in, and to be honest, everyone and their mother comes in as well behind me, basically. But yeah, we failed that fuel objective, and that will be ominous signs for us at the end of this Grand Prix. But we'll get to that. Right now, though, we've got other issues. No! It's a tyre stop problem. The tyre just didn't want to go on. It's a 4.4 stop, which is just painfully slow, really, considering how good McLaren are in real life at the pit stops. So we're down. We've been re-overtaken by Zhou Guanyu in the pit lane, and we're down P17. We're down to P17. Unbelievable. We've been put in the deep end here. This really, honestly, this is probably the first time in a long, long while at the start of an F1 game cycle and a new F1 game that I genuinely feel like a rookie and that I am just getting cooked by these AI right now. Obviously, the pit stop error did not help our case, and that really energized me because now I'm raring to go. I really want to get this move done on Zhou Guanyu, riding the curb very aggressively as we go for the big dive and lunge, and we just about get that with the elbow out. He's on the hard tyre, we're on the medium, so we absolutely have to make that move. And ahead of us, Russell, he may have changed his front wing, but he's still looking pretty slow. So actually, to be fair, maybe he didn't change his front wing. Maybe Mercedes thought it wasn't worth changing his front wing because he's actually not keeping up with the Haas ahead of him. Hulkenberg on the soft compound. Maybe the hards just aren't working for him very well as we make the overtake on our fellow compatriot, and we overtake a Mercedes car up into P15. And now chasing after a whole gaggle of cars, including Hulkenberg on the softs. Not too sure if he's made a pit stop or what, but Albon ahead, then Bottas, who you can see just up the road, is really applying the pressure. So I think that's Pierre Gasly's Alpine. So the Sauber looking a bit quicker right now, and we're closing up to Hulkenberg, and I sense maybe quite a lot of action to come with 4 cars ahead of us that I really should be well and truly cars we can overtake, being in a McLaren. But obviously I'm still getting up to speed with things and trying to find confidence in myself in this handling model as Gasly and Bottas are fighting really quite intensely. They're holding each other up. Albon now maybe getting involved. It's 3 abreast ahead. Albon making the double pass maybe on Bottas and Gasly. We've gone round the outside to try and get Nico Hulkenberg, who slams the door shut and actually very nicely uses Gasly as a bit of a hurdle. So we're blocked by the Alpine car, and now we've got to try and overtake Gasly instead. On the outside, though, we've made this work beautifully before on Bottas, and we do it again. That's my new favourite overtaking spot. We squeeze out Gasly up to P14, but Hulkenberg, I'm impressed. He used Gasly really well to block me into turn 2. But I'm really hoping we can get the overtake done eventually, especially because Bottas seems to just be scrapping everyone so hard in what is, to be fair, a bit of a slower kick Sauber car. So he's trying his best to remain in the points contention because he's P11 right now, but I believe the 2 Visa Cash App RB cars of Ricciardo and Tsunoda are yet to pit in this race. So all of us will be gaining 2 positions eventually at some point. But right now, looking to get this move done on Hulkenberg. But again, Hulkenberg is going to use another car to block us off. He goes down the inside of Bottas. We're going to try and follow Bottas through, and this time we're not going to let Hulkenberg block us off for that move, but he does really well on the exit to still fight us on those soft tyres. So I think Hulkenberg actually is legitimately fighting us, and he's made a pit stop, and he's just on a better compound, of course. But now we've got another objective in this. Oh my god, look at that engine temperature. No wonder my team want me to avoid the engine staying above 150 degrees, because it was 146 or 7 just then as the objective came up. So that's very new. We have not seen that at all in any of the past F1 games, at least in the last 5 years to my memory, of actually having to manage the engine temperature and being told to actively manage the engine temperature, which obviously does affect performance. You know, we've seen that before on previous F1 games, even though there hasn't been any kind of management about it, that when you have an overheated engine, it does actually genuinely slow down your straight line speed. So we're going to try and actually do this and cool down this engine, and we're doing so. You can see we've brought it down to lower than 140, so we're going above and beyond to match this second objective, because we failed the first one. So thankfully we do match this second one, and quite nicely as we do it, we're also now going to try and overtake Valtteri Bottas. We get very, very close to the Finn, but also Albon's rear end, as we're locked into this battle with the Sauber and the Williams, it would seem. Albon gets away from us. Even with DRS though, the Sauber's quicker as he uses more battery, I think, on the inside, but we are going to defend and remain in P10 for now. A second pit stop to come then on lap 17. So this is the final stint, and I've decided to go on to another set of medium tyres, because my original strategy was soft, medium, hards, using all three compounds. I don't know whether my team wanted me to do that just to get a feel of every compound, you know, in Formula 1, first race, you know, in the sport. But I thought, you know what, I reckon we could take the mediums a bit longer. I could have taken my softs longer, but we came in because, well, it's just the situation of it all. So let's see. And to be honest, the undercut seems so powerful as we go neck and neck and have to really work to squeeze out Gasly. And we've come out behind Bottas again. So the undercut, at least initially here from episode 1, undercut's very powerful. Even the AI are undercutting us, which is not something that happens often, to be honest, in previous F1 games. So yeah, we've chosen the mediums, very much different from F1 23, where I hated the mediums pretty much every single race we went to. I like that second stint. That second stint was a much faster and much better stint for us. So we're going to continue with it, basically. But the problem I have now is we get to the last 11 laps of this Grand Prix. We're gaining on Bottas. That's good. We're going to re-overtake him. But look at the fuel. We're negative on fuel. And you saw how difficult it was for me to match my objective of saving fuel earlier in the race. Well, now I've got my own objective of making it to the end of the race. Otherwise, we're going to have a very embarrassing moment. So we've overtaken Bottas there. We're on, obviously, the quicker compound than him and Albon. But even if I manage to overtake Albon here, I've then got to lift and coast. I've got to actively get off throttle, let the car slow itself down with the aerodynamics and the engine braking, and that's how we're going to save the fuel. But that's going to cost us lap time as we fake to the right, go to the outside to try and get this move done on Albon in the Williams up into P11. But I believe the two Visa Cash App RB cars are still to pit again. They're massively out of sync of the rest of us, because I think they started on the hard compound, I believe. So yeah, that's to come. So at the moment we could be looking at points in our very first race, but it's going to take a lot of work. We need to save the fuel, and then also my team set me an objective of an average lap time of a 132 dead, pretty much. So my team really don't care about my fuel issue at the moment. They just want me to set an average lap time of 132, although to be fair, a 132 I think would be slower than I'm going right now. So maybe my team are genuinely actually trying to encourage me to fuel save by going slower, because they know, because right now my time gap's actually 7/10. I'm going 7/10 quicker than a 130. Yeah, I just did a 131.4. So my team actually quite nicely at the right time, when I should be trying to save fuel and lifting coasting, they're telling me to slow down and bring my lap time down, and that would be, you know, via some lift and coast bases. So that's actually quite nicely worked out. I don't know if the team have actually told me that, you know, on purpose, or it's just a coincidence with the fuel saving needed right now. But quite nice to see as we're up into P10, by the way. We're up into P10. Sonoda pit. I think Ricciardo's got to pit next, so we are in the points, and Ricciardo's in the pits now as well. So we are going to get not only into the points, but P9 maybe, but we've got so much work to do still. Lap 23, we're into P9, but Albon is right behind us, and every single turn one we're having to defend as we lift off the throttle to try and save fuel early, and that just invites him to make a move. And then on the exit, the AI are really using their battery every single slow corner. They're accelerating so much better out of them as we go nearly 3 abreast for a moment there, as actually Bottas now is probably trying to use this battle I'm having with Albon to get through, and he actually has come through. Lap 24. Again, I mean, look how slow I am in that last corner. I'm just trying to save the fuel. And for the first time now, my fuel has got into the green section. And we now actually have DRS off Bottas. So to be fair, that might be the tactic as we fail. We failed the objective, but we at least... we do at least succeed in our own objective of trying to re-overtake Bottas there. And to be honest, that might be the vibe. Going slow and saving the fuel at the last corner, and on purpose going behind at least one car to then re-overtake them with DRS. But the problem is, here on this first DRS straight in Sector 1, they're constantly on me. I just cannot get the power out of that corner in the same way they can. Whether that's because they're overusing the battery there, and I'm saving most of my battery for the main straight to make sure that I can re-overtake them. That was a bit of a sketchy moment though. I locked up the rear end, and that was almost a bit of a T-bone collision into Bottas, but we do re-overtake him. But I've got no DRS actually. Both of them behind me do. Albon on the inside, Bottas on the outside. It's 3 wide into turn 1. We get pincered in, and we just manage to thread the needle on the 3rd last lap of this Grand Prix to remain in P9. But again, Bottas comes back at us on the inside. Again, we have to do some real hard work to defend. Now Bottas and Albon are side by side, and we can breathe a bit of a sigh of relief, but we've got 2 laps to go. This is going to be close. And on the 2nd last lap, Albon is really gunning for it. DRS in the middle sector here. He goes down the inside. We give him the room. Look at the icon on the right-hand side. Our mediums have now got into a high wear stage, and this is maybe why we're feeling so much pressure from behind, but we do well to get Albon off our rear end there as we went neck and neck up the hill. And now behind us, watch Bottas. He's going to really go for it. Go right to the inside. And those two are going to be side by side now to the final corner, and that will very nicely just give us a little bit of breathing room. And you can see the gap is now up to 0.8 of a second, 9, because also I may have been slow out of every slow corner, but that's because I've been saving so much battery to make sure we have some at the end here. So we use a lot of battery, and we get the gap to 1.2. It's 1.4 now, because everyone behind me just immediately on the last lap just started fighting. I mean, they're still going. Look at that behind. Unbelievable stuff there. None of this is for points, but apart from Albon, I guess, but they're all scrapping so much. And meanwhile, in a very sad sorry state, is George Russell in last place. And meanwhile, oh my god, Max Verstappen has already crossed the line. Shock horror, he's won the Bahrain Grand Prix.
That was simply lovely. Great start to the year, guys. Really good.
And it's going to be a 1-2 for Red Bull. Leclerc 3rd, Norris fighting Hamilton for P4. Lando just loses a top 4 finish on the last lap there. Hamilton gets him, and Lando at one point was fighting for P2. I think he's also really struggled for tyres, so maybe that's a McLaren thing in the game here, that the tyre wear's not too great, because I was struggling a little bit at the end of that race. And Lando, who was fighting for P2, only comes home in P5. I say only, I mean P5 to my P9, 15 seconds off the next car, which is Lance Stroll, is pretty huge. So yeah, it's very clear who the rookie is, but to be fair, I'm still pretty darn happy. P9, 2 points on the board. It's our first points in Formula 1, and we're immediately off the mark. But there is a long way to go with learning this new game, learning the handling, and trying to match Lando up there, fighting at 1 point for P2, but I'll take it. A good debut.
Smiling faces on the pit wall then after that superb win here at Sakir. And rightly so, a brilliant effort from the whole team.
Well, all that off-season work clearly paying off here today, Crofty. A brilliant way to start the season with a solid victory. It's a real good confidence boost as well, and you feel like that's going to really propel them forward through to the next race coming up.
Here come today's winners. The team at Red Bull have done a phenomenal job recently, and it's clear to see that they've put in the work, and they should be so proud of the victory they've secured here.
Oh, wow. Okay. Hey, buddy. Hey, guess what? Your upgrade failed. You're slacking, mate. Slacker! We're having to repurchase an upgrade, and that was an upgrade that Lando actually purchased and failed, and then I'm left to pick up the pieces to repurchase the upgrade. So I think that's going to be quite a funny dynamic as we go on through the series. If each other's upgrades fail and the other one's picking them back up and stuff, I'm already liking the fact that we can actually see which driver has purchased which upgrades. I didn't purchase any R&D upgrades myself in the first part because I just wanted to see where we stood with the car, with the handling, and just, you know, make that debut in F1. But now we purchase our very first upgrade. It's going to be the rear downforce. Lando had his eye on the front downforce, but I disagree. I think we need rear downforce because that will allow us to then lower the rear wing on the setup and then get higher top-end speeds, which I think is something we were lacking a little bit. I felt like the McLaren was a bit draggy at Bahrain out of certain corners. So already myself and my teammate in F1 24 are diverging in terms of what we feel is going to be better for the car, and that's why it's important to get our recognition up, and why, as we go on through, you know, Lando's earning considerably more R&D points than me every weekend, so he is going to have a much bigger say in the car. So we've also got to be very calculated with what upgrades we make, because we just can't make as many.
Welcome to the Jeddah Corniche, one of the fastest circuits on the calendar. But let's see who will be fastest of them all. We're about to set the grid for the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. Yes, it's qualifying.
It is indeed, Crofty, and he sounds very, very excited. I am excited, to be fair, as well, for this one, because around Jeddah, like I said, I reckon we can do some work, you know. We have been consistently better at Jeddah than Bahrain. Already, just in one race, I'm feeling more comfortable with the car, and I even saw one of you guys comment below, very much giving you, like, Ollie Behrman vibes in real life, where, you know, by the end of the race, when he substituted in, actually, ironically, at this very circuit, he looked more comfortable in the Ferrari IRL than he did at the start of the race, and that was very much how I felt at Bahrain. And now we come to a circuit where, on past F1 games, I've always felt quicker around here, and I actually just enjoyed the circuit a lot more than Bahrain, so looking forward to it. And we start off Q1 in a very positive way, P9, and not too far off Lando's time, you know, 1/10 basically difference, but it is early days, it's Q1, the track is going to get quicker, and I'm sure these drivers will also be getting quicker. Perez top in the session though, Verstappen down in P8, but that's how I know that things will change, because I'm expecting Verstappen to be in his usual spot up at the top here. But let's see how Q2 goes. And again, you know, you can see on the bottom right, using a fair bit of the ERS already on the lap, because we used it in the earlier stages, just using that extra overtake mode that we can use now on the qualifying lap to give us a boost. I mean, as we cross the line there, pretty much my yellow bar was right down to the bottom, so we don't have any more battery to use for a consecutive lap, but we'll get back in the garage and then go out again, and we're going to need to, because by the end of this session, the checkered flag's fallen, people have gone quicker, Albon's gone quicker than me in the Williams, and we're down to P11, to be fair, good company with the 7-time world champion Lewis Hamilton behind us in P12, but we've gone purple in the first sector, green in the second, but those were very marginal gains, and we've now lost some time in the last sector, gained a little bit at the final corner, but then lost it again on the acceleration, and we've actually not gone quicker, so we are knocked out in P11, and our wait to get into Q3 for the very first time in this series, in our F1 career, goes on. And this one is a bit more painful, because I really felt like we had the pace to get in. But that second lap, we made a tiny marginal gain, basically, in Sector 1 and Sector 2. And it meant that by the time we got through Sector 3, because I also, like in my first lap, I'd used so much of my battery in the first sector, probably getting that very purple sector, I basically should have maybe saved more battery in overtake mode to use in the latter part of the lap, basically. So maybe some learnings there, but myself and Hamilton are knocked out. I mean, at least as a rookie, that's pretty amazing company to have a 7-time world champion on the same row as us. But Lando up into the top 10 shootout. Once again, we have to just find out what that top 10 order looks like as we go to the grid then for Sunday's Grand Prix.
Welcome to one of the fastest races in the entire calendar, and while it's one of the newer races on the F1 World Tour, it's already staked its reputation as a fan favourite. It's Jeddah, and it's the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. So let's take a look at the topographical map of the Jeddah street circuit. As you can see, a number of challenging corners for the drivers to master here. We'll see just how much the teams have benefited from their time spent in practice this weekend. And like many street circuits, this track has the potential to punish drivers that get it wrong. Let's hope we avoid any safety cars today. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, edging out Sergio Perez, who lines up P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Sainz, Norris, Stroll, Russell, Albon, Bottas, a McLaren, Hamilton, Joe, Sargent, Gasly, Ocon, Hulkenberg, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, and Kevin Magnussen fills the last spot on the grid. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track. And alongside me here today in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson. Now, we had great fun watching them win last time out. What a great victory it was. But can they carry that into today's race?
It's the important one, isn't it, Crofty? You've done it once, can you do it again? But, you know, if you start believing in yourself and the confidence starts to build, that inner confidence is what you need. And you can carry that through to future races, including this one, and you set that ball rolling. That's the critical thing that they're looking for here. And I believe if you've got that first race win or a win at any stage, it can start to roll with you in a good way.
So I'm going to gamble on the strategy a little bit today, and we're going to start on the hard compound of tyres. Now, we didn't even use the hards last time out at Bahrain in our debut, and that might have been a mistake, I don't know, but I want to do some learning, see what the hard tyre is saying. Basically, this is a gamble because this is the hardest compound available to us, and we're the only one, I believe, starting on this compound, so this could go badly wrong in terms of the race start. But if it doesn't, if we can hold pace with every medium tyre runner, you know, eventually this tyre will be the quickest race tyre once those mediums start wearing out. And to be honest, you know, Lando's only qualified P6. I say only, but, you know, I thought he was going to go a bit higher like he did in Bahrain. So maybe the McLaren is on the back foot a little bit compared to Bahrain, at least at the hands of Lando, where the maximum potential of the car is. So maybe a gamble like this could pay off for us. You know, he's not going to gamble, but I could from this position just to see if we can get track position maybe, or, you know, just hope that maybe the tyre that we faced in Bahrain is going to be more of a problem for the AI around here on those softer compounds. But what I need to also hope for is that there's no early chaos and a safety car or anything like that, because that will really ruin the entire premise and advantage of starting on the hards and going longer and deeper into the race. But a bit of a bad omen and way to start a Grand Prix. A big rookie error as we line up on our grid slot. We overcook it and we have to be pushed back in our pit box. Hopefully that's the last mistake we make today as we get ready and prepped to rev up the engines and look ahead to the 5 red lights. The Saudi Arabian Grand Prix is underway. Lights out and away we go. And it looks like initially a bit of a slow start, but we do get a much better launch in the second phase of the getaway as we are able to launch it down the inside of Alexander Albon, be a bit aggressive on the exit and get up into P10. So we're into the points paying positions early doors as Lando gets really crossed up fighting Lance Stroll, I think that is. The Aston Martins are absolutely flying. Fernando Alonso, I think he's up to second place. But for us overall, that's a pretty solid start. You know, not losing positions, being on the hard compound versus all the medium tyre runners is always a positive. So now it's about trying to stick with everyone, not losing too much time whilst these guys have the advantage of the mediums out of every traction zone, and just biding our time to when it's time where we can look like the faster car in this race. But at the moment, at the forefront, Fernando Alonso is looking like the quickest car of all because he's going for P1. Perez is the one that leads the way for Red Bull. Verstappen has had an awful getaway from the front row. He's down to third place, and we're watching, look at this, 2x2, Norris v Stroll, Russell v Bottas. This is unbelievable. Second race only, and we're seeing some real thrilling racing at Jeddah. It never disappoints. Jeddah has come in, and it's exciting in real life, but it's even more exciting in the F1 game. Consistently always delivers, and right now Fernando Alonso is delivering as well with the action at the front. He's in a Red Bull sandwich right now, but he wants to try and top the standings, and he's going to. It's 3 wide nearly. Verstappen hits the wall a little bit there as he had nowhere to go on the right-hand side. Perez back down the inside of Fernando Alonso to retake P1. It's a drag race now to turn 1. Aston Martin versus Red Bull. Will Verstappen again move about? He's getting boxed in and a bit frustrated, it seems, being trapped behind these two going for it. All that fighting is backing all three of them up into the Ferraris that are P4 and 5. And meanwhile, whilst that was going on, back at the end of lap 2 for us, from our POV, we're falling a little bit behind Bottas. You know, we're gaining every time the cars ahead of us are fighting to turn 1, but we're losing time everywhere else because I'm making sure I save battery, and Albon is on the back of me. And to be fair, we don't need to be worried about that right now because we're in the phase of the Grand Prix where we're just trying to bide our time, as I said, and wait for the mediums to start wearing out. And right now we're just doing a job of staying ahead of Albon. As you can see, once again, Lance Stroll is having a go at Lando Norris, and this time he might just get it. Norris is going to fight this on the left-hand side. Stroll is there. They're side by side through this entire section. So close to the wall, but Lando will get back up into P6. That is a strong bit of fighting there from our teammate to get through. And again, another bit of thrilling racing going on. Side by side in Sector 1 is never easy, let alone with 2 AI cars. But Russell now tucked up behind in P8, and we're now closing in a bit. Maybe it's time to start sniffing around. I mean, it's not going to be insane tyre wear, but we are now kind of, you know, pressurised into maybe making a move on Bottas because you've got Albon right behind us, 3/10 back. Bottas only 2/10 ahead of us, so maybe we're going to be forced into making an overtake. I was quite happy to sit in P10 and just wait for the tyre wear to kick in, but I think we might need to make a move before someone makes a move on us, and someone who doesn't need any invitation to make a move is Alonso and Max Verstappen. 3 wide, and Verstappen and Alonso go either side of Perez and end up side by side themselves. That was incredible stuff as we defend Albon in the last corner. Lando's been pushed down 2 places. He's lost the place to Stroll and George Russell. We continue to be pressured by Albon. I think we have to make a move. I think we have to start making a move on Bottas because Albon now is getting closer and closer to finishing off that overtake, and Bottas will be held here. He's been held up by the 2 ahead of him fighting, and now we have an opportunity. We use a lot of battery and we squeeze through. That is very, very close margins, but we've made it work. We've managed to squeeze through on the outside there and get up into P9. But with that move also came losing time to Lando ahead of us, and we're out of DRS. And lap 5, my engineer is going to come at me with another objective. Avoid engine staying above 147.6 degrees. That's quite a lot higher than my engine's running right now. But to be honest, this is actually, again, quite good timing. I honestly don't know if these objectives are timed like this, but this is another phase where I felt, okay, we've made 1 overtake on Bottas. Now let's calm down again and once again hope that, you know, the cars ahead of us, Lando, Russell, Stroll, they start wearing their tyres out, and that I can just sit here, save energy, save, you know, tyres, and then attack them, and it coincided with my engineer telling me to cool things down in the engine. So yeah, so far the timings of all these objectives have been very good to really give you that nice ebb and flow of a real Grand Prix, where you're not going to be on a hot lap every single lap, and there's periods where you're slowing down to cool the car, cool the tyres, as we see very much the opposite happening at the moment between Sainz and Perez. Verstappen, surprise, surprise, walking away with things now, having got into P1. Perez, though, struggling. Alonso, having been the hero of the first few laps, he's now down behind both Ferrari cars. So maybe the Aston's pace was a bit short-lived. Maybe they're facing tyre wear. But look at this now. Lap 7, we're going quicker than anyone. Even Verstappen, look at the mini-map. Verstappen is miles away, and even he can't go purple. I think the mediums are starting to wear, and these hard tyres now, well, clearly we are starting to cook with the hards. Maybe we should have used them in Bahrain after all, and maybe again, like last game, we're going to really enjoy them as a race tyre as we now focus back on Perez, and it's going to be a double-pronged prancing horse attack. It's Ferrari on the left, Ferrari on the right, and now Ferrari's ahead of Sergio Perez. Sainz into P2, Leclerc third, Perez now under pressure from Fernando Alonso. The Ferraris now have come alive a little bit in this race, and they're up into the podium spots as we close up on Lando, who's harvesting energy with that rain light flashing, and we go round the outside of him. None ERS, but we still get the nose in on Russell, and now overusing the battery, overtake mode. It's go, 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 because I reckon we could get Russell as well. Yes, we can. We squeeze through. What an unbelievable sector this is. And for the first time here in our F1 career, we are starting to actually have some semblance of some speed, some aggression, some confidence as we now gain on Lance Stroll. I love the hard tyres for life. This compound choice has been unbelievable as we send it on Stroll, and we almost maybe even got Fernando Alonso, but we had to come crashing back down to earth. If I'd kept my nose in, that would have been an absolute race ender, I think. So we just calmed things down a little bit, Arav, but we've made the move on Stroll. That's 3 overtakes in a sector. That was unbelievable, and that was because of the tyre wear kicking in for the mediums, and also we saved a decent amount of battery to then overuse it to make those passes, because now we're harvesting behind Alonso. You can see the light flashing away. Alonso might go for a move for Perez. Right now, I'm now back to a phase of calming things down. We've just made 3 overtakes. Now, let's calm it down, save a bit more battery again. You can see the yellow bar is very low on the bottom right as we watch, again, Alonso and Perez going at it in the last corner. But, yeah, that was such a good first sector on lap 9. Like I said, that was the real first time it felt, and probably to you guys looked like, I actually had some speed in this McLaren. And, yeah, things are coming towards us, and I can tell, you know, give it 10 races, you know, just like in real life when a rookie makes their debut. Give it some time, and we're going to get used to this handling, get used to this car, and we can actually start matching Lando. And to be fair, we're not only matching him, we're beating him right now, but there's still a long way to go, and there is an ebb and flow of this Grand Prix to the point where Stroll just walks past me on lap 10 because, yeah, I think the AI overused their battery in that last corner, into that last corner, and I'm just constantly saving it, but it means there's this really weird lack of synergy, and they just keep getting me or keep gaining on me in that last part of the lap. So Stroll, yeah, just walked past me, but I refuse to overuse my battery to defend him because it's not my game plan, you know, like in real F1, you stick to your game plan, you know, you don't fight someone you don't need to be fighting, they're not in your race, in the same way that I've got a game plan of how I want to save my battery, so why should I overuse it just to keep a position that eventually I might get back on the very next lap because I've saved that battery, and my engineer agrees with me, and it's this is actually quite a violation. He's not even thinking about Stroll, the car directly ahead of me. He's told me to go overtake Alonso before lap 16. Stroll doesn't even exist in his realm of me having to make an overtake. That is unbelievable stuff there. Absolutely cold violation from Mark going on in only our second race together as an engineer and racer pairing. As we go for the move on Stroll, it's an easy overtake, real confidence on the front end now with this hard compound, because I just know that those mediums are really second hand. Unlike the previous lap though, I do keep the ERS in hot lap mode on this straight because I want to close up to Alonso. We've been set that objective of overtaking before lap 16. I know we have 5 laps to go till that objective would end, but I want to try and do it sooner rather than later. Alonso comes in though. Oh, it's going to happen immediately. We've done it. Alonso did us a favour there. We've overtaken him, but annoyingly now I've actually gone against what I said about saving battery in the last sector, because now I don't have any to fight Stroll. We're on none ERS through the first 2 turns. We now are using a little bit and squeezing Stroll to maintain track position, but that was a little bit close for comfort. But eventually Stroll will come in, Russell's in, Sainz and Perez is in, and as a rookie, for the very first time, we are going to lead a Formula 1 Grand Prix lap. In reality, it's not going to mean too much for us, of course, because this man is dominating the entire Grand Prix. I mean, he's got no one around him, but I also have no one around me, so hopefully I can just get my head down on these hard tyres and have some consistent lap times just to, you know, hopefully just do the job I need to maybe get an overcut working. Meanwhile, Lando Norris has got an undercut working. He's up to second place. This is a net second because Verstappen will be P1 once I've made my pit stop. So Lando has done an unbelievable undercut. Hang on a minute. He's got ahead of Leclerc, Alonso, Sainz, Bottas, Perez. He's got ahead of all these guys. That is amazing. Once again, early doors showing the undercut. It's so powerful. It's probably the most powerful it's ever been on the F1 game, because now the AI are really benefiting from undercuts compared to, well, they just didn't as much on previous F1 games. So that's unreal, but unfortunately the McLaren and Lando is on the back foot a little bit here at Jeddah, because Leclerc gets back round the outside of him now, side by side for Sainz and Fernando Alonso as well behind, and Lando is going to get swarmed by loads of cars with DRS here, and down the straight it's going to look like an F2 or an F3 race. There's so many cars fighting, and thank God we're not in the middle of this. We are far away just trying to do consistent lap times. We would have been absolutely screwed if we were in this traffic trying to fight people, just like Lando is, because he's falling down the order now as Sainz gets through on the inside to the outside to the inside again for the next right-hander. No, Lando pulls it back. This is a great scrap between the two IRL friends. Lando gets ahead of Sainz for now, but eventually Sainz will come through with DRS, and the Ferrari is definitely looking quicker in a straight line. Even the Kick Sauber is looking quicker right now. Bottas is through on the inside. How has he done that then? This just goes back to what I said before. At Bahrain, I felt it, and I think it's still true here. I think the McLaren right now in game is a little bit draggy compared to other cars, as Lando falls away and maybe goes down as low as P7, as Bottas is still having a good go at him. The Kick Sauber car clearly a lot better in the game right now than it is in real life, and yeah, Lando fair and square is down to P7. Back in our world, we've been just trying to be as consistent as possible and not losing too much time as these hard tyres start to wear out, and I've decided to not pit onto the mediums but to try the soft tyres out. You know, I've taken the hards 16 laps, so there's only 9 laps of the race to go. That's less than everyone took their mediums, so I reckon there's no point going on mediums. We should just go on the softs. We have one new set of softs to go in this entire allocation, because of course again we didn't make Q3, so we have that new set. So like in Bahrain, trying to use the brand spanking new set to our advantage. This time though, we're on lower fuel, so in theory we should really be able to use the tyre advantage, because everyone else is on hards that have been on there for a couple of laps, and they've been fighting each other so hard that it's 3 abreast into turn 1 on the left hand side of us. It's Ferraris versus Aston Martin, and Alonso with a big hefty hit to the rear end of Leclerc, but we've come out in P5. The overcut has worked wonders. We've jumped a Red Bull in this race, fair and square, and now we are here on soft tyres, but my engineer immediately tries to bring me back down to earth by telling me to charge ERS to 95.44%. That's very specific, Mark. That's unbelievably specific. What am I doing? Am I a driver or a mathematician? What are we doing here? So in these early stages of our career, I really want to try and do every single objective that gets thrown at us. Maybe later down the line we'll ignore them when we've got that recognition. But right now we're a nobody. We're literally nobody on the grid. So I want to try and do what my engineer says. But doing so has invited a lot of pressure as Perez tried to overtake us. We actually did Lando a favour there by squeezing him wide. But now Lando has come through with the DRS pass. We've been on none ERS trying to get this battery up as high as possible, as quick as possible. We've now done the objective. But quite nicely, as soon as we did the objective, that just so happened to be when Lando overtook us. So, it's funny timing, but already maybe you're seeing a bit of number one driver treatment going on there. You know, the coincidence timing of that objective was just a bit too uncanny. But now, thankfully, at the end of lap 18, we've got plenty of battery, no objectives now, so we can just get our head down and try and go quicker again. Lando held up by the fighting going on between the two Ferraris and the Aston Martin, so this gives us an opportunity to maybe re-overtake Lando. DRS open overtake mode. Look at Alonso, though. He moves across to block us off there. Otherwise, we would have made a very easy double pass. Instead, we had to do a bit of maneuvering around and go from left to right to overtake Alonso there. That was incredible. I've never seen a driver move that aggressively to the inside to cover it off. In a previous F1 game. Really good stuff to see as Alonso and now Lando go side by side once again. Real great scrapping going on in Sector 1, and Alonso gets ahead of Lando, and the Aston Martin's up to P5. Lando will come back at him though on lap 19. They're both still ahead of Perez though, by the way, so they're both doing a great job equally at just being ahead of a Red Bull car. But now things are getting dicey. Perez hits Alonso, and what the hell? Where did Bottas come from? Bottas makes it 3 wide. Perez just been overtaken. It's now a 4-way battle. Lando just edging Alonso, but Bottas is on the outside. Perez, he's going to make it 4 wide into turn 1. That's not going to end well. Oh my God. Perez has had an absolute calamity, and the safety car is out for the very first time in our F1 career here on F1 24, and it's because of Sergio Perez. Shock horror. Well, I don't know what that was. That was the worst driving I've ever seen. I don't know what was going on there. 4 wide, by the way, I called it. It was never going to end well, but it didn't end well in the dumbest way possible, because look at this replay. So Perez goes for the move, which is fair enough, but look at this. He turns in. He turns in too early, and there's a brick wall there, and then he turns back outside and hits Alonso. This is the onboard from Zhou Guanyu. Look at the 4 wide going on, and there's actually there's such a ping pong that Alonso gets ping ponged from Perez and hits Russell on the rear end. That was amazing. So, yeah, a lot of carbon fibre shed, and that's why the safety car's out. So now that's eroded Verstappen's advantage. So this makes things very interesting. The Ferrari's been very decent in a straight line. 3 laps to go. Can Sainz do anything versus Verstappen? Can we do anything on Charles Leclerc? He's vulnerable. He's going to defend the inside line, though. So we go to the outside for this swooping move, but there's a big lock up on the rear end, and we have to drift our way through, and we were almost T-boning Leclerc there. That was code brown, absolutely. How we've kept that going is beyond me. Look at look at that. We were literally we were perpendicular to Leclerc at the apex there, trying to make the overtake, and that's the rear locking catching me out, and maybe the engine braking as well, to be fair, on my setup, because I put the engine braking quite high here at Jeddah because I felt I didn't do enough of it at Bahrain, but that caught me out that time. And, well, annoyingly, you know, those are one of those rookie mistakes that you're going to get when you're unfamiliar with the car, unfamiliar where the limits are. And, you know, we just got to accept that. That's part and parcel of Formula 1. But meanwhile, back to the established drivers on this grid, the Gladiators. Carlos Sainz pulls out to try and get the win late on the second last lap. The Ferrari's ahead by a whisker, but Verstappen has the better exit and remains ahead, as meanwhile later down the line, Bottas versus Lando Norris. Lando looking to repass the Kick Sauber, who's doing so well up in P5. But surely we have the pace. Surely my teammate has the pace here to get up into P5 as we go on towards the last lap of this Grand Prix. And things are as close as ever between Max Verstappen and Carlos Sainz. The Ferrari again pulls out on the racing line. Verstappen defends the inside. It will turn to the outside, the racing line for the next sequence of corners. And Verstappen again remains ahead. Ferrari are trying so hard, but Verstappen is defiant. Meanwhile, in our POV, we are close to Leclerc, but the tyres are going off quite quickly, and there's a snap of oversteer just there. It was hard to tell because I did so well at catching it straight away, but I'm not going to lie, I'm just trying to survive this lap because these tyres have started going off really quickly. No wonder no one used the softs in this entire race. And you know what? I've come to now accept, if it wasn't for the safety car, I actually think we would have been absolutely screwed. Look at the tyre wear on the right there. My entire right side is yellow on the tyres. If it wasn't for the safety car shortening the stint and letting us save tyres, I actually think we could have been falling away, like down to P7 or 8. So this safety car has actually really helped us out. It's a massive bit of beginner's luck here with the safety car to allow us to be here in P4. That'll be our best result, obviously, out of 2 races, but what a high position that would be for a rookie's second race in Formula 1. But look at Sainz. There might be movement here for the race win into the final corner. Sainz leads momentarily. Verstappen defends, though. It all bunches up. Sainz, though, runs to the line. ERS usage. Can he get it? No! Just on the line. Verstappen stays ahead. And on the line, Leclerc was actually running out of battery. So I almost maybe got a third place there. But just didn't have enough legs. But what a race. What a race. Fighting for the win all the way down to the last corner. Unbelievable.
They've delivered an outstanding performance today and under intense pressure to take a well-earned victory at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix.
And that's 2 wins in a row now. It's the start of potentially something special, but they can't get ahead of themselves just yet. It's a long way to go.
The podium eluded us. The race win eluded a non-Red Bull car, unfortunately. But, yeah, it was a real amazing finish right to the end.
Red Bull are our winners today after showcasing some incredible driving. There's been a huge push from them lately to stay competitive with the other teams, and they're certainly proving themselves.
Things are on the up. We have got 4 upgrades pending at the moment. 2 purchased by yours truly and 2 purchased by our teammate Lando Norris. So as a unit, just like in real life, this McLaren team in-game is starting to cook with the upgrades as we set our sights for a flight down under for the Australian Grand Prix. Going through the activity timeline, just confirming those upgrades. My chassis upgrade comes in. Good to see. Oh, Lando's had another failure. He's had another failure. Oh, it's a second failure.
I thought you were busy. What have you been doing?
He's been doing this. He's been doing it. I don't make any mistakes. I may be looking clinically depressed in this little menu bit, but mark my words, Lando is dying inside. Look at that. There's no light behind those eyes. Nothing. 3 failed upgrades in 2 episodes to start the entire series off. My friend, that is poor. That is very, very poor. And to be fair, maybe Lando wants to take that up with our manufacturing expert. Speaking of which, in the last part, I asked you guys whether we should give names to these different specialists so that we can, you know, connect on a different sort of level. So let me introduce you to the team. We've got Marcel and Miguel. We've got Chloe and Zoe. And then Colin. Colin, you don't get a rhyming name because I don't like you, mate. The vibes aren't really giving, okay? You're giving me me bad energy. And to be honest, you've not done a very good job with my teammates' upgrades. 3 failures in 2 episodes is pretty shocking, but anyway. And then we got Denise, which, again, she doesn't have a rhyming name, and that's because she hates me. I mean, she can't even look me in the eye. Yep, nope, she just wants to look at the computer, look away, and give me the side eye. To be fair, she is the strategy analyst, and the amount of times I ignore the set out strategy by my team, I can't blame her. Maybe she's seen what I've done in F2 and thought this guy doesn't follow the plan. And now we have to look to clean up Colin's sloppy work with the part failure for Lando's upgrade, and we can't even do that. We can't even do that because we have reached department capacity. Well, sucks to suck. I'm going to spend my R&D points on the next upgrade I want, which is the next minor weight reduction upgrade. And both of Lando's upgrades will just have to stay failed unless he goes ahead and purchases them for himself. He might do after quick practice, obviously, as we go through the motions and try and earn the maximum we can get, which is only 240 R&D points. But Lando earns considerably more, as I've said, so he might well repurchase both those failed upgrades going into the race weekend, but obviously that will take time to still come in. But there's still some positives. There's still my chassis upgrade that has come in, and so that brings us a little bit closer, technically on paper, to Mercedes and Ferrari. Still quite a big gulf to Red Bull, but small progress, and that's what it's all about. Chipping away at our rivals, and hopefully I'm going to be chipping away and getting more and more comfortable with the car and in Formula 1. Let's go to qualifying.
And a warm welcome, everybody. We're here in the heart of Melbourne. It's Albert Park, and it's qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix.
Oh, it is pissing it down here, down under, for the Australian Grand Prix. It's going to be our first ever wet qualifying on this game in this series, and the first time we've driven the McLaren in any sort of situation in the wet. So this is a massive step into the unknown. We fueled the car up for a couple of laps, but to be fair, that means also we might have to do a little bit of management with the ERS. So I won't be able to kind of overuse the ERS, let's say, with overtake mode on the qualifying lap if I want to do consecutive laps. So kind of almost like the old school way it was on the previous F1 game. We're just going to keep the ERS mode in hot lap mode and just go on and continue on. But to be fair, I'm quite happy to do that because I think we're just going to need the extra laps to get comfortable, find that extra edge and the limit of where the car is, where the conditions are, and we found a limit there as we get onto the grass, and the car has a massive snap of oversteer. We tried to catch it, it wasn't very clear on the onboard, it kind of just looks like I've flicked it into the wall there, but the rear end was going, as you can see by the replay there, the rear end had stepped out because I put it on the grass, the rear left tyre, and in the cockpit with the very sensitive handling this year, a snap like that is so easy to do when you're trying to counter steer, and that's well, it's not our session over, but that's our run over, front wing damage, and we have to come back in now for a front wing change the tyres, and then we go out again. And by the time we've come out, you can see there's a drying line occurring, as there's a clear racing line where the cars have hoovered up the rain, which is pretty nice to see. The first time I've seen that in action in the game. And as we cross the line, well, it was a green first sector, purple the second, yellow the third. The first lap we actually did will be good enough, just about to get through. You know, it was very tight actually, you know, only 2/10, and we would have been down in like 13th place rather than 10th place there. But Lando up there in P4. Hamilton showing himself as a bit of a rainmeister at the moment. P1 in the Mercedes. That's the best he's looked all season so far. Let's see how things progress into Q2. You know, we haven't got through into the top 10 shootout so far. I'm not feeling too confident about making that happen here in these conditions, but you never know. I did actually, you know, prefer my wet weather driving in a weird way in the preview content, because everything's going a bit slower. The handling doesn't feel so erratic. You can take that time to be very slow and delicate with the steering, and also, to be fair, the snappy steering does actually help you dance the car around when the grip does go a little bit at the rear or the front. But I can appreciate none of that actually looks like it's true visually on this lap so far, because it's looked pretty damn messy as we're really wrestling with the car, because I wanted to find more pace in it, because I felt like there was way more pace in it, especially with this, drying line. I thought surely there's got to be more grip if I try my best to stick within the line, but it's easier said than done, just dipping a tyre into that damper patch on the outside of the racing line, and we lose the time we gained in the first 2 sectors. We gained some back in the final corner at least to do better on that second flying lap, and we do get into Q3 for the first time. How about that? The wet conditions have allowed me to get into the top 10 shootout. Does that mean on this game I'm officially better at the wet than I am in the dry? Probably not. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it's still something. That's still, to me at least, mega promising that I've managed to get into Q3. And the first time I've done it is in wet conditions, because that definitely would not have been the case on last year's game. So, so as a rookie, in my 3rd time of asking, we have got through into the top 10 shootout in very challenging conditions. You've got to be happy with that. I'm hoping McLaren will be happy with that, and I'm hoping that's going to mean my overall pace and etc. goes up as well. And things are looking even better in Q3 as we navigate the circuit a little bit more eloquently, getting the nose turned in and keeping the car in the lines of the racing line where it seems to be a bit drier, although my engineer's been on about it getting wetter potentially, and the rear end does get away from us a little bit, but we're pushing harder and harder and finding more time around the circuit. At the moment, our first flying laps put us in P7, Lando up in P5, but Hamilton's gone quicker. Oh no, we've got no battery. Oh no, come on. Oh, that's a really bad mistake. I don't know what's gone on there actually. I thought we had enough battery. I didn't overuse it. You can see the green bar is half full, so I've not even overused overtake mode, but I've just lost 4/10 because the battery wasn't there. That just shows you how much ERS matters, really, as I'm desperately trying to find more time out there, and instead I make a second big error in Q3, and that's the session over. Oh, what a messy, messy day this has been for us. We are really showing our inexperience here today. That's 2 times we've span it, 2 times we've hit the wall, and this time it's the session over. In the end of it, if you really look at the result, it's still not too bad, you know. P7, only half a tenth behind Lando Norris, pretty much, our teammate. So that's actually pretty good, but what could have been? I think there was more time on the table, to be honest. I think genuinely I had some really good pace in this McLaren in intermediates, but 2 big mistakes there. Whatever, I don't know what went on with the battery. Well, how that battery got drained that much, I do not know. And then, well, I just try to get a bit too greedy to try and find some time after losing the battery, and we just got way too much on the curb, and the car snapped us off into the wall. So thankfully it's still a good grid position, the best we've had all season, but you know, we've got to cut out those mistakes, because there's no guarantee we would have put in a banker lap time the next time that happens, for example. So yeah, still kicking myself a little bit, but let's go to the grid then, try and move past it and just try and build on the P7 on the grid.
You can hear the Australian fans roaring as they line the track here in Albert Park. Welcome to Melbourne, and the roar from the crowd can only mean one thing. It's race day. So here we are at Albert Park Circuit, 3.28 miles around, with the streets making for a bumpy surface with little undulation. There are 14 corners around the lake, with the best passing opportunities coming at turn 1 and turn 3. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and it's Fernando Alonso alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Sainz, Leclerc, Norris, Hamilton, a McLaren, Russell, Perez, Albon, Bottas, Stroll, Joe, Ocon, Tsunoda, Gasly, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Hülkenberg, and Logan Sargent. And now it's time to head down to the track. And alongside me for the first time this season here in the commentary box, Naomi Schiff. Hello, Gnomes. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, every driver certainly has their own way of preparing themselves before a race, but I can tell you that pre-race rituals are a real thing. When I was in go-karting, I used to touch every wheel in a specific sequence before I got into the kart. And then I stepped up to cars and had a specific set of fireproof base layers just for race day. So watch the drivers when they're on the grid. Some may be sitting on the floor and isolating, others may be up to other things that they do. But these little things really help their minds get ready for the race.
So this is our highest qualifying position so far in our F1 career, that being 3 rounds, including this one, so really not that far into it at all at the start of the journey. But getting a P7 feels like a massive accomplishment. It's number 7 for the number 7 on our car. I'm hoping that will be a bit of good luck here today. Lando 2 positions ahead of us. It's the first time I can actually see him on the grid, basically, because I've been too far back otherwise, and he's been far up the order in the top 10 shootout. We're starting on the medium tyre. Everyone, it seems like, is on the mediums after obviously qualifying was a washout, so free choice of tyre for everyone. And I did think about going hards again at the start of this race like we did in Jeddah, but because we didn't do any dry running qualifying, I really don't know what my dry pace is like around here, and I don't want to leave it to chance and just leave us completely helpless going backwards on a harder compound of tyre. So we're sticking with what everyone else is doing around us. It's the first time in the top 10, so let's just try and not get flustered as we go to lights out, and we're underway down under for the Australian Grand Prix. And it's a fantastic getaway for Fernando Alonso, the Aston Martin, up into first place. We've dived around the outside to try and be heroic, a bit too heroic maybe, as we just went off circuit a tiny bit on the outside of our teammate Lando, but we have overtaken a Mercedes and a Ferrari. We've managed to defend Leclerc and remain in P5. That is at least a positive there, as Sergio Perez gets it all crossed up and his front end was wagging away as he gets done by George Russell. But it's Fernando Alonso in P1 here. Unbelievable stuff, leading the Australian Grand Prix for how much longer? Verstappen coming through to spoil the party almost immediately. Verstappen on the inside, but Alonso fights him back. Oh no, he's done it. He's defended. Alonso genuinely has the pace maybe to take the fight to Red Bull, at least in the opening stages here. Let's see how the tyre wear kicks in, because I have a feeling the Aston Martins aren't too great on the tyres. We've seen that a few times already, that they seem to be a bit slower at the end of the races. But at the moment, Alonso leads the way still on lap 2, riding on board with Max Verstappen, the reigning champion here in 2024, and gets round the outside. And this time, Alonso is defenceless because of the DRS also being available on this second lap, of course, as well. Meanwhile, for us, bit of no man's land. I'm unable to keep up pace with Lando, unfortunately. Once again, still showing we have a long way to go in terms of getting quick in Formula 1, and we're trying to defend Leclerc. Leclerc's done very well to get down the inside. He really got the elbows out, and annoyingly, he's got DRS for the second straight here after turn 1, and so we're unable to come back at him. So the Ferrari has passed us, and unfortunately might be past us for good, because I'm really not feeling that fast around here. This is nothing like Jeddah, where I felt like we were holding back, saving tyres. I'm pushing flat out, and I cannot keep up with this top pack of Verstappen, Alonso, Sainz, Lando, and that top pack will once again be switching, because Fernando Alonso makes a beautiful little copycat move to get back into the lead of the Grand Prix. Meanwhile, we get very close to Leclerc's rear end, but the dirty air kicks in. You saw that understeer in the second phase of the chicane, and now George Russell has entered the chat. He dives down our inside. We leave him the room, but we're also going a bit wide anyway, because our tyres are a little bit worse for her, I think, after that little high-speed scrub. And again, a bit of a slide on the rear end as we have to go opposite lock through the right-hander, and Russell is able to overtake us. We've got some dirt on the camera, in fact, as well, being kicked up from that curb excursion, and Perez is immediately going to be on the back of us. We move a little bit to the middle of the circuit just to try and break the toe slightly. We've got DRS, and we get the nose turned in for turn 1 at least. to try and maybe come back at Russell. Plenty of battery use, overtake mode, DRS open on the outside. Russell goes defensive and is actually really stern with his defense. There was that second jolt of acceleration you may have seen as he wobbled about in the brake zone as he tried to make sure he got to the apex first. And look at that understeer. We hit the wall on the exit of that corner, which is usually just flat out here. So right now, I didn't bother to check my carcass temperature. Now I do. Look at the internal temperature on the left-hand side of the car. That's definitely going to affect the way the tyre actually grips up and gives me that turn-in and bite point out of corners. And that's why I'm maybe feeling a bit of understeer and unresponsiveness with the car over the curbs and at high speed, because our tyres internally are being absolutely roasted. And I don't know if any of the other drivers are feeling it. Verstappen leads the way, but Alonso is coming back at him now once again. The Spaniard tries to overtake him, but it's the other Spaniard, Carlos Sainz. Hang on a minute. Oh my word. He has just done the smash and grab, and he's got the 2-for-1 pass on Verstappen and Fernando Alonso. Alonso was stuck behind Verstappen under his rear wing, and the Ferrari just went, thank you very much, clean air on the right-hand side before the high-speed chicane, and he's up into first place. Are we going to see Sainz winning the same race he won in real life and surpassing Verstappen here to victory? Obviously, in real life, he DNF'd. Here in this race, he's got a chance to re-overtake Sainz, but the Ferrari is going to slam the door shut at turn 1, and we're going to have to try and do that ourselves as Russell comes back at us. It might be a three-way fight because Perez is there on the outside. It is 3 abreast into turn 1. Russell gets pinched in, and we actually have to get the elbow out on Sergio Perez, but this is a lot of defensive work, and in only a couple of laps, Leclerc is nearly 5 seconds ahead of us, just showing the lack of pace that I've got around Melbourne compared to Jeddah. You know, that was a real one-off race, that last episode. Maybe a little bit annoyingly, kind of, you know, smoke and mirrors for where our real performance still lays, which is just not up to scratch yet, but we can't be too hard on ourselves. We are a rookie in Formula 1, and there's still plenty of learning to be done with this car, with the tyres, you know, protecting them. Clearly, I need to do more work on protecting the temperature at a track like this where they've really hurt me. Like, you can't even see it, you know, it's kind of like a black art. You know, it's only very apparent if I look at the heads-up display, which I'm not going to do constantly. But right now, my tyres are probably cooking on the inside. They're yellow on the internal temperature. And that's just making, especially the slower speed corners, very difficult to navigate. You know, there are areas of the track where I'm feeling quite quick still. And that's mostly on the back straight here as we go to the chicane. We made the pass on Russell before. We go for the move on Perez, but he squeezes us. We were inches away from the wall, and instead we tried to cut in for the tighter line. We got caught up on the curb a little bit. The tyres are still screaming out, but we fake to the right, go to the left, and try and go round the outside of Checo Perez in the Red Bull. I mean, I'm pretty happy we're taking the fight to a Red Bull car, but we all know Perez's performance this year in the Red Bull hasn't been great, and once again, we are gymkhanaing it through a corner, the rear end wagging like a dog's tail, and we actually made contact with Perez, so I'm very worried about the front wing, so I'm asking constantly about the vehicle condition, and my engineer just doesn't want to give me the information, Mark. What are you on about? I'm not talking about the tyre grip, I'm talking about the car damage, man. As we look to now repass Perez again, this is turning into a very over-aggressive and unnecessarily aggressive fight, but I really want to prove a point that we can at least maintain this position for P6 here. Perez is on the receiving end of some very harsh defence, and to be honest, that one was maybe a little bit over the line, but you didn't hear that from me. And meanwhile, at the forefront, Verstappen and Sainz are going toe-to-toe, and there was a bit of wobbling going on into the brake zone. That was fantastic. Verstappen retakes the lead, Sainz back down to second, and we are an absolute sitting duck here. Perez with DRS, but also you can see on the bottom right, I've hardly got any battery, and look at the snap of oversteer twice in the chicane, the rear end all over the shop, and now I'm being attacked from the left and the right by Mercedes cars. Hamilton on the inside, and he's maybe got me here. Look at the rear tyres on the right, they're so awful. This has been a trial by fire. This has been a trial by fire. This sport is cruel. I was feeling so good after Jeddah, and now this has just shot my confidence completely. Yeah, this has been a horror race for us in terms of pace, being bullied out of positions, and to be fair, I was doing my fair share of bullying, trying to maintain P6, but I've got to be real with myself. I've not got the pace to actually be P6 as Perez pulls away absolutely, you know, only after a couple of corners being ahead of me. And now look at the gap, 5.8 seconds on lap 12. That's a travesty. That's a my tyres are gone, my battery's gone, because I'm trying to save battery for later in the lap. But the AI consistently are using it right here. You saw Albon just breeze past me. That's also the DRS, to be fair, as well. But it's like in Jeddah, there are a few moments around the track where you're clearly out of sync of other drivers, of where you're saving battery. And it really hurts you to not be in that rhythm with them, because I'm looking to go quicker elsewhere, but it means that I'm losing track position with Albon here, you know, in a previous part of the circuit. I'm saving battery for this part of the track, but it doesn't matter because Albon is now nearly a second ahead of me. These tyres are done. He's a second. He's nearly broken DRS. These tyres are really done. I'm just not getting any grip mid-corner, and I can't keep up with the Williams that I didn't even see at the Saudi Arabian Grand Prix. As we close back to Albon, we've saved some battery. We've not got too much, though, because I've actually used so much to actually just catch back up to him to make this pass with DRS out of the chicane. We've been told to keep the total fuel down as an objective mid-race here, and like in Bahrain, I should have heeded that as a warning, because I really do think these objectives, they actually come up when they're relevant to you, because that's, again, like in Bahrain, going to come back to bite me later in this race. But for now, we come in and we're getting rid of these awful mediums that were, well, they were just an absolute pain after about 6 laps. We're onto the hard tyres. Yeah, in hindsight, should I have started on the hards? Yeah, probably, but also I would have had to have put these mediums on at the end of the race, so at least we've got the pain out of the way now. But obviously there's an argument about heavier fuel loads, etc, but at least we made the move on Albon to re-overtake him just before the pit stop. I wanted to do it before the pits just to try and get track position, because I knew maybe on the hard tyres I had a better chance of holding him up, if that makes sense. But we still have to save a bit of fuel because of the objective, and I'm going to want to save it anyway, because little did I know, but my fuel load is not enough to get to the end of the race as it stands. Meanwhile, in my teammate's more experienced world, well, he's P2 because Verstappen and Alonso pit, and Lando is going for a move for the race lead. Obviously, he still has to make a pit stop, but it still counts at least for something here as he overtakes the Ferrari and might be on for a better position, and he is, because he's made a pit stop now on lap 16 and he's come out in P2. Verstappen leads. What's new? But Lando is up to second place, which is unbelievable for him to get ahead of both Ferraris, or at least stay ahead of Leclerc and get ahead of Sainz at least. And Alonso down in P6, and he's got damage on his front wing there, and it's actually from a much earlier incident. So here's a replay. He's coming out the pits and he breaks his front wing. Horrendous luck for Alonso, so we'll see later on where he ends up, but that's very unfortunate for a man who was fighting for first place at one point in this race. Meanwhile, for me, I was nowhere near first, and I was nowhere near the top 5 even, and now we're struggling to even maybe keep our P10 for 1 championship point. And it's back to Bahrain, where we were fighting Albon all race long, where we're fighting him again, getting very comfortable and used to seeing the Williams car near me. I thought we were kind of past that from Jeddah, but no, I've got a Williams and a Haas car for company. Magnussen doing very well to drag the Haas you know, much further than Hulkenberg. P19 right now. Magnussen flying high in P12 ahead of the Alpines, the Visa Cash App RBs and the Kick Saubers, who were very quick, to be fair to them, in the first 2 races, but now struggling a bit as we gain back on Albon, using none ERS here to try and save battery whilst we've got the DRS. Again here, not wanting to overuse it, you know, medium to none, just saving and building up that yellow bar in order to use it in a better spot. And this might just be it. Albon's got a bit of dirty air potentially from the car ahead of him. Lance Stroll, who's made a pit stop. We go to the inside. Albon covers off the middle. We go to the outside to try and fake him out, and Albon does the tried and true thing of not defending thin air. He just remains in the middle and made me do all the dancing around, and for what? For absolutely niche, as we're down to P11 still and unable to make that overtake. Overtake failed. That would be if this was the F1 Manager game, and we have to go again, but we're on hot lap mode now. That gives us a bit of a booster through this straight. DRS open, and we've gained back on Albon from so far back at the start of that section. Big dive on the inside. We are confident on the front turn in there. A little bit of curb riding on the inside, but we get back up into P10. And there was a little motivation from Stroll being right there, but that was only wishful thinking because, of course, he is on fresher medium tyres. But it's always good to have something to chase a bit. But what we haven't done is completed our fuel objective, and that was a very bad sign of things to come. Let me tell you something. The rest of this race is going to be absolute pain. It's going to be absolute pain. But right now, we are going to enjoy Sergio Perez and Hamilton having a bit of a squabble. Hamilton defending and unable to defend the Red Bull, who eventually comes through in P5. And Perez, really, the bare minimum should be making that overtake very easily, because Verstappen's out there 5.3 seconds ahead of Lando Norris in second place. But our teammate's doing amazingly to be in second, well ahead himself of the two Ferraris. So in a race where he's second and I'm down in P9, kind of really undoes all the kind of amazing work we did in Jeddah and that amazing result to finish ahead of Lando in that race. You know, F1, people forget things very, very quickly, and I'm sure they'll forget about Jeddah and they'll be talking about this result after the race. There'll be questions asked in the pen, because right now this performance is absolutely dog. The pace is nowhere, the car is nowhere, I am absolutely nowhere. Mentally, I'm not even in the cockpit now. I'm just thinking about the end of the race, thinking about flying home at this point probably. Maybe, I don't know, getting back on a good sleep schedule. Many things will be in my mind right now, but racing will not be, because, yeah, when it's a situation like this, I lose a lot of motivation. I don't know if you guys have ever noticed that, but when there's nothing to fight for, I lose my concentration very quickly. And right now, well, at the moment, the concentration comes back a little bit because I've got two cars either side of me, Magnussen and Zhou Guanyu, pincering me in, but we remain in 10th place, and we close up to Albon. But you're now seeing I'm doing some massive lifting and coasting. You would have literally audibly heard there the engine lift off. I'm going to do it here again. Lift off very early. Let the car do the slowing down aerodynamically. The engine braking to try and save fuel. Because we are nearly minus 0.1 on fuel. And you can probably tell, if you keep an eye on that and look at when we're lifting and coasting, it's really not coming down that dramatically. And it takes us a whole whopping 3 laps, lap 26, 27, 28, to just get it back into a green range. The tyres, the hard tyres weren't much better than the mediums. They're pretty horrendous as well. But yeah, the fuel's pretty bad, and also I apologise, it looks like the frame rate is pretty bad as well for some bloody reason, the recording right now. But yeah, I've done all this fuel saving, and I still need to save some fuel on the second last lap of the Grand Prix. And look at this, Magnussen and Zhou Guanyu coming at me at a rate of knots, lift and coast, turn it in, and I'm not going to lie, we had to use the handling exploits a little bit there. You saw I lifted off, and I simply used the incredible turn-in of this handling model to get the car slowed down, and that really saved us a lot of fuel, so thank God for that exploit a little bit. But yeah, Verstappen leads the way by 6 seconds. Lando unfazed in P2, 9 seconds ahead of the two Ferraris, that line astern. So it's a fantastic display by our teammate there that absolutely shows the car is getting quicker, but we did not, and we made mistakes in this race weekend. Not only in qualifying, you know, with the mistakes, the 2 crashes, but mistakes on maybe we didn't put enough fuel in the car, and maybe it was too aggressive with taking some fuel out, and the tyre management has been very, very poor. At least there's one thing. On the final lap, we overtake Albon. We've timed it well. We've just got enough fuel and battery. I pretty much decided to sit behind Albon in P10 for all those laps I had to fuel save, because I thought, okay, if I need to lift and coast, I want to get DRS off someone. So I tactically just stayed in P10, did my fuel saving, and that is exactly what I wanted to happen. On the last lap, we got the overtake on Albon to repass him to P9. It's 2 championship points. We match the result we got in Bahrain, which, to be fair, we should be happy at, but because of what happened in Jeddah, that amazing result, this seems like an utter failure. But really, in reality, we can't be too harsh on ourselves. That's still a solid race in comparison to Bahrain, at least, but a lot of learning, the tyres, fuel, a lot of things.
Wow, that's 3 wins in a row. They really are on a roll now and really building great momentum. They're clearly one to look out for.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everybody at the team.
So it's a great day in the office for our teammate Lando Norris. Very happy for him to get that second place. Shows that the car really does have that potential, but we have just so much to go in terms of getting quicker in Formula 1 and especially learning all those things about the tyres. We come into this episode with a secret meeting on the cards. Representatives will be arriving soon, and we have got a team wanting to have a potential little talk about a move for the future. This is unprecedented. We're still finding our feet in Formula 1. I mean, we're going into this episode into our 4th race ever in the sport, and we just came off a very difficult race, so the circumstances seem a little bit odd, but obviously we did have that amazing race in Jeddah. But which team wants to have a meeting with us? Well, it's time to find out. We're going to step into this one and... Mercedes want to have a talk about signing me. Mercedes. Why on earth would I want to sign with Mercedes? We're ahead of them in the Constructors' Championship. McLaren are on the up, okay? I have no reason to join the Silver Arrows. Maybe Lewis Hamilton in-game is also clearly on the way out. Like he is in real life. I don't know if that's coded into the game at all. I would really love that to be the case if Lewis is going to be leaving Mercedes at the end of this season to go to Ferrari maybe in game as he is in real life. But look at this. We're ahead of them in the championship. We're ahead of them on points. And in Jeddah, I've matched Mercedes as a team, their best result, which was P4 for Lewis. In Bahrain, there is just no point. No, I don't even want to continue the talks here, okay? We are McLaren through and through right now. Papaya team, baby, okay? I've only just got here and linked up with my Quadrant teammate, Lando, as well. There's just no need. I'm going to decline the talks, okay? I want none of this funny business secret talks with the Silver Arrow. Who would want to sign for Merc right now? Really? 3 years of utter disappointment.
Hey, just a quick one for me. The team are pleased that you've declined that meeting. Gold star, brownie points, etc., etc. I guess we'll see if anything else more exciting comes calling. But let's focus on our current seat for now.
It's now time to go to our specialists and... Really, Colin, really, you're going to give me a task of changing my engine components during a race weekend and doing 3 laps each? What if I don't want to change my engine, huh? What if I'm okay with the components I've got? Zoe, see, this is why I like Zoe, Colin, okay? These goals, these are achievable. These are fun goals. Overtake 5 cars out on track. I'm hoping so. Backmark is not included, of course, but yeah, that's the kind of goal I like. What we got here? Receive fewer than 3 corner cutting warnings. Look, I never corner cut, okay? I am the most saintly driver there ever is. So, Chloe, thank you very much for that. And Denise, even Denise has a nice set of goals. I mean, it seems pretty unhappy with me. Now, I know the strategy went to crap last episode, Denise. I know it did. It was a shambles with the fuel saving. I promise, hand on heart, I will follow the strategy to a T this episode. Mark my words. But Colin, you can just get lost, mate. You can get lost. So now we turn our attention to the actual race weekend at hand. Lando's front downforce upgrade comes in. The spark plugs come in for him as well. And my rear downforce upgrade comes in. Hallelujah. 3 upgrades pending. 3 upgrades that have come in for the Japanese Grand Prix. So technically now we have climbed to 2nd place on the R&D chart. But it's still so close between ourselves, Mercedes, Ferrari, even Aston Martin and Williams, in fact, are closing in. Williams are now super close to this pack, basically. So no wonder Albon's been giving me a bit of bother in the season so far, because they are on the up and up, and they might be even closer this time around Japan. It could be a very ferocious fight around Suzuka, but let's hope that these upgrades work out better for us than others, and we can try and have another solid race here and a bit of a better time with the fuel management and the tyre management than we had around Australia.
A warm welcome, everybody, from a venue that has seen plenty of sensational laps over the years. Remember, Verstappen in 23, Vettel in 2019, some phenomenal pole laps. But whose will it be today?
We come to Japan a little bit earlier in the calendar season, and that means one thing: the cherry blossoms are out, and as you can clearly see, they are also out on my helmet, as we have a nice little one-off Japanese Grand Prix helmet for this race weekend, and we get into qualifying then and hoping to do well here. Japan is a monstrous circuit, and with this new handling, a little bit tricky to maybe navigate and suss out where the limit is, but that tight front end really actually does bode well for a circuit like this, where you're having to constantly change direction, especially in Sector 1, and eventually in Q1 on our second flying lap. We do get to grips, we find a little bit extra, over half a second in fact, and we go across the line to go P5 ahead of Lando currently, but at the end of the session others will go quicker, but we're through into Q2. But there is still a further half a second to maybe find to Lando there. We're P11 and he is up there in P4. Red Bull looking strong again with Max Verstappen, but Russell Leclerc up there as well, and Sauber again looking a bit quick. Very much quicker than they are in real life in the game here, at least. Yeah, this track's even more intense, I found, with the handling model on this year's game. With the front end being so sharp, you really have to be very confident and trusting that the grip will be there as you chuck it in. The hairpin is a little bit difficult. It's obviously banked as well, and finding the rotation a little bit tricky, so that's at least one thing I'm hoping to maybe improve on as we go into the race, maybe getting laps under our belts. But right now it's just about trying to perform, and so far this lap's felt pretty good as we navigate spoon curves and go now to the end of the lap. Cross the line. Oh wow, no. Only P11. We matched our Q1 time, basically, but it's not good enough now. Everyone else is sped up, and as we try and desperately claw back time in Sector 1, we lose the back end. I had a big lack of battery anyway, you may have noticed on the yellow bar. It's halfway full. So I was already down on some time into turn 1. I was trying to find some time back in the S's in that, and just overcooked it, and annoyingly that's going to be it then. I had no time left in the session. We had 30 seconds left when I had that spin, and so once again we don't make it into Q3. We are knocked out and we are P11. Our teammate up there in second place, Fernando Alonso, he was looking so quick for, you know, the initial stage of the Australian Grand Prix. He's looking quick here in Suzuka. Verstappen, we could have narrowly knocked out Verstappen, the reigning champion, but alas, it wasn't meant to be. Again, another mistake in quali. We really need to try and iron out those mistakes in qualifying, because it's really hurting us. Honestly, if we started higher, we just have a better chance. I know it sounds obvious, but, you know, especially as in the early stages of our career, you know, just getting track position could be massive. We could do some defensive work in a position where it's maybe higher than we're expected to be in. So instead now we have to actually do a lot of work to try and overtake some cars. But, you know, there's already a lot of quicker ones ahead of us already. So where we can go from here, who knows? I thought the first lap we did in Q2 was pretty good, but it only matched our Q1 lap time. So maybe the overall pace just isn't there, even though I feel comfortable in the car. At least that might mean I'm better at the tyre wear maybe in this track compared to Australia, if I feel at least comfy with the car and it's not on like a knife edge. Let's go to the grid. Let's find out how the top 10 shaked out and see what we can do come the Grand Prix.
We come to you live today from the Mie Prefecture in the south of Japan's Honshu Island for a race that has seen many title deciders over the years. Some simple, some controversial, but all contributing to a legacy that makes the Japanese Grand Prix an indispensable stop in any Formula One season. We're southwest of the city of Nagoya today at the unique figure of 8 Suzuka circuit. 3.6 miles and 18 corners make up a lap here, with average speeds approaching 136 miles per hour. DRS will be available, of course, into the potential passing opportunity at turn 1, although the best place for overtaking will be through 130R and into the final chicane. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and it's Fernando Alonso alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Russell, Norris, Sainz, Leclerc, Perez, Stroll, Bottas, Zhou, a McLaren, Hamilton, Ocon, Gasly, Albon, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Hülkenberg, and Logan Sargent. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. And alongside me today, former Formula One driver and former world champion too. See, told you I'll give you a big intro. Anthony Davidson, hello. Now Ant, you know us, professionals as we are, we don't listen to rumours all the time, just some of the time. And in the case of this driver, I think we were right to listen to those rumours because they were true.
Seems like the rumours are true, Crofty. Now, the good thing is for the driver that if you've potentially signed or had chats with a team that are going to further your career, that's all well and good. But the problem it immediately creates within your own team now is that potentially the teams stop giving you inside information, and therefore you're not privy to that knowledge of where the car's going in terms of its future development.
So it was a very good day in the office then in Q3 for Lando. He's on the second row, P4, showing the car does have more speed over one lap. Like I said at the end of the qualifying segment, I'm going to take some solace in the fact that I did feel very comfy on the lap though. Even though it was slow for me in Q2, there was that comfortability that I maybe lacked in Australia. So I'm hoping that will mean that I can actually look after the tyres in a better way. And this time I've made sure to put in some extra fuel just so we definitely don't have to do any fuel saving today. And you'll notice we are starting on the hard compound of tyre. We're going back to what we did in Jeddah and hoping by rolling the dice and being the only one on the hard tyre at the start of this race, we can once again capitalise once that tyre wear starts to kick in for the drivers around us. But we're now going to 5 red lights to a much earlier Japanese Grand Prix in the calendar. Lights out and away we go. Zhou Guanyu very slow off the line. Can we get the jump on him in that second phase of the getaway into turn 1? It looks like Verstappen leads the way still. Fernando Alonso unable to challenge him from the front row. Lando has made an overtake. He's ahead of George Russell, I can see, and we have finished off that move on Zhou Guanyu and are now sandwiched in between the electric green Kick Sauber cars. As I've mentioned, they've been very quick, but I'm hoping we can dispatch of Bottas soon enough and maybe get onto the back of Lance Stroll. But how far we can go from here, that is a big mystery, because a lot of the cars ahead of us are the same cars that completely had us down under last time out. Let's see. But yeah, Verstappen leads the way from Alonso. Lando does well to be in P3. Like I said, 1 overtake for him, 1 overtake for me, and now it's about settling down into the race. And it's also about being patient for us, like we were in Jeddah, and waiting for these guys' medium tyres to start wearing out. But right now, that's not on their minds. Right now, on Fernando Alonso's mind is getting into P1, maybe into turn 1. He faked to the left, went to the right, to the inside, and the Aston Martin is in P1 once again. Fernando Alonso looking feisty and fast at the start of a Grand Prix, but will it be the inevitable Red Bull domination by the end of the race as it was in Melbourne? We're going to have to see, but we've set a purple last sector here as we close up on Bottas. It's inches away from making contact, and we go round the outside of the fin. A little bit of a drift on the exit, and we have to catch the car as Bottas still was on our outside. But we've got the move done for P9, and that was a lot of fun. That was fantastic. We got literally inches away from Bottas's rear tyre. This is the onboard side on here. You can see how close things were, especially on the exit, because there we are losing the back end. and we bang tyres a little bit, but Bottas has been overtaken, and we get up into P9 as we now ride on board with Verstappen. Lap 5 now, rapidly getting through the first stint in this race, and Verstappen is going to repay Fernando Alonso the favour and get up into first place with a move on the inside in similar fashion to the one he did. As we see now, we have actually pushed away from Bottas. We've actually nearly broken DRS from Bottas. Could we actually be looking forwards rather than backwards in this race? It seems like there's some pace there, and despite my engineer telling me to try and avoid overheating the engine, we're just pushing on and gaining on Stroll. Big move on the inside there. We gained so much just using the battery right at the end of the straight. A little bit sloppy on the exit there on the curb, but we've got the move done either way, and it was a real aggressive pounce to the inside, because for the first time in, well, at least 2 episodes now, I'm feeling feisty. I'm feeling like we can actually fight a little bit and overtake cars ahead of us, as Alonso feels the same way, and he re-overtakes Verstappen for P1. So good to see Alonso and Verstappen consistently swapping, at least, unlike in Australia, where eventually Verstappen started to walk away. And meanwhile, behind us, the 2 kick Saubers are holding up Hamilton, and, you know, Merc, maybe this is why they wanted a secret meeting with us, because Hamilton in the game here is, well, kind of like real life, struggling with this Mercedes car and just not performing too well, and he well may just not be focused as a driver, because he already knows he's on the way out for a different team maybe. So that's maybe why Mercedes at the start of this episode wanted that secret meeting with us, but we're putting that aside. We're loyal to McLaren as it stands, and for good reason, because look at this pace, man! Getting very low on battery, but it's for good use to try and get round the outside of a Red Bull of Sergio Perez through 130R, very committed, and kept our finger on the pulse when it comes to the ERS, and in doing so as well, we've also managed to maintain our objective of keeping the engine temperatures in a good working range as we're up into P7. Genuinely, this car has some race pace, and these hard tyres are again working wonders. I don't know why you'd ever start on a different tyre. This just might be the new meta. Obviously, might not work everywhere. You know, there might be some instances where the hard tyres are just really slow compared to the mediums, compared to any softs at certain circuits, but it seems like Japan is not one of them. Again, this is coming, the race is coming towards us. The medium tyre runners, they are starting to maybe feel that tyre compound degrading, and we are just getting quicker, and we're using the battery at some really good points through 130R, saving it, and into the chicane. Even though we're on non-ERS, we make the dive bomb on Leclerc, neck and neck on the outside. The Ferrari completely left the door open on the inside at the chicane, and we just completely walk through it, as Verstappen will walk through maybe this space here on the racing line to get up into P1. Alonso, to be fair to him, went defensive, but actually, weirdly enough, here at Suzuka, sticking to the racing line is actually probably the better defense, because it just means you block off that actual quicker section on the exit, as we still see the Saubers holding up Hamilton, but they're having a ding-dong battle ahead of Lewis. And then meanwhile, Ocon and Gasly have actually been swapping a few times in the Alpine, as they look to try and stay ahead of the likes of Williams, Haas, and the Visa Cash App RBs, as Bottas gets back ahead of Zhou Guanyu, and that is just going to be pain for Lewis Hamilton, because he's basically getting slowed down by the 2 Saubers fighting. Look at the mini-map. Look at the massive gap to where those 2 Saubers are. Hamilton's going to be feeling utterly depressed at how far back he is because of the dirty air off the Saubers. Meanwhile, no dirty air, it seems, for us versus the Ferraris, as again, we're closing up on one of them. This time it's Carlos Sainz. We don't make the move in the chicane. Instead, we are just saving battery tactically and waiting now to go overtake mode. DRS open, and we now just tuck in for the slipstream. And we're going to gain very late on. Look at Sainz. He's got no battery left. He's flashing away, and that means it's our turn to go down the inside. Sainz off circuit. We've got the elbows out a bit, but Sainz also got it all crossed up a bit and went completely off the track, over the curb. And meanwhile, behind, Leclerc, yeah, no wonder we waltzed past him very easily. He's really struggling on those mediums, as Perez has not overtaken him, and he's like nearly 2 seconds back now from where we are. So things are looking on the up, and, well, we're almost in the same camera shot as the top fight. And indeed, 1 lap later, lap 12, I can see the race leader ahead of with me. This is unbelievable. This is unprecedented. For the first time, we've got a bit of a sniff of maybe a top 4, maybe even more here. We already got a P4 in Jeddah. We're going to go for P4 now here on Russell. Side by side with Mercedes through the spoon curves, the very team that had wanted to come to me for a secret meeting for potentially a move to them. I'm going to say no, overtake them, and then hopefully push away. That's the game plan at least, as we're neck and neck with Russell. He does actually pretty damn well to 130R to stay with me there, and really gave me a good fight into that left-hander. But we do have the overwhelming momentum, you should you could say, in this race. Is now well, Lando's in, Verstappen and Alonso in. We lead the Grand Prix. We now unfortunately don't have DRS off anyone, so Russell will have the slight advantage on that as we come back through towards 130R, the same place we overtook him. He's now got DRS, I've not, so now we're the leader of this DRS train of Russell, Sainz, Perez. We go defensive, Russell with a late launch on the outside on those mediums that are probably screaming out. We go for the switchback, and in the end of it, it's a bit of a futile effort because Russell comes in. The same for Sainz, the same for Perez and Stroll, so we continue to lead the race, and like in Jeddah, we now have some time to try and get our head down and be consistent with the lap times, but not for too long. We will be coming in very, very shortly on lap 15, so you're talking 2 laps basically of trying to be consistent, but that's at least something. Clean air will be our friend basically. But at the same time, remember, the undercut we've seen so far has been very, very powerful on this game, so I don't imagine we'll be coming out in the same place where we were before the pit stop started, but we're now crucially going to be on medium tyres, although a bit of a slow stop there, 2.8, a little bit slow getting that tyre on, but it is what it is. Lando Norris, Lando sets purple, so he is going very well indeed. I can see he's tucked up very close to the top 2 of Alonso and Verstappen, so Lando fighting not only for a podium, but maybe even trying to close up to these 2 for the top spots. Meanwhile, we've come out in P8, so behind everyone, but we're on much fresher tyres, so it's go time. There's going to be plenty of overtaking today, and that specialist objective is going to be met for sure. 5 overtakes. We've already made way more than 5, I'm pretty sure, as we watch Alonso and Verstappen neck and neck. Oh, the 2 nearly made contact, I think there was a bit of contact as Verstappen tries to squeeze past Alonso to get back into P1, but it certainly seems like the Spaniard is here to stay with this fight, unlike in Australia. But look at Lando, watch him go. He pulls out to the inside. Alonso defensive, has to squeeze, but Lando gets up into second place out of nowhere seemingly. I really thought Alonso was about to have a run on Verstappen, but Lando instead has made the opportunistic move, has caught Alonso unawares, and he's up into second place. It really could end up like Australia with Verstappen P1, Lando P2 again. The difference is I'm not looking to only be P10 or P9. We are in P8 and we're looking for better. We've got Perez ahead of us, the 2 Ferraris, Russell, all cars that we already have overtaken, but the undercut was that powerful that we've come out behind all of them. But now we've got much quicker mediums, 10 laps to go. We can banzai this, and banzai it we will to the inside of the hairpin. And I talked about wanting to find better rotation through that hairpin in qualifying. Well, absolutely, by about, I would say, lap 12 of this race, I started to find a real good rhythm of rotating the car, keeping the front tyres rolling through the hairpin to get that launch and to keep the car rotating through the entire corner, and that's paying us good lap times. And also elsewhere with the battery use, it's the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Russell going for the move on Leclerc on the outside, Russell to the inside. We have a little look at Carlos Sainz, but instead we're going to wait and be patient as he harvests a little bit with the rain light going. We're going to harvest sector 1 consistently. I've just been going none just to save as much battery as we can, because you saw before when we overtook Perez, was it, if we use enough battery through 130R, it seems like the other drivers around us absolutely aren't doing that, so we can really benefit. But at the same time, like I said, the hairpin, I got into a really good groove and I became so confident that I thought, you know what, we can probably get Sainz at the hairpin before 130R. We float the car in, there we go, a little bit wider this time, as Sainz was a bit of a harder target to completely outbrake, but we did the job. bit aggressive, but no contact made, job done, and now we watch Leclerc struggle behind Russell. Russell's not looking too quick, and he's backing Leclerc into him, ironically, even though he made the overtake initially. Leclerc now might make the repass. DRS open for both of us. We're gaining on Russell, but we need to be very cautious on the outside. We floated through. Russell, though, is still there on our inside, and he might well squeeze us out. No, we get the power on the curb, and we get the turn in. We're up into P4, and immediately my team tell me to slow down with an average lap time. That's a lot slower, 1:32.9. is compared to my last lap was a 1:31, or that's my best lap, sorry, but I've been doing 1:31s so far, so my team clearly want me to calm things down a little bit. They may be concerned about the tyre wear on the mediums, but I do not care at the moment. Sorry, Denise, we're going to ignore the strategy again as we go neck and neck with and we're up to P4 by the apex. Try and slow it down back to none. We've used all our battery to make that move, and now we might be in a bit of a tricky spot because going on to the next straight, Leclerc has DRS, Russell as well, and we're a sitting duck now. We're on medium battery. They're both through. Russell now might make a move on Leclerc. No, instead we can come back at him. We bang tyres with our fellow compatriot. Russell has a little bit of contact with me even to try and push me wide, and he does so successfully, enough to at least offset me, and I actually have to check for vehicle condition, and my engineer just completely blanks me. So I'll screw myself. But I don't think there's any damage, but there might be maybe after this, as myself and Russell are going for a tango once again. So even though we've got the overwhelming pace, you would say, maybe now there's a little bit of tyre wear kicking in, and also the battery use just means that it's so easy for them to close back up to us. Meanwhile, lap 22, Lando in the slipstream of Verstappen, and the Red Bull's vulnerable. Lando Norris going through into P1 of the Japanese Grand Prix. Lap 22 onto 23, though. Verstappen might well come back at him. No, it's actually going to be Fernando Alonso looking the quicker man of the two. Ooh, look at those reactions from Fernando as he gets round the outside of the Aston Martin, and Verstappen looks like he's limping a little bit. He doesn't have the pace quite to match them as Alonso continues to fight side by side through the entirety of Sector 1. This is amazing stuff from Fernando Alonso in the Aston as he's going to fully finish off the move up the hill. What an overtake, what a battle between Alonso and Verstappen, two titans and champions of Formula 1. But ahead of them is our teammate Lando leading the way. Still a few laps to go in this race, so let's see how it goes. Can we finally get this P4 position and actually just waltz away? That would be the real hope for me, but annoyingly now you can see they're all bunching up behind me with a bit of a DRS train forming. Again, we're having to harvest a bit because we've used a lot of battery just to close up to Leclerc in Sector 3. Can we try and maybe go defensive? Leclerc to the inside, we squeeze him right to the wall, but Leclerc keeps his foot firmly planted in, and a bit of contact. We go a bit wide, understeer kicks in, and oh, Russell's hit us, and we're off on the grass. Absolutely wonderful there. Thank you very much, George. Thanks for that, mate. I don't know why he's being so aggressive with me. It's almost like him and Mercedes have been insulted by me rejecting them in the secret meeting, and he's taken it personally. I mean, look at this. He literally doesn't even try and turn anymore. He just understeers straight into me to hit me off on the grass there. It's all right, though. I'm going to return the favour, but, you know, you could take the rejection a bit better, George. You know, you could just learn just to take it without having to take it out on me on track, you know, as we go from left to right, sell him a bit of a dummy and a dream on the inside, and instead we go round the outside at spoon curves to go up into P5. Meanwhile, back to the sharp end, and our teammate Lando Norris leads the way, but the wily old fox Fernando Alonso's got maybe other ideas as he's got DRS open on the outside. Lando goes defensive, annoyingly, probably the worst racing line, as I've said, and Alonso is cleanly round the outside. Meanwhile, back to our race, and we're jockeying for position, and we aggressively get past Leclerc, swoop back to the racing line, and in similar fashion, Alonso on the racing line, fully ahead of Lando now. The Aston Martin leads the way. We've got 1.5 laps to go. It really looks like for the first time in Formula 1, there could be a non-Red Bull, non-Max Verstappen race win. But will it be Fernando Alonso, or could it be Lando Norris? As we go on towards the last lap of the Grand Prix, has Lando got anything in his tank? DRS open. Hopefully he's got some battery left. I think he does. Alonso does as well. There's no harvesting going on, but Lando on the inside. Big dive with DRS aided, and he's up into first place. I think he could do this. I think he could just do this. He just needs to defend and not have anything happen to him through 130R. Meanwhile, back to our POV. Well, we're keeping an eye on the mini-map to see where Lando is, but right now we're just also trying to stay ahead of Leclerc. You can see the tyre icon is orange, so we are facing a bit of tyre wear, but I'm focusing on the mini-map to see where Lando's dot is. He's ahead still. He's ahead. I can't believe it. This could actually be happening. Alonso, he's nowhere near Lando's rear end, and instead Verstappen is actually going to try and make a move for second place through 130R, and that will give Lando Norris the breathing room. They said Lando no wins, but today it was last lap Lando that has done it for him, and he takes his first Formula 1 victory here at Suzuka. It's the win at the Japanese Grand Prix. Get in there, man. Get in there. Come on. 1-4 for McLaren, but P1 for him.
Oh, I love you all. I love you all. I guess that's how it's done. And I nailed it. You nailed it. Thank you so much. Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. This one's for my grandma. Thank you very much.
Another action-packed Japanese Grand Prix comes to an end, and a magnificent drive to take the win today.
What a race win. He's done it 2 races earlier than he did in real life. Lando's AI is absolutely cooking. He's second place in the championship. We're sitting in a pretty decent P6, you know, ahead of Fernando Alonso, ahead of both Mercedes cars, the team that actually tried to approach us with a secret meeting last episode to maybe, you know, look to sign us in the future. So we're beating both their drivers, so no wonder maybe they want us in the car. But I'm happy where we are at the moment in our career, because we've still got plenty to learn and to grow within this team. You know, our teammates just won a race now, and we're still, I feel like, nowhere near winning a race. I mean, we're 6-0 on the rivalry, so we literally are completely getting thrashed by Lando Norris. You know, when you look at it at paper, you know, in reality, I think we're doing a good job. But obviously, the stats of the rivalry and the recognition is going to put it in favour of him. So, still plenty to go in this team and things to learn. And we come to Shanghai, which is going to be very interesting, I think, on this year's handling model, with the pointy front ends going to be quite something into turn 1 and that middle sector as well. Some upgrades did come on the car last episode. Now we're kind of in between upgrades in terms of, I don't think we'll have many coming to the car, but we will look to purchase an upgrade because we've got 700 R&D points ourselves. Now, I was debating whether to do a tire wear upgrade or a chassis weight reduction. In the end, I remembered what happened in Australia. I came to my senses, and we're doing a tire wear upgrade because the tire wear has been very high on this year's game. Tyre temperatures is an issue. Don't know whether this tyre wear upgrade will affect the tyre temperatures. I'm kind of hoping it might do something to alleviate the tyre temperature issues you can face in the game, but it's mostly going to be about wear, but that will also be a good thing, because right now, yeah, it can be very, very high, especially if you're putting it under high load and stress. So we're going to now get into the actual action, and we've got a sprint weekend for the Chinese Grand Prix, and for the first time on the F1 game, the new sprint format, where we have sprint qualifying, the sprint, then normal qualifying, and the full race. So we have 2 qualifying sessions and 2 obviously races that we already had for the previous F1 games, but the sprint qualifying shootout is new, and along with it you can see new tyre allocations. So only the soft compound of tyre can be used in the normal qualifying, but in sprint qualifying qualifying, Q1 and Q2, we use medium tyres, and in Q3, we use soft tyres. So this will be cool for the first time to have this kind of different kind of qualifying take, and, you know, that new tyre rule that we've not seen in the F1 game so far since they made the tweaks to the sprint in real life. But there he is, the race winner. Well done, mate. Well done. He's not looking at me. He's just gonna, yeah, okay. He's just gonna, where are you going, mate? You should be working. You should be working on getting the upgrades on the car. Okay, he's gone. Back to work. Back to work. Yeah, cool. Yeah. Going into the race weekend, last time out, we were second on paper. Now Mercedes and Ferrari have come back at us with their own upgrades. Even Aston Martin have got a little bit closer to us as we've slowed down a little bit. We've still continued a nice trajectory, but they've definitely caught up a bit. So we're now back down to 4th in the standings, technically on paper, and Aston Martin are definitely a lot closer to us than they were at Japan. Williams plateauing a little bit with Kick Sauber, Haas, and Visa Cash Up RB all making good upgrades, and Red Bull crucially making an upgrade to try and pull away a bit more from us, from our chasing pack of Ferrari, Merc, McLaren, and Aston there. But obviously things take time, and like I have mentioned before, we are on reduced R&D. The AI are on increased R&D, so they are going to be making upgrades a bit quicker than we are to give that extra challenge in this career mode, on top of the challenge already that we're finding of trying to perform and get used to the car and the handling. And to that effect, Elena, my agent, thinks that we need to buck up a little bit. She has high expectations for this session. She wants me to give it everything and try and out-qualify Lando. So we've just been given a little bit of immediate motivation, a kick up the arse from our agent. Let's go out there and try and see what we can do around Shanghai.
Now here's something we haven't said for a little while. Welcome along to qualifying in China. After a few years' absence from the calendar, it is great to be back here. But just who is going to put their car on pole?
It's fun coming back to Shanghai for Formula 1 in the official capacity. Of course, we could have, had Shanghai on the calendar in the previous F1 games as an additional track, but now it's part of the official season. But one thing I am worried about is the tyres, especially around a corner like this. The load is going to be unbelievable in the races, so that's going to be a bridge will cross when we get to it, but it's going to be a very tricky one, and I feel like the bridge might be collapsing when we're crossing it in the race. But right now, just completing some objectives, I'm going to guess that's going to be either the ERS or the top-end speed objective that we had from either Zoe or I think Marcel, was it, as we now go through the final corner on the medium tyres in Sprint Qualifying 1. Although, I must say, what's all the soft tyre running going on? Even my own teammate ran the softs, and the rules just said that you run the mediums. So I don't know what's going on there, but I'm quite happy we managed to out-qualify people in SQ1 on mediums, and we're going to stick with the mediums, and there are rule breakers everywhere. But is it not a rule you have to go on the mediums? Is it just a suggestion that you must heed? I don't know. I thought it was a hard and fast rule that you must use the mediums, as we are now, and Lando now follows suit. I think, we had a little talking to him between SQ1 and SQ2, like, mate, you should be using the mediums here. And he did, and we're both through into SQ3. We've got some really genuinely good pace here. Lance Stroll knocked out. The Williams of Albon makes it in, so a bit of a topsy-turvy qualifying for a Williams to make it in, but obviously Williams have, to be fair, made upgrades, and this track does promote, obviously, a good straight-line speed advantage. Now, this is the pressure, really, of SQ3, pretty much just a one-shot qualifying with one lap on the soft tyres. I was basically doing one shot in SQ1 and Q2, to be fair, as well, and that's the dynamic of the sprint qualifying. You have less time anyway to get your laps in, so I thought I may as well just try and banzai on one lap and try and get the job done, and we do that here as well as we go up to P4, and it continues to be a topsy-turvy qualifying because Lando only qualifies P7, but look at the time gaps. So we've got Red Bull a bit further out than everyone. They've locked out the front row, but then 3/10 gap to Leclerc, then 2/10 to me, there's 7/10 to where Lando is, and then there's, 2 seconds to Albon's time in P10. So, yeah, I guess the pressure was on, really, and the AI also only did one lap like me in SQ3. And to be fair, if you looked at the SQ2 and SQ1 lap times, they were kind of all over the shop. You had people on softs going slower than those on mediums. Then, you know, in Q2, you know, it was all a little bit jumbled up as well. So sprint qualifying has, kind of like in real life, thrown up a bit of a surprise, a bit of, you know, shaking things up a bit with that added pressure of performing over only just one lap pretty much when you get to the SQ3 portion of the day. And we've come up with a real great result. It's our highest qualifying of the entire season so far, and we have done what Elena said we needed to do. Go out there, put in the performance, and out-qualify Lando in sprint qualifying. It's not the full qualifying, so we'll see how that goes, but it still gives us that confidence that we can maybe go out there and do well, even if it is just for the sprint, you know, because we genuinely have some good pace around here, not just in the car, but ourselves versus Lando Norris. So second row for the sprint, and there might even be some rain amongst the action, so let's go to the race.
Well, the weather is not looking good today. We're expecting the downpours to continue into today's sprint. This will make for some very tricky conditions for all the teams.
So it's our first bit of wet weather racing action. We had obviously a wet qualifying in Australia in part number 3, but here in part 5, we've got, we've got wet. Wait, hang on a minute. It is raining. It is definitely raining. It's definitely wet. But everyone is starting on mediums, and I can't actually even change my tyre compound to intermediates. I can only swap between dry tyres with the strategy, but it is clearly raining. This is about to be chaos, I think. Right, well, we go to the formation lap. Oh my god, look at this spray. Look at the amount of standing water there was just on the grid. The spray off the cars, the lack of grip on the formation lap here.
You'll have a bit more grip than that on the start.
Oh, will I? Oh, will I have more grip on the start, engineer? I really don't think so. I don't think getting heat into the brakes
negative.
is going to help.
Stay out. This is the formation lap. We cannot work on the car. There's no reason to come in. Do not box.
Right,
Negative
I've asked him there, can I pit? Because in real life, I'm pretty sure in real life, as long as you don't communicate on the radio, I think a driver can technically pit on the formation lap if he chooses to under his own accord. And I wanted to try and do that, but I'm breaking the rules because I'm talking to my engineer about it. But I just thought, look, let's try it because it's intermediate. I know that. I don't know if the AI drivers around me know that, but I think it's definitely time for intermediate. So I tried to do it. I mean, look at that. Perez nearly went off, and for a second I thought, let's just carry on. But no, I thought, look, screw it. Let's try and go in the pits. Let's try. Oh, no. Okay, well, there's that. Perez almost crashed in the last corner there, by the way, forming the grid. And I am not allowed in the pit lane. It is intermediates, though. It is intermediates. What is this race start going to be? As we nearly put it in the wall on the formation lap. It is a fully wet track. I've not even parked it properly. That's bloody everything's going wrong in this race. I've been pushed back on my grid. It's wet. We're all on mediums. This is about to be utter chaos here at Shanghai. As we go to 5 red lights for this sprint, it is raining. We're all on mediums, and it's going to be lights out. And away we go. Everyone's rear tyres spinning up, but we've got an electric start because I put my differential down as low as I could to try and get the traction. But at turn 1, we've gone wide. There's absolutely no grip. We go off circuit onto the painted stuff. Not any more grip on that, of course. And now we're down to second. We're going to try and defend Lewis Hamilton. Verstappen, though, he was on pole for this sprint. He's down in P11. Leclerc's down to P13. Chaos. Absolute chaos. Lando's up to P4. Both Mercedes cars also jumped up the order. So it looks like there was more grip the further back you went on the grid. You know, the front row, and Leclerc at least on the second row with me really had no grip whatsoever. But Perez leads the way after that mistake I made at turn 1, which to be fair, looking back at it, very, very, very similar to what Lando did in real life in Shanghai in the sprint, going wide at turn 1. But it is so wet out there. And I am 100% convinced the right calls to come in. But Perez stays out. Perez stays out. Everyone stays out, it would seem, as we drift our way through into the pit lane entry. The rear end stepped out as we, well, just try and slow down the car, but there's so little grip, the car doesn't want to do it, so it starts to spin out an aquaplane. But look at them all go. They've all continued on. They've all continued on medium tyres when it is so wet out there, and the intermediates are clearly going to be the better tyre. I seem to be the only one who thinks that. Even my engineer did not call me into pit. And breaking the fourth wall a bit, this is, unfortunately, another one of those known issues in the game at the moment that, for whatever reason, sometimes in these wet scenarios for races and sprints and full Grand Prix, the AI and you are locked to the dry tyre at the start, even if it is wet, and they don't seem to have the logic to come in for the wet tyres even after the lights have gone out. So here we are then, lap 3. We just saw Lando get overtaken by Hamilton for P2. So even in these tricky conditions, the AI, to be fair to them, are still going for it and trying to make overtakes and battle each other. But we have closed up. We've made a whole pit stop in a sprint race here. We're having a few little wobbles on the curbs because it's still very slippery out there, even though we've got the intermediates. But we have gained back all the time we've lost in the pits, and now it's going to be easy pickings as we go round the outside of Albon. Daniel Ricciardo, no traction there for the Aussie man as we make a big send on Esteban Ocon and get down the inside for P17 and close up now to Hulkenberg through the long right-hander and just ease it in and look to dance the car round the outside of the German driver and get up into P16. Purple first sector, green the second, only because I've been slowed down by the cars ahead of me as we need to watch out for them because they are obviously still obstacles we must overtake, but they are just basically obstacles. They're mobile chicanes right now because they're so slow as we set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Of course we have, because we're on intermediates in a very wet circuit. This is like, remember this man? Leclerc, he was on the second row with us, and now he's down here in P12. Unbelievable. We overtake Bottas and Leclerc with ease through the first few corners. Out traction Kevin Magnussen with overtake mode. Bit of battery use needed. Get round on the outside. We narrowly miss actually making a bit of contact with Max Verstappen as we're going straight on towards his rear end. But Verstappen, the man on pole, the man leading the championship, the reigning champ, puts up a bit of a fight there as he awkwardly places the car, but I'm just waiting for that opportunity for the door to open, and then we're just going to walk through it. No need to run, no need to barge through it, just simply leisurely walk through the open door, the open goal that is this race now. As we overtake Zhou Guan Yu, we close up on Pierre Gasly. We're just being patient with the overtakes, not wanting to dive bomb it too eagerly, because I now have the confidence that within 6 laps, I think a sprint race wins on. I think the sprint win is genuinely on for us as we're up to P8 here, and ahead of us is the entire top 7, pretty much within one camera shot. They're there, because I think Lando just went through the hairpin, I can see. So the sprint win is actually on for us. All we've got to try and do is keep the car going on the black stuff, on the tarmac, and the intermediate pace is going to just shine out versus the medium tyres. To be fair to the drivers around us, to say they're on mediums that are now wearing, of course, they're actually not doing too badly in terms of they're not losing control, they're not kind of spinning or whatever, which is another issue I think in the game at the moment, is the AI very much aren't making any mistakes and they're very much just on rails on the racing line. So that's another thing that needs to be looked at. But at the moment, we're just focusing on the task at hand and the fun at hand, to be fair, of just trying to slice through these guys, and kind of the anticipation is building for me in the cockpit, because as we make every overtake, it's becoming more and more of a reality that I actually could be on for a freaking sprint race win here. in Shanghai. Unbelievable. 5 parts into this career mode, and we could be getting a win of sorts. It won't be a full Grand Prix win, and I won't feel like we've, actually won something in Formula 1 until we get a Grand Prix victory. But a sprint win is still going to be pretty damn amazing, I think I saw a comment last part that we're kind of doing a Piastri simulator. Kind of, but we're fast-tracking it a bit here because like Piastri got the sprint win in Qatar in his rookie debut season, he had to wait to the end of the season. We're going to be hopefully doing it within 5 Grand Prix weekends as we're up into the top 4. We can see Hamilton, Lando ahead, who's re-overtaken him, to be fair, up to P2. Look at the tyres. Oh my God. Even in the cold, wet conditions, my tyres are overheating. And to be fair, maybe that's showing that the conditions are wet, but they're not overly wet where the tyres are able to cool down. Maybe, or maybe that's just Shanghai and race conditions is going to absolutely cook whatever tyres you're on. Even intermediates on the internal temperature as you make quick work of Lewis Hamilton, and I'm hoping Lando does not put up too much of a fight. He does go defensive, but he does leave the door open for an easy little drift through on the outside to get up into second place. This is it then, lap 6. 4 laps to go in the sprint here at Shanghai as we wobble around on the rear end. We're trying to go as quick as we can because I'd rather get this move done sooner rather than later, because then we can just control the race from there. Perez struggling on the mediums. Everyone has been. And he goes a bit defensive there as he comes across the left. He blocks off the inside. It's fine. We'll go to the outside, get to the apex first, and we're up into first place of the sprint race. Unreal stuff. Unbelievable. We're drifting through. There's still work to be done, but we are going to hold this through on towards lap 10 of the sprint race. Moves going on behind us on the last lap between Hamilton and Russell, and Lando's overtaken Perez, So it's not only going to be the sprint race win here at Shanghai, it's going to be a 1-2 for McLaren. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. What a mess. What a mess of a sprint race. But what's come out of it is a crazy sprint win in only our 5th Grand Prix race weekend as a Formula 1 driver for McLaren. Wow. Wow, oh wow. And it's a 1-2 in the sprint as well. Like I said, it's not the full Grand Prix, so it doesn't really count. But it's still something. It's still something. Wow. We are a sprint race winner in Formula 1. And it's a 1-2 as well. Crazy. The championship leader, Verstappen, down in P11. He had a shocking sprint race in those conditions. Him and Leclerc just never got going, basically, off the lights. And they really struggled in the traffic then to make moves, etc. What a result. What a result. But the kind of, in a weird way, the annoying thing about the new sprint format, it doesn't mean anything. It doesn't mean anything. We've gained a lot in stats, but it doesn't mean anything because now we reset and we're about to go again for another qualifying, for the normal qualifying, for the normal Grand Prix. So we forget all of what just happened and we reset and we do it all over again.
Now here's something we haven't said for a little while. Welcome along to qualifying in China. After a few years' absence from the calendar, it is great to be back here. But just who is going to put their car on pole?
It really does feel like the sprint weekend portion of these races now is going to feel like it didn't even happen when we do them, especially because the VO lines from the commentators is not going to even reference anything that happened in the sprint. Like this would be like a moment of excitement of still probably buzzing off getting a sprint win, getting back into a qualifying mode, but that's exactly what we're going to do. And we've got a different task at hand of trying to get through into this Q3, the Q3 proper. And this one was a lot more nerve-wracking because we already did Q1, by the way. I didn't bother showing you that because that was a formality. But this wasn't. This was pretty close. Albon, I thought, could have knocked us out there. He was only maybe a 10th off knocking us out. So we scraped by in Q3. And I was a bit worried about our pace because for whatever reason, we weren't looking as quick as we were in the sprint qualifying. Myself and Lando, P9 and 10 in Q2, only just scraping in. So I was a bit concerned that maybe the track had changed, the rubbered in or whatever for other teams. until we got to the last sector. Look at this unbelievable slipstreaming here from Lando. Perfect. He didn't make a bother. He just stayed there. We were able to gain a massive tow, so much so that I locked up because we also gained a little slight tow from Hamilton and had to navigate him. But it can't be stressed how much time that's probably gained me here. This slipstream is so powerful in this game. And we've gone P1 in Q3 proper right now. Are we about to get pole position for the Chinese guy? Okay, no. Okay, thank you, Max. Thank you for ruining that. It's not pole position. Max Verstappen is inevitable, and he's ruined everything there. But it's second place. It's the front row. It's our first front row ever in Formula 1 proper in Q3 for the proper Grand Prix. And Lando has done me a solid there. You know, we went into this race weekend a little bit downbeat. You know, Elena saying we have to try and beat him in qualifying. And Lando, what a teammate he's been there, because he's sacrificed himself giving me that slipstream, because he's way down in P10, 1.8 seconds off the pace, 1.5 seconds off the pace of me. So he's clearly not put in a proper lap there. But for whatever reason, he's done me wonders and given us a tow and allowed us to shine this race weekend. We've got the sprint win, and now we've got a front row here for the full Grand Prix tomorrow. Unbelievable stuff.
It's time again then for Formula 1 in Shanghai. Northwest of the thriving city of over 24 million people is a circuit that first featured in the championship calendar back in 2004. It played host to Formula 1's 1000th Grand Prix back in 2019. Shanghai International Circuit then is a 16-corner high-speed thrill ride. The long and ever-tightening right-hander at turns 1 and 2 tests the driver's patience. The flat, open to the elements location, test their skill in a crosswind. 2 DRS zones will assist passing, and they're available into turn 1 and down the kilometre-long back straight into turn 14. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position and a McLaren alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Russell, Leclerc, Perez, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Sainz, Stroll, Norris, Bottas, Sargent, Ocon, Gasly, Zhou, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Hülkenberg, and Alex Albon picks up the last spot on the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track. And alongside me today, a man small in stature but big on comment, Anthony Davidson. Hello. Now sadly things didn't work out for them last time. It was a bad race. Question is though, can they recover today?
Yes, they can, Crofty. You've got to put it behind you. Whatever happened last time, I was always told as a driver, park it, forget about it. Obviously, feel the pain when it happens, but then you can't dwell on it and carry that through to the next race. So put it behind you and just crack on with this race coming your way now.
So we come to a much drier formation lap for the second time here at Shanghai, and a lot less chaos is probably going to ensue in this race when it comes to confusion and disbelief lining up on the grid, where, well, most of us are starting on the hard compounded tyre. Leclerc on mediums, but it seems like even the AI drivers are cottoning on to the hard tyre start meta, potentially, or it might just be the tyre allocation, to be honest, from the sprint mode session and the allocation that everyone has, basically, because my recommended strategy was actually starting on hards. I didn't even have to change this manually. My engineer recommended this to me, so I think it's just because of the tyre allocation. But it is going to make things interesting then with the likes of Leclerc. I think both Ferraris on medium, so will they be looking to try and get into a 1-2 position with the faster compound, and we're all playing the longer game? Who knows? But I want to see what we can do from the front row. The pace was, well, it was strong in the sprint because we were on a different tyre, but the pace was very strong in qualifying. But who knows what the dry tyre pace is going to be like today. We're going to find out. I really hope it's okay. No matter what, this will be a fond race weekend in memory for the sprint win. But what can we do in the Grand Prix proper as we go to 5 red lights here in Shanghai? And we're underway. Verstappen with a bit of wheel spin. Some for myself as well in the second phase of the getaway. Despite deploying battery all the way into turn 1, Leclerc has slung it around the outside on those mediums. He's got the quicker getaway. We're trying our best to get the nose turned in. The car is difficult to rotate over the curbs, and versus Leclerc, he just has that tighter bite-in point, and we're understeering on the outside. We're down to P3. The Ferrari immediately overtakes us. Sainz in the background making some moves, I think. Like I said, I think the Ferraris are looking to maybe try and get a surprising 1-2 early on in this race with Verstappen also on hards, and then we'll see how the tyre strategy shakes out. But we're down to 3rd place, annoyingly, and what did I say? Almost immediately Leclerc is diving it down the inside, nearly making contact with Max Verstappen as they're wheel to wheel still on the exit of the hairpin as they end lap 1. Leclerc wasting no time trying to get this lead on the medium tyre. He needs clean air. He needs it to try and protect the tyres and do the race he wants to do. The same for Sainz, who's up to P6, and he's still got some ways to go. Lando from P10 has climbed up to P7. That's at least very promising for him after basically sacrificing himself for the slipstream in qualifying that got us in this position where we're 3rd place ahead of Sergio Perez, who is very much sticking with us, both of us with DRS open, but we're both watching the fight ahead of us of Leclerc once again going for the move and trying to get this overtake done. But Verstappen is actually a very tough cookie to overtake, as you would imagine. He's doing really well. He just slings Leclerc out wide. The Ferrari will go again, but it's Russell with the fast lap of the Grand Prix behind. Perez is going for a move maybe. We've both got DRS open, but into turn 1, I go understeering off to the left, and Perez has basically made a bit of a switch back there from left to right and got down the inside at turn 1. He'll turn to the outside for the next corner, but the Red Bull dances around the outside. Bit of contact even as Perez gets very, very aggressive. We're going to try and come back at him now as we go to the inside for the lunge. Perez sinks us the dummy again. It's a second switch back of the day for Perez on myself. We're still going at it, nearly banging tyres again into sector 2, side by side. Oh, Perez! He keeps his foot in. This is actually really nice battle, and I'm actually quite shocked at how committed Perez was through that sector 2. I really thought I would have squeezed him out completely, but he kept his foot in and was still there on the outside, and it turned into the next inside corner in the twisting part of that lap, and he's still on us. And on this straight, this is the issue I'm finding. The AI are so quick on this straight. Now, even on hot lap mode initially, and then on medium, look how quick they are. Obviously, I don't have DRS, so I'm a bit of a sitting duck as they would if I had DRS on them. But I can already tell it's going to be difficult versus all the drivers behind us down that straight. It's almost like we have to overuse the ERS there and sacrifice it elsewhere, which at the moment I'm reluctant to do because I want to keep it for elsewhere as well. But to be fair, we are just defending, and we're looking right now at a 3-way battle. Sainz in the middle of the Merc and the Red Bull. Meanwhile, we're just, what are we doing? Well, we've understeered completely off circuit. We've dipped a tyre into the grass. Now a major lock-up on the front left. It's all going down the toilet. Sainz up to 3rd. Russell's just got us for P4. And in the end of it, Sergio Perez, funnily enough, is still behind us after all of that. But now we're both respectively down 2 positions. That's frustrating. I checked for vehicle condition because we did make a little bit of contact with Russell, but no harm, no foul. But the pace is looking a little bit frustrating, I would say, is the word. As we try and go for a dive on Russell, you know, they're also harvesting ERS into that hairpin because you can see their rain light flashing. So they are going none ERS at the end of this straight. But it's for most of it, it seems like they're using overtake mode and really gunning for it as we see Leclerc again gunning for Verstappen. He's just tucked up behind, unable to make a move, which is another pattern I'm seeing in these races, frustratingly, is it's nearly 4 abreast as Perez is fighting Russell and Lando is round our outside. The man who gave us that tow in qualifying, well, it's my turn to repay the favour of not basically putting up a fight and just understanding that he's quicker. They're all quicker. I'm not that quick in this race right now. I am going backwards and I'm getting swallowed up by all these drivers. We just do not have the pace to match them fully. Turn 1, I'm not learning from my mistake, clearly, because I'm still not covering off the inside line, and I really should be. And really, honestly, watching back the footage, I'm screaming at myself about trying to block off that inside line. And now Fernando Alonso has whittled his way through the wily old fox. As he gets down the inside, we have to give him a bit of room to work with, and he's trying to squirrel his way into the fight. We've not avoided keeping the engine above, or below, sorry, 140 degrees, which actually I should have paid more attention to, because I think a massive problem for me in this race right now is I'm actually overheating my engine quite a lot, and I didn't realise how bad that was affecting performance. My top end speed has really been suffering, and I thought it was purely down to ERS management, but I think it's actually because my engine was also severely overheating behind all the turbulent hot air of the cars I was trying to defend, trying to fight. And in the end of it, I had to do a bit of kind of self-reflection of kind of just taking it easy and trying to cool down the engine, kind of calm down the tire wear as well, and try and get back into some sort of conservation groove. Yeah, it's a real puzzle. I'm still kind of learning, you know, as we go on, obviously. I think in the 50% race or above, there is a certain, versus AI at least, in career modes. I don't know about league racing, etc. But definitely versus, you know, in career mode, I think there really is something to be said about actually doing what they do in real life and driving conservatively, trying to keep the tyre temps in check, trying to keep this engine in check. Look at that engine, 147.8 degrees. That is absolutely going to be slowing down my car in a straight line. So I had to try and get that in check. So yeah, a bit of a real, you know, tough learning spot for me in this race of, you know, a stark reminder to pay attention to those factors, because otherwise we'll lose lap time. As we see Lando in P2 right now fending off Perez, because the two Ferraris, by the way, they had already made their pit stops off those mediums a bit earlier in the Grand Prix. Alonso P4 now, unfazed by the fighting going on between the two Mercs and Lance Stroll. The two Mercs making contact. I think one of them is about to come into the pit lane, and I sense an opportunity to absolutely go for it, send it into the inside, drift the car through, and we're going to make a pit lane entry overtake on Lewis Hamilton. Hamilton went wide. He's got to be thankful there's no gravel trap like there anymore, because he would have done what he did in 07. But we come in and we've made an overtake in the pit lane entry. That is probably the only bit of satisfying enjoyment I have had in this race since we started making those mistakes at turn 1 and losing all the positions we gained in qualifying, as we make a move on Hamilton at the pit lane entry. And we did it with an unbelievable naughty little drift as well, I must say, as well. As here's a replay from Hamilton's POV looking backwards. There we come, and there's the rear coming out, and we've somehow made it through. We're still side by side at this point in the circuit, and then going in to the entry, we just slowed down in front of Lewis and get it done. That's the side view. Look at that. You can really see how side on we got in our McLaren. And then from our onboard, this is the slow-mo. So we've dived it down the inside here. And at this point, my rear's locking. I actually intentionally locked my rear to drift it, because I knew we had to drift it to actually get the pass done. We clipped the barrier just a tiny bit, but it didn't break our front wing, thankfully. Thankfully, nothing got broken as well, making a bit of contact with Hamilton on the left-hand side, and then we slowed it down for the overtake. But yeah, intentionally locking the rear to kick the tail out, to drift the nose in to get the move done. And then unfortunately for Hamilton there, I think he just broke his front wing on my car, but I was slowing down for the DRS line, for the pit limiter, sorry. So Hamilton there has broken a bit of his wing, coming into the pit lane, and that ironically wasn't at the part where I drifted it in to overtake him. It was at the part where we were both slowing down for the pit limiter, very strangely, as you're now watching. Well, we overtook Bottas there. Bottas will come back at us though on lap 17. But right now, we're actually fighting for P7 with Valtteri Bottas. Once again, the kick Saubers a bit too unbelievably quick in this race as the two V-carb drivers fight each other. Ricciardo versus Tsunoda. Tsunoda getting around the outside to try and assert his dominance in this 2024 season. But ahead of them, Stroll, and then ahead of them, the two Mercedes cars. Now, Hamilton, he got damage from me in the pit lane, and he's not changed his front wing. But if you look back at Russell, Russell actually also has damage on the other side of his front wing. So Hamilton's got damage on his left, Russell on his right. So both Mercedes cars have damage. Now, I think Russell got his damage on the fighting he was doing with Lewis before the pit stop. You know, we saw them banging tyres. I think he actually broke a bit of his front wing, which you could see in the gravel trap at the hairpin. So both Mercedes cars in the wars, and they're both suffering because of it. And because they're both suffering with pace, and also they got undercut, the same with Stroll as well, it means that myself and the two kick Saubers have jumped up to P7, 8 and 9 respectively. So all of a sudden this race has turned in from a miserable affair of only fighting for maybe P9 or 10, or yeah, 10 even, I think, at the pace we were going, to now we can maybe get a P7 here if we can get past Bottas finally and then actually see this through to the end. We've got some fuel saving to do, so we will do that, because every time we've got this objective, I've actually been running out of fuel, so I'm going to heed my engineer's warning and try and save that fuel in the next phase of the Grand Prix. Meanwhile, Lando absolutely flying in clean air. He's up to P4, and he's now on the back of one of the Ferraris. Obviously, the two Ferraris started on mediums. They're now on hard tyres. Lando on the medium tyres himself, gunning for a podium spot versus his old teammate and pal as he goes to the inside. Sainz tries to squeeze him a bit, but he's got the overwhelming pace to get the move done. Maybe no, little bit of frostiness as the two bang tyres, and Sainz is able to wrestle the car through back for P3. And did you see that camera shot, by the way? If you go back and just watch that, you would have seen at that camera angle, you can see the bit of front wing that's Russell's in the gravel trap as Lando re-overtakes, for P3, but it's not going to matter because unfortunately the Ferrari will stick with him. And then on to lap 26 on the back straight, Sainz will come back through with the DRS open to re-pass him for P3. And to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised they're swapping left, right and centre till the end of the Grand Prix. Meanwhile, back to our POV. Now we're all the way to the second last lap of the Grand Prix. We're still P7. My tyres, well, my front left is absolutely shot. 70% worn, my front left is, and you can see the icon is orange, so very much in puncher territory now. And it was a case of, in this last bit of the stint, accepting that the highest position we could get in this race is P7. So just trying to do the best job we could of managing the fuel, the tyres, but the tyre was very difficult to manage on the front left, to be fair, but just trying to keep it ahead of Valtteri Bottas and Zhou Guanyu, who are both lining astern, ready to make the move if I made a mistake. Speaking of mistakes, well, Verstappen made absolutely none in this race. He made up for the sprint race where he was down in P11, and he's gone on to win another Grand Prix. So after the break of Lando winning Japan, it's back to Max domination. The two Ferraris 2 and 3, because Lando's mediums wore out enough where he couldn't actually make a move to finish off a podium, and that would have been a great recovery for him. P4 still great. Alonso fends off Sergio Perez for P5. So a lot of little battles going on, to be fair, throughout the top 10. A few little, one-on-one battles going on as we actually have enough battery on the last lap to push away from Bottas and break 1 second. So again, yeah, the AI really don't like to save a lot of battery for the end of the races. So if you're in a fight with other drivers, definitely save battery for the last lap at least. But P7, it could have been a lot worse, to be honest, so I'll take it. And we still got a bloody sprint win, so I'll absolutely take that.
It's a performance to be proud of from our Chinese Grand Prix winners here today.
A great display of dominance today, Crofty, by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them, and excited to see what more they can do in future races.
The drivers are en route to the podium as we speak. What a fantastic win for the Red Bull team. They performed exceptionally today, keeping us firmly on the edge of our seats throughout the entirety of the race. Congratulations to everybody at the team.
After such a great Japanese Grand Prix weekend, the full Grand Prix here in China does feel like a bit of a step back. Like that Ferrari upgrade did genuinely seem to work because they're now back on a double podium, 2 and 3 for Leclerc. We're doing something right for the rest of the paddock because we have now got a second approach of a secret meeting. This will be with a different team. Of course, 2 episodes ago, we did have Mercedes approaching us with a secret meeting. I very quickly laughed that off because why the hell would anyone want to be joining Mercedes at the moment? Just like in real life here in the game, Mercedes not appearing to be a very attractive offer, you know, showing no signs of even a glimpse of like, you know, any sort of uptick of major performance. But one team that could entice me is Ferrari because they are the ones that have come knocking with a secret meeting. Now, obviously, it's early days. We can continue the talks, and I believe you go through multiple secret meetings and you try and hopefully keep it on the down low. And in my mind, obviously, I'm very happy right now with McLaren, but I feel like in Formula 1, you would be silly to not even have a conversation with Ferrari. Like, it's Ferrari. They just speak for themselves. You know, when Ferrari come knocking, you answer the door at least to hear what they have to say. So whether this turns into anything, we shall see. You know, Ferrari, you know, Mercedes came to us and I alluded to maybe they are looking to replace one outgoing Lewis Hamilton. You know, is Lewis Hamilton hard-coded to go to Ferrari in the driver transfers come at the end of season 1? If he is, well, we're basically competing with Lewis maybe in these contract talks with Ferrari as they, you know, weigh up their choices. But for now, I will continue the talks and we'll see where it goes. And, you know, nothing has to come of it. But obviously, it'd be silly not to have talks with Ferrari because they're such a prestigious team, of course.
Been scouring the socials and asking around, and I'm delighted to say that the team are none the wiser about us chatting with anyone else. And the meeting went well, too. I know. I'm amazing. You're welcome.
But let's see what upgrades will come in and what ones fail. Oh, it's another fail. Oh, it's 2 failures. It's 2 failures for Lando and 1 successful one for us. Okay, Lando does get 1 successful one, but mate, what's going on? 2 failures, huh? 2 failures. Oh, okay. He's kind of done with it, isn't he? Anyway, right. Looking forwards then, with those, 2 upgrades that have come in and 2 that have failed and are pending, we've actually got back to second place, technically, on paper, ahead of Mercedes and Ferrari. And actually, I just slagged off Mercedes. They're actually now technically ahead of Ferrari on paper, in a strange way. So maybe they took my You know what? I actually might help them out. My rejection is going to single-handedly create Mercedes villain arc. They're going to be so offended that I rejected them that they're now going to go on to be the best team going into next season, and they're going to make me eat my words. That's what's probably going to happen. But yeah, second place on the R&D chart. Not too shabby. Hopefully that means we're going to have another performance like we had in Japan. It's time for sprint qualifying.
Welcome back to Miami and welcome to qualifying. Only raw speed will separate these drivers today, but the question is, who's got what it takes to get pole?
So once again, an episode with double the action with a whole sprint quali, the sprint race itself, and then another qualifying to set the main Grand Prix. So, you know, like in real life, a little bit, unfortunately, kind of like a mini preview of how your real race is going to go because there's no real difference from the sprint to the main race, just a couple of more laps really, but as we've seen in real life and as, you know, Verstappen is lamented many times in real life, it kind of ruins the surprise factor of Sunday's Grand Prix, but nonetheless it is in the rules and we have to just get on with it like everyone else. We get a nice tow from Tsunoda, but then probably lose the advantage we gained from the slipstream, having to overtake the man. I don't even know if he was on a flying lap or not, because he was harvesting quite a lot of battery at the end of that lap, but we are thankfully going to get through into SQ2 on the medium tyre. Once again, a load of these guys just not following the rules. Like this is absolutely another thing they need to add to the list to fix in career mode, is the AI just not following the rule That is literally the official rule in Formula 1 of what tyres you can and can't use in the sprint quali. That's the only reason why sprint quali was even there, is because they were going to put these tyre rules in to mix it up a little bit and, you know, using the secondary compounds, if you will, you know, to maybe have some intrigue, because some teams do prefer the medium to a soft, you know, depending on the circuit and the car, etc. So it can sometimes shake things up. And to be fair, it is shaking things up in terms of, you know, even though some of these guys are using softs, we saw it in Shanghai. It is a bit mixed up for some reason. Like the AI just seemed to have very up and down performances. Like we've got Bottas and Albon both making this SQ3 then in the in the Kick Sauber, sorry, and the Williams. You know, surprised to see Albon up there and even Bottas as well. And it's a really bad day in the office for Mercedes. I literally just jinxed them. I talked about them having a villain arc. Well, Hamilton got knocked out in SQ1 and Russell's been knocked out in SQ2. So commentators cursed them out of the entire picture then as we come to SQ3. What can we do? Lando was P9, we were P10, not setting a lap yet, and we've only gone up to, well, I say only, we've gone up to P7, which is actually pretty solid, and Lando's P10, and look, what did I say? Look at those times. We've qualified P7, but we're 1.8 seconds off Verstappen. What is up with sprint qualifying? I think it's honestly like incredibly weird track evolution. It must be very, very odd. You know, again, Lando doesn't perform in these sprint formats like he did last episode. You know, obviously in real life, it was a real great weekend for Lando in the main Miami Grand Prix, not so much in the sprint. So far, this might be tracking on for the real life one as Lando's down in P10. We're P7. Hopefully, that's going to be our lucky number P7 today. And we can go forwards, hopefully, in a similar way to the Shanghai Sprint, although I don't think we'll be matching the Shanghai Sprint result, but still, nonetheless, I'm positive about this. P7, we've out-qualified Lando again. Let's go to the grid.
Right, mate, I know it's hot in that cockpit, believe me, but your tyres are even hotter than that. You've got to work really hard today to keep them cool, otherwise we're going to suffer with our performance.
Ah, yes, very hot in the overcast conditions here at Miami, Mark. I'm not too sure about that one, but to be fair, knowing the game, it probably still will be an issue in terms of temperatures, so that's maybe not a great sign that our engineer's actually calling out the tyres for this one as we go to 5 red lights, and we're underway for the Miami Sprint. It's a horrendous start for the pole man, Max Verstappen. Could Leclerc go round the outside? Oh, him and Perez make massive contact. Can we get down the inside? No! Oh, we've been clipped by Perez, and we were way too audacious there. That was my fault. I shouldn't have put it in my nose. I really shouldn't. I was so eager to make that move. Once I saw Perez clatter Leclerc, and there was a bit of carbon fiber dust coming off their contact, I thought maybe Perez would have been fully vulnerable. Instead, I'm now asking my engineer for damage checking. I don't think my front wing is damaged because there's no pop-up on the heads-up display or anything like that, but it was a hefty hit on Perez, and to be fair, we did very well to keep it out of the wall on the left-hand side, but that is my error. We should have stayed out of it, really, in hindsight, but I was, like I said, so eager to make a pass, and instead now we're down in it was 14. We're now going to try and make a P13 as we squeeze past Tsunoda as he tried his best to keep it side-by-side through that section as we go underneath the highway bridge in the yo-yo chicane part of Miami, and then look to try and size up a move on Gasly, but the driver's pulling away quite a fair bit in the acceleration zones here at Miami. We're using a lot of battery here with overtake mode, then to hot lap, then to none, as Gasly is also harvesting battery at the end of this race. Can we go round the outside of the heavy Alpine? I think we can, and get up into P12, but very overcast conditions, so I'm really not too sure about temperatures being an issue, but we shall see. But we've now got a lot of work to do from P12 instead of, it was going to be maybe around P5, but we just kept our nose to ourselves, but we just had to go for that dive on Checo Perez. On the back straight, lap 2, and struggling to keep up with Russell. And look at the bar on the bottom right. Yellow is the battery we have in total, and it is very, very slim pickings right now. Yeah, we've kind of overused the battery a bit just to keep up with Russell, and I just cannot for the life of me figure out how they're going so quickly through some of these corner exits and still have battery to spare. As I'm basically going none, and medium through most of Sector 1. On the back straight, I'm going medium to try and save battery. You can see on the right-hand side, we're not even saving that much in medium, but we are trying our best. But Russell's now walked away. He's outside 1 second. And this is a couple of laps after now. This is lap 6. And I'm being swarmed by Hamilton and Gasly now. And we might be down 2 positions. Hamilton over the bumps to try and overtake us. It was 3 abreast between us, the Frenchman, and Hamilton. And, we're going none into the corners like the AI are doing when they harvest. And they're still gaining on us massively. And I'm just scratching my head, kind of like China, of how they are managing to save so much battery. And yet, when I look at their rain light, it's not flashing most of the time. Like, they're not harvesting most of the time. And yet, they don't have any issues with battery, it would seem. Is once again, we get swarmed here. Okay, Hamilton's harvesting a bit there. That's fair enough. I'm harvesting as well. But they still managed to overtake me. Obviously, with DRS aided, that's a factor you have to put into it. But then when we tried to come back at them, we overtake Gasly in the Alpine. Obviously, I'd hope to. Coming back at Hamilton as we go to the left and then go to the right, send him a little bit of a dummy. We lock up, and that's been an issue for us here at Miami, is slowing the car down. I'm either locking the rear or the fronts are locking. Brake balance has been a big issue for me here in this Miami sprint for a lack of confidence in the corners, but I am really struggling to... Well, we've not kept up with Russell at all. We're 4.3 seconds behind him. We're now over a second behind Hamilton. We're just going backwards in this race. And now the Alpine's attacking us. And he's got us. And maybe I'm losing some confidence here, because I could be putting up more of a fight, I guess, with these guys. But I'm losing motivation, confidence rapidly in the car. Because, 1, we're just going backwards on the straights. And then 2... Obviously, I know we've got nothing to fight for because the sprint points are not even the top 10, they're the top 8. But it's not a case of my setup, by the way, because I intentionally, I'll promise you, I put my rear wing really low. I think the default is, like 10-10 or 12-12. I've got my rear wing on 5 here at Miami. That is properly low for a circuit with this many high-speed corners, and yet, out the corners, I can't gain anything on them. And this might be why. Look at this engine. It is boiling. Forget about the tyres, Mark. The bloody engine's on fire. 104, nearly 150 degrees. And I can't for the life of me understand what is going on. I saw one of you guys commenting below in the last part saying, maybe it's my shifting, because I'm revving it up. Because for some reason on this game, I'm finding it audibly harder to tell when I'm meant to be shifting, because the rev limiter doesn't sound that much of a difference to not rev limiter when you go from like 7th to 8th gear, for example. But I just don't think and agree that that is the issue, and it shouldn't be the issue. It's only a small margin where there's maybe some revving at the top range. That's realistically not going to overheat your engine that much. And yes, we're sat in dirty air here, but before, when I first noticed my engine was very hot, we weren't in dirty air, we were in clean air. Hamilton waltzed away from us. We were fighting Gasly, but he was on the side of me. He was behind me, coming at me. And yes, now we're in dirty air. We look to overtake Gasly, but I can't even keep up with Sargent. And look at the right-hand side. I'm using, I'm having to use hot lap mode just to make the overtake, but I've got no battery left. This sprint baffled me. This sprint really baffled me and knocked my confidence, because we had no pace. The engine was overheating. We had no battery around the lap. No matter what I did about trying to tactically save it, even if I tried to tactically save it, it just meant the drivers around me just completely did me when we were saving said battery. Yeah, and the problem is, like I alluded to, the sprint race is really just a little preview of what's to come. So now I'm thinking, oh yeah, this is going to be a long-ass weekend. Like, Lando only got P8 from P10, so he struggled as well. Obviously in real life, McLaren actually went into Miami thinking they were going to struggle, and then it was a massive wonder that the upgrades really worked that well, and Lando obviously went on to win the race. But really, season to season, Miami's been a bit of a stinker for McLaren, and clearly here in the game, it is still a stinker for McLaren, because Lando also only went up 2 positions in that race, and you would think he would be a bit further up looking at his pace in previous races, but This is a huge worry for me now going into the main Grand Prix, but we've still got work to do to qualify. I think we can qualify well. Over one lap, that's the thing, over one lap, I actually think my pace is okay around Miami. We showed that in the sprint qualifying, but just in the race, the engine just completely went up in flames and was just like 147 consistently. The tyres weren't even an issue, like Mark was saying. It's the bloody engine.
And welcome to qualifying. Only raw speed will separate these drivers today, but the question is, who's got what it takes to get pole?
So we go into another overcast session here at Miami. It is actually looking even slightly darker somehow here on the Saturday for full qualifying then for the Miami Grand Prix. Going into it with a bit of a weird mindset, knowing, yeah, we could do well here, but the race is where it's going to matter, and off the sprint it could be a real world of pain. But here we are then onboarding Q2. Q1 was a formality for us, and now we're going to see how we can do in the second part of quali here, all on the soft tyre, with the tyre allocation being a bit different to the sprint, to the normal race weekend, as we go up into P7, which is a solid first lap there, and I'm hoping will be our one and only lap to get us through into Q3, and it is, and it's a big howler and a surprise and shock exit for our teammate Lando, knocked out in P12. So well and truly, the McLaren is having a stinker time here at Miami in game compared to real life, of course. In very stark contrast to real life, we did not have a massive upgrade package going into this one, and it's is it just me or is it incredibly overcast now? My God. We've turned down the brightness by about 50 here as we get a bit of a tank slapper over the curb. That's going to cost us some time, and this is our one and only lap. We only have one set of new soft tyres to use, so that mistake could cost us some lap time as we navigate our way through what looks like to be an oncoming hurricane or weather storm coming in Miami, but I think it should actually be all dry, ironically, for the race on Sunday. But we come across the line, and even though we made it into Q3, Lando will probably be looking at the result and going, oh, it doesn't matter too much because we qualified P10, 1 second off Max Verstappen, and we got beaten by Albon, which is a bit worrying, to be honest. We got beaten by Williams by 1/10, but we out-qualified Lando, so can't complain too much there. Again, that's at least going to be good for us in the teammate rivalry, you know, in the head-to-head. But now I think we've got one very long Grand Prix coming up.
Florida is no stranger to world-class sports, and as of 2022, the USA's Sunshine State is now on the F1 calendar. Welcome back to the Magic City for the Miami Grand Prix. With great opportunities for wheel-to-wheel battles featuring 19 corners, 3.36 miles long, and expected average speeds of 138 miles an hour, the Miami International Autodrome will be sure to create lots of chances to overtake. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. Sergio Perez lines up alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Fernando Alonso, Russell, Stroll, Leclerc, Sainz, Hamilton, Albon, a McLaren, Joe, Norris, Bottas, Sargent, Gasly, Ocon, Ricciardo, Hülkenberg, Magnussen, and Yuki Tsunoda. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. And alongside me in the commentary box, my old friend, Anthony Davidson. Now, we had great fun watching them win last time out. What a great victory it was. But can they carry that into today's race?
It's the important one, isn't it, Crofty? You've done it once, can you do it again? But, you know, if you start believing in yourself and the confidence starts to build, that inner confidence is what you need. And you can carry that through to future races, including this one, and you set that ball rolling. That's the critical thing that they're looking for here. And I believe if you've got that first race win or a win at any stage, it can start to roll with you in a good way.
Okay, mate, I know it's tough in there, it's hot in that cockpit, but your tyres are even hotter, so you're going to have to work extra hard to keep them cool. It matters for performance.
Forget about the tyres, Mark. The bloody engine's going to be too hot. You've not even mentioned the engine. What happens if the engine literally combusts because it's so hot. Did you ever think about that, Mark? Then the tyres won't really matter too much. God, absolutely useless today, Mark. Bloody hell. He's just plainly not even... He's not even acknowledging the engine problems. All he cares about is the tyres this, the tyres that. I don't care about the tyres, mate. The tyres are fine, actually, in the sprint. And he's still going on about the tyre. I'm going to lose full. The guy's banging on about tyres. Give me strength this race. Give me strength. I have a really bad feeling this is going to be a long afternoon. We're starting on the hards because I'm really hoping that this hard tyre meta that I think could be a thing will help us today like it did in Jeddah, and we can go longer. Hopefully the tyre wear kicks in around lap 10, and then we can maybe be cooking a little bit as we go to 5 red lights. The Miami Grand Prix proper here. Lights out and away we go. It's a very slow start for Albon and Leclerc. A few cars getting caught up there. Russell nearly getting rear-ended by the Ferrari. We go around the outside of Lewis Hamilton. We're not going to dive down the inside of Carlos Sainz. We learn from our mistake in the sprint versus Perez. It was a very similar situation there, and this time I learnt and did not stick my nose in, but we are going to defend against Hamilton. As you can see, oh, look at that, Leclerc trying to go around the outside of Russell to the inside for the next left-hander. This is a ding-dong battle between Russell and Leclerc. Sainz watching on. It could be 2 Ferraris versus the Mercedes car. Meanwhile, Verstappen leads the way, surprise, surprise, but Fernando Alonso in a checkerboard of Red Bull and Aston Martin. I didn't even really clock that. Aston Martin, did they really make that many upgrades going into this race weekend? I'm pretty sure they didn't, but they're looking amazing. This just might be a circuit that really suits them as we defend against Lewis and watch the fight going on between Sainz and Russell. Leclerc has got the Mercedes car, and Sainz now fancies getting past as once again Ferrari looking the better team, but there's a different player that's entered the game. Obviously, we've seen Alonso be pretty quick in these races already, but the fact that Stroll's up there in P4, showing the Aston Martin genuinely has some good pace around. Oh my God. It's not even been a lap, and the engine is 145 degrees. I'm sorry. Usually, I like to commentate this and try and, pretend like it's a real race and, try and put on a good commentary. I've got to commentate this one like I'm just a gamer playing this race, because the frustration I had driving this race knew no bounds. I have not been this pissed off at the F1 game in a career race since like F1 22, and that's the problem. The AI here were giving me massive F1 22 vibes. They just kept pulling away from me out of every exit like it was that F1 22 AI at the start of that game cycle. And the engine overheating, and it's not even the end of lap 1. That's not realistic at all. What is up with that? What is going on? Mini fourth wall break aside, let's get back to the racing action though, because Fernando Alonso isn't overheating his engine. He's actually feeling pretty good in the Aston as he fakes to the left a little bit and then jinks to the right to try and go round the outside of Verstappen. This is another great scrap between these two. We saw them go real hammer and tong at it at the Australian Grand Prix. Now here in Miami, Alonso looking to take the lead in front of the American crowd. Verstappen's on the outside. It will be the better racing line for the next section. So let's see, will the Red Bull be squeezed out? Will Alonso shut the door? He's got a great exit. Oh, he's actually fully got ahead of him there. He jutted over the curb, did you see? He got a real good line through there. That was very, very solid from Alonso. And Stroll's ahead of Perez. So the Aston Martins are respectively beating their Red Bull rivals, Stroll ahead of Perez, Alonso ahead of Verstappen. Meanwhile, we are absolutely putting the suspension arms to the test there. The amount of yaw that was in the car through that camera shot. And, well, it's lap 3. And Sainz is 2.4 seconds ahead of us. That tells you all you need to know about the race pace, or lack thereof, that I've got in the car right now, to the point where I just let Lando through because I hope he can overtake Hamilton, and I'm just hoping I can re-overtake Hamilton now once he gets done by Lando, but it's not looking great. Already there are, signs it's going to be like the sprint where even if I do save ERS, I'm just going to be using it to keep up with cars, but I can't actually use it to permanently overtake any cars and then pull away and try and chase after Sainz and, you know, regain some time we've lost here. It's going to be a long, long afternoon. I think, honestly, this is who we're fighting. We're fighting for P9. I'm hoping Lando can at least pull away, but I think we're trying to get Lewis back at some point, and then we're going to try and hold it through to the end as Lando gets done by the Mercedes car. We are in the mud. McLaren are absolutely in ropes here at Miami, unlike in real life. Lando jolting around, but Hamilton seems pretty unfazed by that, so we're going to have to wait for another lap to maybe see him get past him. We're going to go to the back straight, or the second sector straight, I should say, as Lando goes through on the right-hand side. He's harvesting a bit. He shuts the door now, gets on the racing line, and now we're having a sniff around Hamilton's rear end. You can see at the moment we're in none ERS, so I'm saving a lot of battery here. You know, we're over half the yellow bar. I've saved a lot here. Hamilton with a little harvest, but then we go to the straight. We're going to go up to overtake mode, so, you know, the most juice there is, and we couldn't even catch Hamilton. We were on overtake mode, and he was pulling away. We're on hot lap mode now. DRS open. I know he's got DRS as well, but he started harvesting halfway down the straight, and I still didn't catch him. And now the engine's overheating again. We had a little moment where it wasn't overheating, by the way, on lap 4 you might have seen, but now it's back in the overheating phase. And the engine's on fire, and it means my top-end speed is compromised, because that is a thing, by the way. When your engine is hot, it does actually affect your top-end speed. So I've been for the last 3 episodes, I've been wondering, oh, the AI seem to be, you know, they seem a bit quicker, you know, versus maybe the first few episodes. I've not changed any other settings. My engine just seems to be overheated way more now in these later races, and battery use. It's, you know, and I just uploaded, as I upload this today, earlier in the day, I uploaded a video about getting fired in career mode, and we saw clearly how there are bits of the game that haven't been tested as well, and clearly things haven't been played through to see how they go after multiple races. I have a real strong hunch that no one's really tested the AI and their ERS usage and how overpowered it is past like race 3 in the career mode, because I did not feel like the AI were this good at their battery use in Bahrain, for example. And that was my first race on the game. You know, I should be the one that was struggling at Bahrain, and I should be better than them now, having done 6 race weekends. But I feel like I've somehow lost my sense of how to save a battery in the race compared to Bahrain. Casting minds back to Bahrain, I had no problems. I had a lot of battery most of the time to attack AI cars, whereas now I'm struggling. I'm having to overuse battery just to keep up with Hamilton here. And then when we get to him, we have to go none ERS, and then he just pulls away from us. And even when we do hot lap mode, he still pulls away from us. This was a real tough one. I mean, it's an F1 season. There are going to be races where I'm slower. You know, Miami's never been a particularly quick circuit for me, and clearly the McLaren car isn't that quick either, because Lando, even though he's pulled away from Zhou Guanyu, he's still only, you know, in P8 there, just about trying to catch the pack ahead as we make a move on Hamilton, because what happened here was I got overtaken by Zhou and Hamilton, and I lost a lot of motivation. Then I kind of picked myself up a bit and went, look, let's try and bang in some laps. Let's forget about the engine overheating. I'll just use what I can with the battery. Let's ignore the engine overheating. Let's mentally just think it's not overheating, and let's just really wring the neck out of the car. And that's what I did. So we did gain some time, and the last lap, a 1:30.557, was our quickest race lap of the entire stint. So it did kind of work mentally, trying to forget that the engine was overheating and we were not that quick. And it worked for me to get back ahead of Zhou Guanyu, but the problem is now we're 3.8 seconds behind behind Lando, and I'm not going to catch him because there's just no way I can with the acceleration all the drivers have on me and the battery use. As we see Verstappen and Alonso swapping again, that was, by the way, and they seem to be loving a good old fight in Sector 1. It's Perez then from Leclerc. Stroll is slowly losing pace as his tyre wear maybe kicks in, and Lando is now only 1.3 seconds behind the pack, tail-ended by Carlos Sainz. So at least that's good for Lando's sake that he's able to actually catch the pack ahead of him, but At the moment, as it stands, I am unable to catch the pack ahead of me. And, so far in the series, I've been, taking it with good jest of, talking to you guys, we're role-playing as an F1 driver. So, just kind of trying to immerse you guys in, okay, I'm a rookie, we're still learning the ropes. But this race really kind of broke the fourth wall for me a little bit of like, okay, there's being a rookie and learning the handling and learning everything. And then there's just going up against AI that are just a little bit broken and a bit overpowered in certain aspects, and it's just this wasn't fun. I had a lot of fun in the first few episodes of this career series, and that's my honest truth. I had a lot of fun, but this one was not fun, and it wasn't because I was slow. It was genuinely because I felt like the game was against me in terms of the way it was working, the mechanics. I just did not understand them, and the thing is, I did understand them a couple episodes ago. Like, I had no problem with ERS a couple episodes ago. I had some problems with fuel, but we've now just kept, fueling the car to a decent amount to cope with that. But the battery thing is just, it just really irked me in this race. And it is actually a thing they're going to look at, by the way, because I've been told, with the handling patch on the way, they need to retrain the AI. And part of the training is they're also looking at ERS because they do think it isn't the way they want it to be. So it's not just me thinking it. Like, there genuinely is something there that Cody's and EA are actually looking at for the next patch, along with the actual handling itself. So I will be going into this issue maybe a little bit more in a separate video, and other issues with the career mode that I've seen and that you guys have also been saying, because I think it needs to be put out there in the public eye and kind of, as a public statement of what needs to be fixed and looked at. But anyway, that's for another day, maybe a video tomorrow. But right now, we're continuing to fight with Zhou Guanyu, trying just to keep this P9, which would still be a solid 2 points, matching what we got in Bahrain, matching what we got, only like 2 episodes ago before that mystical episode in Shanghai with a sprint win, as we do remain ahead of the kick Samba for now, and hoping right about now this is where the medium tyre wear will kick in. No, we've lost the back end on the curb, and the rear end's gone, and that just sums up the whole episode, doesn't it? There was possibly a chance of trying to keep that car off the racing line when it rolled back, but the thing is, when it hit the wall, I actually had to take both my hands off my actual steering wheel because I've got a direct drive wheel, and if you have one yourself, it can be a real hand snapper if you keep your hands on and you can't actually hold it in place, which I absolutely did not have confidence in hitting the wall that hard. So, like in real life, like a driver takes off their hands, I took them off and the car just rolled back, and it's absolutely piss, isn't it? Just wow, what's happened here then? We've got over the curb here, and then that's unsettled the rear, and then it just snapped on me. And if you've played this game, you'll know how hard it is to catch a snap. Well, I can't say I'm actually too disappointed the race is over early, because that was torture, but it just sums up the day.
And that's the checkered flag. What an amazing victory in what has been a great Miami Grand Prix.
And of course, what 3 race victories, a hat-trick of wins, does for a driver's confidence is huge going forward in the championship. They've got the energy on their side now, and it's for the others to try and stop this progression of victories.
In the R&D chart, ourselves as an individual driver, we have a lot to go and a lot to learn with this new game if we want to try and match Lando Norris. So now we're having a look at what potential next upgrade we should purchase. We've got just under 600 R&D points to go. Just having a look at what Lando had his eye on. So he's got his eye on the next weight reduction upgrade, but I actually reckon it might be worth getting the next engine power upgrade, which is a major upgrade. You can see everyone minus Alpine are very equalized on the overall engine performance, so this could really give us a slight advantage maybe in that department. It's a department that we were really suffering with at Miami with overheating issues. Some of you suggested maybe an upgrade on the engine might help the cooling issues as well as the engine power. I don't know, but I'm hoping that will also alleviate the problems I was having in Miami, where it felt like F1 22 almost, where the AI drivers were way too quick out the corners. But look at this. Lando, what are you doing, brother? Absolutely niche. There's nothing going on your side of the garage for R&D upgrades at the moment. Absolute slack, I'm telling you, since the start of the series. Absolute slacker. God. I'm just going to show you guys my engine components as well, by the way, because a couple of you were asking about maybe that was the reason why our engine was overheating so much, but the wear really isn't that high at all so far. Like, I've been managing it quite well by moving over to column 2 for a few components. It's definitely not like a glitch like we've had in previous F1 games where the practice programs, like doing quick practice, is overwearing the engine. I'm actually not finding that on this year's game, which is a good thing, but it also means that I'm still left confused at why our engine was overheating so much. There were other suggestions from some of you that it really might be the gear changing and maybe having to work on shifting up earlier, so we'll look into it, but at the same time I also do think a little bit is just something broken there a little bit, because in the same way the ERS is, in my opinion, is a bit OP for the AI. I think the engine temperatures and we're seeing with the tyres as well, just very extreme. Everything's very, very extreme in this game so far since the launch. So just hoping that, whenever the next big patch is going to be, and we know it's on the way, and hopefully it just balances things out. But as we go to our specialists, oh no, can you see what I'm seeing? Oh dear, Miguel, I feel guilty now. He has actually changed his shirt now. He has not got a McLaren top on. He's actually returned the one he stole from someone at the team. I kind of feel bad now for having a go at him, because he's clearly heard me and he's changed it immediately from one episode to the other. That's unbelievable. He actually looks a bit guilty. He looks a bit shaken up, to be honest. I'm sorry. You sip that tea, mate. You calm down. Despite the tough times at Miami, we did actually complete a fair number of our goals in that horrendous race, and hopefully we'll be completing a lot more here in Imola as we go over to Marcel, and he's given us a bit of a difficult one here, finishing in a better position in quali than our teammates. That requires us to out-qualify Lando. I am somewhat confident about maybe doing it at Imola, but also at the same time, do I hedge my bets? Because if we don't do the goal, then we won't, then we lose something. So I'm actually going to skip out Marcel's goals for now. Whereas Zoe, I love Zoe. She's been an absolute star. Look at that. We are nearly at level 1 with Zoe as our wind tunnel engineer, opening the DRS slot for more than 45 seconds. That seems pretty darn reasonable. Zoe is the GOAT, okay? All the goals are very reasonable. Whereas with Colin, what stupid goal have you got for us today, mate? Keep tyres below 120 degrees. 100 in inters, 90 in wet in one session. We just had a race where Mark was banging on about tyres overheating, and now you want us to keep the tyres below. Knowing me, now not only is the engine going to be cooked at Imola, the tyre is going to be cooked, but I'm going to go with it because your other goal is complete the weekend without any collisions with other cars, and I'm sorry, that just always happens. It's a bloody career mode with AI drivers. So, yeah, thanks for nothing, Colin. Thanks for nothing. Right. Well, we've got our goals set for the next race weekend. I think it's time to go into Imola. Just checking if our upgrade comes in. It does for the rear wing, although to be fair, I think that was one I repurchased, so that was never going to fail. But going into Imola then, good progress. We are, I think, still P2 in the standings, R&D wise. We actually technically were second at Miami, but we started such a horrendous episode, alluding to the McLaren innately being pretty bad at Miami, at least in the game, in real life before this year. But Mercedes and Ferrari are close. Aston are closing up as well on us, which maybe explains why they were looking so good at Miami. So let's see how they are. And then at the bottom, Visa Cash App RB slipping to the lowest team as Alpine and Haas both make upgrades.
Welcome along, everybody, to Imola, just down the road from Ferrari HQ, and they know a thing or two about pace, and pace today is king. It's qualifying day, and it's great to have you with us.
I'm looking forward to this one. I think this can be a real good race weekend for the entire team. In real life, McLaren has always gone well at Imola. Lando has always gone well at Imola. They did this very year in 2024, and I've always gone pretty well at Imola. We had some really fond memories on the last game, winning this as home races for our respective other brands, but that was a different timeline. That was a completely different universe. This is now, and we are a rookie in Formula 1, and this is our first outing here at the Imola Grand Prix, the fabled one of 2 Italian Grand Prix we've got coming up this season. Bit of traffic to navigate on the first flying lap in Q1 as we overtake Ocon. Tsunoda gets out the way just about as he harvests his energy. I think he's on a outlap there. And even with the slightly, slow mobile chicanes of the V-Carb and the Alpine, we actually managed to top Q1. Hang on a minute. I said this was going to be maybe a great race weekend, but this, are we about to start cooking? This is unbelievable. P1 for us. Maybe we should have chosen that goal from Colin to outqualify Lando. Lando's up there though, P5, showing the car genuinely has some pace, but we were nearly 4 tenths ahead of everyone in Q1, so that is a very good start to the qualifying day here in Imola. But that also puts the pressure on me now, because now I kind of know that there's some time and position to be delivered, and now everyone else is the one chasing me down and looking to close the gap. And with that in the back of my mind, maybe already stunting my performance with a bit of a lock-up in Sector 1 as we try to maybe break a little bit later that time round to maybe gain even more time. And that's the problem sometimes. I actually like maybe not being too quick in Q1 and building yourself up as you go through the sessions rather than the one setting the pace. But to be fair, even with that mistake in Sector 1, we're still looking pretty good. This time Lando has pipped us, but look at that. 1-2 for McLaren, 0.031 behind Lando. But honestly, we might be onto it. Okay, things have changed a little bit. I was going to say, are we onto an absolute heater where, like in real life, we are going well in the papaya car, but now other people have gone quicker. So now I'm confused at where our real pace is, because I was really happy we matched Lando in that session, but now Verstappen's gone quicker, Sainz and Leclerc up there. Even Russell went quicker than both us papaya boys. So interesting. Q3 then, it's all on the line. And there's also now a bit of mystery of, do we have the pace to go towards the front end of the grid, or was that maybe just Q1 and Q2 was the real true performance? Let's see. As we aggressively attack the last chicane, but maybe a little bit too aggressive there as the rear end steps out. That's a mistake we can't afford if we want to be towards the sharp end, and that might just cost us the first 2 rows at least minimum, as we now try to make up for it by going very aggressive on the turn-in the last few corners, very narrowly missing the gravel trap as we go to the line. What's it going to be? P2, 0.072 off Verstappen. It's game on then. Sainz and Leclerc have gone slower. Lando's behind us as well. We're right now provisionally on the front row, but we've gone green in the first sector. Only marginally, we've got a yellow second sector. Lock up into the chicane, but this time we hold the rear end steady, and that's going to gain us and put us back into the green on the delta time, but only by a small margin. We have to gain 0.07. We're going to 0.06. We're teetering on the edge of enough to maybe beat Verstappen's lap time, but the final corner was a bit of a mess. We took far too much curb. I was trying to be too eager, and we go slower, and we have to remain in second place. But in the oh my god, in the end, Lando delivers. Lando has landed on pole position. Oh man, of course I got ahead of Tuma. It's our rookie season. I'm not going to be getting a pole position. I'm not going to be beating Lando at a track he loves like Imola. He's on pole, and he's on pole by 4 tenths of a second. He's done a mega job. Annoyingly though, looking at the lap times, if I actually managed to replicate my Q1 lap, it would have been a 1-2 for McLaren. So there's some genuine pace in this car around this circuit, but like I said, sometimes, well, at least for me, I'm not a great qualifier. You guys know that. So doing such a great lap in Q1 was actually really the opposite of what I needed, because it basically meant I had this pressure of trying to match that lap time. And you saw there was a mistake in Q2. There was an even bigger mistake in Q3, and we just didn't hold it together basically. So what could have been? But that's how qualifying goes sometimes. You can be quicker in the earlier sessions. For us, to be fair, let's be real. Second row still amazing in normal qualifying conditions. Second row, I think that's our highest qualifying slot, without any funny business of a sprint quali or whatever. So we've got to be very happy about that. But Lando on pole shows there's maybe even more in the tank. Could this be an absolutely fantastic Grand Prix coming up for McLaren as a whole? Let's go to the grid and find out.
This race has gone by several former names: the Italian Grand Prix, the San Marino Grand Prix, and now the Emilia-Romagna Grand Prix. It's race day. We're at Imola. Welcome. Unlike most Formula One tracks, Imola is driven anti-clockwise and offers our drivers today just over 3 miles of glistening wet tarmac to negotiate. It's made up of a roughly equal split of 9 right-hand turns and 10 left-hand. Watch the drivers on the way into turn 16. Managing their speed there will be crucial, with the rain only adding to the difficulty of that downhill braking section, which then, of course, leads into the track's longest straight, though no DRS there today, of course. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc and McLaren, Sainz, Russell, Perez, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Joe, Stroll, Gasly, Bottas, Albon, Sargent, Hulkenberg, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Ocon, and Daniel Ricciardo fills the last spot on the grid. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And alongside me today is a man who needs no introduction, but I'll try anyway. It's Ant Davidson. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
It's raining here in Imola, and they've got the dries on. They've got the dries on. Yep. If you guys watched the, the 2 parts ago at the Chinese Grand Prix, part number 5, I think it was, of the series, in the sprint, we had the same thing where at the moment there is a big glitch where the game will not let you put inters on or full wets when it's raining, and it doesn't set the AI to inters, even though it really is truly intermediate weather. It's going to be raining the entire race. The entire race, all 32 laps are going to be wet weather, and yet we're starting on dries. I've opted to switch at least to the soft compound because my thinking was, if we have to start on dries, at least let me start on softs to get that initial bite in, because the softer the compound, the better it's going to perform in the damp, colder conditions and bite in a bit more. But the thing is, I actually don't know if this is going to last the whole race. I don't know if the AI at all ever make the decision to switch back over to inters or switch to inters ever. So we're going to see. We're going to see how this goes. I'm trying to desperately get some heat into the front tyres. The rear tyres are actually lit up quite a fair bit. That's just because I've been wheel spinning everywhere because of the lack of grip, and obviously to add to misery, I've been pushed back in my pit box. Of course I have. Right, we get ready to go to a soaking Imola Grand Prix, but all of us are on dry tyres as we go to 5 red lights. The Imola Grand Prix is underway. It's a slow one for Leclerc. Verstappen's actually had an okay getaway. Lando narrowly maintains P1. He's going to block Verstappen, and he's going to open up the door for us to slide through not only 1 but 2 positions. We're up into first place. We're leading the Imola Grand Prix. Oh, what? 2 illegal overtakes? We didn't even go off circuit. Hardly. We kept at least one side of our car within the white lines. We've defended now very aggressively on Verstappen because I had to let Lando through, and apparently I got an illegal overtake on Verstappen, so I had to let him by. So we let him by momentarily and then defended him straight away, because if I'm going to lose first place, then I at least wanted to be a great teammate to Lando and let him get P1 back again. So absolutely not letting Verstappen get it, and now he's pushed down to P4, but Sainz is all over us here. The Spaniards looking pretty feisty. As you can see, we've continued on because I saw Lando continue on. So I'm going to continue for now on the dries. To be fair, compared to China, the grip isn't too horrendous. Like, it's a lot better than you would think it would be with dry tyres on a wet circuit. It's not as bad as it was in Shanghai. Lando setting purple lap times right now on the hard compound. And my soft tyre strategy hasn't really worked out too much because now they're coming at me at a rate of knots. 3 wide with the Red Bull Ferrari. Now 4 as the Leclerc comes down the inside. We're taking it very easy because I just know at any point there could be a mistake. It's still treacherous out there as Sainz and Verstappen make contact. You saw them wagging their tails. So the drivers around us, they are also struggling for grip. But because they're AI, to break the fourth wall a bit, obviously they're pin perfect, whereas I am not pin perfect and I am struggling for grip. And obviously, to be fair, we all should be because it's intermediate weather. It's not dry tyre weather as we now pinch out Verstappen, but Sainz has got us. We re-overtook Verstappen there with the little wobble mistake and contact he made with Sainz, but Sainz has got us and we're down to P3 now. Meanwhile, Lando's streaking out 6 seconds ahead, and you wouldn't even tell that he's got issues in the car. Like, he's got no problems. He's obviously nailing the throttle and getting it pin perfect every single corner, whereas I am spinning the wheels up a little bit. And I've just not got the pace as these AI in this weird dry, wet scenario. And the thing is, I just know it's annoying because I know it's because it's inters. It is inters. And we should be all on the intermediates, but instead, we're all here like absolute lemons on the dry tyres. And now we've half spun. Great. Great stuff. Great. And the ERS is abysmal again. Look at that. I've got no back. How are these guys saving this much battery around the lap? How are they doing it? Like, how? I'm going none for a whole sector here, and we've saved up enough battery just to keep up with them, let alone overtake them ahead of us. And we're just going backwards now. And at this point, I thought, look, we went well in China, pitting onto inters and then catching them back up. So surely we could do that again. Surely that's something we could do here. So I am going to pit at the end of this lap onto intermediate. In China, in the sprint race, a 10-lap sprint, we pit for inters on lap 1 and we caught back the entire field to win the race. So I was thinking, surely, okay, we wasted a bit of time, 4 laps to be exact, on the dries, but I'm hoping we can do it again. I'm hoping we can close back up on intermediates, which is the correct tyre compound, considering how much water is being kicked up as we enter the pit lane and exit the pit box. So, yeah, let's see. We're the only car on intermediates. This is, a very bizarre situation. Once again, like in Miami, it's very hard to keep up the role-playing aspect of this series and do what I usually do, which is commentate this like a real F1 race, because this isn't a real F1 race, because it can't be, because of this silly situation with the tyre compounds. As we come out on lap 5 on inters, no one else is going to come in anytime soon, so we just get our head down. And at least the good thing is being in clean air means I can hopefully save ERS in the way I want to save it and not have to overuse it just to try and defend the AI on the straights. Russell set the fast lap of the Grand Prix. He was down in P7, remember, just behind us before we made a pit stop. Now, he set a 1:25, I think. So he's gone 4 seconds quicker than I did on the softs. But now, I've come in and I've gone 2 seconds quicker than him on the intermediate. Just showing that this is the correct tyre. Because then on to lap 11. That was 4 laps since that clip on lap 7. And I've closed up 15 seconds to the pack, to Magnussen. Just showing that this is absolutely the right tyre compound for these conditions. And yet, the AI are staying out. And yet, my tyres are so hot internally. Brick red on the rear left and rear right, which means I'm actually going to face more tyre wear than the AI, even though I'm on the right tyre compound. We make the dive on Magnussen to get our first overtake done on these inters, but I've caught them up very quickly. But now our the tyre wear, the tyre heating now is also clearly glitched in this instance, because we're on the right compound. I've gone 2 seconds quicker than anyone on dries. So my tyres shouldn't be heating up this much, like at all. Look how wet it is. This doesn't scream, oh, the Inters need massive cooling. And even if they did, the levels of overheating that are on show on the heads-up display that, you know, on the previous lap, brick red, I would have to be trundling along at like doing a 130 like lap time to cool them down. But my pace is a 123 because that's how quick I can go on Inters in these conditions. So we make the move on Ricciardo, but you can kind of tell into every corner, especially the high-speed ones, my rear end is kicking out. That's not because of the intermediate conditions being slippery and slidey, because I've got the downforce and I've got the grip for it. It's because the tyres are so hot internally that they're losing grip and they're giving me oversteer into the corners, despite really it being the right condition. Just because they're overheated. We make a lovely little move, though, on Ocon there. That was a nice one, as we pretty much didn't have to break our racing line at all, really. And very much using all the curbs as well. Curb riding as much as we can, knowing that we're going to be a little more stable on the curbs than any of these guys around this. But, yeah, progress isn't lightning quick once we've caught up to these guys because my tyres are overheating so much. So in a very odd way, it's equalising our pace. Like, I really should be flying through these guys. But now, as we make that move on Hulkenberg, look at the icon. It was orange on my tyres as we see Gasly fighting Valtteri Bottas. And that's really holding up this entire pack. So we are able to sling it down the inside of Logan Sargent. But yeah, the tyre icon is orange on the right-hand side. The tyre wear is already 61% on the right rear. So I was hoping I could go to the end on Inters and like jump everyone that way, but I'm gonna have to make another pit stop. So well and truly, there's no winning in this race. The only winning that's going to be done for McLaren is maybe Lando, who leads the way by 6 seconds. But this is, I was stuck between a rock and a hard place, because if I carried on those dries with everyone else, I was 4 seconds off the pace on dries versus the drivers around me. I come in and I'm 2 seconds quicker than everyone for only 5 laps. Then my tyres overheat, which they shouldn't be in these conditions. And my pace slows down again. And we're doing 127. So we're now going 2 seconds slower than the drivers around us who are setting a faster pace. Well, Russell was setting a 125 earlier in the race. And I'm going 2 seconds quicker than I was on dries, but only 2 seconds quicker, which means I'm not really gaining that much on the top cars that are going two seconds quicker than me. If that all made sense, you'll realise, yeah, I'm absolutely screwed in this race. The tyre weigh is 82%. I mean, look at those temperatures. Look at those temperatures. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And it's not like it's a Brazil 2012 scenario where, oh, it looks really wet, but it is legitimately time for dries, because we know this is a glitch from the Chinese Grand Prix and from many of you experiencing the very same thing. And along with the glitch of the tyre compound choice is, I think, a glitch of the tyres. The tyre model should absolutely not be overheating my Inters this much, to the point where I'm 92% tyre wear on the rear right. I'm surprised I've not got a puncher on that rear right tyre as we're skating through on lap 16. We're back up to P9, to be fair. We've recovered from last place to P9 to 2 points in this race. But now I come in because my Inters can't take them any longer. I'm going to go on for another set of intermediates. And I will try my best to protect the tyre temperatures a bit more this time, okay? I'm going to, on purpose, because they did say in this new tyre model that you would have to cool your intermediates, that you would have to drive offline to cool them. So I'm going to drive like that. I'm going to drive offline, you know, as we wind up the speed. I'm going to obviously still try and go quick, but I will try and maybe maneuver myself a bit off the racing line to try and cool the tyres down. And I bet you it's not going to do anything. As we close up to Gasly now, with sort of purple middle sector on that outlap there. The Alpine's going to be a bit of a nuisance and kind of park it awkwardly as we dive down the inside. Right now, our temperatures are looking all good. Ironically, my engine temperature has not been an issue at all this race. So at least that's solved. At least that's solved from Miami. Right, yeah, we're going on. And you can see I'm driving a little bit to the left. You know, I'm sticking the racing lines to the right. I've stuck to the left there a little bit, trying to cool the tyres, going to the right, cooling the tyres a bit because the racing line's a bit in the middle, and the tyres are still overheating. Great stuff. Lovely. Lap 20, fast lap of the Grand Prix, 1:23.1. Gone even quicker here now, a lot quicker. We're up to P10 now. We've undercut and jumped everyone that we had already overtaken. But now this is the issue. The top pack ahead of me, tail-ended by Stroll, they're going to be quicker than me eventually because my tyres are going to start overheating and wearing at a much higher rate. So that gap to Stroll, I tried so hard, but it's just not coming down. Lap 26, and the gap is pretty much the same. I'm still matching my race objectives, but the tyres are so hot. They're so hot. My engine's fine, but the tyres are absolutely screaming. And I had to accept at this point on lap 27, I'm just going to the end now, trundling along. And I've got to accept P10. 1 championship point from a second row on the grid. 1 champion! No! And the car's gone! No! And we've hit the wall. Oh, it's game over, folks. It's game over. I'm just going to go find the nearest bridge and jump off it. Puncture on the rear right tyre, and it was into the worst corner ever. Aqua Minerale. So you go so quickly into that right-hander, and it just spun the car completely. We've got floor damage, diffuser damage, front wing damage, tyre damage with the puncture, as we can't even turn the car for that chicane, and we cut across the grass. We're down to P14, and this race has gone from what should have been a glorious effort for McLaren to a dismal one for me. At least Lando's still leading the way. 8 seconds of a gap. He's dominated this Imola Grand Prix. A little bit thanks to me, obviously, with the defending I did versus everyone else to give him a bit of a buffer in stint 1 to then go and continue to have that gap to the rest of the grid. But this is a sad, sad sight. We are limping home on 3 wheels to come in for a pit stop. Look at the damage. Oh, my! And we've crashed into the pit lane entry. I actually have to reset my car because I was legit stuck in the pit lane entry. I would have literally got disqualified. Oh, my God. That's Lando. That's poetry. Lando laps us just as we come into the pits and reset our car. Amazing. Amazing. All of you, man, out there that was saying, why have you chosen McLaren? That's way too easy. What are you saying now? Because I'm absolutely getting trounced by Lando in the teammate rivalry. And if you paid attention to the game, that rivalry means a lot for your recognition, for your contract, for how you progress in this career. So right now, yes, okay, maybe times will get better. We've had a difficult race today. Difficult race last time out. These things happen in a rookie debut season. But Lando's performing at such a high level. And then there's me. And then there's... Oh my God. That sums it up, doesn't it? That sums it up. Oh, that's embarrassing. That's very embarrassing. This is the first time in a long while I have legit felt like an actual rookie at the start of one of these career mode series. Obviously, I know, and you'll agree, a large part of this entire episode is not my fault because of the rain. But this last bit was just sad. So we're going to retire the car. We're going to retire the car 2 laps down. Unbelievable. The damage we had to the rear wing and diffuser and floor was just too much. So even on fresh tyres in the front wing change, we couldn't do anything. But let's celebrate this man, because Lando Norris is coming through for his 2nd win in Formula 1. He's dominated Imola.
Position 13. Great job. Yeah, man. Fantastic. Fuck, you made my life tough, huh? I know, mate. A hard tyre.
They take the checkered flag then here in Imola in what has been another outstanding Grand Prix.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
Our winning drivers are on their way to the podium right now. It's been a fantastic race for McLaren, that's for sure. And no doubt, they'll be celebrating tonight.
I am genuinely very, very happy for our teammate there. Lando's second win and makes up for the real-life Imola Grand Prix in a way, you know, revenge in the game here at least. And he's second in the championship. He's still quite a ways off Verstappen, but he is the main man maybe chasing down the Dutchman if Red Bull continue to maybe slip up here and there. In the constructors, I am definitely letting the side down. We should be ahead of Ferrari by now. Right now, Lando Norris is in massive control of the teammate rivalry, 6-0. And to be honest, it's going to be very hard to even get one on him in terms of those stats there. He leads, you know, myself in the team off the back of his second win ever in Formula 1 in what is already an alternate F1 universe of ours in this career series. Anyway, looking ahead then to the Monaco Grand Prix weekend, we remain in second place in the R&D chart, plateauing a bit along with Red Bull, Mercedes and Ferrari to be fair. Aston Martin the ones that made the biggest gains. So Aston take another step forward at being closer to us three teams who are chasing Red Bull, but they're kind of already there. We saw that in Miami. We saw that in Imola as well. You know, the Astons were right up there, so they're going to be even better potentially. And then Kick Sauber closing up on Williams, those two having a very close battle, along with Haas, V-Carb and Alpine, all three very close together to the point where I can't even tell where Alpine and V-Carb begins on that R&D chart. But yeah, a bit of a holding pattern moment then for a lot of us at the sharp end, but Monaco, it's not going to matter because it's really all about the driver here. They can make a huge difference. You know, car upgrades sure can help out a bit, but it's about who can get close to the walls, who's going to put their neck on the line, the car on the line, and get those last couple of inches of space on the apexes, you know, etc., to try and find that lap time in what is the most important qualifying of the entire season. And I'm not going to lie to you guys, I don't know if it's, you know, because we're 8 episodes into the series, so I've just really got used to it, but the car actually felt pretty good around Monaco. It was the first time where I didn't really feel uncomfortable with the handling of the car. You know, whether that's me getting used to the handling model or the car itself just works well at Monaco, like the McLaren car specifically works well at Monaco with a couple of upgrades we've got. Obviously a lighter car than you'd have in Grand Prix mode, for example. I don't know, but it actually felt pretty good. And even the steering, you know, wasn't, you know, the sensitive turning, etc. was actually quite nice in a way at Monaco because it really meant you could be quite nimble on the front end and not feel like you're, you know, going to hit the wall every single time, basically. So, yeah, no, it was actually quite good. In terms of the lap time, in Q1, it started off well, but then others went so quick. So myself and Lando ended P12 and 13, but obviously, as I've said before in Imola, I'd rather we start a bit slower in Q1 and build up through Q2, Q3, you know, I think that's literally what Carlos Sainz said in real life at the Monaco Grand Prix just gone about, you know, the need to build up the lap, build up that confidence, and build up just rhythm in what you're doing at each corner, basically, and learning as you go on through the sessions, basically. And that's exactly what I prefer to usually try and do, really, because I felt like we had a lot of pressure on ourselves in Imola because we went so quick in Q1. And going into this entire race weekend, that was the focus for me as well, as just, you know, remembering how quick we were over one lap around Imola, forgetting how the race went because that was totally out of my control, and feeling that, or trying to feel that confidence again from qualifying in Imola. We've got a quick car and we're quicker now at some circuits where I go better. You know, I generally have never gone too well at Miami, but then also at the same time, a lot of you guys were saying Miami was very difficult for you as well. But for me personally, I've always gone quicker than Miami at Monaco, at Imola. So also just having that, you know, I think I can see the pattern here, and genuinely we have some pace. Hopefully we can put the lap together. So we've been riding on board with this Q2 lap in its entirety, so you can see every single corner and jimmy and shake of the car. And yeah, that darting front end is actually pretty nice, like I said, around Monaco, because it means you can be try and be pinpoint accurate with where you place the car. And as we cross the line, it's P2 It's about a quarter of a second slower than Verstappen, but it's still promising to be up there in P2, like as a position, for example. Obviously, still time to find. We were, so much closer to Verstappen and Imola, but it takes time. Maybe the second lap in Q2 might be better as we do go out again, because even though we're P3, Perez there in second place, everyone was going out, and I just felt like, let's go out just in case, and just to get another lap under our belt, to gain that extra bit of confidence maybe going into the top 10 shootout. But like in real life, plenty of traffic. Lando right ahead of us, Leclerc tucked up right behind me, and I was hoping to get a gap to Lando, but Leclerc is so insistent of overtaking me that we let him by eventually, and then we kind of prepare ourselves in this stage, as we wind up to the end of the outlap, mentally just kind of taking a few deep breaths, getting ready for the roller coaster that is this circuit, preparing ourselves in terms of the ERS mode on hot lap. I actually changed my differential and put it a bit higher, as that was quite low for a qualifying lap, I feel, because usually I'll put the diff lower if I want to try and eke out the tyre wear, for example, in the race, but in quali, that's no bother. Turn 1, decent enough. We float the car through, nail the apex pretty well. We're going to be about 1.5 tenths up as we just climb the hill then towards Casino Square, bit wide, and the rear end snapped, and we have to catch it, and we have done so very well. We did really well, I must say, to keep it out of the wall there. Otherwise, that would have been a disaster class of embarrassment in Q2 of crashing out the car before we even get to the top 10 shootout. But very well. But we basically just understeered. I think we got on the marbles in a way on the outside line. And there's the nose cam on board, just showing you how close it was. And then just a replay of the onboard again. Real big snap, but very well to hold it with a double drift from left to right. And we can live to fight another day with no issues on the car for the top 10 shootout. And that's the important thing, to be honest, because if we go to the checkered flag, we actually didn't have to worry about the lap time, because we are through into the top 10 shootout in that P3. Never really changed, so that's all calm. But now it's time for the shootout then, and the most important Q3 lap we're going to do all season long as we ready ourselves. And it's go, go, go for our first flying lap here in the last part of qualifying. Down to turn 1, late on the brakes, float the car in, very close to the wall on the left-hand side. I feel like that was the quickest I've taken turn 1 all day, which is very promising. And this time making sure we keep the car tight on the line and just being easy on throttle, because it was so easy to lose the rear end then when we made that mistake at the end of Q2. Bit of a lock-up into Mirabeau. We definitely lost some time there, not getting the front end as tight as possible at that right-hander, but then we threw the hairpin. It feels a bit slow, floating the car in second gear, keeping in second gear to get the nose turned in, get on power early, and then using battery through the tunnel as Russell sets down a marker early on in this qualifying. Now down the crest. Oh, no!
Wow, that was a heck of
No! Oh, you're kidding me. I felt like that was a really good lap, and we've just clipped the inside wall. That's it's another rookie error, isn't it? It's just man, I really felt good about that. I actually thought we could have been fighting for the front row here at Monaco. Honestly, I was feeling so in the zone, and maybe that Q2 spin was the sign of me maybe losing a bit of composure. It was a little lock-up on the front left, and I was jinking the car to make sure we didn't go too deep into the corner, but in doing so, I jinked it to the inside, and we clipped the wall. And that's it. It's over. There's nothing more to say. Lando, only P6, but it's very close, to be fair. Look at the lap times between Lando, Perez, Hamilton. Very, very close. Alonso doing amazingly in third place there, so the Aston Martin upgrade's working well. It's the home man, Leclerc, on the front row, though, alongside Max Verstappen, shock horror. But what could have been? What could have been? Instead, now, I've got a bit of a difficult race ahead of me, maybe, at Monaco, with the way the AI have been difficult to overtake so far in the career series from P10. It might be a very painful Grand Prix coming up. Let's go, and we're going to try and really make up for our mistake if we can on the opening lap, and then after that, it's Monaco, so who knows what we can actually do. Let's go to the grid.
Formula One returns to Monte Carlo once again today, home to the world-famous Monte Carlo Casino that first opened in 1863. And of course a certain road race first held in 1929. There's no greater an occasion, no more valuable a win than the Monaco Grand Prix. The astonishing Circuit de Monaco is, for all intents and purposes, virtually unchanged since its inaugural race back in 1929. The faster cars of today ensure the 19 corners past the casino and along the seafront remain as thrilling as ever. A 2.1 mile lap here takes us around an entire country, yet never more than inches from the race-ending barriers. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, with Charles Leclerc alongside. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Perez, Norris, Russell, Sainz, Albon, a McLaren, Bottas, Stroll, Hülkenberg, Joe, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Gasly, Ocon and Logan Sargent. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And alongside me here today in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson. Now sadly things didn't work out for them last time, it was a bad race. Question is though, can they recover today?
Yes, they can, Crofty. You've got to put it behind you. Whatever happened last time, I was always told as a driver, park it, forget about it. Obviously, feel the pain when it happens, but then you can't dwell on it and carry that through to the next race. So put it behind you and just crack on with this race coming your way now.
All right, here we go then. P10 to start the Monaco Grand Prix. This is going to have to be the lap one of all lap ones, unless we want to just be looking at the back of Albon's Williams for 39 laps, because it is going to be so difficult to overtake, even more so in this year's game, because I have faced difficulty with that, you know, with the ERS and the way the AI is so good at managing it. We're on the medium tyre. Most people have chosen mediums, but like in real life, we've got a couple of people that have chosen and gambled to go to the hard tyre in order to get track position in the first phase of this Grand Prix. Very interesting stuff. Sainz one of them, and he's directly ahead of us. So I'm really hoping that he has a slow launch off the line. We can hopefully do Albon off the line as well, and maybe pick up 2 positions, and that then might just be it for the entire Grand Prix, because although it is one everyone wants to win, it is also going to be a procession and a very hard place to pass, but it's also a massive challenge, and that's why every driver loves it. And with that, the lights are coming on, and we're going to be go, go, go for the Monaco Grand Prix. Lights out, and we're on the way. It's a slow start for Sainz, and we do get the jump. It's a slow one for Perez, and we managed to make not only 2 but 3 overtakes as we also get George Russell. It's a blitzing start for Leclerc as well. The home man leads the Monaco Grand Prix. We send it down the inside of Perez. Unbelievable aggression from us, but we also get him because he's on the hards as well. Some of these guys, I think they're going to be regretting their decision. The hard tyres really not performing at the start of this race, as Alonso and Hamilton are side by side at the hairpin ahead of Lando Norris. Yellow flags behind, but what a start for us. P6, but a safety car. Red flag! Red flag's out. It was a safety car initially, but the red flag is out. Just like in real life. Oh my days. Wow. Just like in real life. The red flag has come out on lap 1, and like in real life, that has now just screwed over anyone that chose the hard compound, because although you can change your tyres, you still have to follow the changing of the compound rule. Oh my god, and that includes the 2 leaders. Leclerc, he got a mega getaway here in front of his home crowd on the outside at turn 1, gets into first for Ferrari, Verstappen down to second, but Verstappen and Leclerc, along with Perez and Carlos Sainz, they all started on the hard compound. So they will have to switch to either mediums and then try and take mediums all the way to the end, 38 laps or so, whenever we restart it. Or they're going to have to make another pit stop, basically. And I assume we'll go to the end, as it was, Perez being absolutely no-scoped out of this one by Russell there, with a bit of terrorism at the hairpin apex. But Yeah, well, there you go. No, there you go. Just like it. This is actually quite realistic. Like in real life, we're being told the hards will go all the way to the end, which means those drivers that have to go to mediums in order to change their compound, they're going to have to try and take mediums all the way to the end of the race, which is going to be very difficult for them, especially on the game here, because we know the tyre wear is so different compound to compound. It's very harsh. We've seen that at Jeddah before. Or the other way they could go is they could go on to another set of hards, and they have to then actually make a pit stop, which is obviously not ideal in a race where the rest of us will be going to the end. So, wow, okay, things just got very interesting with the top two definitely under pressure. So we now ready ourselves for another race start in the Principality. This time we're P6 alongside Lando as we look to forward lights, and we're underway for the second time in Monaco, and it's a horrendous start for Verstappen and Leclerc, and we've made a triple overtake. We've got Lando on the exit, and we just went and did Hamilton Alonso round the outside of turn 1. It was 3 abreast, and we came out on top with 3rd place right now. What is going on? And Leclerc ahead of us, he's chosen another set of hards, so he has to make a pit stop. And Verstappen is on medium, so he will be wearing out those tyres a lot more than I am. I am technically in the prime position to maybe try and fight for the race win. Who knows? We need to get past Leclerc ASAP because he's making another pit stop. He is basically an obstacle in our fight versus Verstappen with those worn medium tyres at the end of the race. This is a replay then. A really slow start for the front row. Look at that. 3 wide and an outside overtake on the 7-time and 2-time world champions respectively. Really great stuff. They're still scrapping, by the way, Hamilton Alonso. They're so close together. But lap 4 then, time to get into a rhythm. We didn't get a chance to do so on the opening lap with the red flag. So now we try and get into a flow around this Grand Prix and slightly heavier fuel. Verstappen set the fast lap of the Grand Prix. So he's trying to pull away in order to gap us, because eventually he will be facing a lot more tyre wear than any of us on the hards. So it's important for him to pull away, and that's why it's so important that we overtake Leclerc, because right now he's actually not even looking that quick. He is right now a mobile obstacle for us to try and chase after and keep the pressure on Max Verstappen. And as we float the car through in second gear, nail the apex curb and get ready to use overtake mode and abuse the ERS through the tunnel. Puff of smoke from Leclerc's rear end. He's slow. We go down the inside. It's going to be so fine. Leclerc gives us the room though on the exit. We use more battery to get the nose in, and at to back we've made the move before swimming pool, and we're up into second place of the Monaco Grand Prix, and I cannot believe the position we're in right now. This is, what are we doing? What are we actually doing right now? We seem to be having some great pace on the hard compound of tyre. And remember Jeddah, that, our best race yet so far in the series, episode 2. We had some great pace on the hards then. So right now, confidence is supremely high, trying to now maybe chase down and pressurize that man in the lead. But let's just take a look at a replay of this move. Always great to see the iconic shots of F1 cars through the Monaco tunnel apex, and as you exit the tunnel, the sun flashes your eye. We go down the inside. Leclerc corner cuts a little bit there, but we keep it going, and it's a fair fight then into to back, and he gives us room to work with. Here's the looking back on board from the Ferrari then, so surprised he didn't go defensive. He left the door open for us, really. Then here you can see he remains ahead by cutting over, but leaves us the room, which is respectful from Leclerc. And then we use a lot of battery to get the nose turned in before the next section. So lap 5 then, almost immediately after making the overtake, my engineer's going on about the engine temperatures, but and he scared me a bit, but I don't know what he's on about, because our engine temperatures are nowhere near 136. They're 131 to 130, nowhere near the calamities we were having at Miami. And to that point, we're actually pulling away from another car. We've made an overtake and we're pulling away from them. This is unprecedented stuff at the moment here in Monaco as we pull a near 2-second gap to Leclerc. We obviously successfully achieved our mid-race objective of keeping the engine to a cool temperature. Verstappen ahead of us is 5.2 seconds ahead. So that's quite a hefty margin, but you can see I've got some pace in the car, setting a purple first sector. You can see clearly on the heads-up display, the tyres aren't overheating, the engine's not overheating. Clearly, we've actually got really good pace on the hards relative to other people on the same hards. So very much like Jeddah, you know, for the first time, this actually feels like I'm driving a McLaren that is second place in the R&D chart. You know, so far, you know, we've not been up to speed. In quali, yes, I crashed out. But remember, before that, I felt so confident in the car. And you're seeing why. Genuinely, we're on pace now. But there's still plenty of work to be done. And unfortunately, Mark has told me that we've got a little bit of wear on the ICE. That's going to maybe put us down on power slightly. I mean, if there's ever a place to be down on power, Monaco's not too bad. But please, F1 gods, don't you dare give me an engine failure in a race like this where we're in prime position. You know, we've brought the gap down from 5 to 2.4 seconds on lap 12. So 4 laps and we gained 2.5 seconds. And then a further 4 laps and we brought the gap down to 1.4. So you can see I am also facing a bit of tyre wear because the rate at which we're catching Max is slowing down. And there, you know, there's an ebb and flow to this race. I'm making sure I'm saving battery, saving tyres. I'm kind of doing one lap where I'm kind of cooling off, then doing another lap where we're a bit quick because, you know, for once now, I've not got the pressure of 500 AI cars behind me. So I can actually do that kind of, you know, clever driving that I feel like the handling model is trying to make you do anyway. But it's hard to do that when you're being badgered by so many cars. But in this instance, we could control our pace, protect our tyres, and play a waiting game of just slowly catching Verstappen. And we've done that now. You would have seen here, lap 19, since the start of this lap, Verstappen's looked really slow. I'm not going at full pace on purpose because I just, you know, there's no need to be too urgent about this. At some point, the move will come. I just need to believe in it. At the same time, we want to stay with Verstappen because Monaco is Monaco. If he's going to try and go to the end, this is the place where he can maybe do it, you know. It is difficult to overtake, so we need to, you know, it's kind of hard to know how to play it.
Okay, mate, Verstappen's ahead of you. They're holding us up now, so let's please try and get past as soon as possible and get on with our race. Push, push.
Okay, Mark. Okay, well, Mark's actually just made the decision for me. He's told me to get the hurry up. He thinks we're being slowed up by Verstappen. That is the biggest confidence boost you can ever hear, that he thinks we just need to get past him and go on with our race. So we've been told to overtake him before lap 25. So it is time to pressurize a reigning F1 world champion and look to overtake him for P1 at the Monaco Grand Prix as we go through Raskas. Very close. Oh, Verstappen comes in! Oh my god! Yeah, we've already met the objective. Verstappen's in. He's bailed out. He doesn't think he can get to the end and he needs to make another stop. Oh my god, we're in the lead. We're in the lead. We're leading. We're leading. Okay. We need to calm things down. Lap 21, 7.2 seconds ahead of Leclerc, who he himself needs to make a pit stop because he hasn't changed tyre compound. So it could be Hamilton and Alonso fighting each other for the podium steps. Meanwhile, Verstappen has come out in P9 on fresh medium tyres, going for the move on Carlos Sainz on the outside. He's crashed. He's into the wall.
What the Unbelievable, mate.
Oh my god. Oh my god. Verstappen has binned it. He's crashed into Sainz. Oh, he's really misjudged that. Sainz shut the door. And the move was never really on the outside of turn 1. The space was always closing, and you can see clearly there Verstappen with a bit of an acceleration into the brake zone almost to try and force the move through, and he's misjudged it. It's a bad day in the office for Red Bull. No one will be jumping in that swimming pool of theirs at Hospitality, but I just might be jumping in the marina at the end of this race. Virtual safety car is out and now ending for Verstappen's crash. Leclerc, he's going to pit. So the next car to us that we need to worry about is Hamilton, 8.3 seconds, but he's got Alonso on his tail. So he's going to be looking in his mirrors, I'm hoping, rather than forwards. But for us, it's now just a case of trying to control the pace, control our tyres, and make sure we don't make any mistakes like we did in qualifying. Meanwhile, lap 23 onto 24, Leclerc comes in for his pit stop to change his tyre compound. Wow, Leclerc and Verstappen on the front row together, and now I don't think either of them will be in the points, really. Well, Verstappen's obviously out, but let's see where Leclerc comes out. But that is looking like a horrid decision to choose the hard compound at the start of the race, huh? As Tsunoda and Joe Guanyu through. Yeah, the whole front row, Leclerc and Verstappen, out the points as it stands. Leclerc obviously can still come back with the fresh tyres he's got, but meanwhile, Albon doing an amazing job. Lando must be completely peeved off because he's been looking at that Williams rear wing pretty much all race. That's what I was worried we were going to do, and Lando's the one doing it, staring at the back of the Williams, who's in a fantastic P4, I must say, right now. Fair play to Albon. As we go on through this race, lap 24 to 31, 6 laps, and Hamilton has brought down the gap from, it was 8 to 6 to now 2.5. So they are catching me, but that's also because I am driving at about 50%. Just making sure I don't do anything silly by pushing the car. The tyres are very second-hand, and to be fair to me, I actually go and then pull a bit of a gap back on Hamilton. Lap 36, we get a bit of a move on, just to prove to myself that I do have a bit more pace in the tank, and that I am just genuinely controlling the race, because we pull the gap nearly 4 seconds. So we could pull away more if we wanted to, but I'm just controlling everything and just trying to have a very calm drive to alleviate any mistakes, mishaps. Bit of praying in there for the engine that's a bit worn as we go on now to the final lap of this Monaco Grand Prix, and we're still in first place. Can you believe it? Can you believe it? Because I can't. I literally can't. Just look back at the last 2 episodes. How horrendous it has been for us. Miami, awful performance. Imola, completely out of our hands. You know, the wet situation. This is vindication. This is karma coming back to us for having to have a torturous 2 episodes from Miami to Monaco. Obviously a little bit of luck in there of, you know, people choosing the hards at the start and the red flag coming out. But sometimes that happens in Formula 1. It literally happened in real life Formula 1 at this year's 2024 Monaco Grand Prix. And we're just soaking it in, going slower than we need to really bask in the achievement that we're doing today, because in our rookie debut season we come through the final few bends of a long arduous Monaco Grand Prix. It's not only going to be a first podium in Formula 1, it's not even a normal first win in Formula 1, because we are the young king of Monaco. We've just won the Monaco Grand Prix. Come on, get in. What a race. What a race. Oh, I'm so happy.
You always look back at a race like this and think, if I'd just made that mistake there or locked up here, there would have been contact. And every one of those overtakes is a moment where you have to absolutely nail it, perfect it, and that's exactly what they were able to do today. Great stuff indeed.
As the winners make their way up to the podium, one can only imagine the celebrations that will take place at McLaren tonight. Congratulations to everyone on the team, securing the win and proving that they're a force to be reckoned with out on the track.
That first taste of champagne on the top step of the podium is going to taste so sweet. There we are. P1, the trophy, our first trophy in Formula 1, and it's a first place trophy. What did we do? What did we do? Quite ironically, Red Bull and Verstappen have been so good this season that it doesn't even look like we've even made a dent in anything in the standings. he still leads the way by a large margin. I've not even moved up the order in the standings, but I don't care. I don't care. And we get an accolade. We get an accolade. Our first accolade achievement, a tiered achievement for championship points. So I think the achievement was 60 points in our F1 career. That was the first tier yardstick for this accolade. And in doing so, we actually tangibly get a reward. I didn't know that. We get a reward of extra experience. So actually, trying to go for accolades is very important then to try and boost your overall rating. I had actually no idea it was so intrinsically linked to the overall rating. And we just get an update on the contract performance. Elena is happy to report that we are well on the way to going towards that target of 80 rating. So now we can go towards the actual Canadian Grand Prix. Like I said, no purchased upgrades for us, but we did have one pending. And it's failed. It's failed. It was meant to be the engine upgrade. That was one of my upgrades, annoyingly. So this time Lando can have the last laugh with that. So we'll repurchase that. That's a bit frustrating, though. It would have been so good to have a major engine power upgrade for the Canadian Grand Prix. Instead, I'll have to wait to the next one, the European portion of the season, really beginning at the Spanish Grand Prix now for the rest of the, the summer bit of the calendar. But that's a bit annoying because it would have been really great at Montreal. But it is what it is. Lando had a fair few failures. It was maybe time for me to have one. But now we can head to Montreal as an F1 race winner. As we look around, the team know they have 2 race winners here. Hey, buddy. Hey, buddy. Who would have thought? Who would have thought both of us race winners? Not me. Oh, he doesn't care. I'll just go screw myself then. Okay, cool. Bye. R&D wise, there's a little movement in the table with Mercedes with a small upgrade that takes them up to second for the first time, ahead of McLaren and Ferrari in R&D terms. Aston Martin get even closer to this pack, so it really now is a pack of 4 chasing down Red Bull. But you can kind of see no progress. I mean, slight progress has been made, but not a massive amount. They've still got a healthy margin to the 4 of us, but they just have had a double DNF race, so that should knock them in terms of momentum and that focus for both their drivers, Verstappen and Perez. Elsewhere, Williams and Alpine with some upgrades, so the French outfit get ahead of the tail end pack of V-Carb and Haas, and Williams try and maybe keep up with Aston Martin, but they are losing a little bit of ground, but at least getting away from Kick Sauber. But let's see what that means then in reality when we come to the qualifying pace around the Canadian GP circuit.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here in Canada at the wonderful Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Who's going to come out fastest of all in the next hour? Yes, it's time for qualifying.
This is one of my absolute favourite circuits on the F1 calendar and in the F1 games consistently year to year. And I'm really hoping that even with this game's handling model, I will still be enjoying Montreal. There's just something about it. I just love the ebb and flow of it. Got some really quick corners, but equally some really close walls as well, considering it's not really a street circuit, but it certainly feels like that at times in some of the areas. And trying to hook up the car straight away, we've got quite a low rear wing to make sure we're good and speedy in a straight line. We're getting a bit of a toe of Logan Sargent, but annoyingly, as we go into the final corners, we're going to push the American driver basically through the chicane as we come and finish the lap. I was very annoyed at him just blocking us there, but that was his quick lap. That was him going quick, but I wanted to vent my frustrations after crossing the line by just getting a bit close. And if this was real life, I'd be putting my hand up in the cockpit saying, "What on earth are you doing, man?" But in the end, it doesn't matter. We're through into Q2. Myself and Lando quite close together. But once again, a lot of other teams showing their hand early on with a bit of a marker laid down. I like the vibe here, though. Myself and Lando both kind of holding back a little bit. Maybe there's more in the car to show. Kind of, a bit of smoke and mirrors, really, with the teams around us as we now get into the real business portion of qualifying as it's Q2. This is for a chance for a spot in the top 10 shootout. Hoping to make it, of course, but it's a first chance to maybe see what the true pace is like as we really wrestle the car through the final chicane there and took quite a bit of curb to get the car turned in and probably lost some time in doing so. But we go P1 for now. Sainz second, Alonso third, Zhou Guanyu ahead of Lando Norris, but not too sure if Lando had set a time. He had, because Zhou Guanyu very high in the Kick Sauber P6 to say they didn't bring any upgrades and Williams did, and they clearly didn't work very well because both the Williams are out. But usual suspects, 2 Red Bulls, 2 Ferraris, 1 Merc. one Merc, because Russell, despite being with an upgrade for Mercedes this race weekend, being P2 in the R&D chart, Russell does not make the most of those upgrades. Hamilton, we know how much he loves Montreal as well, so he's done well to get that Merc into the top 10, where Russell has failed that hurdle. And both Astons are through instead as well, so the Astons pipping one of the works Mercedes teams. And of course here at McLaren, we are also looking to try and do over the Mercedes works teams with the Mercedes in the back of our McLaren. Speaking of that Mercedes in the back of our McLaren, it's a little worn. I'm using the same internal combustion engine as the one from Monaco, and I was hoping we could make it work, but I'm surprised about the amount of wear it's taken just in Q1 and Q2, and I assume also the practice programs we did in quick practice. Hopefully it doesn't hinder us too much. I mean, right now we're P6, but that wasn't the best lap, I don't think, from me. I think there's a bit more time on the table, but others have sped up. Lando is, I believe, inside the top 5 right now in terms of the timing ladder on the top left. We can't see his name, so I assume he's in the top 5 rather than P10 below Stroll, as we do gain about 1/10.5 in the first sector to go purple. Green middle sector, about 1/4 of a second teetering on that up on our first lap here in Q3. Final chicane to go. A little bit hesitant on the turn in, as I didn't want to upset the car like we did in Q2. We crossed the line though with still 1/4 of a second gained, and that will nicely, very nicely, take us on to the second row alongside Lando. So, oh wow, look how close that is. Sainz on pole, by the way, as well. Ferrari on pole position here. That is really good for them. It's really good for all of us, really. That's it. It's a Ferrari pole, but look how close. 0.082 separating the top 4. 1/10, and you got P5 as well in there. But that's incredible. Honestly, we could have been on, any of us could have been on pole there in the top 4. Supremely close. Hopefully that's going to continue into the race, and we have some genuine good race pace here from the second row. One of us, or maybe both of us, could be going for the podium potentially. Let's go to the grid.
We're back once again beside the St. Lawrence River here in Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. The event first moved to the variant of this track back in 1978, and it was won by none other than Gilles Villeneuve, the first Canadian to ever win his home race, and in whose honour the circuit would be renamed. If you want flat-out racing, you've come to the right place this weekend, as it's full throttle for 59% of this 2.7-mile circuit, peaking at around 210 miles per hour going into the final chicane. But that speed requires discipline, and there are more than a few close walls here just waiting to punish drivers with a heavy right foot. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. It's Carlos Sainz in pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Norris and McLaren, Hamilton, Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Perez, Joe, Russell, Albon, Sargent, Hulkenberg, Bottas, Gasly, Ocon, Tsunoda, Magnussen, Stroll, and Daniel Ricciardo fills the last spot on the grid. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And joining me in the commentary box today with the best view on what is about to unfold and some strong views on the action we're about to see, Naomi Schiff. Now, sadly, things didn't work out for them last time. It was a bad race. Question is, though, can they recover today?
It is true they had a really tough day in the office last time out, but they cannot dwell on that. It's so important to turn the page and start on a blank slate, because the more you dwell on that, the less it's going to push you in the right direction. So take some notes. Obviously, there's things to be learned, but move on.
Well, it's a little bit overcast here in Montreal, but I'm pretty sure the rain is staying away. I was a bit concerned we were going to get another Imola fiasco, but no worries. We start in dry and we're all on the medium compounded tyre. We look ahead and we've got Lando in third place in formation. We're on the same row as him. It's probably our best qualifying of the entire season in terms of being that close to Lando for the first time over one lap. And to me, it's no surprise it's come at Montreal. I was hoping that we could really perform here. And to be honest, this might be, you know, the last really great performance like this for a little bit, because honestly, that's the difference in terms of that's how much I love Canada. I always have gone well here. I always go a couple of tenths quicker here at Montreal than any other circuit on the calendar. So we have to make the most of it. We did a really great day on Saturday. Let's see what we can do in the race. If the race pace is there and tyre wear's not horrendous, I genuinely think both of us could be attacking for podium spots. There are 2 cars ahead of us, so maybe one of us will lose out in that podium fight. Let's find out, but it's exciting to have a Ferrari on pole, not a Red Bull. Let's see how this race start goes and the pace. As we get ready to go to 5 red lights here in Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. Lights out and away we go, and Sainz basically just doesn't even get off the line on pole position, and Verstappen, for goodness sake, is already into P1. 3 wide into turn 1 as Hamilton tried to get both of them ahead of us. Lando and Sainz, we went down to P5. It was a bit of a poor getaway for me, and instead now we're actually overtaking Lando, because we may have got the initial bad getaway, but Lando got really off-put by getting overtaken by Hamilton there and being side by side with Sainz, and we managed to catch him napping a little bit on the outside. We're up into P4, he's down to P5, but really not an ideal start to the Grand Prix, you got to say. From 3 and 4, we're now 4 and 5. And, well, Hamilton showing maybe those Merc upgrades are actually genuinely working, because that was a really great launch for him off the line. You can see on the bottom right, we've used a lot of battery here to try and stick with Hamilton inside that 1 second. With DRS, you know, in this season available from lap 2, it's crucial to remain in that 1 second on the opening lap to then get the DRS benefit straight away. And, you know, I really want to stay with this pack if we can, as we have a little bit of an oversteer moment. But, yeah, I really, really want to stay with this top pack and not get lost just defending Lando, for example, or defending others behind, because I think if we can stick with them, well, you can see Sainz there is already pressurizing Verstappen nose to tail, and there we are. We're not too far off. I think this could be a 4-way fight for the podium spot, maybe even 5-way with Lando involved. Maybe look at everyone, really, unfortunately, with the way the AI clump up together in the races so far. But you know what I mean. We can fight, and I reckon there's going to be a fight immediately here on lap 4 onto 5. Sainz pulls out to the inside with DRS. The 2 of them are going to be neck and neck for the race lead. Meanwhile, behind, we're taking it easy. Little bit of a love tap on Hamilton's diffuser, but we get the move on him, and maybe Verstappen as well. He's so slow from his battle with Sainz, we nearly make contact, and again, as we have to really get aggressive, get the elbow out. Verstappen's been taken wide by us, and Hamilton has gone through into P3, and Lando might just go through into P4. Verstappen, how do you like that? From P1 to P5. Oh, wow. In 1 sector, he has got to be fuming in the cockpit. Oh, God, I'm fuming. I'm fuming with myself. What a mistake. That's a big blunder. I think I got my rear tyre caught on the curb on the inside there. I got too overexcited getting to 2nd place and overtaking a Red Bull. And we just made a bit of an error there. So you can really tell still we are very much still a rookie. Even though we are a race winner rookie now, there are still mistakes creeping in for us. But it's still not as bad as Verstappen. P1 to P5 is dreadful for him. How things have changed. I think the tides are turning. You saw it at Monaco. Leclerc got into the lead of the Monaco Grand Prix before the red flag situation. And now Sainz is leading. Verstappen's been overtaken by 4 cars in 1 sector. Red Bull are starting to look a bit vulnerable, as the same as Hamilton, to be honest, right now to turn 1, because I sense a move here, a bit of a lock-up as we try and slow down the car to not make contact with our fellow compatriot. The 7-time world champion has been overtaken, though, as we get up into 2nd place. Lewis sticks his nose in, but we have the better racing line. We drift our way through down the small hill at the chicane there, and we're up into 2nd place. And unlike previous races, and like Monaco, the very last episode, we do push away, and we actually have some pace to pull away and not just get stuck in a defending train with the cars behind us. This is good, but like I said at the start on the formation lap, I genuinely believe this is only the case because it's Canada. I love the circuit that much that it's going to be different to other circuits for me. So right now, soak it in, because honestly, I think from next episode, we'll be back to struggling a little bit to match Lando's pace. Right now, though, it's good, and we're actually quicker than Lando in this race currently, as we see some fighting going on for P10 then. At least good to see some of the cars actually fighting side by side, as Albon, I think, overtakes Joe Guan Yu there for P10 in the Williams. May have not been a great qualifying for Williams, but clearly they've got better race pace with those upgrades. But ahead, Russell, Alonso, Perez, Leclerc, who's been a bit quiet in this race, but he's now close to Verstappen. Lando chasing after Hamilton as he heads a bit of a train for the top 10, but crucially, we're not ahead of him, so we're not giving him DRS, so Lando could actually attack him maybe, as he won't have any DRS, because we are 2.4 seconds down the road, and we're close to Sainz. We're under 1 second now. We've actually chased down the Ferrari. How about this? And our tyres aren't cooking. Our engine's not cooking. Things are actually going well. Again, I can't believe it. It feels like the Monaco race again, where for the first time, things are coming towards us. I actually feel, well, like we were on F1 23. We actually maybe have a little bit of pace about us somewhere, and we can actually go forwards rather than just constantly looking backwards or staying where we are. And I've got actually time to think about protecting the tyres, protecting the engine a bit, as we are doing a bit of lift and coast and a lot of braking in a straight line to make sure we harvest as much energy as possible. I feel I kind of found in this race a bit of a rhythm of staying on the brake just a little bit and maybe going early on the brake and kind of bleeding it into the corner just to try and maybe harvest a lot more, and that's helped me stay with Sainz. But then also his DRS has just helped me. We're just kind of on purpose not really getting too close to him to overheat the engine, and we're just staying in a holding pattern right now because we've got the rest of the race to go, and if we pull the trigger too early, we're going to be in a situation where we're defending Sainz for too long, and then maybe there's a problem there. So, you know, playing a bit of 4D chess at the moment as things start to get a bit tense, because I feel like maybe, just maybe, the race win might be on here in Canada. But we've still got a long way to go in this race, but we are pulling the trigger on one thing, and that's the pit stop as we get very close to Sainz's rear end. But we come in for an early stop, 1 lap earlier, I reckon, or maybe 2 laps earlier than Sainz. Definitely 1 lap earlier than our teammate Lando. And this is going to be the undercut. We know it can be very powerful on this game, so I'm hoping we can use it to our advantage to maybe get track position. But more importantly, I think the undercut could be that powerful that we get a bit of a buffer to Sainz, like a 1 second to break the DRS, and that will maybe allow us for him not to close us down. Obviously, if he does, then it's going to be a different story, but just wanted to try and see if we can play around with an undercut strategy, because I've seen how good it can be for other drivers. But as we come out the pits then, we're in a load of traffic, and my engineer has actually given me an objective of achieving P11, because he was like, we're just, you know, behind slower cars now, so let's get a move on. I think it was a little bit lacking context, because he literally gave me the objective as I exited the pits. But we made quick work of Esteban Ocon on the outside of the hairpin, which is a bit unorthodox, and now close up to the other Alpine. Still, even with upgrades, looking pretty darn slow in a straight line there for the French outfit, as we make quick work of him, as we've got a couple of cars coming in, and that always puts me off when cars come into the pit lane, because I always try and use another car as my reference point for where I'm braking. But we navigate the final few corners fine, and we're now up into P6 behind Nico Hülkenberg in the Haas. I think Sainz is still yet to pit. Most of the people around us in the top 10 fight have pit though, so we've got an undercut on them, because, you know, look at the mini-map, I can't even see where Lando's dot is. So we've definitely gained a lot of time on the people we were around in the top 10 fight. But where are we going to be versus Sainz? Because he was a bit closer to us, of course, and obviously he seemed to have a bit more pace than anyone in this race. So curious to see where he is, but we didn't lose too much time overtaking Hülkenberg. Maybe could have got him a bit earlier, but didn't want to kind of stick my nose in a little bit rashly, because we are in a fight for top position. So now, you know, you can't be too desperate. We need to be controlled and measured, because we need a car that is in good nick and in one piece. And we are through into the lead, because there is Sainz now coming out the pit lane, and there we are just on the left hand side coming off screen, and we're into first place, and we are just over 1 second. But immediately Sainz gets on us there. He's absolutely on it there. Actually, it was a bit deceiving, the time gap, because I think it was a bit closer, a bit further away, sorry, because Sainz was still in the pit lane. chicane with the limiter, but it's Perez in third. Lando is down to P5. I think Perez is out of sync. Verstappen is way down the order in P8, but look at how quick the Ferrari is. Oh my days. The Ferrari, a rocket ship in a straight line, it would seem, because he's immediately honest. We didn't want to overuse the battery, though, because I knew he was still going to be honest at the hairpin. So I've tried to save enough ERS for this back straight, but Sainz tries to get the switchback going from left to right, but we've just got the exit. We've dumped a load of battery with overtake mode, but Sainz is looking rapid, and he's going to have DRS, of course. So I need to also watch out for the long-term battery save. You know, I could overuse the battery and then have nothing for this straight. We've not actually got that much, to be honest, in the tank. And Sainz, because of that, has pulled alongside us. Of course, DRS on this straight as well. We lock up defending and shooting on the inside. We almost went onto the grass there as we were so desperate to jump back down the inside. And the question and dilemma is, do we use the battery here, or do we use it on the pit straight? Either way, Sainz will attack us on one of the straights. He goes down the inside of this one into the final chicane. We're neck and neck. We bang tyres a little bit as there's a warning for contact. Sainz there on the right-hand side. Perez is in the slipstream. It's nearly 3 wide as we get back down the inside of Sainz. This time, though, the Ferrari is half a car length ahead, and crucially, he's got the traction. He's got the racing line, and the Ferrari now leads the Grand Prix. We're down to second. I'm hoping we can stick with Sainz, but Perez got a bit too close for my liking, and look at that now. Look at that. I spoke about this happening, and it's happened, ironically, because I undercut Sainz. Basically, we've now got a train of P1 down to about P8 because myself and Sainz have been fighting so much as we now gain back on the Spaniard into none ERS into the chicane, back up to medium eventually on the exit and overtake mode indeed, actually, with DRS open, the left-hand side, the door is slammed shut, so we go to the outside then. It's going to be wheel to wheel, tyre wall to tyre wall as we went through the apex of turn 1, but in the end of it, it's a pretty well choreographed overtake as Sainz doesn't put up too much of a fight, and I suspect that's because he knows he can get us back on the back straight because he's just so good into the hairpin. You can see he's actually snapping at us at the heels of our car because the Ferrari's so good on the brakes into the hairpin. And then look at this. I've got no battery. I've got no battery on the bottom right there, the yellow bar. I can't defend that. I can't. It's yeah, I'm still doing a lot of learning of where's best to save battery and use it every circuit. And I think it's going to take some time. I think it's going to take some ERS upgrades, to be honest. We haven't unlocked them yet on the R&D chart, and we're going to need to. I will definitely be prioritizing that because, you know, we've been pretty good at it this race, but now when we're really in a proper wheel-to-wheel battle with a car for first place as well, where you get a bit desperate maybe to make an overtake and use a bit too much battery, then doing so is what? Mark, would you just shut up, mate? Why are you waffling to me? We made an error. We've made a huge mistake. Mark, mate, that was the worst time to talk to me and just be waffling about the engine temperatures, which are fine, by the way. The engine temperatures were completely fine. And he just started yapping in my ear into that corner. We've locked up. We've lost the back end, got on the curb all wrong, and now we're having to overuse the battery. We were just talking about that. We're having to overuse it just to re-overtake Hamilton now as we absolutely send it into the final chicane. That was a game of chicken between myself and Hamilton of who's going to break first, but I'm telling him to shut up, mate. Mark, shut up. I don't want to hear you for the rest of the race. You just ruined it, mate. You just ruined it. We were still under 1 second to Sainz, and now all of a sudden we're over 3 seconds behind. That's it. That's game over. That's the race win done and dusted. I think Sainz has got this. Obviously, I shouldn't be losing the back end on the curb, but well and truly, that was the worst time for an engineer to start talking consistently, going into a high-speed corner like that. And now Hamilton is on the back of me because I don't have enough battery to consistently use to stay ahead of him. And the Merc re-overtakes me for second, so now we're stuck in a battle with the Mercedes rather than the Ferrari for first place, and it's a very similar pattern to what we had in Miami, where it's very apparent now in these later races how much of an issue this AI bunching up is, because you as the player also get stuck in the bunching up like, if you don't have that overwhelming speed, it's difficult as we re-overtake Hamilton, go from the inside to the outside, sell him a bit of a dummy and a dream to get back into second place. But we're going to just have to keep doing this now, basically. But I'm starting to think, is there a way we can maybe help our teammate, Lando Norris, maybe, who's behind us? Because at this point, we've lost the fight for the race win. Can we make it a double McLaren podium? Hamilton trying to go around our outside there, banging tyres, and we just try and get the elbow out and try and squeeze him wide, just to offset him a little bit, get Lando a bit closer. Then we move to the left-hand side to try and break the toe. We move back to the inside. We've made our 2 moves. We'll stay here until the brake zone. On board Lando, though. Oh, look at this. Oh, it's beautiful. Look at that. Simply marvellous choreography from both myself and Lando. In tune. We can't talk to each other on the radio, but you think we were communicating, because that was perfect. That's exactly what I wanted to do. Bring Hamilton on the inside, get his line compromised, and allow Lando to dive through on the outside, and he's up into 3rd place. And a little bit annoyingly, from my perspective, he then tries to overtake me on the second last lap to maybe get to 2nd place. Obviously, racing is racing, and you're going to race hard all the way to the end. No team orders here in McLaren, but I did do him a favour of getting him a 3rd place here. This is, I did good by the team, so the team should be very happy with me at the end of this one. But I'm not going to be very happy with Mark, because, well, I mean, look at the gap Sainz has. 15 seconds just shows how mad the bunching up meta is right now in these races before the patch. As we see Leclerc making an overtake on the last lap of the Grand Prix on Hamilton. Hamilton was looking pretty good, still sticking with us the whole time, but out of nowhere, the Ferrari saved battery, I guess, to get up into P4. So, it might change again, though. Hamilton comes back at Leclerc at the hairpin. Meanwhile, Carlos Sainz in the other Ferrari is going to come through for the race win here, and it'll be Ferrari's first win of the season, would you believe? As on the last straight, Lando comes in with DRS. He's through into P2, but we're going to outbrake him, get to the apex, and at the last minute, defend the 2nd place. But we've done so well. It's another podium, and it's a double podium for the team.
And P1, baby, P1. Vamos! Vamos, Fred! Vamos, Ricky! What a mega job you did there. What a smart race.
A truly magnificent drive and a great performance from the entire team to secure victory here in Canada.
And they led every single lap of the race. It was a light to flag victory, and that is total dominance.
And here we are, a team that is no stranger to the podium, taking their place on top once again. A sublime race today, and a stunning win for Ferrari.
Ferrari's first win of the season. They finally get off the mark. They'll be very happy about that. But what could have been for us, but 2-3 still very solid. And you know what? We've actually matched what Lando's done in real life, winning our first F1 race, and then immediately the next race, we're upset at getting 2nd place because you've had that taste of first place.
Seems as if you have a new rival. This is the perfect opportunity to show the world why you belong in this sport, and to show me why you belong amongst my very exclusive clientele. That's a joke. I love working with you.
Elena sounds like she's American, and that makes sense because that was the stiffest attempt at humour I've heard from her so far. But anyway, I digress. We move forwards then.
It's a Catalonian qualifying for you today. Welcome along to Spain, to Barcelona, and wherever you are in the world, do you feel the need? The need for speed?
Oh, Crofty, get in the bin. Get in the bin. That's ruined my whole day. We're just going to end the episode here, guys. Like and subscribe. Goodbye. That's ruined my entire day. Episode's over. I'm only joking, of course. I'm only joking. As we go into Q1 then here at the Circuit of Catalonia. Usually a circuit that always used to signify the beginning of the European portion of the season and teams bringing their biggest first upgrades of the season to this circuit. Now, obviously, we've already had Monaco, Imola. We've gone to Canada already before the Spanish Grand Prix, and we're well into that middle part of the season. So now looking to perform and use the upgrades we've already got on the car whilst we wait for that next engine power upgrade. But as has been the case in the last 2 episodes, starting off a little bit slower in Q1, but we're hoping to build confidence and get a rhythm as we go on through the qualifying day. We're completing some goals as well whilst we're at it in the specialist task. On the left-hand side, you saw as we go through to the next left-hander, a bit of a lock-up and very wide and slow in that corner. I definitely think we need to go again to gain time there, but let's just see what the final lap time is going to be. It's P8, very close stuff with Lewis Hamilton 0.034 behind, but we do go again to feel comfortable because it is P8 and things are very tight. And look at that, about half a second gained alone in that corner, going much tighter and not locking up. We lose a bit of time though in the next sector and through the final corner, losing some speed with the racing line I took, and it's a very small marginal gain of about 0.05, but that was enough to catapult me up through it. What? Lance Stroll, I'm sorry, I wasn't familiar with your game here in the game. P1 for Lance Stroll. What is going on? What is going on? Alonso's down in P9, Stroll's up there in P1. Incredible stuff. But yeah, like I said, you know, a very tiny gain, and it catapulted us 3 positions, and you can see why. Look how unbelievably close things are between people. You know, it's just like a tiny few thousandths of a second, really, and you could gain maybe 2 positions. So this could be a very, very competitive Q3. We've only got 1 new set of soft tyres, though, because we burned the second set, you know, doing that second lap in Q2, trying to get comfortably into the top 10 shootout. And this is what I mean by, you know, yes, we pulled off an incredible feat at winning our first F1 race at the Monaco GP with a bit of luck with the red flag and the tyre strategy. We go to Canada, where on pure merit and pace, I was up there. Good qualifying, unlike Monaco, and then also a good race. So double action, but as I said in that episode, it's because I just have there's that something with me in Montreal, whereas now it's a bit of a reality check of maybe where we are still in terms of a rookie driver in Formula 1 versus Lando Norris, because I crossed the line. I thought that was a pretty damn decent, tidy lap, and it's only bloody P10, and Lando's on pole. We're 0.6 of a second behind our teammate here in Catalonia. From the lofty heights to Canada, we've been slapped back down to reality. And the thing is, it's not even like I did a horrendous lap. I only went about 1/10 slower than my Q2 lap time, which I think was my quickest lap. And that would have only put me like 1 more position up, like P9, maybe P8 at a tiny miss. So in actuality, literally the maximum I could have hoped for in this top 10 shootout was P8. That's unbelievable, and that still would have been about 4 to 5 tenths behind Lando's time for pole position, ahead of Max Verstappen, who makes a nice return to the sharp end of the grid. And well, hang on a minute, I've only just realised Zhou Guanyu in the Kick Sauber is up in P4. He's on the 2nd row in the Sauber. Those upgrades they have, that surely can't be making that much of a difference. Come on now, that's unbelievable stuff from the Chinese driver. He's out-qualified a Ferrari, for goodness sake. A real head-scratcher of a qualifying then. Let's hope we can find some answers in the race.
Welcome along, everyone, to sunny Spain, specifically to the Circuit de Barcelona Catalunya. So many great moments in Formula 1 history have been written at this very track over the years, including Michael Schumacher's first win for Ferrari back in '96. That win was in the rain. We might have better weather here today, but we're just as overjoyed to be at the Spanish Grand Prix. It's an updated track at Catalunya, and the popular opinion in the paddock is that we never wanted the chicane in the first place. That's now been gone, the final corner is much faster, and at 2.9 miles and 14 turns, we await the Spanish Grand Prix. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position. And the smooth operator Carlos Sainz completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Zhou, Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Russell, Hamilton, Stroll, a McLaren, Perez, Albon, Verstappen, Bottas, Sargent, Gasly, Magnussen, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Hülkenberg, and Esteban Ocon lines up at the back of the grid. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. Alongside me here in the commentary box today, former racing driver extraordinaire Naomi Schiff. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, every driver certainly has their own way of preparing themselves before a race. But I can tell you that pre-race rituals are a real thing. When I was in go-karting, I used to touch every wheel in a specific sequence before I got into the kart. And then I stepped up to cars and had a specific set of fireproof base layers just for race day. So watch the drivers when they're on the grid. Some may be sitting on the floor and isolating, others may be up to other things that they do. But these little things really help their minds get ready for the race.
My engineer Mark's given me the same warning that we got in Miami about the tyres being an issue in terms of the temperatures today. So I've gone a bit different to the grid around us. Very different, actually. There's quite a nice difference between us all, as we've got quite a few people on the soft compounded tyre behind me, maybe going for, I don't know, a two-stop even around Catalonia here. A load of people on mediums, of course, ahead of us, but we are on the hard tyres. I think we're the only one on the hards as we look to once again try this strategy of just prolonging the first stint, waiting for the mediums and the softs around us to wear out, and hopefully that gives us a slight advantage that we can work with. But we're actually up in P9, you can see on the top left, not P10, because Max Verstappen, if you were paying attention to the grid sequence and watched that grid sequence, Verstappen has a penalty for, I assume, changing engine components. So it's maybe a third race in a row where Verstappen, and both Red Bull cars indeed, might not be scoring good points because Perez is behind me in P10. So this is a huge opportunity with Lando on pole position for him to make another sizable gain on Verstappen in the championship. As we look ahead now to 5 red lights here in the Circuit de Catalunya for the Spanish Grand Prix. Lights out, and we're underway. Oh my God, Lance Stroll just did not get away, absolutely. And a few people ahead of us not getting the best start as we all bunch up together and we remain on our toes in the cockpit trying to see if there's any space to work with. But instead, Russell closes the door and we play the patient game of now making the swoop from the right to the left. Bit of a switchback and round the outside of turn 3, and we get the double overtake on the Mercedes cars. But P2, Zhou Guanyu, unbelievable. The Chinese driver in the Kick Sauber is up to second place. Lando leads still, thankfully. But yeah, Leclerc, P3, the home favourite, Carlos Sainz, he got elevated to the front row alongside his old pal Lando. Well, he's gone way down the order to P5. Alonso, P4 ahead of him. So it's Spanish on Spanish, P4 and 5 ahead of us. And behind, well, some really vigorous fighting with Hamilton and Russell. And Russell has come out on top. But I cannot believe a Kick Sauber car is up in second place here. Those upgrades must be doing way more than it looked like on the R&D chart for at least Zhou Guanyu, because Bottas is down in P11, and meanwhile Verstappen's even lower, down in P14. He's going to have a long afternoon ahead of him with the current AI coding to try and make up positions as Zhou Guanyu pulls out for the race lead. The Sauber leads the way momentarily. Lando, though, will come back at him. He's on the inside for the next long right-hander and gets back into first place. But I cannot believe a Sauber, this awful Sauber that we've seen in real life, here in the game with upgrades, is attacking a McLaren for the race lead. Running on board with Zhou Guanyu with DRS activated, and I'm sure plenty of battery use, as he's going to fly past Lando Norris, and Leclerc might join him on the other side. That was quite nice. And now the Ferrari is going to have a scrap with the Sauber. That was brilliant stuff. Both cars going either side of Lando to overtake him, and then they get straight into a battle of their own. But Zhou Guanyu, he legitimately leads the Spanish Grand Prix on merit. You know, there's no luck involved here. He's actually gone and overtaken these cars, and he's into first place. The Sauber leads this race. Crazy. Meanwhile, unfortunately, the opposite. I'm not having too much luck here in Spain, and already, I mean, look at the bottom right. That battery is at 3%. I'm harvesting so much in the first 2 sectors, and that's losing me time to the pack ahead of me. And I'm only having to do that because I'm using so much battery on the main straight just to stay ahead of Russell. I'm really not sure what's going on. I'm finding a lot of confusion lately with the ERS, to be honest, because I know I'm harvesting plenty, but it just seems like the drivers around me are deploying way more without much consequence. I guess we'll see how it goes for the rest of the race, but at the moment, Zhou Guanyu no longer leads. He's been overtaken by both the Ferrari and the McLaren, and now is defending against Fernando Alonso, one of the other home favourites in this one. He's actually the lead Spaniard right now, trying to go around the outside. That reminds me of the infamous race start that Alonso got so many years ago in the Ferrari on the outside of turn 3, but right now can't get past the Sauber. Meanwhile, you can see we are still in good company of Russell on the rear end as we now focus back on the race lead on lap 6. Leclerc leads the way, but Lando is coming at a rate of knots, and you can see fighting going on behind them as well. Lando into P1. Alonso has just made a pass on Zhou Guanyu, and Zhou Guanyu's lost 2 places because the Ferrari's attempting an overtake. Can we get in the middle and catch him unawares as we go to the inside? Zhou Guanyu's come across us and spun us round, and we flick spinned it. It's a real great pirouette, but I'm not going to care about the points on the spin because I've lost the points in the championship here. We're down to P15. Oh my god, and the engine's cooked, the tyres cooked, everything's, my motivation's cooked, everything's cooked now, bloody hell. Oh, what a spin, what an annoying spin. That is so unlucky, man. That is so unlucky. I think the Sauber lost the rear end and just caught me as we were going for the inside pass. I thought I could follow Sainz through, basically. This is the onboard looking back, so obviously Zhou Guanyu's been done by 2 cars here. He's still fighting the Ferrari technically, but at this point he understeered, so I think I can go on the inside, and he just cuts back towards the racing line, spins me round on the onboard, slowing it down. Now, you can see there is clearly that space that I'm trying to go into. I'm basically following Sainz's racing line, but just there, Zhou looks to cut in and basically just doesn't even realise I'm there, I guess, and clips me, and I can't react in time. Like, you know, this is the full speed, and it literally happens in an instant. Like, there is no way I can react to that in time to not have that be a bit of contact there. We did well to spin the car a full 360 to keep going in the same direction, but it's not going to matter too much because the front left tyre got so cooked in that spin that you can see, even though I've cooled it down, it just gets heated back up. Look at that, oh my god. The surface temperature was red, and now my engine's also overheating. I'm having to look after that, and all of a sudden now we're in a world of pain. I can't even keep up with Gasly at the moment because my engine and tyre is overheating. So we're going to have to do a bit of management trying to bring that in, and we kind of do, but we kind of don't. The tyre is still cooking. The engine's still a bit warm. It's not massively hot, but it's still warm, over 140 degrees or thereabouts. But we're just getting on with it, basically. I'm trying to use the overall pace of the McLaren to catch the Alpine, and I'm kind of having to ignore the alarm bells in the heads-up display. Oh my god, look at that tyre though. That's a goner. That's a goner. That tyre is cooked and it just won't cool off at all. Every time we go through these quick corners, the surface temperature skyrockets, and that just increases the temperature internally. And we used to always have issues like this where once you go over that limit of temperature, that tyre is basically useless. Like, no matter how calmly you drive, it's so hard to bring that temperature down, and you just have to drive through the understeer it's giving you, basically. And that's exactly what we're doing right now on towards lap 12. We're just driving through that pain, that understeer, that lack of grip mid-corner, wringing the neck out of this McLaren to try and close up on the Frenchman. And we're going to go for the large lunge on the inside from quite far back, and we do get the overtake done. But I'm really not that confident about what we can do going forwards unless we get some sort of safety car to bunch us up, but that's going to be a real rarity. You know, I was shocked that we even got one and a red flag in Monaco, let alone a place like this. But Verstappen goes round the outside of Sergio Perez. How the mighty have fallen, though. The 2 Red Bulls are fighting for 0 points here, P11, as they continue to try and recover in this race. But like I said, it's going to be very difficult with the way the the AI bunching is occurring at the moment. Speaking of, by the way, we know today, as I record this on the Thursday this week, that the patch for the handling is coming tomorrow on Friday, and with that comes the AI being retrained for the new handling, and also bringing in some mistakes and such, so that might aid the racing we're seeing on action. Speaking of, though, we are actually doing some racing of our own as you make a little nice dive on the outside of Logan Sargent, having to really get the elbow out to defend and squeeze out the American in the Williams, just showing how much this tyre temperature thing is really affecting my pace. Like, the fact I'm having to fight Logan Sargent that much is pretty deflating, as that was Perez that comes in. Verstappen ahead of us, 1.6 the gap. The gap will eventually be about 4 seconds to lap 15. Such is the pace he had on the mediums, and the lack of pace I have on the hards. The opposite, I wanted more pace on the hards, but that spin and the temperature going up has really ruined that. So we just soldier on. I would have loved to have done an undercut and come in, you know, with Perez, or come in on the same lap as Verstappen, but because I'm on the hards, if I went too early, I would have been done for on the mediums, like no chance. So I probably lost time, yes, staying out on the hards, but that's because I also didn't want to lose more time with a really worn medium tyre at the end of the race. Meanwhile, Lando Norris isn't exactly enjoying time for himself at the moment, to be fair, because he's just been overtaken by Leclerc, having to defend Fernando Alonso. So Leclerc leads the way then in the Ferrari. Unfortunate that, for the sake of Carlos Sainz, that he's not the one leading. You know, his teammate is the one that leads in his home race. But obviously Sainz did have the win last time out in Canada. So maybe is it going to be Leclerc's turn to get that Ferrari win for himself this season? Or will Lando Alonso have something to say about it? Meanwhile, we've come out in P14. Still ahead of Sargent, but we've been repassed by the likes of Albon, Gasly, and lost time to some others. So we're looking to try and make up that time now, though, on the medium compound, as Lando Norris is going to fly by Leclerc. You know, for these AI drivers, that DRS seems really powerful on the main straight. For me, it seems non-existent. You know, I'm having to use so much battery, like in that first stint, and I'm not flying by anyone like these guys are. And when we're in clean air and we've got fresher medium tyres, I'm not really gaining on this pack, tail-ended by Albon rapidly. This is going to be a long slog, a long slog. Meanwhile, back in Lando's world at the sharp end, Leclerc has re-overtaken him, and Alonso fancies another pop at the Brit, and Alonso is going to actually finish off the move on the inside into turn 3. It's a great move by Alonso, that, to be fair to him. Back to our world, lap 22, and surprise, surprise, the front left is on fire. It's literally burning. The front left tyre is burning. The engine is too hot as well, which is not helping our straight line speed for sure. As Fernando Alonso takes the lead of the Grand Prix, Lando follows him through to try and get second place. It seems to be a pattern here, as it's a fantastic move for Lando on the inside into that right-hander. Seems to be a pattern here that the third place car can also make the move on the leader. So the leader's getting a double overtake done on them every single time, it would seem. This time round, Lando can't quite close up to Alonso, but on the next lap he will fly by him with DRS aided battery use. And there you go, what did I say? Double pass on the leader, because the third place man follows through, and it's a copycat move for Leclerc on Alonso in the same way of what Lando did to him just 2 laps ago. But meanwhile, we are still just stuck in a train behind Albon. This is really painful. This is really painful. We're in a McLaren that is fighting for the race lead right now, and yet I'm stuck here down in P14. The engine's overheating. The tyre. Oh, it's in the red. The tyre's on fire. It basically may as well be setting alight. And the engine, I'm moving out the dirty air to try and cool it. I'm lifting and coasting pretty much every corner, but I'm trying to also maintain some pace, you know, and stay within 1 second. Instead, I just decide, okay, let me cool the engine. So I'll drop out of 1 second of Albon. which is fine, you know. We see this in real life F1, you know, the need to cool the car down. Maybe just come out of 1 second and then come back into 1 second and, you know, cool everything down and go for another attack. I'm fine with driving like that. Like, I'm fine with that level of realism. But the problem I have is, you can clearly tell right now that none of the AI drivers around me are having to do driving like that. They're just all banging in qualifying times or just going as quickly as they can. And I'm the only one having to do this realistic sort of driving, lifting, coasting to save the engine, temps, fuel, tyres, whatever. So I'm just finding it a bit of a disconnect right now. I don't mind this kind of driving, like, you know, it is, you know, realistic to what we see in F1 sometimes, but no one else is doing it around me. Eventually, I do close back up to the cars ahead of me. Now it's Gasly instead of Albon. Albon's just overtaken Gasly, and in doing so, has slowed him up enough where I can maybe make a move, but as soon as we get back underneath the rear wing of a car, our engine is getting overheating, but we go for the dive bomb on the inside. We drift the car through as it floats about on the rear end, because now it's not even the front left tyre. The rear left tyre is getting hot, and in some corners the rear right tyre is getting hot. This entire race has just been our car basically baking like a roast potato in the Spanish sun. And we're now catching up to Albon, but that's only because there are cars ahead of him going side by side, and they're holding each other up basically. Otherwise, if Albon was left to his own devices, I would not be catching him, and that's just how bad the pace of the car is. I'm only catching people because they're fighting each other and slowing each other up as we now make a move that's very much a copycat of the one we did on Gasly, although I don't have to do as much defending on the exit. Our tyre just keeps getting worse. The front left's now brick red. It's just not even coming off red. It's just fully piping hot for the rest of the race, basically. And there's only, thank God, only 2 laps left as we catch up to the man who spun us round. I can't believe it. After all of that, he's not even in the points at the moment, Zhou Guanyu, after that spin he made on us. Obviously, like I said, it is a racing incident because I just tried to go for the move and he just tried to go back to the racing line. But still, a little bit salty just because of how the race panned out for us. But I can't even catch them. The 2 Saubers are fighting. I can't even catch them because my engine started getting really hot and my tyres started getting really hot, and I had to overuse ERS just to defend Albon because, of course, he came back at me like he had infinite ERS. So, yeah, very painful end to the race, and, yeah, well, if you thought, oh, it's going to be an easy season from now after the Monaco win and the Canada podium, think again, my friends. I still do not understand this game in many, many ways, and that is why I very much am still feeling like an actual rookie in this Formula 1. Meanwhile, our teammate Lando is coming through the final few corners for his 3rd Formula 1 victory. Lando landed, but now Lando is launching an attack on Max Verstappen in the standings with that one.
Yeah, boy! What a drive, what a race.
And meanwhile, here we are, P12. The entire left side of the car is just in utter disarray. The engine's in disarray. I'm in disarray. What a crash back down to reality that was. What a crash back down to reality. What a tough old race. Oh, well, I guess we'll just forget this one, I think.
They've done it then. A spectacular victory here in Spain and a massive confidence boost going into the next race.
And it's one thing to win, but to win like that in total dominant style, that was a fantastic drive, and it is not one that we see very often.
We have got another secret meeting, and you might remember we had a first meeting with this team. It is Ferrari, of course. You know, Mercedes came to us earlier in the year. We laughed them off straight away. I mean, just silly for them to even bother trying to come to us. Who'd want to join Mercedes in this era currently? But Ferrari, you don't say no to further talks with Ferrari. Ferrari. It's Ferrari, for goodness sake. So now we can actually see their development, which is very interesting. This is the first time we've ever been able to get an insight on a rival AI team before we join them. But you can see we've actually got a higher success rate when it comes to our upgrades. Our average time is a little bit longer to get the upgrades on, but I reckon that, you know, kind of balances out with a higher success rate. Yes, it takes longer, but when we do get upgrades, there's a higher chance of them actually coming through compared to Ferrari, where, to be honest, that makes complete sense for Scuderia Ferrari. They just go hard and fast, and they have a few more failures along the way with the upgrades, and that very much seems quite realistic. But interesting. Now, obviously, at this stage, my mind is kind of just still learning the game, learning the car. We're still very much nowhere near the performance, let's say, of our own teammate in the same machinery. So, am I actually looking to move team just yet? Perhaps not, but I want to play a bit of havoc with the driver market and maybe tee myself up for a better contract with McLaren. You know, I reckon if we keep on talking with Ferrari, we could then go to McLaren at the end of the season and try and tee up a more lucrative contract for ourselves going into our second season of Formula 1, potentially. And also, who knows? You know, who knows what Ferrari are actually thinking? Maybe they're just coming to us because they're trying to play us off against Lewis Hamilton, who they may be looking to sign, and I hope they are looking to sign in the game, just as they have done in real life. So I'm going to play a bit coy with Ferrari and say I'll continue the talks, and hopefully McLaren don't catch wind of any of these secret meetings going on at the moment. But yeah, at the moment, just playing around with the interest. But now having a look at the championship going into this next round, after that third win, Lando is chasing after Verstappen. It's up to us, myself and him, to work as a team with the R&D to try and keep the pressure on Red Bull. The same with Ferrari, Aston, Mercedes, I'm sure, as we're all very close together in the R&D chart. Speaking of the R&D chart, that has got an update. Yes, in the 1.3 update, along with all the fixes and the handling tweaks, etc., we have got a performance update to the R&D for the entire game. The earliest we've ever got a performance update, and this brings it in line with the performance at the Monaco Grand Prix. And you can see a comparison here of the pre-patch R&D chart. This was from last episode, and now the post-patch update. You can really see the differences of where teams have moved, because quite nicely always with these update patches, they still show the actual ebb and flow of the upgrades that have already happened in your save, but as if the original game had started with the updated performance. So you can see we would have been so much closer to Red Bull this entire time, you know, if it wasn't for the pre-patch performances. But of course, that's technically where McLaren started the season, I feel. You know, it started where pre-patch is, and now it's where it is now. So in a way, we've actually had quite a nice realistic transition, in a sense, with McLaren upgrades. But in the opposite way, you know, for Kick Sauber, for example, they've been nerfed to hell, as they should be, because they weren't that good in real life. But now it's going to be a massive surprise to see them all the way at the bottom. And, you know, you can see the likes of Haas, V-Carb have got that little bump. To be fair, Ferrari, Merc, and Aston, that pack has stayed very similar. So I still think the top 10 fighting is going to be massively, massively tight. And we come to a racetrack, the Austrian Grand Prix, where historically in the F1 game and in real life, it is supremely close around the Red Bull ring, always with a time gap. So that's going to be a big obstacle. But we go through our specialists as usual and set our goals around. I just want to point out Miguel's turned back up, and not only that, he's turned back up with a McLaren top. Look, mate, I'm not going to have a go at you anymore. Clearly spooked you off last time, so you do what you want, mate. You do what you want. And right now, the good vibes are continuing in this team, because we have brought in that, obviously, engine upgrade. That did fail. Remember, we wanted it in for Canada, but it's now come in time for the Austrian Grand Prix, which, to be fair, is another engine-dependent circuit. And we have that front downforce upgrade, I think it was, to match the rear downforce upgrade we had got earlier in the season. So, a little bit more front-end potentially to help us out, but engine power, that's going to be a big aid around here. And that now has technically made us the best team on this grid, on paper. But if you've watched enough F1 game series and career modes, you know that sometimes, all the time, actually, the R&D chart actually doesn't mean a lot, because in reality, track to track, teams can be stronger or weaker, and obviously that focus for the AI drivers is a big thing. So let's go now into sprint qualifying, remember, as it's a sprint weekend here in Austria.
High up in the mountains here at Spielberg, it's time for qualifying on what will be the fastest laps of the season. Stand by for qualifying at the Austrian Grand Prix.
And we're going to dive straight into SQ3, because sprint quali 1 and 2 was a formality, and I felt like it would have just been a waste to show you guys. I don't think you guys want to just be seeing hot laps going around the circuit. We want to get to the racing action, but I'll show you the last part of qualifying, because that is obviously the most important for us to try and set ourselves for our actual grid slot for the sprint race. A lot of sun into turn 1, I must say. Blinding bit of sunlight at turn 1 Austria. I'm pretty sure the time of day is quite off, because I don't remember Austria being this golden hour shadow work through the tree lines in reality. So I feel like they need to maybe adjust the time of day, but we made it through turn 1. We navigated the rest of the circuit all right, and we come towards the line. What is it going to be for the sprint race grid? I'm hoping it's decent enough. It's decent. P5, I'll take that. I mean, look how bloody close it is. 0.075 covering the top 5. Lando only didn't get on the sprint pole by 0.027. Ridiculous stuff, but Alonso's up there showing, like I said, the R&D chart doesn't really, count for much sometimes in reality, because Alonso still wrings the neck out of that Aston Martin car to get up on the second row. But then we can do some good work from P5 in the sprint race, and I'm just curious to really see now, post-patch, what the racing is like. Hopefully, it's a little bit more fun, a little bit more wheel-to-wheel action as we go to 5 red lights. The sprint here at the Red Bull Ring is underway. Lando hardly gets away. Verstappen as well hardly gets off the line. It's Fernando Alonso and Perez that have stormed through. We also had a horrendous getaway. Our reaction time was god-awful off those 5 red lights. We're going to have to wake up a little bit for the Grand Prix later on in the video. But for now, we're down to P6 then. But Fernando Alonso leads this race. Can you believe it then? Once again, he's basically just ignored the patch. He's just thought, oh, we're meant to be a bit slower, were we? No thank you. And he's ahead of both Red Bull cars. Lando having to defend against his old pal Carlos Sainz in the Ferrari, as him and Verstappen really got a shocking getaway off the front row and just went backwards, just like myself, as we now watch these two still going at it then. So almost immediately we're seeing better wheel-to-wheel racing, closer action, and hopefully as we go on through the race, a little bit less clumping and grouping around between the drivers, as Perez and Verstappen are still going hammer and tong, as Verstappen tries to get past Perez. He's unable to, and we did actually push Sainz through that last corner, as we were so much quicker, as we're all getting caught up in Perez being one big bottleneck in this, because look at Alonso. He's not even on the mini-map anymore, as he's pulled away quite a fair bit. But now DRS activated, and we can all start to maybe have a go at each other. We go defensive versus the Ferrari, and we're going to solidify the P5 for us just behind Lando. But at the moment, you got to say both of us underperforming a little bit compared to what the car should be doing, as there's an engine failure for Carlos Sainz. He's been overtaken, and now he's going to be overtaken by everyone in this race. And of course, the first engine failure for an AI car after the patch to fix AI not having failures, of course, it's a Ferrari. Unbelievable. Ferrari, we are checking. Yep, you're the first failure of the entire game. That is quite peak for Ferrari, but it is great news for us. Maybe a little bit less pressure. I mean, Leclerc's still there, and he set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, so we're looking to get a move on, but we're behind Lando, who's trying to force his way past Sergio Perez. You can see the blue icon ahead of Lando and Perez's name. So, you know, two drivers we're very interested in at keeping an eye on. Obviously, Perez, our championship rival, just Lando with the teammate rivalry, but he's pulling away a bit, Lando is, and Leclerc is pressurizing us now as he has DRS. He's pulled out to the left-hand side to try and make an overtake. Lando's got an engine failure now. It's all kicking off. It's maybe that time of the season where the engine components for various drivers are wearing out, and Lando's has got up in smokes as well as Sainz.
Keep going for now. Keep going.
Can't, it's broken! It's broken! It's off.
Pause for 4 seconds. Go to P0. I'm so sorry.
Absolutely devastating for our teammate Lando Norris. I mean, gutting more so because of the momentum he would have had off the back of the win in Spain. And unfortunately, that engine failure might just be a bit of a stumbling block now in his charge versus this man. The inevitability, maybe, as he now goes for a move on Fernando Alonso. Alonso's been leading for 6 laps, but now the Dutchman is into the lead. Hey, at the Red Bull ring in the Red Bull, shock horror. But Alonso will come back at it. Maybe there's hope for us yet. As Alonso round the outside, Perez just watching this fight at the moment. I beg he gets involved, because all three of them could slow each other up, and then we could get maybe involved in the podium fight for the sprint. But right now Alonso is doing God's work here of defending. That Red Bull is relentless. Max Verstappen, we know, is relentless, and he goes back down the inside. This one just before the last 2 corners in sector 3. The Red Bull's through. Perez might even have a go now, as he's kind of that side by side with Alonso, but Verstappen is now free, and now Alonso has to maybe defend Perez. But we have closed up. We've brought Russell and Leclerc with us, basically, in a bit of a DRS train. We can see Alonso going for the repass on Verstappen. Perez still sitting here like a lemon, and he's basically half asleep, because we now have a bit of a snap at the rear, and we look to maybe make an overtake. Perez with DRS open, where we used a lot of battery, because I knew this was maybe the only time to overtake him. We've gone deep. Perez comes back at us, though. We understeered through that entire right-hander, but now neck and neck through the exit into the next left-hander. It is oh so close. We get the elbow out, though, and Perez is forced to back off, so much so that Russell is through into P4. That's good from us, obviously, versus our championship rival in terms of the points. It's important that we try and beat Perez, obviously, to gain more recognition in our career at this point so early on in the career. 10 races done. This one, number 11, once we do the full Grand Prix. The sprint doesn't really count, I don't think, but ahead, look at Verstappen, pull out for the move again. These two going hammer and tong into turn 1, and this is going to invite us into this fight now. We've brought Russell along for the party, just under 2 laps to go, and there's a sense in the air that things could still change yet. Verstappen leads, Alonso second, we're in third. Verstappen locks up, big puff of smoke from the Dutchman, and he's cracked under pressure. Alonso just as relentless as Max, and Verstappen has made an error, and we've got through into second place. We go very defensive to the inside to block off Verstappen, and we're opportunistic. We were there at the right time. We did well, actually, to not even tap Alonso's rear wing, because we very much could have just been brake checked by the Spaniard very easily, because the last thing I was thinking was Verstappen was going to lock up right there and then at the apex. So now we find ourselves in second place, but could it be more? We fake to the inside, go to the outside, dive it round. We've gone far too deep though, and we get a bit too overexcited in the brake zone, and Alonso remains in first place. That was a bit of a rookie move from me, but can we maybe make up for it? No, we're too far back to make an overtake. Alonso's locked up. Oh my, he's in the gravel! He's in the gravel! Oh my word! On the last lap, we're up into first. Verstappen comes at us though. The Red Bull, it's so good in the corners. We're making contact. We're side by side. Verstappen's got us, but we have more battery. He's got nothing left in ERS. We have everything left as we dive down the inside now with hot lap mode engaged. The rear end wagging away, but we somehow wrestle the car through. P1.
Are you not entertained?
What a radio, what a radio. That is such an apt radio. Are you not entertained? First mini race after the patch, and it's an absolute banger. We're not completely back. I think we need to see how the full Grand Prix goes with heavy fuel and in the fuel loads and how that affects tyre wear, tyre temps, ERS, etc. But based off that sprint, yeah, the AI are in a much better place than what they were pre-patch. But what a crazy sprint. Engine failure for Sainz, for Lando. The mistakes from Verstappen and Alonso, crucial to that. And we just remained calm and kept it going. P1, it's another sprint win in Formula 1. Doesn't count as a real win, though, in my opinion. So just a one Grand Prix win at the Monaco Grand Prix still. But it's still something to be happy about. But now we have it all to do, because now we've got the proper stuff. We've got proper quali and then the Grand Prix.
High up in the mountains here at Spielberg, it's time for qualifying on what will be the fastest laps of the season. Stand by for qualifying at the Austrian Grand Prix.
It's time for the full qualifying then for the actual Grand Prix, where all the big points are on offer. So this one is a lot more important than sprint qualifying. But just like in the real sprint weekends, that can cause a bit of chaos, you know, moving from session to session, the track evolving, of course. But like in sprint quali, I won't bore you with the motions of Q1 and Q2. I'll show you the ladder, though, going to the top 10 shootout, because myself and Lando looking strong, checkerboard a Red Bull McLaren, but a V-carb car of Daniel Ricciardo has made it into the top 10 shootout for the first time, just showing the performance bump for the Visa Cash App RB team, clearly working well, because Tsunoda was also up there, albeit knocked out, but he was up there, so definitely a bit of a different outlook on the tail end and midfield pack of this F1 grid. But at the sharp end, we're hoping it's going to be more of the same from sprint quali, the sprint, to this qualifying, as we're now on our one and only flying lap, because we only have one brand new set of soft tyres to use in the top 10 shootout across the line. Oh no, P6. Oh God. What on earth has gone on there? That is, that's frustrating. And Lando, of course he's on pole. Honestly, I love and hate having Lando as a teammate right now in the game, because he's just a bit too good for me to go up against as a rookie, you know, because 7/10 off our teammate. That is, I know the media, in real life, the press, the paddock will be giving us a bit of rest, considering it is our rookie debut, but the recognition system may not be. But annoyingly, we just lost a bit of pace into Q3. Even if I did my Q2 lap time, which was quicker, by the way, it would have only got me up to P4 maximum. So others just found way more time going to that next session. I guess that comes with experience, I guess, with Lando, Verstappen, Perez, all finding those extra few tenths, basically. So P6, to be fair, it's only one less position than we managed in the sprint, but I was hoping for more just off the confidence we would have got from the sprint race, basically. But, Lando's clearly put his engine failure aside and just gone on and tried to make up for it, basically, with the best position possible. Pole position for him tomorrow. Let's go to the grid.
Good afternoon and welcome to Spielberg, and to a circuit that in one form or another has held every Austrian Grand Prix in the championship except the very first back in 1964. It was at this race that John Watson lost a bet and his beard when he took Team Penske's only F1 victory in 1976. If anything, the stakes are even higher today, with 25 points available for victory and a crucial advantage in the championship fight. It's one of the shortest laps on the calendar today then, with 7 rights and just 3 lefts, making up the 10 corners of this high-speed circuit. Turn 2 is barely a corner at all. They'll be flat out through there, a left-hand kink into the uphill braking zone of Turn 3. Turns 1, 3 and 4 are all potential opportunities to overtake. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Russell, Leclerc and McLaren, Fernando Alonso, Ricciardo, Hamilton, Stroll, Tsunoda, Albon, Gasly, Hülkenberg, Ocon, Bottas, Joe, Sainz, Magnussen and Logan Sargent. And now it's time to head down to the track. And alongside me, a man, well, what more can I say? But he's a legend, Anthony Davidson. Now, Ant, you know us. Professionals as we are, we don't listen to rumours all the time, just some of the time. And in the case of this driver, I think we were right to listen to those rumours because they were true. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
So we had a lot of fun in the sprint race, but now this is the real test of the AI tweaks and seeing how far we still need to go maybe to get back to the really great AI we had on the F1 23 game, with heavy fuel now, seeing how that ERS management is and the training as well. And also, for me specifically, the tyres were a major issue in the last episode. And I'm hoping that will also not be an issue. To be fair, in the sprint, we hardly had to look at our engine temps or our tyre temps at all. So that's quite promising, and I'm hoping the same here in the full Grand Prix. As we start to rev up our engines and look towards 5 red lights for the full Austrian Grand Prix here at the Red Bull Ring. Lando on pole, lights out, and away we go. And Perez does not go anywhere off the line. Can we overtake him straight away? Our championship rival, who's actually hit us on the inside there. What on earth are you doing, mate? Perez just barges back through. We had actually fully passed him, and he just scrapes along our side pod till we overtake us. We now get boxed in by him and the wily old fox that is Fernando Alonso. Hamilton having a little go at us as he's having to defend Daniel Ricciardo in the Visa Cash App RB. Is Lando Norris. Well, he was down to second place. He's trying to retake the first place he had, but Verstappen puts on the pressure immediately, looking to make up for the loss that he had in the sprint. But of course, Lando looking to make up the loss in the sprint of the entire race itself, with his engine going up in smokes, and I assume with all new components going well now and looking to remain in the lead, which he is for now. But we go back to our POV, lap 2 now, DRS available, and we're looking to repass Sergio Perez. Big dive bomb from so far back. Perez comes back at us, more contact. We squeeze him out. We give him the Verstappen treatment on the outside there, but Perez remains with his foot planted to the floor. It's inches away from making some race-ending contact there on the exit, but now we get the elbow out. Perez squeezed onto the gravel. That was a very 2020 style move I made. That year, so many drivers were pulling off that move, getting the elbow out and just completely running the driver out of room. So we took a little bit of a leaf from that playbook there. Good to see myself and Perez getting to the spirit of this, in-game rivalry we've been given. And with the aggression levels that Perez has been showing, it's almost like he's actually aware of that rivalry, which would be pretty good if that was a thing in the coding. As Verstappen now tries to get into P1, Lando really stern with his defense. A bit of contact made with the tyres rubbing against each other. DRS open for Verstappen though, and that will get him up into first place. And Russell might even try to make a move on the McLaren. Lando might find himself down in P3. Russell being very opportunistic there, trying to get a second place, but in the end, Lando will at least remain in second place. This is actually somewhat of a replay or a rewind in time, because this was actually what was going on whilst that battle was going on. You can see up the road, those three fighting. We were having to defend Hamilton as we just got caught out a little bit on medium ERS. So I can say there are still a few little glimpses here and there. I feel of the AI still being way too good with their management of ERS, but it's not as harsh around here. But that might just be the track, track to track, because even in the past, Miami, for example, has been a difficult one for the AI being so OP out of corners, for instance. So I'm not too sure. We're going to have to see over the course of the next few episodes how that ERS management is. I still think it does need a tweak. But we now focus back on the top 5. Verstappen P1, Lando chasing after him. Maybe goes to the inside. No, little bit of a dummy. And that's going to dummy Verstappen into a massive lock-up and mistake. The Dutchman, fully off circuit, comes back in P5. We have an opportunity again to overtake Verstappen when he's slow. Hamilton getting involved as well. He went to the right. I went to the left. Alonso very slow into the next corner, so we had to take some avoiding action there. But what a madness of a lockup. There's so much tyre smoke. Into turn 1, I had no idea what on earth was going on. But now at turn 1 on the next lap, we're going to do Lando a favour and really squeeze out Verstappen and try and offset him a little bit. And hopefully Hamilton and Perez have a go at him. You know, we intentionally squeezed him to the inside to tighten up his line. And I'm hoping that Hamilton and Perez can start to have a go at him. Because ideally, for Lando's championship chase, Verstappen needs to lose as many points as possible. So now it's a real opportunity, or that was an opportunity to try and help that along. But in the meanwhile, you would have seen there, Mark has given me an objective, and it's to go and attack and overtake Fernando Alonso, which is always promising because Mark believes in us that we do have more pace in the tank and we do have more in this race to go. But just like the sprint race, we're now dragging the cars behind us along for the ride. You know, Verstappen and Hamilton, they've got our DRS train, and now we've basically joined another train of Alonso, Leclerc and Russell. So now Leclerc going for a move. Russell's been doing really well just to hold up these two. And can we catch Alonso unawares maybe? Down the inside we go. At the apex we complete the objective, but it's not over yet, Mark. We still need to actually fully overtake him, as we're now in a drag race with Alonso. A little bit of overtake mode used, but trying to save battery to allow us to push away from Alonso once we've made this pass and keep up with Russell. But now on lap 10, another thing to worry about is rain. Yes, if you would have paid attention on lap 3 at some point, my engineer told me that rain was on the way, and it is here now. It is starting to fall, and for the first time in this game, we're going to maybe experience some wet weather without a glitchy race, basically. But at the moment, focusing on maybe getting the jump on Leclerc. Russell's overtaken him. Can we get the 2 for 1 even? As we go on the outside of Russell, the Merc does really well to outbrake us, though. We're still saving battery on the entry, so maybe potentially we could have used a bit more overtake mode to fully get that move done. But at least we've got the Ferrari, as he was quite slow out of that overtake from Russell, and we're up into a podium position. But we've got still so long to go in this race, 26 laps, and now the rain has started to fall, and at some point it will be intermediates. I looked at the forecast. It should go back to dry. Leclerc makes a huge error into the final corner. He makes contact with Perez, and clearly conditions getting a bit too damp for the Ferrari driver then. And that is why we've got to keep our wits about us, because it is going to get trickier and trickier to navigate the track. 2 laps later, and the rain is really starting to fall. You're seeing the droplets, you know, now settling on the camera, and we're going opposite lock into a couple of these corners. Sector 2 right here seems to be the worst of it. It seems like the weather front is coming in from this side of the circuit, and I'm really struggling for front end grip now. Alonso comes in, barges through with a bit of contact there. Fernando, no need to be so aggressive. I checked for damage. Thankfully there's none, but that was a pretty hefty hit from the Aston Martin car. Verstappen had a bit of a look at us, but we completely shut that down because I'm trying to absolutely not let that Red Bull by, and we're going to try and reverse this overtake as we go round the outside on the racing line. Alonso compromises himself on the tighter line, and we get back to 3rd place, but we now lost time to Russell. As we start to ask our engineer, is it time to switch over to inters, because I'm really struggling for grip. Later in lap 14, drifting through into sector 2 where the weather's the worst in the entire circuit, and you can see Mark is telling me it's a bit touch and go. but I'm reckoning for me it's go. It's time to go onto the Inters, and there you go. DRS disabled. Absolutely, for me, in my opinion, when it's DRS disabled, it's time to come in. And Alonso is thinking the same. Russell's thinking the same. Lando, unfortunately, he's already gone on for another lap, so I'm really hoping for his sake that it won't affect him too much. Hamilton continues on because he doesn't want to double stack behind Russell. Interesting. The two Red Bulls are fine double stacking as they're both in now. We're in for the intermediates, and everyone will thankfully change on to Inters. So no glitching today with the tyre choices, and the spray is being kicked up by the Inters, and it is the right tyre for the right conditions. As we've actually jumped Alonso. We've jumped Alonso. Very good stuff from the McLaren pit crew there. We have jumped the Aston, and we're back into what will be a net third place behind Russell, who is now nearly 2.5 seconds up the road. About the same gap, to be fair, actually, as we enter the pit lane, as we now close up on Zhou Guanyu. And this is, you see, remember this situation in Imola where they just didn't look that slow. Zhou Guanyu there crawling through. That's a bit more like it. No grip on those dry tyres. The same for Hülkenberg. Now you really see how bad that glitch was in Imola, because they weren't this slow in Imola. They weren't crawling around. They were still going at a pretty good speed to say they were on a wet track and dry tyres. As we now go on through in this phase of the Grand Prix, and it gets wetter and wetter. Verstappen looking to make a pass on Leclerc. Leclerc's actually managed to jump Verstappen then in this entire pit stop situation. Remember, Leclerc lost about 4 positions with that mistake he made. So somewhere Verstappen's made some sort of error perhaps, and Leclerc's got back ahead of him. Now Leclerc makes another error, and you can just see how treacherous these conditions are for everyone, because you're seeing loads of drivers making mistakes, which is great to see, especially in these sort of conditions where you would expect a few little errors to creep in there. So Leclerc now in a sandwich behind of Hamilton, Verstappen ahead. Ricciardo P8 in the Visa Cash App RB car. He's ahead of Perez, you know. That's a little bit awkward. You know, Perez already really underperforming for the Red Bull team. He's behind me, a rookie in Formula 1 in the championship, for goodness sake. And he's now behind Ricciardo in this race. Meanwhile, Sainz, by the way, we haven't seen him all race. So he had that engine failure in the sprint. Well, his bad luck continued in the normal qualifying, because he got knocked out in Q1, I believe, or had component changes and penalties to come with it. Whatever the case, he's been down and out of this race and is still just stuck in the traffic. Meanwhile, in the opposite end of the spectrum, Lando Norris is loving life, dominating this race now, nearly 4 seconds ahead of Russell, who is now only 8/10 ahead of me. It's still tricky out there as we lose the back end, so we have to really keep our wits about us, but we are finding a groove with this car on the Inters, and we are starting to close up on Russell and pull away from Alonso, which is very good news, because if we could somehow get Russell, this would be a 1-2 for McLaren. That would be incredible in a full Grand Prix. We've done it at the sprint in China, but this would be a real testament to the hard work we've done this season as a team if we could get a 1-2 in the Grand Prix proper. But only 2 laps later, and the situation with the weather in this race has rapidly changed. It is bucketing it down with rain, and you can see on the radio, there's talk of there maybe being a switch for the full wet tyres. So we might be going to the blue wall full wets before maybe going back to dries, according to the forecast at the start of the race, as we understeer nearly off circuit. This track is getting wetter by the minute, but then at the same time, I asked my engineer again, and he says the rain's going to slow down and is going to stop. So it's a very odd situation. It is really pouring it down. It is maybe nearly full wets as Verstappen pits. Verstappen pits for, I think, full wet tyres. And everything is telling me it's full wet, because my engineer now keeps banging on about it. He's telling me it's now worth it to go on to full wet tyres. But we also know the rain's going to stop pretty soon. And Lando actually continues on. Russell is slowing up on the inside to come in. I'm going to continue and follow my more senior teammates' lead and stay out. Lando reckons we could keep going on inters and it will eventually get back to an intermediate period and eventually dries. And I'm going to trust him. I'm going to follow him with that. And Leclerc is also thinking that. So Leclerc's thrown the dice to try and jump up a few positions. I've thrown the dice a bit to gain one position. Lando's actually the driver with the most to lose in this situation. And you can see it's not getting any drier right now. It's really, really wet out there. But this is the gamble because the forecast says it is going to get lighter eventually. And you know what? On the next lap, Lando backs it. He's backing the choice he's made, and he stays out. I'm obviously going to do the same and stay out with him. And it's going to be the same thing for Leclerc as well behind me. So this is actually really great to see the AI making such a bold call, and only two of them doing it. So there's that difference of some AI wanting to risk it and trying to go for something different, and others, going with the status quo. Really good to see that difference as there would be in real life of maybe, you roll the dice and you see how it goes, or maybe you have that confidence in yourself or that experience under your belt to know if you just long it out, you'll get back to an intermediate period. And that gamble for us has got us up into second place. And I think this is going to be a cruise to the end, I hope, for a McLaren 1-2 for the first time in our set. Oh my God, no! No, no, no! You're kidding me. You're absolutely kidding me. Oh my God. No. No, man. Ah, engine failure. It's our first one as well. It's our first one of the entire season. And it's come at a point where we did so well. We did so well. We took the risk. It was paying off. It was going to be an amazing first 1-2 for McLaren in absolutely ages. Since the 2021 Italian Grand Prix, wasn't it? The engine goes pop, puff of smoke, and that is it. That is it. Game over. I mean, it's still going to be a good day in the office for our team because Lando will go and win. He's going to win a fourth race, and he's winning whilst we're walking to the back of the garage. Oh, our recognition's going to be in the absolute bin, isn't it?
Smiling faces on the pit wall then after that superb win here in Spielberg. And rightly so. A brilliant effort from the whole team.
A great display of dominance today, Crofty, by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them. And excited to see what more they can do in future races.
It's another big result for Lando Norris. Verstappen managed to get back on to the podium and second place. So he really limits the damage for the championship chase. It should have been us. Should have been us there. Leclerc should have been third. I don't know how the race ended, in the dry or inters or what, but it should have been us there, and it probably should have been Leclerc, but the simulations put Russell and Verstappen there as we get a DNF. Oh, that's a tough one to take. But now we come to the British Grand Prix, the home race. And for this one, we had to pull out a special livery. This is what our car is going to look like for the upcoming British Grand Prix. I'm going to call it the Monster McLaren Quadrant livery, as we have got Quadrant and Monster Energy as the main forefront sponsors. Quadrant colours, the fluoro green and yellow, now dons the entire McLaren. We've got Quadrant logos dotted about and even the team's specific sponsors on the car, and then Monster Energy takes up the main mantle on the engine cover. A special livery for a special home race for both myself and Lando as teammates here in McLaren and Quadrant as well. Now, before we get to the race weekend action, just a few bits of admin to go through, including a little bump of 320 R&D points for that failure. I should like to think so, okay? 320 points doesn't even feel like enough to comfort me. Hey, that livery, mate, that livery, what do you make of it, huh? What do you make of it? Good stuff, right? Very good stuff. Okay. Moving on, R&D going into this race weekend. Red Bull make a small marginal gain to go top again on the R&D chart, but it's very fine between ourselves and Red Bull, and very close between the chasing pack of Ferrari, Aston and Merc, to the point where I really think this clump of 5 teams is all together, really. And Visa Cash App RB making a huge strides from the previous episode. They've really set themselves apart from now the bottom pack, which also includes Kick Sauber after that little, nerf following the patch that has come in. But it's time now to go to qualifying for Silverstone.
Welcome along, everybody, to a venue that was built for speed. Once an airfield, now one of the finest racetracks in the world. It's qualifying day here at Silverstone for the British Grand Prix.
So the sun is surprisingly shining here on Silverstone, and we are ready. Look at that. That is a gorgeous little number for the McLaren for this race. It's such a striking change, obviously, from the orange, and as a one-off, it's pretty damn cool to have the McLaren car in quadrant colours for this race only as we start our first flying lap. And along with Spa, this year Silverstone has been redone. If you've watched the preview content, you would have seen, it's been, now referenced with scans, etc. So there are parts of the circuit that feel a lot wider now than they once used to. There's like elevation changes, new bumps to take care of, and so it does feel like a very different sort of Silverstone circuit, with some corners now a little bit more flat out than they were before, but that's also due to the handling, and some other corners maybe tightening up a little bit more than they were before as we go through the final corner. And it's a pretty damn solid start to the entire weekend. A 1-2 in Q1. That is laid down a marker, but I'm really hoping that's not a marker like an Imola we fail to match, because I always like building up through quali, rather than now we have pressure of, oh, are we legit going to be the fastest team around here? Or should we be aiming for pole position? Should we be aiming for the front row? Because now that's when, the pressure can start to make mistakes happen. You double think about every turn in, every brake zone, etc. So, yeah, sometimes not a great thing to be up there right at the start, but it is how it's gone. And the car is showing genuinely some good signs of pace as we cross the line. Not quite matching the speed we had in Q1, but only about a tenth, I think that is. But Lando does go quicker, and he tops this session. But we've got a Red Bull sandwich in the middle of both of us here. Both Aston through, both Ferraris. Only one Mercedes, and it's Lewis Hamilton. And then Pierre Gasly, of all people, the Alpine, has gotten to the top 10. And Alpine, they're still very much at the bottom end of the R&D spectrum. So I don't know how on earth Gasly's pulled that out of the bag. I mean, Ocon was even quite high in the people knocked out in Q2. So that's a bit of a surprise. Let's see how this one goes. Will there be any surprises in this final part of qualifying? We're trying to carry a lot of speed and go aggressive in Sector 2. Maggins Beckett, let's see if it's paid off. Across the line. Oh, it is close. 0.059 off Verstappen. He's on provisional pole as we now start our second and last flying lap. Lando pops up a better time, but only goes P3. And if that is fully his last time, then it is up to me to maybe now dethrone Verstappen. And the pace from Q1 and Q2 then does seem genuine, though. We've not been massively pushed down the order with other people going quicker. We're still there in P2 with our original time, and now we've gone purple in the first sector, purple in the middle sector. We're nearly 3/10 up. The checkered flag is flown, and everyone has set their times, barring me. This could be it in the quadrant colours of my... Oh, no! Oh, bottled it. Did I tap the grass? No, I didn't even tap the grass, I don't think, really. It was more of just a rear lock situation. Oh, I can't believe it. That's actually the biggest bottle in the known universe. That is... Oh, my God. That could have been it. Well, that was it, sorry. That actually was it. That was pole position. That would have been pole in the monster McLaren quadrant car. But it's only second place. Look at that. We finished 0.061 separating the top three is a madness. But I'm kicking myself for what could have been. And I'm raring to go. Let's just get into the race and make up for what should have been pole position.
Welcome everyone as you join us at a former Second World War aircraft base, now converted into one of the great motor racing tracks. Britain is one of only 2 countries to have held a Grand Prix in every year of the Formula One World Championship, and long may that continue. This is Silverstone, and this is the British Grand Prix. The 3.6-mile long Silverstone circuit is one of the longest of the season, with 18 corners in the current layout. With average lap speeds reaching around 145 miles per hour, it's also one of the quickest tracks of the year. Watch out for cars taking the right-handers of Abbey and of Copse flat out. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position and a McLaren alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Norris, Hamilton, Perez, Fernando Alonso, Leclerc, Gasly, Stroll, Russell, Tsunoda, Ocon, Albon, Hulkenberg, Magnussen, Bottas, Joe, Ricciardo, Sainz and Logan Sargent. And now it's time to head down to the track. And alongside me a man, well, what more can I say? But he's a legend, Anthony Davidson. Now sadly things didn't work out for them last time, it was a bad race. Question is though, can they recover today?
Yes, they can, Crofty. You've got to put it behind you. Whatever happened last time, I was always told as a driver, park it, forget about it. Obviously, feel the pain when it happens, but then you can't dwell on it and carry that through to the next race. So put it behind you and just crack on with this race coming your way now.
Right, here we go. We know we have the car today. We're here in second and third. It really should be at least first and third if it wasn't for that mistake from us in our final qualifying lap. But the promising signs are there that this could be a very good day in the office for this entire team. A good day in the office for British drivers, as Hamilton has outperformed that Merc a bit, for the first time this season, really, because it's been all Russell so far. But Hamilton up there in P4 as well. There's something about a home race that just energizes you, doesn't it? As we line up on the front row, the Red Bull to our left, Lando behind, and we get ready to go to 5 red lights for the British Grand Prix here at Silverstone. It's lights out and away we go. And Verstappen's had a shocking getaway. We've had a good one, but it's an even better one for Lando Norris into turn 1.
Lando Norris leads the British Grand Prix. You can hear the roars as Lando Norris leads.
For the team, this is literally the perfect start. It's a 1-2 in the one-off livery as well, which just adds to this at the moment. But immediately Verstappen is going to be on the back of this. He's going to be fuming from P1 down to P3 as we're staying with medium ERS for now, just wanting to save battery for later on, knowing how important it is going to be on the back straight. But let's look at a replay then of this incredible getaway and shocking one for the Red Bull. The Red Bull driver just didn't even get off the line. Verstappen, he may as well have stalled the car. And Lando, an electric getaway, not only overtakes Verstappen, but overtakes me as well. I was deploying battery all the way to pretty much the brake zone at turn 1, where I decided to ease off because I didn't want to risk any sort of funny business and contact with Lando at the apex, but he just completely outdid me despite me deploying all the way through. Very surprised, but that's what he's been doing this season, surprising us and just pulling performance out the bag of the McLaren, where I just can't. But it's 1-2 right now on lap 2. Verstappen still third, Hamilton remains in 4th place, Fernando Alonso P5. We've got a load of world champions all lined up behind us, looking to overtake us, and it is struggle town early on. We just don't have enough straight line speed. We're being swallowed up by Hamilton and Verstappen either side of us. Even Alonso gets in the middle of it. He's there on our inside. We have to leave him some room, but I'm trying to squeeze him because I don't want a third car to fight. But we've been done. We've been double overtaken and we're down to P4 now. Meanwhile, Lando setting a fast lap of the Grand Prix. It was a struggle there completely. I was defenseless really to try and stop those two overtaking us, and now we have to try and reconvene and stick with them at least. But meanwhile, Lando leading the way by well, it will be nearly 3 seconds eventually, as Hamilton goes from left to right on the inside of Verstappen. This is an epic duel and a bit of a throwback here. Mercedes v Red Bull, Hamilton v Verstappen, and Verstappen just gets ahead. Hamilton using all the width of the circuit, trying to get past the Dutchman. This is actually, to be fair, quite an exciting fight just to sit back and watch with a bucket of popcorn in the cockpit at the moment. But you can see I'm really struggling with battery. I mean, look at that. I've basically used all my allocation of harvesting, and yet I've only got 20%, and that's because I've had to overuse the battery just to try and stay ahead of Verstappen and Hamilton. They overtook me anyway, so it is a bit of a struggle town at the moment. Gladly, the only thing that's not a struggle now is the tyres and engine. They're now completely fine after the pack, so it's now just the ERS that is the issue, as we see Hamilton and Verstappen going at it once again, and the two are going to make contact. A little bit of debris kicked up as Verstappen is now slow, and he leaves the door open, and we are going to slam through and shut it on the other way as we go up into third place. And for now, early days in this Grand Prix, but we complete the trifecta of an all-British top 3 podium, but we've got a long way to go, and we're looking now to maybe even overtake Hamilton if I can help it. That would be good. So after feeling a bit slow initially, having been done by both of these guys, we're now looking maybe a little bit quicker. You know, when we're in the middle of the pack, we can do some work because we've got DRS to try and attack the car ahead. Without DRS, you are a bit of a sitting duck as Hamilton tries to squeeze us. We're on the inside, but we were a bit cautious on the brakes there, I can't lie, looking back at that move, and I tried to dance the car around the outside of Lewis, but I actually just get embarrassed there because I just didn't have the front end grip to actually make that move work. We had to go a lot tighter to the apex line to make that work, so it's all a bit of a learning curve at the moment with this new Silverstone circuit. You know, slight geometry change, and it does make a difference to previous games of what kind of moves you can make or where you should be placing the car to make the same sort of moves I had done on previous iterations of the F1 game. But we remain in third place at least. We didn't lose a position, but Max is certainly trying his best to make that a reality as the Red Bull is through to the inside. We're going to try and defend, but Max uses Hamilton there as a real good way just to follow him through. We were kind of getting boxed in if we went any later on the brakes, and so it's Lewis and Max once again ahead of us. It's a lockup. It's a lockup for Russell, and Tsunoda is up into P9 in the Visa Cash App RB. Russell struggling this race, it must be said, compared to Hamilton for once in this series and this game, it must be said, down in P10 as we go for the dive on Verstappen at Village. We're going to catch him napping a little bit. Verstappen comes back at us though. He's there on the inside. We're wheel to wheel. It is so close between us on the left hand side. We cut through for this switch from right to left again, narrowly missing contact with the Dutchman. Loving this camera angle at Silverstone now. Very realistic to the TV is. Oh, look at that squeeze. Verstappen keeps his foot in. Incredible. I actually fully expect him to back out of that, but he kept his foot in the entire time. And that is at least one thing. When you do fight AI and they do go wheel to wheel with you, they're not afraid to keep their foot in. Because look at that. Verstappen was completely 4 wheels off circuit on the exit of Cops, and he still kept going. Previous games, they would have just fully backed out of it, but I am massively impressed, and that's why I'm so hopeful that if we can make further AI tweaks just to get them as racy as they were on the last game, added in with the new intelligence and aggression levels they're showing on this game, I think we could be well on the way to actually topping the amount of action and fun we were having on the last game with those AI as we remain in third place. But the theme is going to be fighting Verstappen this episode. If we weren't trying to help out Lando in previous episodes, we absolutely are right now trying to take points away from Verstappen whilst Lando just dominates this entire Grand Prix. No one's seen him. I've hardly seen him on the replay cameras as we close up to Verstappen again to the inside of Cops. Oh, it's going to be close. And again, he's off circuit, but he doesn't back out of it. This is brilliant. And Alonso now, Perez, sorry, is getting close and getting involved maybe. Perez now has a little go and actually had a bit of a snap at Verstappen's rear wing. Alonso is there as well, by the way. He was there previously, but it's Perez at the moment, the one right behind us. But we continue to defend up until the end of lap 10, and I call it. It's time to come in. I feel like my tyres are a bit worn, and I feel like I could benefit from an undercut to get us away from this pack, which you can see on the mini-map is a huge pack, and then try and close up towards Hamilton. But yeah, Lando here just loving life, 7.1 seconds ahead of Hamilton. He's just cruising now. He is literally... Oh, there's an issue. No! Rear left. I think that was rear left tyre. 5.6 second pit stop. That's abysmal for the modern era of Formula 1. I mean, it's not as abysmal, though, as I can see for the first time. I've only just noticed this. Sainz down in P19. What happened to him? Did he just qualify badly again or something like that? Wow, ever since that engine failure for Sainz in Austria, it's not really been a great time. He had a horrible time in the full Grand Prix at the Red Bull Ring, and now he's here, way down the order, as we actually somehow managed to stay ahead of Verstappen despite the pit stop issue. We come out behind Gasly, though. We have to make a very important overtake on the Frenchman to not lose time and then immediately get our head down to chase after Leclerc. So we have been jumped by Gasly and Leclerc there momentarily for Gasly, but we still managed to stay ahead of Verstappen. So I reckon either Verstappen had a pit stop issue himself, or him and Perez fought way too much and they lost time to the likes of Leclerc and Gasly. Maybe also just it was the pit lane chaos, maybe with so many cars coming in at the same time, which is another reason to come in earlier, just to kind of get away from that madness. But we are now on the back of Leclerc, looking to make this pass, basically just trying to get a car in between ourselves and Verstappen again. But also Leclerc, well, could be a car we need to race for the last place on the podium as we go down the inside. The Ferrari, though, does really well on the braking. We try and squeeze out Leclerc, but even he doesn't budge. This time we do very nicely keep it round the outside for a nice little side-by-side moment at Luffield. I'm sure at this moment in time, the crowd going berserk for this much action in front of their eyes, in front of the grandstands, as we get the overtake up into, well, what is P8 on the road, but it will be third place overall in this race once others have finally made their pit stop. But yeah, I think Leclerc is actually going to become part of this fight, you know. The Ferrari has just surprisingly joined the party for the last podium spot as he just flies by and we've not got much to defend with. Yeah, it's tough. It's really tough. They really fly by. I mean, equally, we fly by back past them, you know, when we get DRS on them. But you can kind of... This is why these trains are occurring. If this is happening with me, this is actually happening AI on AI, basically. This swapping left and right, as, again, we look to swap ourselves back ahead of Leclerc. This time, though, a bit of an unorthodox place on the exit of Copse there, with just a good exit, good line, a little bit of battery use, but into Mag, into Beckett, so we get the overtake. But I actually should have maybe thought about sticking behind him on purpose, because now we're the sitting duck, and despite using overtake mode for most of the straight, the Ferrari breezes past. The Red Bull has a little look, but we do, under braking, get back through for P3. But how many times can we afford to do this and actually keep this up? As oh, did you see that ahead, though? Hamilton locked up. He was 4 seconds ahead of us. He's now 2.7, which might, well, you would think give us some motivation to try and push on, but it's difficult. It's difficult to catch cars still, and Austria was a real big red herring, it would seem, for that issue. Is Perez. Can't say I'm disappointed. He is our championship rival in the in-game rivalry section, so that's good news for us with the DNF for Checo Perez. But his race goes from bad to worse, as he was already being pushed down the order a little bit since the first stint. And was that Pierre Gasly having a go at Verstappen? What is going on? I was very impressed by Gasly's qualifying anyway, but the Alpine having a little sniff at a Red Bull, that's unbelievable, as Russell makes an overtake to repass Tsunoda, having obviously given up that position earlier on in the race. But yeah, meanwhile for us, the gap grows back to 3 seconds to Hamilton, and ahead, well, it's nearly a 10.5 second gap for Lando Norris, who has not had to do any sort of actual racing since, well, after turn 1, lap 1. It's been an incredible performance from him. Meanwhile, 3 laps later for us, we're still giving the crowd at Lufil something to ooh and ah at, as we're on the outside. Leclerc again very close to the Ferrari side pod, using a bit of battery to pull ahead. Leclerc still on the inside though, as we're going to have to watch it as we go into the next right-hand look behind us. And, Verstappen's actually got a good line through there. That might just be him up into P4 then. I was hoping that he would be fighting Leclerc so much that we could pull away, but no, he then sets his sights on me. Verstappen up our chuff into Cops. Oh, Leclerc! What? Where has he come from? Contact! Big contact on the exit there, just like with Verstappen and Hamilton. There was a bit of dust and carbon fibre being kicked up from that bit of contact, and Leclerc has gone from trying to overtake a car to being overtaken. Is Verstappen, speaking of, tries to overtake us on the last lap. No, this is not happening, not like this. We get the elbow out to defend this 3rd place. You know, the race was already gone by lap 1, turn 1, but if I lose this home Grand Prix podium like this on the last lap, I will never live it down. Right now though, it's an all-British podium, and it's topped by this man, Lando Norris, our teammate, driving a quadrant coloured McLaren special one-off livery. How fitting for a home Grand Prix victory. It is the win at Silverstone.
Let's go! Well done. Amazing result. I love you all so much. Thanks for the upgrades. You deserve it. Just keep pushing, guys. I love it.
And meanwhile, back to our POV, and we are just hanging on to 3rd place. Verstappen with nearly, less than 2/10 that was at one point right at the end of the straight, but we take it nice and easy, and we will come through to make it an all-British podium at the British Grand Prix. We've got to be happy about that. I'm a little bit disappointed we couldn't do a McLaren 1-2 in this special livery. It would have been so poetic, but I'll take an all-British podium, holding off Verstappen all race long. We fought really hard for that one.
Here we are then, a fantastic British Grand Prix, and what a performance it was from our race winners today.
And that's 2 wins in a row now. It's the start of potentially something special, but they can't get ahead of themselves just yet. It's a long way to go.
There is a long way to go, but with the consistency that Lando is showing at the moment, he is fully in this title fight now. I think Verstappen still leads the way, he does, but Lando is as close as he ever has been.
Hello and welcome back, and as you can see, the paddock is a hive of activity behind us. More action though going on behind closed doors, because Anthony Davidson, we are in the middle of silly season. There is speculation everywhere as to where the drivers will move around the grid. Tell me from a driver's perspective, just how distracting is this?
It is a distraction, and it has been up until this point in the season, especially when you're outside of the car. But once that helmet goes on and the visor's down, it's back to business as usual, and that's when you see it all melt away. You're in the car doing what you do best. But yeah, certainly out of it, you sometimes see it boil over. Drivers have a few strong words to say to each other after some moments on track, because it is such a stressful environment.
A huge mind game for all of the drivers. We're having secretive meetings, clandestine chats. What is exactly being said though? Give us a level of insight.
So if you're not performing, obviously, you know, we're in a very brutal world in Formula 1 where the driver's data is there on show for inside your team for all to see, and you're constantly being compared against your teammate. There's nowhere to hide. And if you're not performing, then your team boss might be looking elsewhere and might not be telling you the full story. So sometimes you seek news from elsewhere in the paddock, even from the media. They might be telling you what's really going on with inside your team, and that's very uncomfortable. And then on the flip side, if you're having a great season, you might be the one having secretive talks with other teams that are performing better than your own team.
Okay, well, we're nearly out of time, so I'm going to send you to the commentary box, and we're going to get ready for today's Grand Prix.
No pit stops, no strategy, it's all about the pace today. Qualifying day here at the Hungaroring for the Hungarian Grand Prix.
Very curious to see what the pace is going to be like of this McLaren around the Hungaroring. Have very much had a love-hate relationship with the circuit, I think, over the years with different F1 games. Some really in the zone, some really difficult, especially in the races, and in quali immediately met with a bit of traffic management as we want to try and get out the way of Verstappen and Lando, and I believe both of them are on flying laps, so we do jump out of the way, especially of Lando in the final 2 corners, and then set ourselves up for our flying lap. Lando goes P1 at the moment, but not too many people have set a quick one as we barrel towards turn 1. Lando gets out of the way, although he does cut it fine with the racing line, so that did put me off a tiny bit, and we go a bit deep into turn 1, but almost immediately I could feel that this new handling model on F1 24, even with the new patch I'm saying as well, Hungaroring is a very different feeling circuit. I actually really like it. Because of the front end, because of the sheer grip and downforce you have at high speed, it's a really fun circuit. In qualifying at least, you know, let's wait and see what it's like in the race, but in quali it felt really hooked up, and yeah, so this is definitely one of the games where I'm enjoying the Hungaroring compared to not so much, I guess, on the last F1 game, as we now come through the final corner, plant the power, and we go up into P5, and it's going to be P8 by the end of it, but it's fine. We're, you know, trying to bed in, you know, Hungaroring, they say it's Monaco without the barriers, so very much like Monaco, you really gain confidence as you go on through the qualifying session, so hoping to go even quicker in Q2, but Lando's showing there's good pace in the car, but Verstappen's up there as well. But as we roll into Q2, and we're about to start our flying lap, holy traffic McGee here at the Hungaroring. Jesus, I've never seen so many cars to try to overtake, and it's the first time I've actually seen a very real, lifelike train of cars trying to separate themselves and give themselves a gap, as Kevin Magnussen is going to now be an absolute menace to us, and more so to Sergio Perez behind, our championship rival in terms of the points rivalry in the standings. Look at this, I thought I was held up. Perez absolutely held up, had to get out of the throttle pedal, and yeah, having to navigate a lot of traffic then. For the first time really experiencing that, as the drivers do so many times in real life. But then we get to the end of the session, and hang on a minute, the man who just got held up so much, I guess he got so angry in the cockpit, Sergio Perez, he had his villain arc, and he pulled out all the stops for the quickest time in Q2, 0.097 separating myself and Checo there. So, you know, both of us in a championship points rivalry, and it's showing, because he's really now, you know, he's been very aggressive with us in previous races, and now he's trying to match us in quali with Lando and Max, again, equally matched, but Fernando Alonso popping up there with a bit of shocking pace for Aston Martin and himself. But we're now going to the top 10 shootout. Our first flying lap, a little bit too audacious on the brakes, very late and very wide into the corner, just about keeping it in the confines of the circuit, but going so wide and you know, taking a lot of the curb on the exit and kicking up a bit of dust, so definitely a bit of time lost there. But I was going to say, there's a sense that this McLaren still has some great pace around here. Red Bull look quick, don't get me wrong, and they are top of the R&D chart right now, but things are pretty close in Q1 and Q2, and we just need to try and eliminate the mistake we did on the first flying lap. We do so much tighter at turn 1, and look at that, we gain nearly 3/10 alone, and on our first lap, sector 2 and 3 was pretty good already, so we just need to try and emulate that. We're purple in the first sector, purple in the second. We're in a very similar situation to the one we were in just last episode at Silverstone. We bottled it then big time, but this time we're going to hold our nerve through the final corner. We're P5 at the moment, but could this be a historic first ever pole position? I think it is. Yes, it is. Come on. First ever career pole position at the Hungaroring. And oh my God, what happened to Lando? What happened? What happened? 9/10 off. That's got to be a mistake. That's a woefully slow time. Something's gone on there, traffic or what, and it means we're the lead McLaren, leading the pack away from pole position in tomorrow's race, alongside a very ferocious competitor of Max Verstappen. Let's go to the grid.
It's race day in Budapest as we get ready for another round of Formula One action. We're not expecting too many retirements at this circuit. There are plenty of current and former drivers with flawless finish rates here. In particular, Ralf Schumacher, who made it across the line in all 10 of his Hungarian Grand Prix starts. Located 12 miles northeast of the Hungarian capital Budapest, the 14 corners of the Hungaro Ring are steeped in history and prestige. Overtaking's always been difficult on this technical 2.7-mile track, but the last few years in particular have turned up some exceptional races. So let's hope we're in for another one here today. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. In pole position then, it's McLaren, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Fernando Alonso, Russell, Perez, Sainz, Leclerc, Stroll, Norris, Hamilton, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Albon, Magnussen, Hülkenberg, Bottas, Joe, Gasly, Sargent, and Esteban Ocon lines up at the back of the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track. So I'm sure there'll be plenty to talk about this afternoon, and who's going to talk about it with us? None other than Naomi Schiff. Hi Naomi. Now sadly things didn't work out for them last time. It was a bad race. Question is though, can they recover today?
It is true they had a really tough day in the office last time out, but they cannot dwell on that. It's so important to turn the page and start on a blank slate, because the more you dwell on that, the less it's going to push you in the right direction. So take some notes. Obviously there's things to be learned, but move on.
So not only are we the lead McLaren, we're the lead car in this formation lap. For the first time in our career, we get off the line to lead this lap with no cars ahead of us, and we have a job today because, well, now we're effectively de facto representative for Lando in this title fight, because we're the McLaren alongside Verstappen. Lando's going to try and limit the damage today, and the best thing I can do is to go out there and try and win this race. Not only for me, but then that also does help him, help the team as well for the constructors, and of course, we're on pole, so I want to get this win. You want to try and convert a pole to a win, and that is what we will aim for today. This place, as I said, is like Monaco without the barriers, and we went very well at Monaco. You know, we had pace around a very technical circuit like there. We were able to control the tyres, control the ERS, so I'm hoping we can do that today. Last race in Silverstone, we bottled getting the pole position, and then we didn't win the race, maybe fairly, because of that bottle. So today, we didn't buckle under pressure in qualifying, so let's hope that is a good vibe for this race coming up. As the eyes of all 20 drivers look ahead to 5 little red lights to get us underway. Lights out, and we're off for the Hungarian Grand Prix, and we've not got off the line at all. Oh, it's a shocking getaway. Verstappen's in the lead. Alonso might even be up to P2 as we try and maybe do something. No, we've been spun. We've held it. We've held it. What happened? My life flashed before my eyes. I thought it was all over. We somehow drifted across the curb and kept it going. No damage, but we squeeze out now. Carlos Sainz, we're down to third though. We're down to third, from pole position to third place. Verstappen leads. Alonso second. Oh, God, that is so frustrating. Leclerc's up to P4 now. Lando still P9, so plenty of traffic and work to do for him today. But for us, is the race already over maybe there? What happened? What on earth happened? Let's look at a replay. Off the lights, Verstappen didn't even get a great getaway initially, but that second phase, I just could not get the traction down. And then this is what occurred. Okay, no. Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Wow, we actually made contact with Verstappen's rear end with that drift. That crash could have been so much worse, and I'm so thankful it wasn't. But that's my fault. That's I did not see. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see Sainz there at all. I didn't check my mirrors. I thought it was just Alonso. I was looking to come across to be side by side with Alonso, to try and, you know, squeeze him out to get to remain in P2, but didn't see the Ferrari there at all. And to be honest, I'm very lucky. That could have been a race-ending crash. That could have just been a crash that made that race a very long affair with like floor damage or whatever. But instead, it's neither of those things. We're still in this, and we're now closing up and trying to keep up with Fernando Alonso as best we can. 0.6 to him, 1.7 to Verstappen, who sets the pace currently. This last corner proving quite tricky at the moment versus the AI drivers around us. They're getting a great launch out of that corner, and they're having to use a lot of battery to maintain pace, but we're trying to harvest as much as we can in the first corner. But even though right now it feels like it's difficult to maybe make an inroad to make a move on Alonso, look at the mini-map, look at the top left. At least we're keeping up the pace that Alonso and Verstappen are setting, and we're pulling away from the pack behind. But our engine is overheating. Oh my, absolutely overheating. 150 degrees. That engine basically may as well be on fire soon, so we need to try and cool it down. So we're going to have to maybe just bite the bullet. I want to be in this fight, but right now let's play the long-term game and try and cool down the engine by lifting and coasting on purpose to try and get some cooler air into the car, just generally not putting too much stress into the power unit. You can see the rear left tyre is internally starting to get a bit hot. And the Hungaroring, historically, has always been a tough place on tyres. I remember when internal temperatures used to be a really bad thing on F1 2018, and I distinctly remember races around the Hungaroring used to be absolute torture for this kind of stuff. So no surprise it's come back to be a torturous one. But we are cooling the engine well, and the tyres aren't, you know, massively overheating. And even with cooling the car down by lifting off, we're not losing heaps of time, you know. We're 1.8 to 9 behind Alonso. That's not too bad, you know. So far this is turning into kind of like a very lifelike race where I'm actually backing off to cool the car down and then hoping to re-engage in the fight and chase back after Verstappen and Alonso if I can. And we're trying to do that now since we've cooled down the engine, but their grip through the final corner is something else. As Daniel Ricciardo is out of this one, yellow flags, and it's not going to be anything more than a virtual safety car. So a safety car would have been really good about now. I mean, you know, in two different ways. Could have maybe allowed us to get a free pit stop, but also could have bunched us all up. But a virtual safety car is of no use to us, really, apart from really now getting a chance to cool the engine, get some battery in the car, and try and re-engage, like I said, with this fight. But you saw the last corner. Even though the engine's fine now, which is cool at the end of the straight, on the start of the straight, at the final bend, the tyre is heating up a bit. And I think Alonso and Verstappen just aren't feeling it as much. Although here, on the restart of the virtual safety car, we do gain a slight amount of time on those two as we play the virtual safety car ending pretty well. The tyre's a little bit colder, so a little bit of a grip loss at the start of that one. But we'll stick with them. 1.2 seconds the gap is to Alonso as Sainz is in on lap 10, a bit earlier than I would have expected some cars to come in. Sainz and Stroll are in. Now, the projected pit stop was going to be around lap, 13, 14, maybe even 15. So that's a bit of a surprise for an AI driver. So Ferrari going for the undercut, and that's inspired me. So I'm thinking maybe about pitting now on this next lap 11 because, yeah, lap 10 is very early, and I'm curious to see what Sainz's pace may be like as there's some fighting going on at the bottom end between the Kick Sauber team and the Alpine and Williams. But Sainz will keep a good eye on him to see what his pace is like on the hard tyres. Oh, no, he won't. Oh, my God. Oh, Ferrari. Oh, Sainz. When it rains, it pours for Carlos Sainz. He's had a torrid time the last 3 episodes. You know what? That's the kind of thing that might make Sainz look elsewhere. So in a bit of a twist to real life, here in the game, Sainz, with all this durability issues, he might think about jumping ship to Ferrari, and maybe Ferrari kind of know that, because maybe that's why they're engaging us in secret meetings, why they might be engaging Hamilton in secret meetings. So it might be Sainz who instigates the driver market changes for Ferrari, at least. But that DNF for Sainz then actually persuades me not to pit so early. We go on for one more lap just to stick it out. We're 1.2 seconds behind Alonso as we start the lap, but already up to 1.4, 1.5 just on the exit of the last corner alone. So no, that's now reconvinced me. Let's pit this lap then, because we just don't have the pace of the top two here, and maybe the undercut will be the better way to go as we see fighting going on behind us. Russell with the dive down the inside at turn 1. The Ferrari, though, will come back. Leclerc has had a great exit, and the two are going to be neck and neck. The Mercedes with DRS age, but on the outside will be vulnerable to be squeezed out. He's going to keep his foot in, and this has just turned into an epic little scrap there, as they're still side by side as they now climb up the hill for the blind left-hander. Perez close behind, Norris as well, as there's fighting going on behind, even further behind them, with Gasly in the Alpine getting ahead of the two Haas cars. But that is very close stuff there, and oh, it's a lock-up for Russell. He'd already been passed by Leclerc, up the hill, but now, having been overtaken, has just made a huge error, and he's gone straight on, and he's down to P8. He now finds himself behind Lewis Hamilton, his teammate, and Lando up one free position up to P6, but Leclerc got him anyway before that mistake, so it's a fair and square overtake for the Ferrari, and then Russell just bottles it as soon as he actually gets past, as we now come in for our one and only pit stop there. It's a one stop today onto the hard tyres, but we're going to go a lot very, very early, because like I said, I think the projected pit stop is around, lap 14 at least minimum, 15 even, I think. Whereas, this is 2 laps early. So this is 2 laps of undercut. You're about to see 2.4 second pit stop. Very good stuff. And that's why I was so surprised Sainz pit on lap 10. Because that was going to be 5 or 6 laps of undercut for the Ferrari. Who knows what Carlos could have actually done with that kind of undercut in clean air, because there's lots of fighting going on now in this race. So the tyre wear starts to kick in, but on these fresh tyres, we've closed up to this pack, and this is the opposite of what we need. This is some horrendous traffic, as we're so much quicker than these guys, but they're so slow, and it's such a tight circuit. We make our way through, cutting through Magnussen, now on to Pierre Gasly. Where is he going to go? Will he go defensive? Yes, he will. We stick to the racing line, overtake him, but we can't make the move on Hulkenberg up until maybe the final corner, because it's so awkward to make a pass here with the corner being slightly off camber. I feel, you go around the outside and the grip just never comes to you, but we send it to the inside. A little bit cheeky there, using a bit of the curbing, but needs must to get into clean air, to not only cool down the engine, remember, and keep it cool, but also get in this clean air and try and do some good work, because we need to be setting purples, really, and I wanted to use a bit of hot lap ERS unobstructed to try and get this undercut to actually work. We do get that clean air, of course, then on the next lap, and we do set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. So I swear to God, if that pace stat on our overall rating goes down this episode, I will be a bit fuming. But we close up to more traffic as the pace difference of these new hards and the old mediums is very apparent. Big cheeky dive on Alexander Albon, a man who we were fighting so ferociously at the start of the season. Remember how things have evolved. This car has gone better, we have gotten better as a driver, and we're now looking to be in the hunt for P1 as we come across the line. We look to the right, Alonso, there's Verstappen, we're through, it's P4 on the road, but this will effectively be a net P1 position for us. The undercut has worked amazingly. 4.3 seconds to Verstappen, that is massive. Why didn't we come in earlier? That is crazy. So now it's all about controlling the pace from here and taking P1 eventually when Perez, Norris and Russell all come in for their pit stops. And now we're in a very similar position to the one we were in Monaco, where we lead the way. And for a good chunk of this race now, to the end, it will be about controlling the pace, looking after the tyres, the temperatures, etc., the ERS, and trying to hopefully keep an arm's width to the car behind. And that arm's width currently is 4.6 seconds Alonso 3rd place, Leclerc 4th, Hamilton up to 5th. Lando comes out in P6 where he was, but Perez is the real loser in the pit stop then, as he's down in P8 because he was actually up there behind Leclerc, but Hamilton and Lando have surpassed him. Even Russell's jumped Perez, so I don't know what's going on there for Checo, but yeah, Alonso and Verstappen are the two chasing us down. Verstappen more so really, because Alonso doesn't look like he can keep up with Verstappen maybe on the hard compound tyre, but can we keep Verstappen at bay? 4.3 the gap, it's 4.2, 4.4 right now, lap 21, about 4 laps later from that previous clip, so we're doing well, but you can notice now the fuel is an issue. All of a sudden now, I've got to try and start lifting and coasting. This has just added a whole new dynamic to the end of this race. Without having the need to do fuel saving, I'm adamant we could have kept that gap to 4.4 pretty damn stable for the rest of the entire Grand Prix. But unfortunately, that's not the case. As we go on to lap 22, we've got, about 13 laps to go in this race. And we need to fuel save. We need to lift and coast into the big corners to try and keep that fuel margin in the green. And the problem is, when I'm going full throttle in some places, it's rapidly going down. So this isn't going to be an easy task. The gap's already down to 3.2. 2 laps later, it's down to 1.7. Verstappen is rapidly catching us because that is how slow we're having to go when we lift and coast. I'm pushing hard in Sector 2, for example, and on the straights where I can, I'm trying to short shift, but still going as quick as I can. But into these big brake zones, I'm lifting and coasting to try and desperately save as much fuel as possible, and that is hurting us quite a fair bit, to the point where Verstappen could well be a problem with DRS, as we now watch Lando Norris making an overtake, a nice recovery up to P4 this would be for our teammate. That would be good damage limitation from qualifying in P9. Meanwhile, some great scrapping going on between Perez and Russell. So there's plenty of different fights going on in this race, but the one we care about is this chase down. And I don't like that camera angle. Verstappen in the same camera shot as us, but we're pushing a little bit now because I actually got 0.1 lap of fuel on the previous lap, so I wanted to just push, just to kind of prove to myself that if I wanted to, I could start to pull away again from Verstappen. Just mentally, this gave me a bit of confidence knowing, look, there's pace in the tyres, I've got pace in the car around here. The only reason he's catching me is because I'm having to do the fuel saving measures. So it was just a bit of an exercise for that one lap, just mentally, to kind of give me confidence that, yes, he may come knocking, which he is now on lap 28. He is within 1 second. So sooner rather than later, he is going to be attacking us, I feel. But now I've got that bit of confidence that, okay, the only reason he's caught me is because of the fuel. Other than that, I can match him. But the problem is, we know how ferocious of a driver Max Verstappen is to defend. We know how good he is. The reigning world champion. Here he comes with DRS open. We're using overtake mode all the way down the straight. It's still not enough, but we dive back down the inside, but we've gone too deep. Verstappen comes for the switchback. It's going to be neck and neck on the exit. The Red Bull is pulling ahead with the second bite of the cherry of DRS. We're down the inside. We're so close together. We're going to squeeze him off, and oh, that was close. That was close, but that was epic. That was epic stuff, and that's what you need to do versus such a talented driver. Use all the tools in our arsenal. The dive, ERS on the exit, trying to keep him at bay. But look at this fight as we watch the replay. Beautiful switchback, I must say, from Verstappen, and I would know I love a good switchback, but then we come back at him, and then look at this. This is so close. Verstappen, we run him out of road, but to be honest, don't lie, that's what Verstappen would do to someone in real life. Absolutely. And the thing is, that's what I thought watching back this replay, is this, and hopefully you agree with me, this little fight here, the switchback, the side-by-side, even the squeeze out here where it's close but it's fair. It literally legit looks like a fight that you would see in real life at the Hungaroring between Verstappen and another driver like Leclerc trying to defend him or whatever. Like, I was so satisfied watching that replay back and thinking, Nah, you know what? That's a very lifelike fight. That's a really cool lifelike fight. And long may it continue, as I'm sure it will, as Verstappen ramps up the pressure and tries to come back at us once again on lap 29 onto 30. We let him have the outside line last time. This time I'm going to try and force him to the inside to see if that's going to be a bit of an easier time to defend as we squeeze him all the way to the grass. Go back to the racing line. We've tightened up his racing line and we get back through into P1. That's definitely a lot easier, because the problem was with the previous fight, we let him have the outside line and that opened up the switchback, and he was so good on traction. That Red Bull is much better at traction than we are, so we need to try and eliminate that and try and actually get the mid-corner speed going into turn 1, and to do that we have to be on the racing line, so we have to always put him to the inside, as we see a lovely little battle going on with Russell and Perez. So a lot of fighting going on the last 5 laps. The tyre wear is starting to heat things up as once again we squeeze Verstappen. He was fully ahead of us that time round, and still we're able to get the run into turn 1. But as we watch the battle between Leclerc and Hamilton behind, things are really kicking off all the way down the top 10 as Hamilton tries to get up into P4. It's going to be a drag race out the corner. Hamilton with DRS on the inside. Surely he's got this, or will Leclerc keep his foot in? I think he will. Oh, what a battle this is, with potentially the 2 new Ferrari teammates next year. Who knows? Lando closely watching behind. But we are playing a dangerous game. That last time we defended Verstappen, he was completely ahead of us. The only thing we had going for ourselves was switching back to the racing line and hoping that he didn't have the nose in at turn 1, which he didn't. But that was pretty damn fine. But on to the last lap of the Grand Prix. This is Verstappen's potential last chance. He's caught up. He's trying to get to the outside. And we very nicely park it in the middle. Very awkwardly. We don't let him open up the space on the outside. But we equally didn't kind of open up the inside initially. But Verstappen committed to trying going to the left of us. And it didn't work out. As we see Stroll and Tsunoda at the tail end of the top 10. Russell, Perez then. Lando watching Leclerc ahead of Hamilton. Our attention focuses back on our onboard POV of this final lap. We've saved plenty of fuel for the last lap. Saved DRS so we can be hot lap mode for most of the last bit of this lap, and enough fuel where I'm not having to lift and coast now on this final one. I want full foot to the floor, full throttle into the corners, so we did a little bit more fuel saving than we needed to, just to make sure that we're comfortable on the last lap, because this is where the pressure ramps up. But as we come into the final sector, it's easy going. It's very difficult to make a move here, and we just need to round the final 2 bends. We won in Monaco, and now we win at a place they call Monaco without the barriers. I'm seeing a pattern here potentially for us as a driver in our career so far, but I don't care about the patterns. I just care about the win. It's P1. It's the win of the Hungarian Grand Prix. It's pole position, the win, and the fastest lap. Come on! Oh, 2 in the first season. Incredible. Incredible. Couldn't have done it without the team. What an amazing car they built us.
There'll be smiles at the factory after that one. A great race and a real team performance to take victory here in Hungary.
And it's one thing to win, but to win like that in total dominant style, that was a fantastic drive, and it is not one that we see very often.
Our winning drivers are on their way to the podium right now. It's been a fantastic race for McLaren, that's for sure. And no doubt, they'll be celebrating tonight.
The heart shapes are out because there's a lot of love for McLaren. There's a lot of love for what we're building here. And there's a lot of love for what that race was. That, for the purists, was a real fun one. That was a real scrap and a half with such a great driver of Max Verstappen. And it was fair, tough, but it was great. It was great. No contact made, just inches away, riding that fine line. As you can see, there's still such a long way to go. We're kind of in the heart of the European portion of the season. And really, McLaren has been the team in form. You know, we've won 4 races in a row. Yes, 3 of those have been Lando, and then I've added my 1 here. But that is really quite impressive to say that, you know, at the start of the season, Verstappen had not been off the podium until until the Monaco Grand Prix. So you can really see actually there, looking at the results, how much momentum that I always bang on about in career mode, for the last couple of years, especially since we got the focus mechanic with the AI. But it's just because it's so true. Momentum is literally one of the biggest factors when it comes to how drivers are doing in the season. You can see once Max had that wobble, it's not been the same as it was at the start of the year. And yet currently he still leads the Drivers' Championship. So it's just showing how tough of an opposition that is going to be for Lando and why he might need us to try and back him up. But we've got a new rivalry with Lance Stroll, and Elena emails us to tell us about the new rivalry, and then almost immediately, because it's the next email up, she replies to that same thread and goes, I need to step it up because Stroll is starting to show us up, and we're going to be left behind. We've only just begun the bloody rivalry at the end of last episode. What do you want about, Lena? At this rate, every character I liked at the start of the series, I'm going to end up hating, and the opposite will be the other way, because obviously lately I've been warming up to Colin as one of our specialists, because we're one of the few that with him that we're above into level 1 as we continue our pursuit to gain as much of these perks as we can. We're still flagging a bit in the power unit consultant department and other departments as well, and to be honest, I'm not going to pick either of these goals with Marcel there, because I don't feel confident enough to do that. And of course, if you pick one and don't achieve it, that's actually a negative to your specialist to get to that next level and lock that perk. So just being a bit wise with what ones I'd choose, because Marcel's one was quite difficult in terms of I can't guarantee I might outqualify Lando or beat him in the race. That's still very much not a guarantee, even though we did brilliantly last episode. As the rivalry screen clearly shows, in the rivalry with Lando, he is still thoroughly beating us, and our character still looks clinically depressed in the background. And at the moment, we look pretty depressed as well behind Lance Stroll, who's grinning away because he's winning the rivalry, even though we've not even turned a lap. So I think the game needs to calm down a little bit with the warnings. We've, we're not even got started yet on trying to match him, basically. But unfortunately, going into the weekend, the ERS upgrade has failed, and that would have been really useful around Spa. Long straight, it's a compromising circuit in terms of high speed and then downforce, but also low drag setup on the straight. So more ERS power and a better battery use would have been really useful, but unfortunately that's going to have to wait now to the next episode. So onwards we go to qualifying.
High-speed straights, heady elevation changes and dramatic corners. What is there not to love about today? It's qualifying day here at Spa-Francorchamps.
Excited for the racing in this one as we come to the new Spa for the first time inside of the career mode on F1 24. And we might be enjoying the racing actually a lot more in terms of passing cars, overtake galore, because we are going to have to take engine penalties in this race. I kind of alluded to this last episode, if you were paying attention, that we are on our last ICE and we've got so long of the season to go, so there's no getting away from the fact that at some point we would have to take a penalty to change out that ICE. Now, just like in real life, here in the game, Spa is always a really good place to take an engine penalty, because you can overtake here with the right setup as well. You can really fly past people, and that's what we've done here in qualifying and into the race with Part Fermier. Of course, I've put down the rear wing quite a fair bit in comparison to the front wing, but I've decided to change the ICE in this race weekend, and I figured because we're changing one, we're probably going to need others. Let's just take them all, because this really is a place where I would even back ourselves to make overtakes, despite it being quite difficult to catch, groups so far in this career mode. I've literally complained about that before, but I'm so confident in the fact that, like in real life, Spa is a great place to do that. It's the main reason why you always see Verstappen taking a penalty if he needs to at Spa, because it's just such a circuit that, as long as you have the pace, you can just repass the cars. You should be getting ahead anyway. So with that, we're going to fast forward a little bit through the qualifying segment and just get straight to Q3, basically. This was the Q2 result. Basically because, for us, none of this matters. We're going to the back of the grid, so I basically just wanted to go out there and set a good lap, because I was conscious of still gaining a pace on my overall rating. So unlike other F1 games where I would have just skipped qualifying, I actually have the forethought of, no, we still need to qualify well, actually, even if we are going to the back, because the game mechanics, I don't believe, sense when you've got a penalty. Like, they don't factor that into your qualifying position. So I want to try and qualify well still, just to gain that pace stat, knowing unfortunately that also probably that pace stat will go down then in the race because of the current glitch with the fastest lap attribute. So I'm trying to negate that as much as I can by gaining the pace stat here in qualifying, basically. But we went into Q3, very overcast conditions, you might have noticed, compared to Q1 and Q2. I even asked on the radio about weather coming in, you know, some rain or whatever. No, just a cloudier time here around Spa for the last part of this Saturday, as we now navigate the final 2 corners, which are a lot more calmer now post the 1.3 patch across the line. It's well, second place, but we're nearly 0.4 of a second off Verstappen. We were so closely matched together at the Hungaroring, but it would seem here that Max has found an extra gear in that Red Bull. Ferrari maybe as well, because Sainz is up there, and it's another slightly subpar qualifying from Lando, as he didn't do too well at the Hungaroring either, so that's a little bit of a concern for him, because now I won't be there to take points off Max. So if Lando wants to keep the pressure on of chasing after Verstappen in the championship, he's going to have to recover from a lower grid spot himself, whereas we are taking all these penalties because, yeah, the ICE were on the last column, but we may as well, at a place like this, just take everything and save myself other penalties later on. It just makes way more mathematical sense just to do them all in one race like this and be covered, hopefully, for the rest of the season. So let's get into a race where we're going to be at the back of the grid.
Welcome to this visit to the Ardennes countryside. Spa-Francorchamps hosted its first Grand Prix back in 1925, and this historic track is loved by drivers and fans alike, and us here in the commentary box too. So it's a warm welcome from the Belgian Grand Prix. Spa-Francorchamps then, a historic 19-corner circuit with a lap distance of 4.35 miles. There's over 100 metres of elevation change here, and with long stretches of the lap spent flat out, a good top speed will be vital for success. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and the smooth operator Carlos Sainz completes the front row. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Norris, Fernando Alonso, Hamilton, Stroll, Russell, Gasly, Ricciardo, Leclerc, Hülkenberg, Ocon, Tsunoda, Zhou, Albon, Bottas, Magnussen, Sargent, and a McLaren rounds off the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. And alongside me today is a man who needs no introduction, but I'll try anyway. It's Ant Davidson. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, for them, you know, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, you know, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, you know, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
Okay, this is going to take a monumental effort from you. I need you to push incredibly hard if we're going to get a good result today. Let's go and make it happen.
Highly motivating words there from Mark, our engineer, as we line up dead last, P20 on the grid. For this race ahead. Overcast conditions, but I don't believe there's any rain to come, which is probably going to be in our favour, because if there was some rain, I don't know how we would perform. My rear wing is very low, so rain would have really derailed us in terms of that downforce on the rear end. And I'm hoping that setup today will allow us to fly past some people. Interesting choice from a lot of the people outside the top 10. They've all opted for a soft compound of tyre they've not used in Q3, of course. So tyre wear, at least for the AI, they're not seeming like it will be quite high. I've chosen to start mediums because, of course, we did do Q3 anyway, and we did use all our softs. But I was always going to pick a medium to hard strategy for myself personally. But I guess maybe tyre wear might not be a concern. But after last episode on the hard compound, the undercut we got around Hungary, I'm kind of going back to, I think we need to start using the hard tyre way more often and earlier maybe in these races, because it really worked for us. There's a small bit of recovery work our teammate has to do at the sharp end in order to fight Max Verstappen, but for us, there's a huge task from the back of the grid as we go to 5 red lights for the Belgium Grand Prix. We're underway. It's a slow one for Bottas. It's going to get a bit too tight for us as we have to step out of the throttle pedal. Meanwhile, up ahead, it's full throttle for the 3 cars. They're 3 abreast into turn 1. The 2 Red Bulls and the Ferrari. We just nearly got decked into the wall by Bottas there, as it's still going on at the front. 3 wide, up through Rouge, up Radion. Incredible. Sergio Perez trying to ruin the party for his teammate. He's looking to get the lead. Sainz is still also trying to make something happen. It's going to be 3 wide again. It's very hard to tell who's ahead from this camera angle. No, they're neck and neck. Sainz backs out of it. Lando now engages in the fight and tries to get up to 3rd place, a crucial 3rd place, so that he can go chase after Verstappen maybe. But it's Verstappen who leads then. After all of that, he's fended off Perez as we now have a go at repassing, well, just 1 car simply to get up to P19 is, yeah, I probably made the wrong choice going to the inside. I'm not blaming Bottas, to be honest, because I just pinched myself in. It was definitely the wrong call to go on the inside, and yeah, you kind of forget how slow some of these slower cars are, really, because that start, oh my, it's actually a miracle we've not lost our front wing yet on Sargent on the race start. Just then with Bottas, we get a warning for collision. We're going to try and just force our way through at this point, because I'm just getting stuck behind these guys, but I still actually don't know how we've not got damage on Bottas's rear end there. The front wings seem to be very, very indestructible on this year's game, because we do, I can confirm I've had simulation damage on the entire time, so yeah, just very, very lucky, I guess, or the game's a bit more lenient, I suppose, as we watch back the fight with the Red Bulls. And now the second time of asking on lap 2, Sergio Perez does get into the lead of the Grand Prix. Thank God we finished off our rivalry with him, because right now he'd be absolutely whooping us in this race so far, but we're hoping to change the order as we make up positions eventually. We get Magnussen on the straight. We're closing up to Albon, having a little look to the inside, but instead opting for the outside line. Bit more room there, although I thought so, because Albon nearly shut the door on us there. Very feisty Alexander Albon in the Williams, and I think I mentioned last episode we were fighting him so much at the start of the career, so I guess once he sees us on track again, he just wants some. He wants a scrap as we now close up to Tsunoda and Hülkenberg, and it's all quite close together, you can see on the minimap, up until another one of the kick Saubers, which will be Joe Guan Yu, of course, as we've already passed Bottas. Tsunoda goes quite defensive actually there, so he just opens up the room for me to go thank you very much on the left hand side, and we get up into P15. Once we get past Joe, then it'll be interesting to see how quickly we could maybe, I'm hoping, catch the pack ahead, because there have been a few races where it's been nigh on impossible to catch a pack no matter how quick you are. As we now focus on our teammate up ahead, climbing the famous hill here at Spa, he has got the pace to close up to the pack of the 2 Red Bulls, and it's going to be maybe the double pass. Is it going to be the fairy tale overtake here for P1? This would be mega for Lando to get into the lead. He's already done Sergio Perez. He's now fighting Verstappen, and he's got him. He's up into 1st place, and that is a direct important championship fight as we try and find ourselves around the outside of Nico Hülkenberg. This is going to be a very impressive one if we can pull that off and now try and get around the outside of Gasly, but the front end just doesn't bite. But that was a very unorthodox place to attempt an overtake at Hülkenberg, and we kind of semi-made it work down the hill, I guess, and now we're looking to try and pass both of the Alpines. As I'm really getting a little bit frustrated now behind Gasly, as we should have maybe done the overtake already one section ago. Can we make a dive here? Very close. Gasly, to be fair, does get spooked off the road a little bit, and we are now free to engage in chasing after Ocon and Joe Guan Yu, and neither of them using much battery apparently up the hill, because we really catapulted ourselves towards them. And now Lando made a double pass. We've just made a double pass in a bit of a mirror as we went to the left, and just like that, just like with him, we had to fight someone into the next corner, but we do get that done and we're 2 positions higher, now up to P11 in free air. But we now focus back on the top fight, and I assume off-screen, whilst we were busy making our own overtakes, Verstappen had got back into the lead of the Grand Prix, but almost immediately here, as we cut back to this action, oh, what on earth was that? That was a bit of carbon fibre being kicked up. Looks like that Red Bull is running real low to the ground, or is something just broken on Verstappen's car as Lando repasses him? But that was definitely like that looked like a bit of debris or something that got kicked up, and it was a similar sort of thing that happened when Verstappen made contact with Hamilton, if you remember, in the British Grand Prix episode. So I wonder if that's something breaking on Max's car, because he looks a bit sheepish now. Lando firmly into the lead again as they go to the hill. Look at Perez! Perez going for the move! Oh! Round the outside, through Rouge, up Radion, and Perez is actually going to go through for second place. Sainz is trying to follow him in. Verstappen comes back at Lando. Lando fends off the inside, and all of a sudden, Perez might be going for P1. He has got P1. No! Lando comes back at him. Electric stuff. But Verstappen under massive pressure by Carlos Sainz now. I think something's wrong with this car. I think he's broken something. I didn't even know that was a thing in this game, but clearly. So, he's locked up now. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. I didn't even know that was a thing in this year's game, but something has broken on Verstappen's car. He's hit something on the ground or whatever, but that car does not look the same now since that puff of smoke and debris was kicked up, as Alonso now is going for the move. The Aston Martin could push down the championship leader to P5. The Red Bull's going to fight this as much as he can, and all the way up the hill they'll go. Hamilton closely following behind, so it could be a 3-way fight between the world champions here. Hamilton gets blocked off on the left. Alonso with DRS open on the middle ground, and he's, I think, fully got ahead of Verstappen at this point. No, Max is still going for it. That camera angle is so deceiving, but eventually he twitches away, and he has to accept that he has been defeated there, and he is all of a sudden, he's gone from P1 to P5 in less than a lap. So 100% I'm convinced that something broke on his car as we finally catch up to Ricciardo. It took a few laps, to be honest, but thank God that we actually were able to catch this pack, because, to be honest, this entire pack has been, in a DRS train or ERS train of sorts. But we found some pace. It was a slow grind, but we got there, and now we've overtaken Ricciardo for the first time. We're into the points-paying positions in this race. And next up, our sights are on Leclerc on the soft compound of tyre inside the top 10. Interesting choice from the Ferrari. Surely he's feeling some tyre wear. It would seem so, because he seems pretty slow and is now not hanging on the back of Russell as we go for an identical move to the one we made on Albon. Now on Leclerc. Leclerc gives us a bit more room to work with, and we equally give him room to work with, because he's giving us a good old fight here to stay ahead. We're going to tuck in and try and get the slipstream going through to the bus stop chicane, but Russell's leaving us a bit. We kind of need to get this move over and done with so that we don't lose sight of the pack ahead. But Leclerc seems to be doing all he can to defend, maybe helping out Carlos Sainz, up ahead. Maybe he feels like we're going to be a threat to his teammate later on, or he's just trying to fight for his own dignity here at the bottom of the top 10 as we look to make the move on the outside. We did a bit of a fake into the chicane, but Leclerc is still there, and that Ferrari has the pace in acceleration terms. I'm trying not to overuse the battery as well at the same time, because that's why we're not just blitzing him with overtake mode, because if I do that, I then won't have battery to get away from him and catch Russell ahead, as we're still going to be at it neck and neck into Rouge. Unbelievable racing. Real great respect between myself and Charles the entire time, but we've overtaken him. They're going to come back at us though, and this is what even with saving battery, I've now overused it a bit into Rouge, and we had to do a bit of defending as even Ricciardo tried to overtake us, and Ricciardo will actually overtake Leclerc. That's going to be a bit of a frustration there for the Ferrari driver, but for us, we have pushed away. Ricciardo will act as a bit of a buffer to allow us to just push away and focus on chasing the pack ahead. But Verstappen's coming in, and we followed him in. I wasn't planning to come in on this lap, but I just saw at the last minute Verstappen peeling into the pit, and I thought, let's cover him off and maybe see if we can help out our teammate in his fight with Verstappen because, well, to be fair, to one, we're going to get another undercut on hard tyres, and we just know how well that worked around the Hungaroring. But yeah, I reckon we could actually do some work there because clearly Verstappen is not very quick right now. He was down to P5. I don't know if he was even lower than that, but, you know, when he came in. So he's got some sort of car issue, and maybe we can attack him. Like, he's not even that far down the road, and Sargent is going to do us a huge favour here. He's going as slow as ever on his worn soft tyres, and he's invited us well within half a second to the Red Bull. So all of a sudden, this decision to pit on the same lap as Max is a blinder. I can absolutely cover him off, but at the same time, this just helps us in our race because it's not even, to be fair, just about, you know, helping our teammate out. If we overtake Max, that's just one more position in this race and one more position up into the top 10 positions, basically. And let's see in the pit stops now who we could maybe jump with the undercut, because I reckon we could, you know, because Leclerc's there behind us, but Hamilton might be behind us. Alonso might be behind us. Is that? No, Alonso comes through, but we have jumped Hamilton at least. So that's one position already in this undercut we've got. And now, as we climb up the hill, we're going to use battery halfway up the hill because Verstappen starts recharging in the middle of that. So we're going to fly past the Dutchman, and it'll be 2 positions gained. Our engineer's worried about ERS, but for me, the main concern was getting past that Red Bull. And now we'll sort it out. Oh my God, no! What has gone on there? What has happened? Sargent locked up. I think Perez locked up as well. A collision warning for Sargent and an illegal overtake for Sargent. Are you kidding me? Come on! I mean, my life flashed before my eyes. We did very well to stamp on the brake pedal and stop ourselves just going straight into the back of the American. That could have been a DNF, game over. We're still in the game. We're still ahead of Hamilton, but now we've conceded position to not only Verstappen, but, well, Sargent as well. So Sargent giveth and Sargent taketh away, because he did help us out by holding up Verstappen, but now he's just completely undone all of that hard work as we see Lando Norris chasing after his old pal Sainz, but a puff of smoke comes out the McLaren, and could it be game over? I think it is. No! What is going on in this race? It was going so well. Lando was in the fight for the lead. We were gaining positions and recovering this race, and now it is coming undone.
It's broken! Anti-stall!
That is Lando out of the Belgian Grand Prix as we defend Hamilton. Perez locking up. It is all kicking off in this Grand Prix. It really has. Perez with the lock up there. Maybe he's got some sort of problem because, to be fair, he caused that whole situation with Sargent and myself because he was the one who locked up as we go straight on. Now, you might think I've lost my mind, but I was actually... I maybe overthought this a bit. I thought I could use Hamilton to pull me along with DRS to catch Perez, but I didn't bank on Stroll coming out the pit straight away, and actually Lewis being incredibly slow up the hill to the point where I'm being boxed in by the guy I just let by on purpose to drag me along with DRS. So instead, I re-engage my brain and go, look, I'm going to have to do it myself. So we just re-overtake both of them, basically. And now I'll just get my head down to catch after Perez. I think I try to be a bit too smart there with the whole let him by to pull me along. So I'm just going to have to get my head down and hope that we've got the pace. But let's have a look at this replay then. So watch where Sergio Perez is, because he locks up and that makes Sargent lock up, and they in unison... They in unison come back on circuit, all lined up together. That's where we were with that puff of smoke coming back on circuit, but that's the view from Verstappen. Verstappen, he just got the easiest triple overtake done in the known universe. That is so frustrating. And now, after all of that, he's the one that leads the race. He leads ahead of Alonso, Sainz, Russell, Perez, and myself trying to chase after Perez, but instead I'm actually looking backwards because as we lock the rear end, Leclerc has set the fast lap of the Grand Prix. Of course he sets purple, and that's when I make a rear locking mistake. So Leclerc comes back to haunt us, and he basically does the reverse to us, trying to go around the outside of us, through Rouge, up Radion, and the Ferrari, well, he's just got a bit too much pace. I don't want to overuse the battery, so I stay in medium, and I kind of accept he's overtaken us, and I'm going to try and hopefully just re-engage him and re-pass him on the next lap, you know, with the load of battery I'm saving on the bottom right. You know, engine temperatures are good, tyres are good, and I know I'm on a tyre that I like, so I just thought, let's play the patient game with Leclerc. He's on medium, so to be fair, out of anyone, he actually could be a good car to use for DRS to pull us along, because he will be quicker than everyone ahead. So that's the game plan, just kind of like you would in real life, not putting up too much of a fight when you don't need to, knowing that there's a longer term play here. So that's the thinking there of not putting up a massive fight versus Leclerc. So about 2 laps later then, as we nearly go on to lap 16, the plan's working. Look at the mini-map. We are now a part of a DRS train all the way up to P1. So we're in this fight, 7 laps to go. No! The gearbox.
We're looking at some imminent gearbox issues, I'm afraid.
Oh, please just tell me that's a temporary... No, it's not a temporary issue. I thought Mark was going to tell us about a jammed gear. I could have lived with that. I could have lived with missing a gear or something. But no, the whole gearbox is seized up. Oh my God, what a terrible race for McLaren. Oh, this is shocking. I actually forgot for a sec Lando retired. It's a double DNF for the team. What a horrible first ever debut at the new Spa track on F1 24. This has been absolutely awful. We're out. That's it. Game over. Pack up the bags. Oh.
A difficult race then on one of the all-time classic circuits, but they persevered to take the win here today.
And this really is, as we know, Crofty, a team game. And a performance from the driver like this today gives the team energy moving forwards. It's closely fought in the Constructors' Championship, and this will go a long way to boosting that energy as we move forward.
And just like in real life at the Canadian Grand Prix just gone, after all of that chaos, Max Verstappen wins the race, of course. The guy is just too good, he's too consistent, and things just come to him. Wow. Double DNF. Really bad day for the team. Bad day for Lando. Obviously loses a lot of ground in the championship. That's a whole 25 points off the table.
Just look at that sea of orange. No surprises if I tell you we're here in Holland at Zandvoort for the Max Verstappen celebration party. It's a quick track and perfect for high speeds, high stakes qualifying. Welcome along to the Dutch Grand Prix qualifying day.
I'm going to borrow one of Lando's tried and tested jokes. And Crofty, the orange is not for Verstappen, it's for us, okay, mate? The papaya team is strong here. They're all out here for McLaren, obviously, as we now barrel in to turn 1 here at Zandvoort as we start Q1. And a little bit of a snap on the rear end as I have lowered the rear wing to make sure we make use of the straight line speed, because even though this circuit is very high downforce, of course, there is a big compromise to be had, because you can lose a lot of time on the straights if you have too much of a rear wing on there. So we've gone with quite a low one in comparison to the default setup, but hopefully that will help us out, not only in qualifying trim but in race trim then, to make overtakes as we try and re-engage in this fight with the Red Bulls. We have to bounce back, absolutely, from a double DNF. Especially now with McLaren, our team, being in the Constructors fight with Red Bull. You know, there's a real big chance for it, especially with the way Sergio Perez has been performing. You know, it's a fight of 2 against 1, the Verstappen, and he's a very strong opponent, of course. And so for Lando's sake, he needs to bounce back individually, but I'm hoping to do the same. And right now, the vibes are very much that we will be putting Spa completely behind us, and we are focused on the task at hand, using the car we have got. It's a 1-2 in Q2, but it's so close. 0.064 covering the top 3. Leclerc's up there as well, though, to be fair. You know, the R&D chart, yeah, Ferrari and Merc are behind us, but the scaling of it is getting tighter and tighter. So Ferrari might be an issue. Maybe Merc might be as well. Who knows? Let's see how this top 10 shootout goes. For sure, Ferrari are a bit of a nuisance to us last episode. You know, pre the DNF, I was having to have a massive fight with Leclerc, and we had to try and re-overtake him, of course, before the gearbox seized up. So Ferrari, well, could be a threat for us as well, and a spanner in the works, you know, one that we kind of don't want in the fight with Red Bull solely. So we're here on our first flying lap in Q3, the top 10 shootout. A little bit messy in the first few corners. I feel like we maybe left about a 10th on the table in Sector 1. Sector 2, not a purple, a green, so we're going to be not on P1 provisionally, and it's actually only P6. That is really not that great, but the lap wasn't terrible, but just definitely needs a little bit of work as we nearly find 0.2 of a second through turn 1. We lose a bit on the exit though again, so finding it tough actually. We end up we actually do end up going purple, but the gains are very marginal, which tells me maybe things are super close in this quali as the rear end snaps away. We're a bit too eager in third gear, and now we're scrambling to try and find some time to recover this, but it's purple the first sector, green the second. It'll be red, or yellow rather, in the last sector. No time gained. That mistake was what undid it, and it's going to be P6 at best. Our first lap was the lap we set. I mean, it was close, to be fair. We were only, less than 4/10 off, and that was pole position. And of course, Lando does the job, showing why he is the more senior man, so well established, the one in the championship fight. He is just bouncing back in the way he needs to, but Verstappen's there. But I'll leave that fight to him. It's him versus Verstappen. I just need to try and do the best I can to cut through the two Ferraris and the Aston Martin. It's mighty fine between Leclerc down to P5. So we can just try and find a bit more rhythm in the race. I'm confident we can try and maybe aim for a podium. That's surely going to be the aim. Let's go to the grid.
For years, the passionate Dutch fans have been easy to find trackside in races across Europe. Here this weekend, it's even easier to find the Dutch fans as they have a race to call their own once again. A warm welcome to all of our viewers in the Netherlands and around the globe, of course, as we get underway for the Dutch Grand Prix. 2.6 miles then make up a lap here at a very wet Zandvoort circuit, where some tricky braking zones and sudden drops can make it all too easy to slide off into the gravel. 14 corners overall, a 678-metre main straight. That will provide the best chance for overtaking. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position, edging out Max Verstappen, who'll start from P2. Considering the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Fernando Alonso, Sainz, a McLaren, Perez, Hamilton, Russell, Stroll, Tsunoda, Ocon, Magnussen, Gasly, Ricciardo, Hülkenberg, Albon, Bottas, Joe, and Logan Sargent. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track. And alongside me for this afternoon's commentary, Naomi Schiff. Good afternoon, Nose. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, every driver certainly has their own way of preparing themselves before a race. But I can tell you that pre-race rituals are a real thing. When I was in go-karting, I used to touch every wheel in a specific sequence before I got into the kart. And then I stepped up to cars and had a specific set of fireproof base layers just for race day. So watch the drivers when they're on the grid. Some may be sitting on the floor and isolating, others may be up to other things that they do. But these little things really help their minds get ready for the race.
So it is raining here at Zandvoort, and oh no, the dry tyres. The dry tyres are on. Oh, the glitch is back! The glitch is back. Yeah, unfortunately, we somehow dodged it in Austria. Actually, thinking back about it now, I don't know how. We got very lucky that we didn't have the glitch at the Austrian Grand Prix where there was rain involved. I guess it was later on in the race, I guess. It didn't start wet. But here, we have met with the same problem that we had back in the Imola Grand Prix episode. And unfortunately, as I record this has not been patched yet. It's coming soon, I believe, in the very next patch, which is imminent this week, I hear. But annoyingly, as it stands right now, it is wet. It is intermediate conditions, I feel. And yet everyone is on the hard compound of tyre. This is going to be another very strange and chaotic race, I feel, as we get underway for the formation lap, and there's plenty of water being kicked up. We're on the hards. I don't have very much to say. It's going to be difficult. There is a temporary workaround that I did try, and it still didn't work. Basically, it's still loaded in the same scenario where we're in the wet on the hard tires. I asked for the weather report, and my engineer recognises it's wet. So my engineer even knows it's wet. So it's really just the tyre rule and the rest of the grid thinking it's, well, I don't know, dry enough for dries, but it's just not because it's still wet. And our tyres are stone cold. So I am preemptively setting my tyre on the strategy screen to intermediate in case I want to bail into the pit straight away. But like Imola, I will try my best to continue on the dry tyres to see what we can do as we go to 5 red lights. It's a wet Dutch Grand Prix, lights out, and we're underway. And then we've got a few cars a bit slow. Can we go through on the left? No, Alonso cuts us off on the left-hand side there. It's a good start for Sergio Perez around the outside. Verstappen is neck and neck with Lando Norris. The championship fight is happening immediately at the front, but Lando soaks up the pressure as we try to squeeze out Sergio Perez, but the Mexican driver is actually being very, very aggressive here, and he's actually gone for it, and to be fair to him, he's got us for now, but on the exit, we're going to use quite a bit of battery, overtake mode engaged, and get back up into P5, but the grip certainly isn't, you know, fully dry, as the drivers and the tyre rules suggest, but I'm not going to lie, as DRS is enabled on lap 2 here, it doesn't feel as bad as Imola though. This feels like, and if you're watching F1 for this long, you'll know what I'm on about, this feels like Brazil 2012. Like, it looks really wet, but there's surprisingly a good amount of grip out there. So right now, this actually might not be a race in the bin. At the moment, it's looking okay. It's just a bit of a tricky situation, but I'll try and make the most of it. It's certainly not as slippery as it was in Imola, because we're just about hanging on to the back of Fernando Alonso here, and there's actually a few corners where I'm gaining on him. So let's just see how it goes, basically, tentatively through this race. And at least one thing's for certain, compared to Imola, we now have actually racy AI that want to go for overtakes, and Verstappen looks to make the overtake for the race lead. Lando's done so well so far to defend, but the Red Bull, and Verstappen specifically, is looking a bit feisty there as he just snaps at the heel, but the McLaren stays ahead for now. But, you know, with how aggressive Perez was, yeah, the Red Bull's actually not looking too bad in these conditions, annoyingly for us, obviously. But look at this then. That little fight between Lando and Verstappen's actually bunched us all up, so we're right here. This is not looking too bad. I think we can try and work with this and try and gain confidence as we go lap after lap in these very tricky conditions. Huge snap of oversteer as I open DRS. I'm never doing that again, as Verstappen does overtake Lando Norris, unfortunately, and the Dutchman leads his home Grand Prix in front of the adoring Dutch crowd. But yeah, that was a Code Brown moment for sure in the cockpit for me. Not going to open the DRS that early through the banking again, even though technically you can, but I dared not, because that was nearly maybe a DNF. 2 DNFs in a row there as we had to catch the car going off in a straight line. But lap 6, and after that slight error, maybe just a bit of confidence knocked a little bit, but more so it seems like the drivers around us are getting quicker and quicker as they go on through this race, and now I'm feeling a bit under pressure from Perez. Lando and Max trading fastest laps of the Grand Prix, and all of a sudden now it's maybe feeling a bit more like Imola, where Alonso's now just about breaking DRS, and it's getting a bit frustrating now. I thought, okay, it would be okay, but now we're losing grip through this one, and I'm just losing concentration. And let me be candid, at this point, after the errors, after clearly the drivers around me are getting quicker and more comfortable with these conditions, I was losing a lot of motivation and concentration here, because I thought, I have to drive this now for a further 20 plus laps. This is just going to be torture. So I just want to be honest with where my head was at, basically. So I'm just trying to survive now as we've kind of lost the back of Alonso, and the temptation to maybe try the intermediate is creeping in. Oh, Alonso's lost the back end ahead of us, and he's in the wall. Surely that's going to be a safety car or a virtual safety car. He's reversing back onto the circuit, and so we decide to come in and lean into that temptation I was already having to pit for the intermediate. But I'm just waiting and waiting. Surely there's a safety car. No? Really? Not even a virtual? Come on, FIA. That was unbelievably dangerous. How are you telling me there's not even a virtual safety car in that situation? I'm sorry, if that was real life, he had his rear end on the track still, and he was reversing back on towards where the cars were coming from. How is that not even a virtual safety car? Even with the weather glitch, the weather glitch was already bad enough, and now they don't want. Now they're just screwing around, because that's a virtual safety car minimum all day long. Because I'm pitting, no, don't bother. No, don't put it out. Let's let him suffer more. So a lap later then, lap 10, we've caught up to Fernando Alonso after that spin he had. Verstappen's still out there setting purple lap times on the hard tyres that have been on that car for 10 laps now, in a similar vein to everyone else on this grid, but on fresh intermediates, I've set a purple first sector. We've been held up a bit by Alonso here, who in turn's being held up by, oh, look, it's our old pal Sargent from the last episode. You're going to lock up again, mate, and ruin that and this for me as we set the fast lap of the Grand Prix now, just showing, even with this blockade of 2 mobile chicanes, I'm going quicker than the race leader, because it is intermediates, just like it was in Imola, but yeah, for a brief 5 laps at the start of the race, I genuinely felt like, oh, okay, this is okay, I can deal with this. And then as soon as we made those errors and the AI started getting quicker and quicker, or I just started getting slower maybe because of the tyre wear or whatever, it just became another torturous moment. And I really was hoping for a safety car. I know I've already said it, but I'll just say it again, because yeah, that's that in real life that would have been it, and then that would have really opened up the door, because then we would have been bunched up with everyone on these inters, which right now you can see the rear left tyre is heating up quite a bit, but it's nowhere near as bad as Imola because of the patch we had, 1.3. It did change the way tyre temperatures work in certain scenarios and conditions. I think one of those conditions is a condition like this, unfortunately, where it's a glitch situation where I'm on inters, it's wet, the tyres shouldn't be heating up this much, but they are, but at least it's not brick red internal temperature like it was in Imola. And you can see I've got decent pace, you know, as we out-traction Albon out the carousel up to P15, and then immediately closing up on the likes of Pierre Gasly, Hülkenberg, Magnussen ahead alike, so and still setting purple sectors whilst we're overtaking these guys. Green middle sector, but yeah, purple the first, so we're still able to put in some good lap times, you know, even 4 laps later after the pits. But of course, to be fair, at Imola we were doing that. It was about, you know, I would say what, 7 laps later, once we'd made the pit stop, that's when you started to see the pace wearing out a bit because of the tyres overheating way too much, as Hülkenberg really goes very defensive. We set another purple lap time. I think we've set about 3 of them now. So at the moment, I mean, yes, we're down in 13th place, but at least I'm enjoying my racing a little bit now on the inters, looking to try and overtake cars as we try and make a lovely little pass on Magnussen around the outside. That was a bit cheeky there, very unorthodox place to make an overtake, but we've made it work because of especially the front end of these inters. The rear tyres are heating up and definitely still a bit of an issue on traction, but the front end tyres, they're fine, and they're giving me so much biting on the front that we're able just to maneuver around these cars so easily, make these dives and get the nose turned in and float the car in, as we're up to P10 now. And for the first time we can see a Red Bull again. It's Sergio Perez. After such a lightning getaway at the start of this Grand Prix, he's been pushed down to P9, even lower than Yuki Tsunoda in the V-Carb car, but now that rear left tyre is not looking so great. You know, like I said, 8 laps on from the pit stop, it's not looking too good, and I'm not really gaining anymore on Perez. I'm setting yellow sectors now, so the pace is starting to go. I'm moving to the right off racing line, trying to desperately cool down the tyres, because that was one of the big things they talked about in the release of this game, is that you can cool down the tyres by going offline, but it's just not working because it's in a glitch situation. Oh, a car's coming in. Is that Tsunoda? Tsunoda's in the pits. I didn't think they were going to make pit stops in this race. Hang on a minute. Ferrari's in. Verstappen's there. Verstappen's just come out ahead of us. Can we maybe overtake him? Could we still be in this race then? I did not think the AI were going to make a pit stop, because the strategy screen just said hard tyres all the way to the end from the race start. This has just changed everything. So as we wind through Sector 2, right up Verstappen's gearbox, we make the dive because this could be a move for the race lead. The front end is gripping, the rear end isn't though. We're trying to get the rear to follow the front, but the rear end's overheating as we dive it again and drift through the corner. Literal drift, opposite lock, and we're still going wheel to wheel with Verstappen, and somehow we didn't actually even make contact with the Dutchman, even with the drift, as we're now just trying to get the power down. Verstappen has acceleration on the medium tyres, but we have the confidence into the next corner. The front end's got the grip, and we just need to get ahead of him, and then we can maybe stay there with the track position. This race has just been turned on its head. This has gone from an absolute throwaway race to now maybe could we try and win this? Could we at least maybe try and help Lando? I'm not too sure as Verstappen flies by with DRS, but constantly we just have that better grip going into every single corner, and we get back into P1, and there's Lando. Oh, bit of contact with the Ferrari. It was 3 wide momentarily. Lando almost got into second place. That would have been a McLaren 1-2 off the bat, but annoyingly Verstappen and Leclerc just had a bit too much there. But lap 21, look at the tyre wear now. The rears are really lit up, and even the front left is a bit worn out. Yellow flags for what? Oh, is it Leclerc? Leclerc slow! The Ferrari is going to be out of this Grand Prix. Oh my God, I nearly thought Leclerc was going to take out his own teammate. I really thought Sainz was about to drive into the back of the Ferrari as we try and search for water to cool down the tyres, but also trying to break the toe from Verstappen as we continuously get overtaken in a straight line because Verstappen has that corner exit, but we still have front end that is better than everyone because of the intermediates. But right now, lap 24, you can see I'm going very slowly because my tyres are so worn now on the rear end, but I'm basically trying to act like a bit of a safety car and slow them all up because, look, I've had to do a glitch race, so I'm going to drive this race how I want to, and I'm just trying to get to the end in P1, but we're now sliding about, and Lando's through. Hang on a minute, how's he done that? Where did he overtake Verstappen? Lando's just done a double pass. I wasn't even planning on letting him by. I wanted to try and just, out of spite, get this race win because of the glitch. But no, Lando's actually taken matters into his own hand, and he's overtaken us. Can we come back in though? We've got DRS. We try and defend Verstappen whilst also chasing after Lando. Tyre on the grass. The car's round. No! Oh, it's all over. No, I'm just depressed. I'm just depressed. And we've got a penalty, and there's a red flag. Actually, hang on a minute. Red flag. Could that help us? Hang on a minute. Hang on a minute. I wasn't intentionally doing this, but has the red flag just helped us out there? We could... Hang on a minute. This could change everything. This could change everything. We could change to a new set of intermediates. This is why we span. It was actually a tyre on the grass. And then at this point, I took my hands off the wheel because I was just so depressed at the situation. I'd fought so hard, all for that. Oh my God, no. The tyre glitch has extended to the red flag. Are you kidding me? The tyre glitch has extended to the red flag. I'm done. I'm done. I'm absolutely done. We're restarting lap 27, 11 laps left, and we're having to start on mediums. Thank you for nothing. Thank you for nothing, red flag. We've got a 10-second penalty as well. This race has gone from in the bin to looking good to in the bin again. Zandvoort's a bit of a roller coaster circuit, and my emotions have gone through a roller coaster because this race has been an utter roller coaster as we go to 5 red lights again. And we're underway for the last 11 laps, and it's still raining. We're on new dry tyres. It's all slippery around us. Verstappen neck and neck with Lando. We're down the inside. We're having to jostle for position with Lance Stroll, of all people, and Carlos Sainz. Lance Stroll, our racing rivalry, is heating up here. Lance Stroll comes for the dive bomb. What's happening here? Where has he come from? Where on earth has Lance Stroll come from? Someone answer me. Russell's P3, then Lando's P2. Oh, the tyres are so cold. We've got a 10-second penalty that we have to either serve in a pit stop or at some point it will be added to our race time. Sainz with the same penalty, but the tyres are stone cold because we haven't had a formation lap like we did the start of the race to warm them up, and I'm really struggling for front end grip. Oh, big snap, big snap, and now Sainz is through. The Ferrari is going to squeeze by, and now we're being swarmed. Lance Stroll, Lance Stroll's tapped us. Stroll, we're being ping-ponged around. I'm literally being bullied by the AI now. Lance Stroll tapped us. The only reason we didn't spin it fully was because of Sainz, but I've got no grip. These guys are now literally driving like it's fully dry for them, and I'm just struggling. I'm the only car struggling. This is the opposite of what happened at the start of the race, where I actually had some hope of driving well in these conditions, because for me it's fully into still. It is, as we come in. It's another pit stop, and we have the 10-second penalty, of course. I mean, that's fair enough. I did obviously cause a collision with Hamilton and the red flag, so that was my fault. That was my mistake. That was fair play. But if we had just started on Inters, though, like, I could have maybe made up the 10 seconds somehow in 11 laps. I don't know. But now it's looking bleak. This is... and I've crossed that. I don't even care anymore. I just don't care. This has gone so badly wrong. I can't believe I was so delusional as well. At one point when we were leading there, I thought, you know what? We could get all the way to the end. We could do it. And then it just went away as quickly as that delusion came in. And this is how bad my luck was this entire race. This is how I knew the whole time we're probably doomed from the start. Because a late safety car occurs. Okay, I thought, okay. This is a chance to catch up with people. Let's pit in for softs, because Mark has been banging on about it's dry enough. I think it's time to go to dries. If you feel confident, go to slicks. So I thought, okay, I'm going to listen to my engineer, because to be fair, he's been saying it's raining at the start of the race. So I thought, okay, apart from the AI drivers, he does know what's going on, so maybe he's onto something. Let's go on to slick tyres. So we come into the pits again, but there was a pit stop issue on the rear end, so we lose some time. It's a 4.7 pit stop, and as we come out the pits, look at the top. Safety car in this lap. I've not even exited the pit lane, and the safety car is coming in because it's right at the end of the race. So the game is trying to hurry up the safety car period. It's not the usual 2 laps of safety car like there usually would be. So I'm here, and by the way, they're here. This is where the rest of the grid is. They are coming around the final bend to start the lap, to start green flag racing. It's so ropes. I'm 34 seconds behind. In hindsight, maybe I should have just stayed out and tried to catch the safety car. But I actually was so far behind because of my first pit stop onto Inters and the 10-second penalty after the red flag that I actually probably wouldn't even have caught the safety car train without the extra pit stop. Yeah. After all of this chaos as well, Lando on pole, etc. Once again, Max Verstappen, he is too bloody inevitable in real life and in the game here as he gets P1. And I mean, I'm not even in the driver in the championship fight. Lando is. I can't imagine how annoyed he must feel here. It's the same podium as the real-life Canadian Grand Prix, which is a bit of a wet affair, although it's in a different order. It's Verstappen ahead of Russell instead of Lando, who's down in 3rd place. Even worse for Lando to lose more points to Verstappen, and it's going to be the Dutchman that takes the home victory.
Oh, yes. Nice job. Well done, mate. We caught that simply lovely.
And for us, meanwhile, the only consolation I can take is it was actually the right time to be on the softs. Finally, it was the right time to be on dries, because here I am on hot lap mode. I basically saved up all my battery, and I thought, if I can't do anything, I'm going to get the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, so I don't lose pace stats on the overall rating. That's how bad the race went. I thought, the only silver lining is I won't lose pace stats because of the glitch on the pace stats, because I can set the fast lap. What a miserable end.
A difficult race then on a circuit that demands complete concentration, but they've persevered to take the win here today.
Well, that's 2 race wins in a row for them. I think they'll be really happy with that. I mean, 1 race win is great, but to have 2, you know that you've got it. You're a little bit more comfortable in your skin. This is a great sign of maybe what's to come.
Right now, tough times. We need to try and dig deep and really come back strong at the Italian Grand Prix. But I'm a little bit cautious because, you know, Monza, it's all about straight line speed. And generally, the AI have been amazing with ERS, deployment, management. So I'm not too sure how I'm going to go. Hopefully, Lando could go well, though. But only time will tell. But we now look ahead to some R&D. We do have a decent amount of R&D points to spend. It's just about which upgrades we pick now, because we do have the drag reduction update available. Now, this is going to sound odd because I literally bought the rear downforce upgrade, the Halo upgrade, to unlock this upgrade path. But seeing the fact that we're actually now top of the aero standings for Red Bull, my mind focused back on the ERS, seeing if we can make a boost there. We're, you know, just about ahead of Ferrari on the engine side of things. You can see it's very, very close, though, for most of the engines, apart from Alpine. Poor them. But we're going to go ahead and purchase the ERS upgrade because I really want to try and get that as good as possible. That will come in time for the Singapore Grand Prix, I think it was. And we just take a quick look at the accolades, which we haven't done in a while since the Monaco episode. And we're nearing the accolade for top 10 finishes, which will boost our awareness. And along with these little boosters we're going to get from the accolade that we can gain, we are actually pretty close already to maybe beating Lewis Hamilton in our championship points rivalry. We're obviously still losing to Lando 4-0, but yeah, we're actually technically, even though we only just got assigned Hamilton as the points rivalry, I think 2 episodes ago, wasn't it? We're actually nearing the amount we need to beat him, so we could get a good booster on all our stats that way. This is now the R&D screen after we've done the practice programs, and we've just gone ahead and used the extra R&D points we gained from that to purchase that drag reduction update, which will also come in for Singapore. So we do have a very healthy amount of upgrades in the pipeline. It's just taking a while to come in because we don't have the maximum, you know, time reduction on all these upgrades. Obviously, the specialists come and go, so that affects the time they take. So it is a bit of a slow burner, I'm finding, on this game. You can purchase a lot of upgrades, but they pend for a lot of times because we've also had quite a few failures. But yeah, they just take a while actually to come in, to be fair. So going into this one, Red Bull technically just ahead of us on the R&D chart, but it is very close. And again, Ferrari and Mercedes looking to make a small marginal gain towards us too, as we almost become a top 4 in a way, because Aston Martin are being left a little bit in the kind of no man's land, and if anything, VCarb and Haas are going to catch them eventually. But upgrades for Kick Sauber and also the Alpine team. So yeah, I'm actually quite surprised. All the AI teams are upgrading quite a lot, to be fair. No one's getting left behind massively. The only one lagging behind a little bit now is Aston Martin, but they might just be saving R&D for just a bit later on in the season. So yeah, so far the increased R&D for the AI has been pretty good for them to keep up pace and give us that, you know, constant challenge of trying to bring upgrades to this car with a reduced R&D we've got, which is certainly adding to the element of this title fight for Lando and the constructors fight we're trying to have. It would have been maybe a bit easier if we weren't on reduced, but obviously that's the challenge we've got as a career mode veteran. So with that, we now go to qualifying for the Temple of Speed at the Italian Grand Prix.
They call it the Temple of Speed, and the pilgrims have come to worship. It's all about the speed today. Qualifying awaits us. Welcome to Monza for the Italian Grand Prix.
It is going to be all about the compromise on the setup today, with very low wings, 0 rear wing in fact, and only 5 on the front. The default setup actually for the lowest downforce and top end speed, surprisingly on this game, is actually 0-0. Like, I didn't think the game itself would try and make you do 0-0, but I actually fancy putting 5 on the front just to get the nose a little bit sharper maybe on the turn in, just to help us out. I think in the race we'll be thanking ourselves we're not running 0 on the front wing, but 0 on the rear wing hopefully will allow us to still be competitive in a straight line. Obviously the upgrades we have made will also help that, and off the bat, to be fair, Lando looking good, but it's close here, and Ferrari are up there, at least with Leclerc initially here, and you'd like to think they are going to try and turn up as much as they can for their second but more fabled home Grand Prix today. But Verstappen, as ever, up there. Perez lacking a bit of speed compared to Verstappen. Verstappen. We're down there, but as usual, we're just getting into this, you know. Q1, it's just about getting through into Q2, and this is the session where we care about getting into the top 10 shootout then. And our first flying lap, it's okay, but it's not amazing. We're down to P7 as we start our second flyer, so I didn't feel confident enough about getting through since it was so tight in Q1, so we have had to go again on a new set of soft tyres, so this will maybe compromise us a little bit in the top 10 shootout, but just feeling the need to have that banker lap. Purple first sector, but you can see very small gain so far, but then that left and right sequence was much better from us, and we gained nearly 2/10 of a second as we floated the rear in, and quite weirdly actually my rear locked up, but that rotation of the back end actually helped me out in that first sector. We carried the speed through, and we go from looking a bit worried to not worried at all. P1 ahead of Verstappen, but again 0.035 covering the top three. Literally you can't separate us, but Hamilton knocked out in the Mercedes car, and then Yuki Tsunoda in the Visa Cash App RB up in P4. Ricciardo nowhere to be seen in the top 14, but Tsunoda is in the top 10 shootout, along with Bottas, to be fair, in the nerfed Kick Sauber. You know, they had a massive deficit of performance since the patch came in 1.3, so that is actually very shocking for both drivers to be in the top 10 as we now start that Q3 session. And first sector okay, but we ruined the second sector immediately by going way too deep into that corner. We were just too ambitious on the brakes, going too late, and we just couldn't get the car slowed down. That's compromised this. I mean, we're still P5, even with such a bad lap. We're ahead of Russell and Perez, which just shows how maybe slow they're looking, but we need to go again. And just through the first two corners alone, we gain just over a 10th there, so already I'm feeling pretty good about this lap. I know we can gain time here specifically. We go purple in that first sector. Much better corner there. Look at that rotation going on. And again, that's from locking the rear, kind of semi-intentionally getting the rear locked to give that rotation. And we're nearly half a second up. But then from here on out, it all just goes down the toilet. We were half a second up, and look at the top right. The time just tumbles, and we just lose and lose and lose all this advantage we had. And I'm still baffled at where the time went, because you can look at the bottom right. It's not like I've not deployed enough battery. Maybe I deployed too much in Sector 1 to get that purple Sector 1. I don't know. I was scratching my head. I've done nothing differently. I don't think I've gone too soft on the braking from here on out. But we just scrubbed off 4/10 worth of lap time after being half a second up. So in the end of it, it's only P4, to be fair. Shows how the times have changed for us in qualifying, where I'm disappointed at a P4, but it could have been more potentially. Lando does the business he needs to do to be on pole position. He ruins the party a little bit for the Tifosi, because Leclerc was only 0.048 off, and Verstappen wasn't anywhere near getting on pole position. So that's good news in terms of the one-lap pace that Lando's shown. But as ever on the F1 game with Monza, I'm sure this is just going to be a slipstream fest, so it's anyone's game. It really, really is.
We're back in Italy once again for another round of the Formula One World Championship. And what a great race is in store for us today, here at the oldest circuit on the calendar, which hosted its first race all the way back in 1922. With top speeds up to 215 and an average lap speed of around 155 miles per hour, Monza's reputation as one of the fastest circuits in the sport is well earned. We have 11 corners on this 3.6 mile track, with the best overtaking chance coming into the heavy braking zone of the Turn 1 chicane. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Lando Norris put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, with Charles Leclerc alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Verstappen and McLaren, Sainz, Russell, Perez, Tsunoda, Bottas, Fernando Alonso, Gasly, Hamilton, Stroll, Albon, Joe, Ocon, Magnussen, Sargent, Hülkenberg, and Daniel Ricciardo fills the last spot on the grid. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And alongside me today is a man who needs no introduction, but I'll try anyway. It's Ant Davidson. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
We've already seen the AI get in some huge DRS and ERS trains on this game so far, and it's still something that needs to be looked at with a further patch. But right now, it means that I actually really think this is going to be a very intriguing race, because I don't think anyone's going to break away from anyone. Like, there is a chance this is going to fully be, may as well be a Formula NASCAR video, like with the Formula NASCAR mod that increases the slipstream and just makes it look like a NASCAR race, because around here, with the current training, it well could be without any mods involved. But still hoping we can do well and really make up now, finally, for the last two races. Lando on pole, we're in P4, and we've got our rivals right ahead of us as we go to 5 red lights for the Italian Grand Prix. It's a good start for Norris. It's an even better one for us as we're in the slipstream of the Ferrari. We're through into second, but Lando comes across us to block us off a bit and box us in. I think that was the absolute wrong call from Lando there into turn 1, and it means we're down to P4 again, because I had nowhere to go. I got such a good run, it was almost like Lando was scared about us getting into the lead of the race as we go for the move on Verstappen to retake P3. He's going to give us hardly any room to work with. We have to dip a tyre into the grass, but we make it happen. We're committed to making the move, and we're up to third place, but Leclerc is in second, closely on the back of Norris, and he's only got himself to thank for that, because it could have been a very different story into turn 1 had he not come across to the inside. But it is what it is. We'll now try and keep up with him, but Leclerc immediately going for that move, and the crowd are going to be loving this. Leclerc almost into the lead of this Italian Grand Prix, but not quite. And now that's opened up the door for me to come through potentially. We're so close, 2 tenths covering the top 3, the top 4 even. Everyone's so bunched up, and Leclerc has another go at Lando. The two make contact. The Ferrari slow, and we're now really all nose to tail pretty much as we're trying to dig deep and find some room on the right hand side in the slipstream of our teammate. We pull out to the right. It's 3 abreast now into turn 1 on the oh my god, what? That was almost comically bad. Did we really go that early on the brakes? I felt like that was the right time to go on the brakes for me personally, but clearly the AI are much better at the brakes into turn 1 than I am. We've gone from fighting for first down to P5 there momentarily. We re-overtake Verstappen. That was a very close one. That's even closer as we do make a bit of contact with Leclerc. We give him a love tap, and instead now we'll go for the dive bomb. Oh my word, okay, hang on a minute. We've just gone from P1 to P5, back to P2 with a very audacious overtake on Russell, first and foremost, but I didn't even have time to really comment on that, because we immediately then made that very aggressive pass on Leclerc, but it was an equally good move on our fellow compatriot as we now go a little bit deep there on the brakes, but I'm actually trying to play a bit of a teammate game here and do Lando a favour. He may have blocked us off and stopped us getting first place into turn 1, lap 1, but that's not going to faze me, and you can't say I'm not a good team player right now. I'm earning all the brownie points at the moment as a rookie in this team, because I am doing Lando a favour, a massive favour here, as I try and become the Minister of Defence. Leclerc flies by us, but we're actually going to make a lovely little move from the right to left, little jink and shimmy and dance and shake through the first 2 corners, and we're going to go back into P2, and the damage is done. I mean, Leclerc is still fighting us, no matter Lando's broken DRS. Our work has already been successful. I'm now just trying to honestly keep my second place because I would love to try and get a McLaren 1-2. But what a scrap this is becoming, and a very respectful battle, I must say. We had this in Spa with Leclerc, where we had a really intense battle for over 1 lap. But the entire time, both of us gave each other a lot of room to work with. So, you know, we've had some secret meetings with Ferrari. If we were to become teammates, I think you can already clearly tell there's a lot of respect there between myself and the more senior man here in the Ferrari. But right now, he's been actually overtaken by Verstappen. Such is the way everyone's bunching up with one another. It is literally looking like Formula NASCAR. Like some of these track camera shots not on board, you could just say I've got the NASCAR mod installed, but I don't. It's just the natural game at Monza right now. And to be honest, my work's done in terms of defending. Lando's nearly 5 seconds ahead, and it's only been a lap since I got into second place. I'm actually now just trying to maintain my second place, but these guys are attacking me to no end. Either side of me, Red Bull, Ferrari, we jump out of that fight because that was going to be an absolute car crash into turn 1 if I got in the middle of Verstappen and Leclerc going through there. Instead, we play the clever, patient game, look to re-overtake them through the next sequence of corners. As we overtake the Ferrari, we aggressively move back to the outside, the racing line that was on the right, to repass Verstappen for second place. And I am trying to shake these guys, but there is no shaking them because every time I re-overtake them, I've used all my battery up, and so they just repass me. And it's the same thing for them. They pass me, but then they've used all their battery up, and I've got DRS on them, and I re-overtake them. So we are very much just all joined at the hip right now, apart from Lando, who is 6 seconds ahead, just showing the clean air. And once you've broken away from the pack, you know, you can do wonders as Verstappen and Leclerc make contact there. There's been a few moments of contact through that corner for various people as we slice through the middle of the Dutchman and Leclerc back into second place. Russell's involved as well. Again, we're going to be easy on the brakes, and we might even get overtaken by 3 cars now. Instead, it'll be the 2 Ferraris and Russell. I don't know where Verstappen just went. He just disappeared from that entire fight, but yeah, I'm being very cautious, or it seems like I'm being very cautious on the brakes into turn 1. But it's really just because that's where I would naturally brake, because I've got my engine braking cranked up to the max to try and harvest. And to be fair, it's always been a thing in the last couple of F1 games. I just always brake earlier than the AI at turn 1. It's just the way I like to take the corner, try and ease it in rather than go banzai. Just like that, because stuff like that happens. Leclerc banzais it into turn 1, and he's locked up, and he's down to P5. Thank you very much, Charles. Thank you. What a great potential future teammate. He actually just completely illustrated my point in the commentary box straight away there. Thank you. And after that, I tried so hard to get rid of Russell. We set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. That's how much I was pushing. Look at the battery. The yellow bar has basically got nothing in it. And even with all that pushing, the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, Russell's still there. He's still got DRS on us, and we've still got a train. Look at the minimap. It's ridiculous. I just couldn't do anything to shake these guys off. Sainz now comes for the attack. Again, easy does it as we just want to keep our nose clean. Russell has, Leclerc has a bit of a pinch there, and Russell as well in tandem, but yeah, we cannot shake these guys. It's going to have to be at the pit stops. We're going to have to go early. So as Lando is now 10 seconds ahead. 10 seconds ahead. This man owes me the trophy. That is all thanks to me. I'm sorry. As we go down the inside of Sainz for second place, I'm going to come in. This is 3 laps earlier than my engineer wanted me to come in for the pit stop. But as these guys continue to scrap, they just make my point of why this is a good thing, pitting this early, because they're 3 abreast. This is AI on AI action, and they're still going for it. As we strap on the hard tyres, it's a decent pit stop, 2.5, and we're the first man in the entire race to pit, and we've gone very early. But I genuinely think this is the only way we're going to break this toe, break this clumping line, and break away from everyone. And you know what? I actually inspired every other driver to come in on the very next lap. I'm adamant none of them would be coming in on lap 12 here if it wasn't for me pulling the trigger on the previous lap, because that wasn't the scheduled AI strategy pit stop for the lap. It was going to be lap 14 to 15, as we have flown by Leclerc, flown by Sainz. Tsunoda's up there. I think he might even be splitting the two Ferraris as we catch a very slow Logan Sargent. What is it with the last couple of episodes and us being near Sargent in a bit of a battle? He's got a broken front wing there. I don't know what for, but he's been in the wars, as Lando is now in on lap 13, but everyone has come in a lot earlier than the planned strategy screen was telling me, and I assume the AI, to come in for. And we're here in second place eventually. We're setting the fast lap of the Grand Prix onto lap 15, and we are well into second place by a country mile. We've actually gained nearly 5 seconds on Lando. He was 10 seconds ahead of us, and we pit 3 laps earlier than him, and we gained 5 seconds. And meanwhile, we're 5 seconds ahead of Leclerc, who is only just ahead of this battle between Tsunoda and Carlos Sainz. Verstappen is lower than Tsunoda. Tsunoda's P4 in the Visa Cash App RB. Let him cook. He was absolutely cooking in our F1 23 My Team series, and he's onto a blinder right now. He's the lead Red Bull driver in this race, as Ricciardo, in a very big juxtaposition, is out of the Grand Prix and has caused a virtual safety car that gives us a moment just to relax a little bit. So yeah, Lando leads from myself in second. Leclerc, Tsunoda, Sainz, Verstappen is the top 6. And yeah, pitting that early has worked wonders. Although annoyingly here, at the end of the virtual safety car, I'm adamant these guys gain time. Like, this shouldn't be happening under a virtual safety car, but they basically gained about a second on me, which is fine though, because crucially, being 4.4 seconds ahead of Leclerc means we can get our head down, focus on the actual lap rather than fighting, swapping with DRS, getting in the slipstream, and we can just actually focus on the race pace. And it means by the second last lap of the Grand Prix, whilst it gets a bit overcast, I must say, we've actually closed the gap to Lando to 3.3. So if it wasn't for us helping him out, giving him a buffer, I could have still actually been fighting for this race win. But that's how nice of a teammate I decided to be on lap 2 once I realised if I wasn't a nice teammate, there was no way we would have got the 1-2. As you see, an incredible fight going on, sorry for a sec, between Tsunoda and the two Ferraris. Tsunoda's up to P3. Oh my days. Tsunoda, what is he doing? In the V-Carb, he's up to 3rd place. Is he going to get a podium? Obviously, the team's based in Italy, so this would be quite amazing for this team as well on their home ground. Tsunoda right now fending off the two Ferraris in the Tifosi den, as we see. Oh wow, some great scrapping going on. Hang on a minute, 3 wide between Perez, Bottas and Alonso. Alonso just getting ahead, and shows how poor of a job Perez is doing fighting a kick Sauber and the Aston there. But 3 wide, some amazing scraps going on in the final 2 laps of this race. As we go on to the last lap of the Grand Prix, we've saved a lot of battery, so we can pretty much go overtake and hot lap mode for the entire last lap to guarantee us the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, because actually Verstappen did have the fastest lap for a while before I went purple again. So although, yep, Lando's not got fastest lap, I'm doing him another favour by taking 1 point away from Verstappen at least. So this has been a huge race for me, being a massive team player here, as we see, oh no, the dream might be over. The double Ferrari pass on Tsunoda. Oh, it was going to be such a fairy tale result, but Tsunoda is pushed down to P5. But to be honest, he's still there ahead of Verstappen. He's still the lead Red Bull family driver, and controversially, Tsunoda is now, you know, he's still, and he was, taking points away from Verstappen, who's down in P6. Meanwhile, at the sharp end, I think I'm safe in saying, all thanks to me and what I did in this race, this has been a dominant McLaren 1-2. I think for the first time in this season, in this partnership, that's not a sprint race, we're going to be getting a 1-2 in a full Grand Prix. It's the win for Lando Norris here in Monza. It's a 1-2 for the team here at the Temple of Speed.
And position 13. Great job. Yeah, man, great result for the team as well.
Yeah, I know, he got unlucky.
And on the last lap, we're going to guarantee we get the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. Meanwhile, Leclerc has to defend Sainz into the final corner to maintain his third place, to get on the podium in front of Tifosi. But what a race for us. This is what we needed. An answer to the momentum Max and Red Bull had. And we were a massive team player today.
They made great use of the clear air today and didn't allow anyone to exploit the slipstream behind them. What a great win here at Monza.
They led from lights out to the flag at the end, and their race victory was never in doubt, was it? Brilliant stuff by them.
A perfect day, really. A perfect day. Pole position, 1-2, fastest lap, all for Papaya. Incredible stuff there. Verstappen down to P6. You know, it could have been a podium, but the Ferraris were there and Tsunoda was there. And so that gives Lando a real resurgence back and kickstart to re-engage the chase. 7 rounds to go. We've got a minor ERS upgrade and a drag reduction update on the way, which should come in time for the Singapore Grand Prix. I believe we just had a chassis upgrade come in, though, so that will be of aid to us around Baku, obviously, with the big compromise. And I think the Monza result should give us quite a bit of confidence about our performance around Azerbaijan. But it's now time to look at our specialist, and Colin, we're actually over halfway to the next level, level 3. We've passed level 2. I don't think I acknowledged it when it happened, because it's kind of happened out of nowhere. All of a sudden, Colin and Zoe, the aero and manufacturing expert, both near to level 3 on the unlocking perks. So that's quite surprising, actually. I thought it was going to take a bit longer than that to maybe get to level 3, but also at the same time, it only applies when they're actually with us for the race weekend. So I guess it does slow you down a fair bit. And as we head into the Azerbaijan Grand Prix, some movement and lots of progress for many different teams. Ferrari being one of the biggest gainers at the sharp end. It's incredibly close, and this really looks like, for the first time since maybe around Canada or Spain, Ferrari could be a real threat to either ourselves or Red Bull. You know, there could be that spanner in the works in the championship fight versus them, for Lando versus Max, as Mercedes maybe lag a little bit with only a tiny upgrade. Aston Martin plateauing to the point where if Haas were to keep up their upgrades, Haas could actually be quite close to Aston Martin in a bit of a shock. And then at the bottom, quite a few movements going on between Williams and Alpine jumping Kick Sauber. So quite nice to see some aggressive upgrades happening up and down the field, and it's going to keep the grid very, very competitive all the way to the end of the season and then into season 2, of course.
And a warm welcome here ahead of qualifying for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Normally these streets are lined with vehicles, it's non-stop traffic jams, but today the roads are closed to everyone except the 20 best drivers in the world. It's time for qualifying for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix.
Very much looking forward to this qualifying. I think we can go quite well, although based off the first flying lap, I was a little bit shocked because we allegedly didn't have any pace. I was behind both the Visa Cash App RBs. I was only just ahead of Joe Guan Yu and Logan Sargent, of all people, in the Williams. But alas, thankfully, on the second flying lap, it was just a case of building the confidence. Of course, the first time we've come to Azerbaijan with this new handling model, and really pushing the limits there. That was actually a pretty nice, well-held drift through that left-hander, and we've still gained time, actually, even with the rear end wagging out, which tells you a lot about driving this game on the limits and still finding time like that by going a bit sideways, as we're purple in purple, and the confidence has come to us. Obviously, it is a street circuit, so, you know, like Monaco, we talk all the time about Monaco having to build up the confidence and, you know, get closer and closer to the walls. It's the same thing with any street circuit. You build that confidence, and it was just a case of my first flying lap was just very timid, I guess, and we're able just to really push it to the limits, clearly by the drifting, as we get up into P1, but it's super close there. Sainz up there, 0.011 behind us. Verstappen as well, just showing Ferrari genuinely have some good pace, and they're really really could be, a third contender in this battle, as it's apparently golden hour here in Baku as we start our first flying lap. Oh my god. Oh my god. And there's a car coming, and it's hit us. It's hit us. Oh, it's golden hour here in Baku, but it is absolute pain hour here for me. That is a bit silly, as the rear end... Oh, is it Verstappen? It's Verstappen. It's Verstappen. Oh, no. Oh, my God. I've just unintentionally taken out Max Verstappen, and I might be taking Lando out as well. Oh, my God. This is where it froze from his POV, because that's where officially I stopped being in the session, and it was telling me to retire from the session. So I don't know, I may have taken out both my teammate and Verstappen. Oi, 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 that is a real messy situation there. It's an honest mistake from me. We were kicking the rear out and drifting into the corner before we even got to the apex, let alone turning in way too early for said apex. And oh my God, Max is through to the top 10 shootout, but he can't participate because he is out of the entire qualifying day. If you retire, you're out. You can't continue, especially with the damage he had. Oh my God, that is actually incredibly controversial. During a title fight between my teammate and Verstappen, I have crashed and taken out Verstappen with me. Lando, seemingly, even though it looked like he was on a collision course for me, has kept going because that's where it froze, where I actually officially retired. So I guess the game simulated him continuing on without any kind of bother and maybe ghosting through my car. So he's through into the top 10 shootout. Max is P10, and that's where he's going to be, because he's out along with me. Oh my God, this is massive controversy between McLaren and Red Bull, and it's from an honest mistake. Right, well, let's go to the grid. Let's see how the top 10 shaked out. Lando, mate, you've got to be performing here. This is a huge open goal that I've unintentionally given you.
And a warm welcome to you from Azadlik Square, heart of Baku, and home, of course, to the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. With high speeds, tight corners and few runoff zones, many are expecting a safety car here today. So our drivers will have to stay very much on their toes and hopefully out of the barriers. With 20 turns and a length of 3.7 miles, Baku City Circuit in the heart of the Azerbaijan capital is a real test of a driver's endurance, patience and precision. 90-degree corners through Sector 1 lead into a tightening uphill sprint as we start to circle around the old city. Then a 1.4-mile chase flat out through Sector 3 towards the finish line. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting race. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position, just ahead of George Russell, who starts this event from P2. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Perez, Hamilton, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Albon, Verstappen, Hülkenberg, Bottas, Sainz, Magnussen, Ocon, and McLaren, Gasly, Norris, Tsunoda, Joe, Sargent, and Daniel Ricciardo fills the last spot on the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. And alongside me today, a man who I'm always pleased to see join me in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
After all of that, Lando is behind me in P16. Like, literally behind me on the grid. Wow. Okay, so I ruined Verstappen's session. I ruined my own session. And no one benefited, not even Lando, but literally no one benefited from that crash. Not me, not Verstappen, not Lando, because he must have qualified P6 only, which is a little bit concerning. He only qualified P6. and then he must have taken a 10-place grid penalty for engine components of some kind, which is fair enough. He wants to try and negate, you know, maybe he thinks the car is that quick around here and he's confident about making up positions, but the fact he only qualified P6 is not very promising, to be honest, to back that up maybe. And like I said, Ferrari are really maybe a true contender, and it's a big opportunity for everyone up there in the top 10. We well could have a new F1 race winner in the season here as we now line up towards the grid. We've chosen the hard tyres because we've matched what Lando and crucially Verstappen are doing. So all of us are trying to go longer into the race and then looking to be quicker at the end on the medium compounder tyre. As we now look ahead and start to rev up our engines as we look towards 5 red lights for the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. Anyone's game today, I feel. Lights out and away we go. Sainz very slow on the right hand side. We're taking it a bit cautious because, well, it's a mass of cars ahead of us. We're on the hard compound, so we don't have that initial advantage of the bite into the track, but we have at least made one overtake on Magnussen. I am a bit worried about Lando's progress today on the hard compound, knowing, you know, how bad the training is at the moment in the game. Obviously, I can try and make something work, but I'm very worried about what he could do today. But let's see. I mean, to be honest, right now, I'm looking at a mobile double chicane of the 2 Alpines. I mean, to be honest, lads, if you just want to crash now, that'd be really great. That'd be quite useful. I'm sure it'll happen at some point. So if you just want to do it here on lap 1, get out of the way, that'd be good. No, okay, fine. I'll try and overtake both of you then as we go for the move on Gasly, tucked up behind Esteban Ocon. Plenty of fighting going on ahead of Ocon between Bottas and Carlos Sainz as well, and that fighting continues all the way to lap 2 as well. They're still at it as we see Albon neck and neck with Max Verstappen as he tries to recover in this race, also on the hard tyres, remember, as we're still looking at the back of one Alpine rear wing, unable to make a move up until now. To be honest, even on the main straight, we just didn't have any pace to make an overtake because Ocon had enough of a slipstream off Bottas, and so we have to make a move pretty much in the same place we did versus Gasly to get up into P12. So hey, maybe that's going to be an area for overtaking for us because yeah, every single time we get to the straight, the cars ahead of us are getting a pretty good tow off each other basically, and we are stuck in a DRS and ERS train of sorts, but we're almost pushing Bottas up the hill as we are much quicker in the corners, and that might just give us enough to make the move on Bottas. We're a lot closer to him than we ever were to Ocon in this area of this track. He goes defensive, he opens up the door, and we go for a very audacious move. We're inches away from the wall on the right. We squeeze Bottas to the left and get up into P11, but the problem is Sainz ahead of us, he's outside of 1 second, so we don't have DRS on the Ferrari, and now Bottas is going to have DRS on us, and he's going to be able to re-overtake us. We've used plenty of battery to try and push away. I tried to give us as much distance as possible onto this straight. It didn't matter. He's going to reel us in and repass us. So this is what we're going to have to try and outdrive today as we go for the repass on the inside. Try and slow it down. We actually nearly got off circuit, and Bottas has just done us with the switchback move of dreams to get back into P11. This is not good. We've lost 2 seconds to Hulkenberg up the road, and that's the next kind of quote-unquote pack or train we need to try and catch. So I'm trying desperately to fully finish off this move on Bottas into the next left-hander, knowing that from the opening 2 laps, we do have a lot of pace around this next section. The car is very light and nimble, probably thanks to the extra chassis weight reduction upgrade we just got into this race weekend. So yeah, cheers to Lando for buying that one into this one. And now we're trying to close up to this pack that is led by Albon. Albono doing a great job right now, I must say, at holding up Verstappen and that entire train. Meanwhile, in the lead is Leclerc from pole position ahead of Russell and Sergio Perez. As we focus back to our chase, and we are actually successfully reeling in Hulkenberg, but ahead, all the action's kicking off. It's 3 wide between the Ferrari, Williams and Red Bull. Verstappen squeezed out. He might be down 2 positions. Sainz, a bit of a hero move as he tries to get 2 for 1. Albon's just trying to defend because he was actually the car in the lead before all of that, and he's still in the lead now, actually, as Verstappen is really struggling to get this overtake done. He's on the hards like me, so that might be a small reason, but Sainz on mediums also struggles. That Williams car is actually just not too bad at defending at a circuit like this, where it's all about straight line speed, and we know how good the Williams car is in a straight line as we now go from left to right, and it's basically a copycat move on Hulkenberg to the one we made on both Alpine cars. So absolutely, that part of the circuit, I'm so much better than anyone at. And I honestly think it's due to that chassis weight reduction upgrade. The car feels so nimble through there. But then on the straights, we've got this issue of I'm in DRS, but we're not really gaining too much because I've used enough battery just to try and catch up already. And now we're having to harvest in Sector 1. But to be honest, at the moment, Verstappen and Albon, they're fighting so much. We can afford to take it a bit easy right now on purpose, try and maybe save as much battery into some of these corners. So we go none ERS very early as, oh no, oh, Verstappen puts his nose in. The desperation kicks in maybe for the championship leader, and in that desperation he goes for the dive, he gets pinched in, and instead he's caught napping on the next corner by yours truly. We're up into P9, we've just overtaken Verstappen very nicely there. And that's what you get, I suppose, when you're patient and you pick your moments for the overtake. Sainz with the double lockup, and he almost breaks our front wing. Verstappen almost re-overtakes us. The Ferrari, I'm surprised he didn't go straight to the wall, to be honest, and I don't know how we managed to slow the car down, but we have. It's flustered us a little bit, but we'll recompose and re-engage with the Ferrari. Meanwhile, Albon has now pulled away 1.7 seconds down the road as we make the move on Sainz. The battery's looking a little bit low, but because we made the move so late into the straight, Sainz shouldn't be able to re-overtake us. And now our eyes set on the Williams. We have the pace to chase. Lap 6, we're within 1 second as we play a very dangerous game with that corner. Once again, the rear end kicking out, but it almost helps us keep the car going through the apex and carry that speed that now allows us to be less than a quarter of a second behind Albon. And we're going to be, well, pretty much pushing him down the straight. And we actually do push him down the straight because I knew he was going to be too quick for us once we've overtaken him with the ERS. So I just do a bit of bump drafting, you know, take a little, we did Formula NASCAR last episode in Italy, took a bit of inspiration, bit of bump drafting, never hurt anyone, and you know, we just made sure that we fully overtake him with no funny business back into turn 1, and now it's about blitzing it to try and drop him. We managed to do it with Sainz because he was too busy fighting Verstappen. Can we do it with Albon? Thankfully we can, because now it's lap 11, so 5 laps later, Leclerc still leads the race ahead of Russell, Perez, Hamilton P4, Stroll, Alonso, the 2 Aston Martins, line astern, and then there we are in P7, and we're 5.3 seconds ahead of Verstappen. We're only 1.4 seconds down the road from one of those Aston Martin cars that is now peeling into the pits as the pit stops begin for all of those drivers that started the race on the medium compound of tyre. Myself, Verstappen and Norris very nicely all lined up now. P4, P5 and P6 on the road. All of us continuing on, but look at the gap to Lando. Nearly 15 seconds from Verstappen to Lando. So that is all the traffic that Lando faced, the extra traffic that he faced being down in P16 rather than Verstappen, where I think he started P9, I think it was. And Stroll's in now, Russell in, and so that just leaves one more car out on circuit ahead of us, and it's Sergio Perez. Both Red Bulls then seemingly chose the hard compound of tyre as we continue on, and we're only 2.4 off Perez, and Perez was in 3rd place, remember. So as we actually close up to him on lap 14, we're closing up to someone that wasn't a net P3. So this, I don't want to get ahead of myself, but this is looking pretty damn good as we overtake Perez now. Almost immediately we'll peel into the pits to make our one and only pit stop for today. And that's simply because in my own head I said I'm going to do the opposite of what Perez does on that lap. Because if I'd overtaken him in the Red Bull, I think he fully would have annoyed us by re-overtaking us with DRS and ERS on the very next DRS section. So I thought, look, even though I've got still good pace on the hards, I'll just do the opposite of what he's doing. And now we're going to come out, well, behind Leclerc, but maybe just ahead of the battle between the Mercedes and our teammate as we squeeze out Russell to try and aid Lando as well, because of course he's trying to overtake him. I don't think he's made a pit stop yet though, Lando, so he's a little bit down the order in this race, to be honest, annoyingly. Verstappen's still out there as well. He comes in now, so we're up into second place. Lando's in now finally. But we're in second. We're legitimately here in second. We've jumped both Aston Martins. We've overtaken Perez. We jumped Russell. And we're now setting the fastest lap of the Grand Prix as we start to chase down Leclerc. Of course, we're on the medium compound of tyres, so we should have better pace. And basing off the first stint, we've got some great tyre wear around here. I really have not had to worry about tyre wear whatsoever. So going earlier onto the mediums was no worry to me, and so we've just got to lock in and not make the same mistakes we were making in quali, and hopefully just slowly reel him in. And that's exactly what our engineer wants us to do as well on lap 18.
Okay, mate, Leclerc ahead. We don't want to let this hold us up too long, so do your best to get past and get on with the race.
So just like at the Monaco Grand Prix, we are chasing down the race leader at a street circuit, and our engineer gives us the biggest confidence boosting message to tell us to go get him, and we're going to do just that. He wants us to try and do it before lap 23. Well, lap 20, we're now just over a second outside of DRS to Leclerc, so I think we're on track, hopefully, to meet that objective. Meanwhile, a bit further back, absolute chaos going on. Some great scrapping between Russell and Verstappen. We now see this pair can be together at Baku as Verstappen gets up into P5. The Mercedes moving about in the break.
He locks up and he's lost it!
Verstappen locks up. He's locked up and he's doing a 5-point turn at the same corner that we crashed him out in quali. Oh, that's pain. He's just seen Lando waltz by.
Don't worry, for
Unbelievable drama here in Baku. This is actually a massive moment, not only in this race, but maybe the championship. You never know. You never know what the championship's going to come down to in the final race. And we could be talking about this moment there where Lando overtakes him very easy as he tries to get back onto the circuit. Unreal, unreal. And look at this camera shot. Look at him there waiting to come back on circuit. That camera shot could go down in history for this season. That could be an iconic moment in the season. Oh my word. And meanwhile for us, in our world, we've caught up to Leclerc later on lap 20. We've got buckets of pace here around this circuit. And you know what? In clean air, we've got plenty of ERS now. We're not even having to use overtake mode. Hot lap mode will be enough as we surge up into first place of the Azerbaijan Grand Prix. What is it with these more technical street circuits or street style circuits? Monaco, Hungary, and now Baku. We're into the lead. We move to the left to try and break this slipstream of Leclerc, because I know that Ferrari is very good in a straight line, and you can see he's very close to us as we just have a little bit of a hesitant moment into that left-hander, because now the pressure's on. I've got to control this race, and I'm not going to lie, straight into that left-hander where Leclerc was moving about in the brake zone. I was thinking, don't put it in the wall, just like you did in quali, because it's so easy to do that sort of thing. But purple first sector! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Right, okay. Please let that be the last jump scare of the entire race. My word, we nearly put it in the wall there. That was 100% code brown in the cockpit as the safety car is deployed. Is there one final twist in the tail? Oh no, I'd rather not have that. We were doing well. We gained 3 seconds on Leclerc to really control the race, but this is why the safety car is out with 3 laps to go. Oh no, oh my god. Yuki almost had a horrific crash. And he avoids it, but oh no, there is a pile-up though, because the Haas behind Tsunoda also avoided contact, but he parked it up at the apex, and Ricciardo comes in and hits that. I can fully see now why there's a safety car. If there wasn't, I'd be a bit surprised. And for a moment, I did think about maybe pitting, because we could pit and come out in third place, only behind Leclerc on a new set of soft tyres. But I thought, then I kind of snapped out of it, and I thought, look, we're in the lead. We don't have much tyre wear. We were 3 seconds ahead of Leclerc, showing the pace we have. He's on older, hard tyres. There was no reason to risk it. Let's not come in. Let's just keep it calm. We're P1, and the safety car should come in this lap, but it won't matter. It won't matter. It won't matter at all, because in the biggest devastation going from the lead of the race, the engine goes up in smokes, and it's a massive engine failure. We're caking the entire circuit with smoke. That's the biggest engine failure I've ever had on the F1 game. Are you kidding me? After all of that, from the lead of the race, 2 laps to go. Oh, why, man? Why? From the lead, 2 laps. That's all we had to go. Oh, bloody hell. F1, man. Cruel sport.
It's never an easy race here in Azerbaijan. There's drama around every corner, but they've come through to take a brilliant victory here today.
I mean, it looked like they were in a different category at points during the race, led every lap. I mean, what more can we say?
Anthony, I'm not too sure about leading every lap of the race. I did lead a few laps there before my DNF, thank you very much. But, yeah, clearly the F1 gods really wanted a Ferrari win today. Oh, I mean, what's there to say? DNF, that's the worst way to end a race. In the lead of the race, should have won it by a country mile there at the end. And, yeah, engine failure. I mean, at least silver lining for the race as a whole, with that massive mistake for Verstappen, Lando at least did gain a couple of points on Max. We are still very much in the fight with Red Bull, so a DNF like that is, yeah, it's a tough one to take. It's a load of points we're going to miss out on, and that's the MGUK that is now gone. So, quite strangely, also column 3 there. It's the same as our ICE that failed. Don't know if there's any funny business going on with column 3 of the allocation, but I saw a few of you commenting below about the durability upgrades. We've got plenty, because of course I joked about Lando's purchasing so many of them. We've got so many, and on the MGUK and the internal combustion engine, we've actually maxed out durability upgrades. Like, I physically can't buy anymore because I don't have the recognition level for it. We haven't locked it, you know, in that regard. So we actually have maxed out what we can do on reliability. It is just something we have to suck up, basically. If it happens in Formula 1, it's a very cruel sport, and it was the cruelest last episode. But we move on from that, and we've got a nice juicy 900 R&D points to spend, looking around, assessing what I want to do. There's an upgrade to repurchase on the weight redistribution, but I'm going to go ahead and purchase the weight reduction as well, because we actually have slipped down a little bit in the chassis table. You know, it's very tight, but technically we're in the mid-pack now for the chassis performance. At one point we used to be massively clear in that department, so felt like that was definitely the area we need to focus on. Going now through our specialists, and oh, would you look at that? Would you look at that? So Miguel has inspired Zoe to also turn up in a McLaren top. Technically you're all contractors, but I'm gonna let it slide, because the last time I said something about it, Miguel disappeared for a few episodes, and I think he took it personally. So we're gonna let it slide. You know what? We need team morale after a DNF like we had. We need camaraderie with all our team members here, and yeah, and to that effect, I don't even care, Miguel. Yeah, you know what? I think everyone should turn up as full kit wankers. tankers. We need to be that team, okay? At this moment in time, after an engine failure, that's what we have to be. And we need to be united even more so, because going into the race weekend, we get an email from Mark about next year's regulation change. So this team needs to be firing on all cylinders. We're trying to catch Red Bull, we're still trying to fight them, and now we've got to keep one eye on next year's regulations, because the aero might get reset into next season. So that's going to be quite a big one. You know, we've done so many upgrades on the downforce, drag reduction now as well. So definitely, I feel like, you know, we've just spent 900 R&D basically. Maybe, you know, yes, we do want to keep up pace with everyone, but we also do need to keep an eye on next year, especially for me as an individual, as a driver. I'm not in the title fight. Next season I might be. I hopefully will hope to be. So we need to make sure that we save R&D for that reset. So I think from now on, I don't think I'll be purchasing any upgrades. Of course, Lando's AI could well go and purchase even more, but that's up to him. I won't be spending any more R&D. And going into this episode with the upgrades we have made, we are edging just a bit ahead of Red Bull and Ferrari with the upgrades they made last episode. Now, they maybe got gifted the win, of course, but they did look quick. Leclerc was up there, and they're probably as close as they've ever have been to Red Bull this season as they push away a little bit from Mercedes. And then look at that like midfield or second tier pack of Visa, Cash App, RB, Haas, Alpine, Williams, Kick Sauber. You basically can't separate them. Massively close there. But then there's that Gulf where there's that no man's land where Aston Martin is. So it should make for an interesting kind of two-tier race, I guess, as we head into qualifying for the Singapore Grand Prix.
As night falls in Singapore, the track starts to warm up, and it'll be red hot by the time we find out who's on pole for tomorrow's race. Time to set the grid then. Welcome along to qualifying here in Singapore.
Quite excited by this one, because this is actually only the second F1 game that's had the new Singapore layout, of course, because in F1 23 we had to wait for a post-launch update to get the new layout here, where it pretty much flattens out most of the last sector. Now, to be fair, on the previous F1 game, I wasn't very quick around this layout of Singapore, but this McLaren on F1 24, we have really turned it into a machine and a half, and, you know, we should have won last episode, so now I've got the grit between my teeth to try and make up for it, and we're going to start off in the best way possible, laying down a marker of a 1-2 in Q1. Verstappen a little bit down the order, but I'm sure people will be speeding up, but the car is feeling good. We've compromised well. We've got quite a high front wing, but quite a low rear wing in comparison to make sure we're not losing too much on the straight. And to be honest, with the handling model, Singapore, try it for yourselves if you haven't already. A lot of fun. Like, a lot of these corners now feel so grippy, and you're so planted, and you can really play around with the car and basically dance it around these streets of Singapore. As we go 0.019. It rounds up to 0.020 in the results splash screen to Max Verstappen. It's incredibly close between ourselves and the Dutchman. So I think it's going to be game on as we go into the final part of qualifying, the top 10 shootout. It's all to play for. Leclerc's up there as well, Lando and myself, and of course Verstappen. So this could be 4 different people vying for pole position. As we make a slight error there, we actually do really well to hold that rear end snap and drift it through in the heart of Sector 2, but that's not going to do us any favours in terms of the lap time. We're still actually right up there, P2, 0.085 behind Leclerc. We're now into our second flying lap. Lando's gone quicker, so he's on provisional pole. We've not made the same mistake, and we've gained nearly 4/10 of a second as the checkered flag flies with the last car on the track. We lose a bit of time through the final sector. It's going to be down to about just under 3/10 of a second. What is it going to be? Will it be good enough for at least the front row? Yes, it will, but it won't be pole position. That will go to our more senior teammate, Lando Norris, but it's a McLaren front row lockout, and Red Bull only as high as P5. Incredible stuff for us in the Constructors, great for Lando in the Drivers' Championship. Leclerc and Russell turning up at the right moment for us to push down Red Bull to 5th and 6th, the third row only. Very surprised because Verstappen was looking so quick in Q2, but obviously Q3, that's where it all matters. Nothing else does before it, and we've done the job. Front row lockout for tomorrow's race. This could really make up for Baku. Let's go to the grid.
Marina Bay hosted a Grand Prix that briefly ran in the 60s and 70s, but the Garden City re-entered the calendar for good in 2008. We missed it for a couple of years, but it was great to come back to the Singapore Grand Prix. Things have changed slightly around the Marina Bay circuit. 4 corners have been taken out, the lap length reduced to just over 3 miles. That might be a welcome relief to the drivers, might be even more of a relief for their brakes. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Lando Norris will lead us away from pole position and a McLaren alongside. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Leclerc, Russell, Verstappen, Perez, Hamilton, Sainz, Fernando Alonso, Albon, Tsunoda, Stroll, Ocon, Ricciardo, Magnussen, Bottas, Gasly, Sargent, Hülkenberg and Zhou Guanyu. And now it's time to head down to the track. And alongside me for the first time this season here in the commentary box, Naomi Schiff. Hello, Gnomes. We've heard all the rumours this week about this driver, and in the words of Joe Strummer, should I stay or should I go? And it seems, according to the rumours, they're staying. Now, Ant, you know us. Professionals as we are, we don't listen to rumours all the time, just some of the time. And in the case of this driver, I think we were right to listen to those rumours because they were true. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, every driver certainly has their own way of preparing themselves before a race. But I can tell you that pre-race rituals are a real thing. When I was in go-karting, I used to touch every wheel in a specific sequence before I got into the kart. And then I stepped up to cars and had a specific set of fireproof base layers just for race day. So watch the drivers when they're on the grid. Some may be sitting on the floor and isolating, others may be up to other things that they do. But these little things really help their minds get ready for the race.
Well, we set off on the formation lap with spirits very high indeed, but this is going to be no easy feat. The Singapore Grand Prix, the longest race on the F1 calendar. The heat is unbearable, and maybe, since the patch, this might be the first race where tyre temperatures are an issue, and to that effect, I've chosen to go on the hard compound of tyre at the start of this race. Verstappen has chosen the same, Lando and the rest of them on medium, so I also did it to cover off Verstappen, to be honest, not just the tyre wear, but that was a big thinking. I reckon, like we've done before, if we can, just hang on enough on the hards, at some point the mediums will wear out, we'll be on the better race tyre, and then we could actually maybe even try and pit earlier onto the mediums, lower fuel, go longer on that stint and try and get that undercut pace going. But also the secondary point is just covering off Verstappen, because yes, we're on the front row. I'm going to try my best here on the start and go for that race win from second place. You gotta. But at the same time, in the back of my head, it's the fact that we are not in a title fight. Lando is, so we can try and help him out with covering off Verstappen in the race. Even if we're not near him, just being on the same strategy will be a bit of a safety net. Then that's what we'll do, and that's what we've done. But at this point in time, like I said, we're just going to try and go for the absolute maximum and lock in as we go to 5 red lights. The Singapore Grand Prix is underway, and it's a bit of a slow start for us. The hard tyre is not giving us the grip. Russell on the right, on the left. I think Hamilton's there. Oh, we've been absolutely ping-ponged about, and the Mercedes cars have been ultra aggressive. Hamilton cuts the curb, for goodness sake. Russell up to second place, as aggressive as ever from the fellow compatriot of ours, but Leclerc is now annoying us in the Ferrari, trying to overtake us. We could be down to P5. We could literally be covering off Verstappen at this rate, as, it was great thinking to go on the hards, but that initial launch off 5 red lights was god-awful. Absolutely no traction. Here's the replay. Here's Russell. Russell got a great getaway, and then it was 3 abreast because Leclerc actually was the one who pinched us in. Hamilton was on my inside, of course, so it was 4 cars going into 1 corner. It was never going to work. To be fair, I'm just lucky I've not got any floor damage, barge board damage, etc. But Russell, super aggressive, and this is maybe why. Mercedes, they didn't even bring an upgrade to this race, but they're looking proper good at the moment. Lap 4, and Russell is on the back of Lando. And he pulls out to the left-hand side. He's down the inside. He's into the lead, maybe. Lando defends. They're going to be neck and neck. Meanwhile, Hamilton now catch him napping. We go down the inside, roll the car through, and he's none the wiser. We're up to P3. That fight right there actually brought us back a little bit because it was a bit ropey after lap 1, but we just got our head down, and thankfully from lap 1 to lap 4, because Russell and Lando were so close together, it's that usual bit of dirty air, the train forming, and that allowed us to close up on Hamilton. But now, could we do the same to Russell? Yellow flags behind. Oh, there's a pile-up I can see on the minimap. Safety car, red flag. Oh no. Oh dear, that's going to screw me over and Verstappen as well. This is why there's a red flag though. There's a car side on before the bridge, so that's fair enough. This is the full replay. Oh, of course it's Lance Stroll, but Stroll spun it and okay, yeah, there's an absolute F1 centipede before the bridge. I can very much see why there has been a red flag. Monumental pile-up, but monumentally bad for me and Verstappen and Perez, I think, as well, because I think both Red Bulls went on the hard compound, so I've really covered off both our opposition. But yeah, this is basically what happened to our rivals at Monaco. It's now happened to me. An early red flag, not on lap 1, but still early enough where, look at the strategy. This is screwed me over because I have to change compound. There's maybe a forecast for rain right at the end of the race, but if it doesn't come, I have to change compound. So I have to go on to mediums, and mediums won't go to the end. It's a forecasted, well, 1 stop from here, but effectively overall since lap 1 it will be a 2 stop because we've already been on a set of hards and we'll have to do another pit stop, whereas others will go on to hards now from their mediums and go to the end. Maybe this is the F1 gods balancing it out because, of course, we got lucky with this situation in the opposite way, and that led to our very first win in our Formula 1 career at the Monaco Grand Prix. So maybe this is the balance of that. Now I'm the one on the back foot. We're on mediums. Everyone else around us will be on hards, apart from the 2 Red Bulls as well. We're going to have to blitz it. That's the only way I can see this working, is absolutely gun for it, and then either then try and take that medium to the end and hope the gap we've built will be good enough, or we're going to have to make that extra stop and then blitz it again and just see where we recover to. Either way, we can't complain too much, and we'll just have to get on with it as we go to 5 red lights for the second time tonight for the Singapore Grand Prix. Lights out, and we're underway. It's a slow one for the others on hards, and we've had an electric start. No wonder I got swamped on lap 1, and we're through into P1. It's the double overtake on Lando and Lewis Hamilton with P1. It's a 1-2 for the team, but it doesn't matter. I now have a job to do. I need to get my head down and absolutely go for it. Drive like an absolute stabbed rat. Meanwhile, Leclerc has a little look at Hamilton, potentially his future Ferrari teammate in this career mode. Just like in real life, we'll have to see how that progresses, but they're very close together at the moment. And meanwhile, Verstappen down in P8 on mediums. Perez on mediums in P6. So actually Verstappen then, that must mean he lost positions right before the red flag, because I swear he wasn't in P8 before. I think he was like P5. At least that's where he started the entire race on. So Verstappen's lost ground in this race, which is very good news for the man in second place. But for us, we're setting purples after purples after purples, because that's what we have to do. On to lap 8. And to be fair to us, we are absolutely flying. It's a purple in the first sector, purple the second, green last sector, which is a little bit annoying, but it's the fastest lap of the Grand Prix, and we are 3.5 seconds now ahead of Lando. By the time we get to lap 15, 7 laps later, and we are 7.4 seconds ahead of Lando. They're all stuck together in a train, and we have been pushing so hard. But the problem is now, though, our tyres are starting to wear. The maximum I've pulled out is 7.5. We've actually lost a bit of time, since the previous lap. And I need to now think about, am I going to try and take these mediums all the way to the end and hope that 7-second gap is enough? Or am I going for that pit stop and hoping that I have even more pace with a lighter car to catch back up. Very, very tricky choice. And later that lap, on lap 16, there's an engine failure for a Haas. Magnussen tumbling down the order. His Haas up in smokes. I know the feeling, my man. I know the feeling. And he's out of the Grand Prix. At this point, I was praying there was a safety car. Just like, remember Zandvoort, where there was so many times where I thought there was going to be a safety car, and there wasn't. I don't know what it is. So sometimes the safety car comes out really easily on this game, I found, compared to last game. But then other times, it's actually really frugal. Like, it just never comes out when I feel like it should. To be fair, that Haas really parked it out of the way. But, yeah, I mean, I can be very wishful in my thinking, because that would have really helped us out. But, no, instead, we carry on. But Verstappen, he's made no progress. He's still down there in P8. To be fair, no one's really changed up their position. Apart from now, Verstappen pulls the trigger on his set of mediums. He comes in for the pit stop. So he's not going to the end. I didn't really ever think he was going to, but nice to have confirmation. So that must mean Perez will pit. And unfortunately, surely that means I'm going to have to pit, because now the gap is coming down to only 7 seconds. It might dip back down to the 6 point somethings, and that's going to be a little bit worrying for me, just knowing that as we go on, that gap will close and close, and then Lando, others will be in a better situation. So Verstappen comes out so low in the order, but we're going to have to make the pit stop. The tyres won't last. Lap 18 was our scheduled pit stop lap, so we'll just come in on this lap, bite the bullet, and then go on to another set of medium tyres and just, oh my, yes! Yes, yes! Safety car! Oh, the other Haas, you beauty, Hulkenberg! Yes! Verstappen fighting Zhou Guanyu. He made a pit stop before a safety car. Oh my God! Verstappen's going to be fuming. He made a full pit stop before the safety car came out. Oh, what a bit of luck. What a bit of luck. This is unreal. So Lando will take the lead of the Grand Prix. Hamilton will go through. Leclerc, Russell, they'll all go through, but it doesn't matter. We've got a free pit stop under the safety car. So does Perez, to be fair, but he's the irrelevant Red Bull in all of this, with the title fight being Max v Lando. This is incredible. We're going to come out, I think, in P6, because there was a huge gap to Tsunoda. 24-second gap to Tsunoda. Oh, what a turn of events. We've come out in P6. We're going to bunch up, and we're on fresh mediums. And did you remember how much pace we had on the restart? And that was versus people on fresh hards. They've got, what, like 12-lap-old hard tyres, if that? Oh my God, this is all set up for us to win this goal. I swear to God, game, if I get an engine failure from this race lead, if I can get into it, I'm gonna uninstall. I'm gonna uninstall. I mean it. Here we are then, getting ready to go on to lap 21. 10 laps exactly left of the Singapore Grand Prix. We're P6, but we've got the freshest tyres on our wagon at the moment. Sainz goes defensive immediately because he knows the pace we've got. We go round the outside. It's a very nonchalant overtake, to be honest, to say we're neck and neck through the entire first sector, left, right and left, but we're up into P5. Oh, I am licking my lips at this moment. The confidence I have. Oh, this is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. We close up to Russell now in the last sector. We're going to wait and be patient because we can. We don't need to rush the overtake. We'll wait for the right opportunity on the back straight. The new flattened layout of Sector 3 here at Singapore. Bit of battery use, hot lap mode engaged, down the inside, a bit of a lock-up and a bit of a deep corner, but we've made the move. We're up to P4, and I don't even need to worry about being outside of 1 second because we have the tyre grip. We're gaining everything in every corner. And now we're behind Leclerc, purple first sector. We've got 1, 2, 3 right ahead of us. We're pretty much pushing Leclerc through that left-hander. We get down the inside of the Ferrari like it's nothing, and we're up to P3. This is probably the easiest overtakes I've ever felt on the F1 24 game. Oh my lord, Bert Mylander, thank you so much for coming out. And to be honest, thank you so much to Hulkenberg. Magnussen disappointed me earlier, with the safety car not coming out on lap 16, but his teammate delivered as we go from the right to the left. We fake it through and dummy Hamilton to get up into second place. It's a 1-2 for McLaren now, but of course we want more. We're going to swap these positions because normally I would maybe think about staying behind Lando, you know, in other situations because he's got more to gain from winning the race versus Verstappen, but absolutely not today. We've come off a DNF from the race lead last episode. We are not backing down from a race win today, and we've got the overwhelming pace. But that means for the very first time on this game, we're going to have a battle with our teammate Lando as he doesn't give us the room on the inside, and he's defending. He blocks off the inside on the next corner as well. This might be a bit harder than I maybe thought. He doesn't want to give up the position. Oh, we were inches away from crashing into the rear as we now go on the inside. We've got the traction, but we have to give him room. We have to give him the extra room as the teammate, and he gets back through into first place. But I know it's a matter of when, not if. But that was mighty fine. I'm sure Andrea Stella, Zach Brown, they're wincing on the pit wall as we make a little bit of tyre banging contact, because there have been 3 instances where this could have gone horribly wrong and could have been a double DNF. I'm sorry, Zach, for giving you a heart attack, but it's going to be fine because here we are now lining up on the straight. So much battery to use. That's not something I'm used to saying. On the inside, close to the wall, on the inside, bit of a drift, and we're up into P1. Lando, he gave us a fair fight for someone on, you know, 15 plus lap old hard tyres, but we have the overwhelming pace. We go a little bit defensive to make sure we maintain first place into turn 1, and then we will set off into the distance and try and use these mediums to good effect. And so that means on lap 24 we've broken DRS, so Lando is a bit vulnerable, but and he might even get overtaken by Hamilton. Oh dear, maybe I should have stayed behind and gave him DRS. I did think about that, but I also thought surely if I just back him up and, you know, keep within 1 second, that might be more detriment to him, but I don't know. I guess we're going to have to see, because now Lando is fighting for P2 with Lewis Hamilton. The Mercedes is through into P2 maybe. The two are still side by side into the final corner. This fight's been going on for near on half a lap here between the two Brits, and now Leclerc might sniff around in the Ferrari. Lando remains in P2, and actually Hamilton has to go defensive because Leclerc is so quick. Look at that. The Ferrari goes for the overtake to get up into P3, I think. Yeah, the Ferrari's fully out-tractioned him. So maybe there's still some racing to go in this one with 6 laps left. 5 laps now onto lap 26, and Verstappen, he's down in P11 because of obviously that pit stop he made before the safety car. So he's only now overtaking Stroll to get into the points-paying positions. Oh, a lock-up from Fernando Alonso. Very uncharacteristic error from Alonso, and Verstappen gains a free position as he now goes to chase after Alexander Albon, now making the move on the Williams up to P9, and Albon is going to lock up at turn 1 as well. They're all locking up at turn 1. Maybe there's a little bit of debris there, but yeah, Verstappen up to P9 then. Meanwhile, Perez ahead, closing up on Tsunoda. Now, usually you think Tsunoda maybe just waves by the Red Bulls, but of course in this game there's no team orders, so Perez has to really fight for it. He gets so close to the wall, but Perez is up to 7th place. Meanwhile, a bit further up, Leclerc rapidly overtook the Mercedes, and now he might try and make a move on the McLaren. Lando blocks off the inside, but it won't matter to Leclerc as he fakes to the left, goes to the right, and he's up into 2nd place. Verstappen still needs to make the move on Tsunoda, and he might just make it on lap 29 with 3 laps to go. Verstappen is doing everything to maximize the damage limitation here in this race as he's up to P8 now. So all of a sudden, I'm thinking a little bit now, maybe we should have given Lando DRS. You know, I could have still won the race and done that, but I just wanted to bolt. I mean, look at this. We're nearly 10 seconds up the road, so I would have been driving so slowly to give Lando DRS, so I don't think you can really badger me too much about that. But he's down to 3rd, Verstappen's 8th, but Lando might just re-overtake Leclerc for 2nd place on the outside. No! He's locked up! He's locked up! No! Back! Just like Verstappen did last episode, he's locked up and he's had to do a 5-point turn. Oh, okay, now I actually feel bad. I should have given him a toe. Well, also, that mistake could have happened still, and he could have just locked up straight into our back end. I don't know. I'm not going to... Look, I'm doing my own thing, and I've had the overwhelming pace to win this race. We should have won last episode, but we're going to win this episode. We come through for an emphatic, dominant Singapore Grand Prix win.
Are you not entertained?
Absolutely, I am very entertained. I am, absolutely. We made it work, even with that red flag screw over.
And just to seal it off, they've got the bonus point for the fastest lap too. It's something that's not that easy to achieve when you've got a car that's set up for long run pace. But to put on those tyres right at the right moment to get that fastest lap in, those extra points are going to count towards the title battle.
Our drivers are making their way out for the podium celebrations, and it's going to be McLaren picking up the winner's trophy. Congratulations to the entire team for that fantastic performance.
Well, this championship just keeps on taking twists and turns left and right. Verstappen making mistakes last episode. This one, it was Lando's turn. I think both of them are feeling the pressure, you know. Both of them really want this, and they know it could slip away, maybe. And so they're both making a lot of mistakes, and there's really some just topsy-turvy races. For us, it was a calmer day. We just did the maximum, won the race, and we can't really ask for much more. Ferrari have come back for a third time now to advance talks, so much so that Fred Vasseur has joined us for these talks. He comes to visit us, and he really wants to sign us. But as I have alluded to, I have basically just strung Ferrari along. I've played the game to try and make my next contract with McLaren more lucrative, because I can go back with bigger bargaining power and say, look, Ferrari have wanted to sign me, FYI, so just let that be known. And comparing where Ferrari at with us, very similar, to be honest, in terms of R&D, you know, performance-wise. Obviously, we've seen Ferrari up there, but our success rate with our upgrades is better, and more importantly, the recognition, which is the final bit of information that has been unlocked with this third secret meeting. You can very clearly see I have way more recognition with McLaren. If I was to move to Ferrari, I would be basically playing second fiddle to Leclerc. Obviously, we have kind of been doing that this season with Lando, but the thing is, if I stay with this team, I'm setting myself up very nicely for this second season to, well, I hope to be on equal footing. You know, we could get our recognition up to 50% by the end of the season, I feel. You know, we're nearing 40%, so at that rate, we are on goal for 50-50, which is huge for us. But a Ferrari would be starting from zero, basically. We've been starting from where we originally started this entire season. So, for me, versus Leclerc in that team, there is no point. And to be honest, you know, I'm sure Ferrari have been talking to others. I'm sure and hope that they have been talking to one Lewis Hamilton, just as they have been in real life in the game here. So, for me, it's a no, but we have played a bit of a game here. Hopefully that won't be negatively impacting us in the future with negotiations and stuff, in terms of like a, you know, boy who cried wolf sort of situation. But also, to be fair, like I said, when Ferrari first came knocking, you never say no to Ferrari in that initial meeting. But now, when we're really getting to the serious business, you know, Fred visiting us, it's time now to say, you know what, this isn't for us. Go ahead and, you know, go maybe court Lewis now. Now we go on through our specialists, and look at this, level 3 with Colin in the manufacturing expert. I cannot believe it. Who would have thought? Not me, mate. Look, Colin, look, at the start of the game, we hated each other, but now look at us. What do you make of it? Yeah, sound, yes, yeah, I hear that. Good point. Now, with 3 performance upgrades coming in onto the chassis side, tyre wear, weight reduction, weight redistribution, you know, 3 upgrades. That's a decent amount all in one race weekend. Do you think, oh, this is going to be quite a sizable march up on the R&D chart? No, absolutely not. We've actually lost a place. We've lost 2 places in the R&D chart. We're down to 3rd. Ferrari and Red Bull come in with some huge upgrades. Must be some major upgrades for them. And ours must have been all minors, I guess, to have 3 upgrades. And we've still been out-upgraded by rival teams. Even Mercedes are now right up there with us and catching us up. So, yeah, we're going to have a very competitive time here around COTA, maybe, because Red Bull now are back on top on paper. Ferrari ahead. Mercedes so close to us. And everyone on this grid is really now churning out these upgrades as we get to the final third of this season. So even more competition to come as we go to sprint qualifying.
It's a United States love affair with Formula One at the moment, so what a thrill for everyone today to see our drivers lapping COTA at full hot lap speed. It's the Circuit of the Americas, and it's qualifying.
And if you pay attention to the cutscene right here, you may just notice a different colour palette on the helmet today. Well, F1 My Driver fans and viewers from years ago will be very familiar with this, and this will be a nice little throwback to those days of F1 My Driver as we turn up to the US GP with a Captain America themed helmet with the colours in red and the shield adorning the top of our helmet as we get into SQ3. So just like I did on the last sprint qualifying episode, we won't bore you with the details of SQ1, SQ2. We're through into the last part of sprint qualifying, so this is where it already matters. Nothing else does apart from this one lap on the soft compounded tyre. I must say, the sun is incredibly annoying here at COTA. The time of day is still not accurate, I feel, to what it is like in real life, unless I'm forgetting the drivers being blinded this much in real life. But look at this incredibly close finish in qualifying. 0.044 to Verstappen. That's like literally just a tiny bit later on the break somewhere, and we would have been on sprint pole. But it's on the front row at least, right up alongside Verstappen. It's going to be a bit of disappointment for Lando to be down there in P7. That's not ideal, but of course the sprint quality doesn't set up anything apart from the sprint race. So as long as he can make some overtakes, it won't matter. Maybe he loses 1 or 2 points to Verstappen, but it's not a huge deficit. But it's still not great when you want to try and find a rhythm, I guess, for the actual qualifying after the sprint. But at least we're up there, so individually we can maybe try and make something happen today. As we dive straight into this sprint, as we go to 5 red lights here at COTA from the front row of the grid. The lights on for an age, but we're underway. Verstappen slow. We've got a good start, but it's an even better one for Fernando bloody Alonso. And the Aston Martin Alonso leads as we're now side by side with Hamilton. Hamilton's turned into us. Hamilton contact with our floor and bargeboard area, and we have got damage on the floor. Verstappen has gone through. Where did he even come from? Where was Verstappen there? He must have been watching that little bit of collision with Hamilton and then just gone through on the inside as that understeer kicked in for us with that initial damage. We've managed to hang on, and we're still here in 3rd place, but we're now watching Verstappen pressurize and then ruin Aston Martin and Alonso's day as he overtakes the Spaniard for P1. But what a start for Alonso, though, just to get into P1. And I'm really hoping that he might have the pace to pressurize Verstappen and maybe still get the sprint win. Not really for me, because I've got this floor damage now, so we're actually just defending Hamilton. But more so for Lando's sake, because looking at the mini-map, I think he's down as low as P8, which is only 1 point in the sprint. And at that point, that does make a difference. You know, I said the sprint doesn't matter in terms of the points he might lose. That's in the scenario where he's up here in, 4th or 5th or whatever. But if he's actually genuinely out of points and Verstappen wins the sprint, that's just as big as a race win to 2nd place. As now halfway through this sprint, Leclerc pressurizes us. We've got DRS open, but I'm not overusing the battery because the writing was on the wall of I'm not going to challenge the top 2. So in terms of the team game here, like a sprint race, to be honest, for me in this championship doesn't mean anything because I'm not going for the title. So I wanted to let Leclerc by, and Sainz is going to walk by just because, to be fair, I don't have the pace as well. As, Alonso's out after all of that, after such the... Oh, what the... I think Sergio Perez has just... Perez has crashed with Alonso, retiring from the race. Perez without a front wing. So Alonso's out, so even more so it's important that I let Leclerc by, because now he's the one maybe having a go at Verstappen to try and limit the damage for Lando's sake. He's down in P7, so he needs someone else to be winning this sprint just to take even just the one extra point from second to first in this sprint off Verstappen. But Verstappen is so defiant and just inevitable, as he is in real life it would seem, as he's neck and neck with Leclerc. To be fair, Leclerc gets ahead in that little battle, but it won't matter on the straight as they go up and down the undulating back straight here at Qatar. Really great to see always the difference in height at some of these points of the circuit. Just gives it a bit of character, doesn't it? But Verstappen in the end wins the sprint. We're going to limp home in P4. That's still pretty good, to be fair, considering the damage we have on the floor, but it's a throwaway sprint. You know, as soon as I got that damage, there was nothing to gain. As soon as I damaged that floor, I couldn't go for P1, so that was of no use to me in terms of, you know, just pride, but also helping out Lando. So, yeah, I mean, I'm very much feeling like Max Verstappen in real life at the moment. That sprint was pointless. Like, there was a bit of action, but it really didn't mean anything, at least to me. For Lando's sake, that's frustrating, because he loses 6 points. That's nearly, like I said, the deficit from a win to second place in the full Grand Prix. So, yeah, that's a bit frustrating for his side, but I genuinely couldn't do anything as a teammate in that situation. So for me, it was a bit of a pointless affair. Let's hope maybe we can do a bit better in the real qualifying, and then things will matter in the full Grand Prix. So we had a bit of a preview there of how this full qualifying and race might go, but it was tainted a bit by the damage. Qualifying, at least, that was a good preview of we genuinely have some pace around Qatar. So you now join us in the last part of the full qualifying Q3. Lando at the moment, well, it says provisional P8. I don't know if he's gone and set a lap time yet. I really hope not. I think if you look at the mini-map, it says he's in the pit, so he's either set one lap, but it wasn't that great, or he's not even set a lap at all as we go through to the final corner and once again get blinded by the light of God in the final corner. That puts me off so much that I lose the back end, and we lose maybe a couple of tenths even in that final bend. It's so annoying where that sun is. It just completely blocks the frame of reference I would usually use, which is a little black bollard thing on the outside of the circuit for the brake reference point, and it shines directly at us down this straight as we're a tenth down in the first sector. We gain back some time in the brake zone going into sector 3, but we're on the cusp and we're only P6. Our first lap was really not great, but of course we have that final corner to maybe make up for things, but we're just a tenth ahead on our first two sectors. But the last sector here, the final corner, is really where we lost most of our time, so hopefully we can still be up there, because it genuinely looks like Lando might be down in P8. So once again, it's up to us as we gain 3.5 tenths of a second. What will it be? P3. One less position than we had in sprint qualifying, but for good reason, because this time round it's still close to Verstappen, but Leclerc has come out of nowhere to really perform for Ferrari, and he is on a surprise and shocking pole position for the US GP alongside Verstappen. We're on the second row, but again, it was close to Red Bull, and Hamilton's there on the same row as us, so I was going to say, hopefully there's no damage this time, but we need to avoid a Mercedes making contact with us again. But what is going on with Lando? Did that mistake at Singapore, has that really put him in a funk now with the focus rating potentially? I hope not, because if it continues like this, he can say goodbye to this championship fight. I really hope I'm proved wrong in the race. Let's go to the grid.
Here we are then in one of the fastest growing cities in the United States, the fabulous Austin in the great state of Texas. The circuit itself, 14 miles southeast of the city centre, has been home to the US Grand Prix since 2012, the latest in a long list of iconic tracks to have that honour. We have 10 turns to the left and 10 turns to the right here at the fantastic Circuit of the Americas. Overtaking opportunities into turn 1 and turn 12 at this anti-clockwise track. It's 3.6 miles long, and we should see average lap speeds of around 126 miles per hour. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. A fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole, and a McLaren alongside. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Hamilton, Russell, Perez, Norris, Ocon, Gasly, Stroll, Verstappen, Ricciardo, Tsunoda, Bottas, Sainz, Hülkenberg, Sargent, Joe, Albon, Magnussen and Fernando Alonso rounds off the grid. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And alongside me for the first time this season here in the commentary box, Naomi Schiff. Hello, Gnomes. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, every driver certainly has their own way of preparing themselves before a race. But I can tell you that pre-race rituals are a real thing. When I was in go-karting, I used to touch every wheel in a specific sequence before I got into the kart. And then I stepped up to cars and had a specific set of fireproof base layers just for race day. So watch the drivers when they're on the grid. Some may be sitting on the floor and isolating, others may be up to other things that they do. But these little things really help their minds get ready for the race.
Oh, our praise have been answered. The F1 gods have seen how frustrating that qualifying was for Lando, and they have struck down Max Verstappen with an engine penalty. He's chosen to take an engine penalty here, and to be fair, having won the sprint, you can maybe see why he's chosen to take a penalty here, because he reckons he can maybe make up those positions. But he is now down in P12 with a 10th place penalty, so Lando is starting ahead of him. This is a big opportunity for him to outscore Max, but equally, like I just said, the logic, it's the same logic I would use. If you won the sprint, why not take a penalty and back yourself to come back through? But we're now back in second place then. It's deja vu. We're on the front row, on the left-hand side, but this time it's a Ferrari there on pole position. Can we hopefully do something this time round compared to the sprint? Let's see. As we rev up to 5 red lights, the USGP is underway, and it's a very similar start to Leclerc for us. We're going to try and cover off any cars behind, but Leclerc will lead into turn 1. Hamilton on the right, Lando on the inside. Oh, what the? Where has he come from? Lando with the kamikaze dive, and we've gone wide at turn 1, and he's up into second place. But I think he must have made like 2-3 overtakes before he even got to turn 1, then made the 4th overtake on me. Up to second. Incredible. He started in P6. He did indeed make 3 overtakes, and then the jolt to the inside to overtake us. So 4 overtakes in 1 corner there, and now he's going for the move on Leclerc. Lap 2 with DRS available as we are locking the rear and drifting through that corner. We live to fight another day, and to the purple ourselves, so we genuinely actually have some decent race pace on higher fuel maybe compared to the sprint, because Lando leads, we're still in 3rd place, and Verstappen is down in 8th, but he's also recovered quite well already, so he's gained 4 spots, Lando gained 4 spots, and now it's 5 ahead of the Ferrari as we kind of try and keep on the back of Leclerc to try and maybe make it a McLaren 1-2, but at the moment Leclerc has other ideas. The Ferrari going up the hill around the outside to try and get the race lead back. The two of them make a bit of contact there. The McLaren still on the left, trying to keep the nose in. Can he do it? Oh, neck and neck into the S section, and Lando does stay in P1, and we're almost pushing Leclerc through the next corner. We dive down the inside. The Ferrari has no choice but to give us the room, but we are practically pushing Leclerc through that entire sector because he got slowed up so much, and we're still on the back of him. But as has been the case before in the season, very respectful racing between myself and the Ferrari driver as we try and get the elbow out, but Leclerc has the better launch and acceleration. We've got battery to use, but DRS is also a factor for Perez, and even Hamilton behind is now, we're neck and neck with Perez momentarily. We go back to the racing line, and we're able to just remain in second place then and finish off that overtake that started at the start of that very lap basically. So the race order at the moment: Lando in P1, we're second place, Leclerc, Perez, Hamilton, Russell, Stroll, Verstappen still in P8 then with no more progress, but he is at the tail end of this entire train as we have to go defensive as Leclerc, aggressive as ever. He really wants this. He cuts the corner in fact at turn 1 a little bit, and I think he's been told to maybe let us by because because he's not too great on the corner exit, but we're going to be side by side. It's deja vu for him. This time the McLaren's on the right-hand side of him, and we're able to maintain second place. And you know what? This fighting with Leclerc's done the team a favour, I guess, because all this fighting, fair fighting, has meant that we've slowed each other up so much that Lando is now nearly 4 seconds clear in the lead. And for his sake, I'm hoping he's going to check out this entire race and say goodbye as we continue to squabble with the Ferrari. We just can't get rid of them because I'm using so much battery on this straight. It's so long. And so we're having to harvest in other areas of the circuit. And even with hot lap mode, we're a sitting duck. The Red Bull on the left, the Ferrari on the right. And, oh, what the? Perez just swiped across us. What on earth was that? Perez has broken our front wing in the brake zone. He's taken a bloody swipe at us. The Red Bull getting proper aggy. It's not for the first time either, Sergio Perez. Look at this replay. Look at this. The vicious. What is in the coding today? What is up with this? Look at the slow-mo. He just starts turning right into the left-hander. That's incredible. That's a legitimate swipe across. So now it really is deja vu from the sprints to the full race, because now we're limping around. We're now defending Verstappen, by the way, who's climbed up to P6, might be P5 on the exit. We're going to make sure we stay ahead to try and do our teammate a favour, but lap 8, I'm coming in. I've annoyed everyone behind me enough now. I need to come in and change this front wing. So we say yes to the front wing change, just to make sure the automatic one doesn't keep me out with that broken wing, because that definitely was hindering the performance. But so this will be interesting. So we've come in early, so this will be a big undercut on these hard tyres, because to be honest, the medium tyres were also wearing out quite a fair bit. That was very apparent from the sprint. But my pit stop was 7.7 seconds, 5 seconds more than a usual pit stop because of the front wing change. So it's going to be interesting to see if the undercut negates the front wing change. I'm hoping so, but let's see. But remember, we were ahead of Verstappen just before we made that pit stop. And, ahead! The Ferrari's off! The Ferrari's, is he in the wall? Is he spun? I don't know. Leclerc's going again. But Leclerc, from, what was it, P2, I think it was? From P2, he's spun it, I think, I assume. Or maybe he's been tapped around. Let's see. No, he's spun all on his own. And the Ferrari, well, he's actually stuck in reverse gear. He's just rolling back. What on earth is he doing? Has he found first gear yet? Yes, he has. Finally, he does. But, he's now lost all those positions. So after all of that, Leclerc down the order. And there is Verstappen. So we've come out behind him. But to be honest, if you factor in the 5-second extra pit stop, that's not too bad. That's really not that bad. Like, the undercut has fully eroded that extra time to change the front wing, and now I can fight again because I've got that front wing change. So we're back in the fight. In fact, we're setting purple lap times, as I know this is probably the best opportunity window to catch and overtake Verstappen as we set the fast lap of the Grand Prix, because his tyres are still warming up. And even better yet, Perez comes out just ahead of him, and Perez is actually going to defend Verstappen. I thought he swiped across us to maybe help his teammate, to help Red Bull, but no, Perez is just a general menace in this entire race, even to his own team, because he's held up Verstappen to the point where I can now maybe have a go at him. We're both going to have DRS on Checo, but Verstappen, he's going to be in the dirty air. I'm hoping he'll have to actually do a bit of work to overtake him, so maybe we can catch him napping and go for the double pass on 2 Red Bulls, as we get oh so close to giving him a little love tap almost into that left-hander, as we really are very keen to get this overtake done. But equally keen is going to be Verstappen himself. Perez goes a bit defensive. Verstappen to the right-hand side. The Red Bulls neck and neck. We use the slipstream of Perez to launch us round the outside. Little bit of a drift necessary to slide the car in and then get to the inside for the next corner. Get the elbow out, and we're all of a sudden up to 3rd place in this race. I didn't even realise that, because others have made a pit stop. We've actually managed to leapfrog a couple of other people basically by doing that undercut. So actually this is all of a sudden turned from Perez ruining our entire race to we're looking okay now. Lando Lando way out in the lead, which is great. Hamilton second, but we're up to third now in this race. But there's another twist, yet another twist in this race. Red flag, ow! And it's because of an almighty pile-up in the last sector. And once again, it's Lance Stroll that has spun it. That's back-to-back races he span and caused a red flag. Unbelievable. Last time, though, it screwed us over. This time, it's going to maybe benefit us. So, you could say this time around, we've paid him some money to spin. But last time, it very much did not help us. But this time, it does. We'll go on a brand new set of hard tyres. Because, of course, the hards we were on like 5 or 6 lap older hards. So, by the end of the race, that really would have factored into the tyre wear. But now, everything gets reset. We're all on new hards to the end of the race. And we're close to Hamilton on the race start. We could get up to second. We could still make this a 1-2 for McLaren in the end. So unlike in Singapore, I'm quite excited to go to 5 red lights once again in this Grand Prix as we get underway with 10 laps to go. Lights out, and we basically got a sprint back at Qatar again. 2 sprints at Qatar basically, and we have done Hamilton off the line. The Mercedes car's hardly got off the line to the point where he's now side by side with Verstappen behind. Hamilton remains in third though. Verstappen up to P4 though, ahead of Perez, but it's a 1-2 for McLaren. 10 laps to go, all new hards. We have surely secured this. Meanwhile, though, Verstappen is trying his best to get up into P3. This is the only kind of caveat is, yes, we've got up to second place. That's great. But the red flag also, though, on the flip side, has allowed Verstappen to now maybe get a podium as he's having a ding-dong battle with his old rival, Lewis Hamilton. That's a real throwback. Mercedes v Red Bull, Hamilton v Verstappen, and the Dutchman is up to third place. But, so yeah, Lando's advantage on Max may be getting reduced in this race thanks to the red flag, but a 1-2's a 1-2. You can't complain about that. But Hamilton, to be honest, might just change things. Perez might change things. Verstappen's just had a double overtake done on him, maybe. Perez, on the outside, he finishes off the move. The Mexican is up to 4th place. Verstappen's lost 2 positions in 1 corner. In the end, though, between lap 21 and 28, he's got those 2 positions back. Hamilton's now down to P5. But on the last lap, look at this. Perez, on the final lap, has just re-overtaken him for 3rd place. He's left it to the last lap to do an upset for the Red Bull team. Meanwhile, myself and Lando cruising to the end. I did try and actually catch Lando on the hards because I was feeling pretty racy, but he just had too much for us. He's been the quicker man today, and but it's still going to be an unbelievable 1-2 here for McLaren. Our second 1-2 as a pairing in a full Grand Prix situation. It's a much needed race win after the Singapore Grand Prix. I can't believe it though, the story of the day, Perez with an upset on the last lap.
That's it then for another magnificent United States Grand Prix. And they've hung on to take a sublime victory here today.
Yes, it absolutely was. And what an incredible victory and an important milestone, though, as we head into the business end of the season.
We've got just over 1,000 R&D points. And there we are. Confirmation. The aerodynamics is indeed getting reset. So the aero is all under threat. To be fair, I maybe misremembered how expensive these upgrades were going to be, because a lot of these upgrades are, less than 100, some of the upgrades, but most of them are just, in the ballpark of 100 to 200. So I thought we were going to be spending a lot more. So to be honest, with 1,000 R&D points saved up since we got that email, probably a very good thing we decided to hold off on upgrades since we got that initial email, because we've got quite a fair few points to spend on adapting near enough most of the upgrades that we've already purchased. I think by the time I decided which one to finally buy, we've only got 2 aero upgrades still left to adapt, and I'm kind of hoping that Lando could spend some of his R&D points on them and help us out adapting them, because we do actually need to move our focus back on upgrades for this season. Not in the aero department, because that would be silly, but upgrades on the engine, the chassis side of things that won't get reset and will carry over, because we are losing ground to Red Bull and Ferrari even. Not just Red Bull. We've now got 2 teams ahead of us, and they're going further ahead of us, because into this Mexican Grand Prix, you can see Red Bull and Ferrari both bring decent amount of upgrades, you know, maybe like one major or three minors or whatever. And we're plateauing, along with Mercedes also making a small upgrade. So actually, technically on paper, even Mercedes are ahead of us by a tiny little pixel you can maybe see on this R&D chart. So all of a sudden, we've not upgraded for 2 races, and we've been saving R&D to adapt those aero parts for the regulation change. And now we're really on the back foot in a season where we're still trying to take the fight to Red Bull. It's actually only getting tougher as we get to the end of the season, whereas maybe I feel like maybe some of you guys were thinking, oh no, we are winding up for this, you know, nailed-on fight versus Red Bull. There could be a scenario where we're just not even in the fight anymore by the last race of the season because Ferrari and Merc have been too good and they're taking points off us as well as Max and Perez. So yeah, we've done the best we... So yeah, I feel like we've done this period of adapting. You know, we spent all these R&D points on saving the aero regulations for next year. Hopefully Lando buys those remaining 2. So now, from here on out, we're shifting focus back on upgrades for this year's car. That will carry over into next season, but to really give us a fight in this immediately. The only silver lining, I guess, and good thing is, though, even though we were already behind Ferrari and Red Bull in the R&D chart last episode, we still came out with a 1-2. So clearly there is actually some raw on race day pace there that's not being shown in the R&D chart, which is always why I say it's not gospel, but it's just a good indication of what teams are doing. So with that in mind, let's go in to the race weekend and hope again we can pull something out the bag despite us being technically 4th on the R&D chart.
What an atmosphere we've got. The fans have been here since dawn, and the stadium, the Faro Sol, is absolutely heaving. We're about to get set to set the grid for tomorrow's Grand Prix. It's qualifying day here in Mexico City.
Mexico is a very odd circuit because although it is all about that straight line speed on the main straight, because the elevation is so high, the air is so thin, so you actually technically run the same sort of aero you would at some higher downforce circuits just to get the same kind of performance from all those wings, winglets, etc. But and that's also a compromise you have to do on the setup then as well, of figuring out how much aero to run versus getting that straight line speed. But at the moment, we're finding that balance. P1 in Q1, but did you see that? Did you see Russell 0.061 off us? Merc are up there. Ferrari are going to be up there. Red Bull will obviously be up there with Verstappen, and we make a slight error on our first flying lap in Q2, and that is going to only see us down in P8. Lando only P9. My God, please don't tell me this is the performance of the car properly in Mexico as we make the same sort of error into the final corner. The tyres just not giving us the grip by the end of the lap. They're getting a bit too hot, and we've only gone P6, to be fair. We only gained 0.051, and that brought us up from P8 to P6. Thankfully, myself and Lando do make it in, but that was not a good Q2. We're definitely on the back foot. It's a Red Bull 1-2 in that second part of qualifying. Ferrari mixed in with Hamilton up there in the Mercedes. Russell's into the top 10 shootout as well. So let's see now when it really matters. Will Mercedes deliver? What will Ferrari and Red Bull do? And can we do anything to try and topple them? Well, it's been a pretty damn good lap for us. Green, and it's felt a lot cleaner, and I've tried to not be as aggressive on the turn-in to make sure the tyres aren't absolutely cooked going into the final few corners. Easy does it, float the car in, and it's feeling like a pretty decent lap, but I had no idea just how good the lap would be because we crossed the line and my jaw hits the floor. How on earth have we done that? It's going to be pole position for the Mexican Grand Prix. Where has that come from? Where has that come from? The first 2 sessions were horrendous, and then we found all the time in the world in the last session. The same for Lando. He's up in P4. We've gone from a disaster class of P8 and 9 at one point in Q2 to 1 and 4. We will take that. We take those, because I was really thinking it was going to be like P6, 7 at the maximum. Verstappen, though, up there on the front row, which means we have to do a solid for Lando to maybe defend him, and he's only just 1 row behind, so hopefully he gets a good getaway. But Hamilton's up there for Merc, Ferrari there. It's going to be a tough race. I think we're genuinely going to have 4 different teams in the fight for all the top spots here, so this is going to be very exciting, especially with the slipstreaming down the main straight. Let's go to the grid. pole position for the Mexican Grand Prix.
Bienvenidos to the most populous city in North America. The legendary Jim Clark won the first official F1 race back in 1963 here, and we've had a veritable who's who of winners ever since. It's Mexico City, and therefore the Mexico City Grand Prix. We're a long way above sea level here in Mexico today, which could pose some cooling issues for the cars as they make their way around this 2.6-mile lap. 17 corners with top speeds in excess of 220 miles per hour, and watch out for potential overtaking into turns 1 and 4. Off the back of a fantastic qualifying session, it's time to see how our starting grid looks like for today's race. In pole position then, it's McLaren, edging out Lando Norris, who'll start from P2. As we continue through the rest of the grid today, we have Leclerc, Perez, Russell, Sainz, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Gasly, Ocon, Verstappen, Hamilton, Hülkenberg, Magnussen, Joe, Albon, Sargent, Ricciardo, Bottas, and Yuki Tsunoda. And with lights out just moments away, it's time to go down to the track. And alongside me today, a man who I'm always pleased to see join me in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson. Now, sadly, things didn't work out for them last time. It was a bad race. Question is, though, can they recover today?
Yes, they can, Crofty. You've got to put it behind you. Whatever happened last time, I was always told as a driver, park it, forget about it. Obviously, feel the pain when it happens, but then you can't dwell on it and carry that through to the next race. So put it behind you and just crack on with this race coming your way now.
I don't know who they're actually talking about in that little grid sequence commentary post the starting grid. Maybe it's Verstappen, because if you are watching that grid sequence, things have just gotten a lot more interesting, maybe. It's a 1-2 front row for McLaren now all of a sudden, because Verstappen and Hamilton both had engine penalties. Obviously a great race to take penalties at, to be honest, with this slipstreaming, this long main straight, but you'll never say no to a front row lockout, even if it is gifted. So Lando's alongside us in P2 then. We line up on the pole position that we earned, and we get ready to go to the Mexican Grand Prix. Slightly overcast, but I don't believe any rain is scheduled to fall later on today. So we go to 5 little red lights to get us on the way. Lights out, and we're off for the Mexican Grand Prix. 36 laps ahead of us, and Lando's had a shocking start. No! Oh, all the advantage gained with the Verstappen penalty has been eroded. You're joking me. Into turn 1, 4 abreast behind us. We just get ahead of Leclerc at turn 1, and we've done well. It's a long run to turn 1, so we've done very well to actually maintain first place. Ahead of Leclerc then, Russell third, Perez, Sainz. Lando's not even in the top 5 on the timing ladder. That is unbelievable. Wow, that's shocking. That's so shocking to not make the most of that front row. Like, it's just one of those things. We have to now get on with the job at hand, and the job at hand is fighting Leclerc. Once again, we are going to have a lovely little treat of going side by side with the man from Monaco. It's always been a very respectful battle. This is now maybe the 3rd time we've had a bit of these side-by-side scraps here that go on for more than a sector, it seems, as we are going and going still, and the tyres are literally sidewall to sidewall as we ease it in through the double right-handed. The Ferrari just gets the traction though. He gets ahead and he's up into first place, but I know we can make the overtake, the repass on the main straight. But to be honest, also out the final corner, I need to worry about Russell behind me. Leclerc set to purple. Fast lap of the Grand Prix so far just gone. Hamilton now, so we're all trading fastest laps then. And look at Russell, he's right up my gearbox, but he's choosing not to overtake us. We are going to go for the move on Leclerc. It's a late dive bomb. Leclerc with a small lock-up, did you see, on the front right, and he's cut the corner to try and fight us, but we are going to take P1. That would have been a little bit iffy if he actually maintained P1, but it won't matter. Into the stadium section on the end of that lap. He's on the inside. He used a lot more battery, I think, out of Sector 2 to make the overtake. As you can see, we are on purpose saving a lot of battery for the main straight because it's so bloody long, and I kind of got scared by Russell because he's now having a go at us into the final corner, but he was so close to maybe making a move on the previous lap that I wanted to have enough battery to defend him. But now Leclerc has streaked away. Can we actually catch him back with DRS? The Mercedes is right on us. You can see Perez, Sainz, they're not too far off either. I mean, look at that. You've got Russell now actually defending against Sergio Perez, so he leaves us alone for a moment. And actually, Perez gets squeezed out so much by Russell that Sainz might just overtake him for P5. He will. Meanwhile, Lando from second place, floundering in P7 in the traffic as we go for the repass on Leclerc. Maybe he's going to slam the door shut, though. Good defense from the Ferrari, to be fair to him, and he remains in first place. But we just got to keep the faith that we are going to get the opportunity to re-overtake, and we do. Lap 5, we've set a purple lap time now, and we're gaining DRS open. Leclerc kind of stays in the middle and lets me do all the hard work of deciding where to go. It was going to be a P1 move, but then the rear end snapped out. We started sliding into turn 1, the rear's locked up, and Leclerc has been gifted the chance to lead another lap, unfortunately. That should have been a slam dunk overtake for us. That was a bit annoying from me. A little bit of an error, maybe just kind of staying on the brakes a bit too long as we turned in. So this time we won't make the same mistake. We'll get the move done with hot lap mode engaged. DRS open, go back to the racing line, ease it in, and we're into first place, even though the rear end did technically still slide there, but we controlled it a lot better and remain in first place now. But Leclerc seemingly has a lot of pace around this circuit. That Ferrari is really badgering us because he comes back through yet again into the stadium section. We have a big tank slapper on because I think the curb upset our car, and Leclerc is really pushing the limit of giving us enough room to work with, but also being super aggressive as again he makes the corner so tight for us. We're inches away from making contact, but again it's still remaining super respectful with Leclerc the entire time. We're now having a go at him. It's so close. We're wheel to wheel. Sainz there has come out of nowhere though. The Spaniard is through into P1 on the inside. Russell and Perez moving out behind us into turn 1. Oh, 5 going into 1 was never going to work, and Russell has been spun round, and we're down to P4. We went from P1, or fighting for P1, down to P4. I checked for vehicle condition. Thankfully, there is no damage, but that was a bit of a mess into T1, and this is why. 5 cars into one turn was never going to work. Sainz on the inside. He's going to cut the corner. I'm going to lock my rears. Russell will be far too audacious on the inside, and then Leclerc and Perez are actually the real culprits because they're going around the outside, and both of them didn't want to give Russell, me or Sainz any room to work with. Perez is actually pulled off a quadruple overtake here. He's gone round the outside of everyone. He's fought Sainz off on the exit, and Checo's actually made a 4-car overtake in his home Grand Prix. Obviously, I haven't really mentioned that, but it's his home race, of course. So the home fans are going to be going crazy for that, mental for that. Meanwhile, Russell tried to be aggressive on us. To be fair, you know, us locking the rear was unfortunate for him because it pinched him in even more. But, yeah, Leclerc and Perez were so aggressive there. And basically it was always going to end badly for me, Russell and Sainz, but it ended especially bad for Russell. Meanwhile now, as Perez is fighting the Ferraris for P1, you can see my rear tyres, they're on fire. It's the first time really since the Spanish Grand Prix that we've had such horrendous tyre temperatures, to the point where on lap 12, I decide to not fight Lando too hard because I've actually not got too much pace now. I'm okay in the first sector, but sector 2, the tyres getting a real pelting in terms of the load and the temperature, and it means then by the final corner, I'm just having huge snaps of oversteer, and lap 13, I have such a big snap to the point where Alonso in the Aston was going to try and attack me that I thought, no, this is the time to call it. It's probably about 2-3 laps earlier than the scheduled pit stop, but we're going on to hards early. 2.5 stop, not too bad, but Yeah, very baffling that it's taken so long since the last time we had this, but yeah, a real issue on the internal carcass temperature on the rear tyres, and that was really hurting my exit out the final corner to the point where, you know, Lando, he was stuck in traffic for so long, he even caught up to me, so I thought, no, it's the time to let him go, and we'll just do our own thing right now, and that is getting our head down on the hard compound of tyre and making sure we make use of this undercut, as we see Hamilton and Verstappen, both the penalties, they're in the pits, but they're all the way towards the back of the grid, but we have just jumped Leclerc. We're ahead of Leclerc. Look at the top left. Look at the mini-map. You would have seen a red dot that we passed. That was the Ferrari, and the Ferrari was well ahead of us, fighting for P1 with Perez, remember. So this is very good, and look at the right-hand side. Sainz, Perez, and Lando all together. We've jumped a lot of them. We've done a 4-car undercut, and we're up into first place of this Grand Prix once again, 1.5 seconds ahead of Sainz. That sounds pretty good, but the thing is, the Ferraris are actually faster than us at the moment, and Sainz catches us. Leclerc's just set a fast lap of the Grand Prix, but it's the other Ferrari that's now within 1 second pretty much immediately on lap 19, so the fight's not over yet, but at least we have track position. But here in Mexico, that may not matter, because we go on to lap 21, Sainz has out-tractioned us at the final corner. We're trying to be in a drag race with the Spaniard. Perez is boxed in, Leclerc's going through on the left, Lando will try it through on the left-hand side, so Leclerc and Lando go through, inches away from maybe even spinning Lando there into turn 1. We have to be very careful. And that was another kind of deja vu sort of situation, because I didn't want to have it again where there was 5 cars going into one corner, so I backed off a lot more than I did on the previous attempt, and thankfully we did, because now it means that we live to fight another day. We're third place, we're still gaining DRS on the top 2 cars, but Lando, more importantly, might even go for P1, and even though we're not in first place, I'm still pretty happy about this, because it means Lando can capitalise on Verstappen being well out the points at the moment. He can't quite make the move on Leclerc just yet. He remains in second, he pulls out for the overtake again. Leclerc defensive on the inside, Lando will have to stick his nose in, but over the curb, the Ferrari is going to get the better exit. Little bit of battery saving from the Ferrari into that right-hander, but he's actually managed to stay in P1. But can we go again on the main straight? Lap 23, Lando gearing up for another attempted pass with DRS open. Meanwhile, we're moving about a little bit behind him, trying to break the toe from Sainz to stop him overtaking us, but Lando has got the move. It's a checkerboard. McLaren, Ferrari. At the moment, I'm struggling for pace, and more importantly, having enough battery to defend, because look at this, onto a new lap. I've got nothing. I've got absolutely nothing. I'm a sitting duck, hot lap mode, hardly doing anything there for us. So I just think, let's go none. Let's just save ERS. Yes, Perez gets us because we go none, but I'm playing the long game here. If we can save enough battery, we can hopefully really overtake both of them. But at the moment, it feels pretty painful. We're down to P5. Even Lando's been re-overtaken. He's down to P2. So I think it's a McLaren problem. We're struggling with keeping enough battery there on the main straight. You know, we were down to single figures. So now we've actually been tasked to save more battery. Oh, Lando's going up in smokes. No! No! It's the worst thing that could have happened.
Pause for 4 seconds. Go to P0. I'm so sorry.
Oh my god. Even when Verstappen is fully out the points because of an engine penalty, Lando is not capitalising on it. Everything's going his way, man. Everything is going his way. Unbelievable. Crazy. Well, we're the only McLaren left in this race, and to be honest, I'm not going to lie, seeing Lando's engine blow up, knowing that he could have got a win, a full 25 points on Verstappen, scoring 0 right now, it made me angry. It made me really angry at just the bad luck we've just got there as a team, basically, and the red mist descended, and I was determined to push past Sainz, to close up to Sergio Perez, because I thought, look, okay, Lando's not going to get the win. He's out of the race. And yes, it was looking a bit bleak for me, but I think we've got some fight in this car. We've got pace on these tyres. I just need to bloody clear Perez and Sainz. And thankfully, lap 26, with 10 laps to go, The way I overtook Perez with Sainz very close to us means that I've broken 1 second to Perez here immediately. And it means he won't catch me now with DRS, and I can focus on chasing after Leclerc. On that very lap, we pull out an absolute stonker of a second sector. The last sector, we've set the new fastest lap of the Grand Prix in clean air. When I'm not having to defend people with battery behind me, I am quite quick on these hards on this circuit. So we just dig deep now. We make use of this situation where we've not got people attacking us, and we can actually manage our battery, and we manage it in a way where we can close off on Leclerc and try and maybe take this victory that was taken so cruelly from our teammate on the outside, drifting through. Apologies for the frame rate. I don't know what has all gone on there, but even with the low frame rate, we managed to overtake Leclerc and get up into P1. Of course, though, of course, just like in Sector 1, he comes back at us into the stadium section, but you can see there very clearly I actually let him by on purpose because I wanted the DRS off him, because I thought, okay, if you're going to attack us, I've learnt my lesson now from the first stint. I'll just let you by because I want the DRS to re-overtake you. It is very much a cat and mouse game, and you're playing Formula 1 chess on the biggest stage here in Mexico. As we overtake Leclerc, like we did with Perez, Sainz has followed us through with slipstream, and like with Perez, Sainz fights the car we've just overtaken so much that we have broken 1 second immediately. Sainz maybe doesn't know it, but he's become my new best friend in this race. He not only broke DRS for us with Perez, he's now broken DRS with his own teammate for us, and that gives me complete calmness till the end of the race. On the last lap, we have not been bothered whatsoever, because as soon as you break DRS, you can actually control the race from there. Very much sounding like the Vettel V8 era when Vettel was driving for Red Bull. I remember very vividly, we all used to talk about that, of him breaking the DRS and he's unstoppable then, but once you've got the DRS, he's maybe vulnerable. It's the same thing here with versus the AI. You're vulnerable when they're in your DRS. When you're not, you can actually just pull away from them quite well, because they're too busy fighting each other, and at the moment they're too busy training each other as well. And you saw, to be fair, on the last lap there, a lot of fighting going on. Verstappen actually fighting his way for 1 championship point. Sainz and Leclerc were fighting so much for the podium spots. It'll be the Spaniard ahead of Leclerc, but it's going to be us coming through this stadium section as the fireworks go off. It's a victory that should have been maybe Lando Norris is our teammate, but we're going to take it instead. It's been a class bit of form for us lately. Since that DNF and engine failure from the lead of the race in Baku, we've been P1, P2, P1 again. It's the win at the Mexican Grand Prix, but I can't believe it. After all of that, the engine penalty, everything, Verstappen will actually gain 1 championship point on Lando. Oh, the man is relentless. The man is relentless. But I'm happy for us, at least. That's a great win.
It's victory in Mexico then. And what a victory it is after an incredible Grand Prix.
A great display of dominance today, Crofty, by this driver. They led from lights out to the flag at the end, led every lap of the race. Brilliant stuff by them, and excited to see what more they can do in future races.
Our winning drivers are on their way to the podium right now. It's been a fantastic race for McLaren, that's for sure. And no doubt, they'll be celebrating tonight.
It's a great day for us. Unfortunately, it's just another lost opportunity. Upgrades-wise, we're not really doing too much because I actually just don't have many R&D points, basically. The upgrades we're now coming to are all quite expensive. They're like 700, 800 R&D points. Of course, we spent a load of adapting the aero parts because last episode we found out and confirmed there will be an aero regulation change. So we spent quite a few R&D points there. We're now shifting focus back to upgrades, but with only 4 rounds to go, that might not actually be too many, just because the ones we're at now actually cost quite a bit, so they will take time to actually bring in. But we do make some minor improvements to keep pace, at least with Mercedes, as Ferrari continue their upward trajectory, and they're nearly matching Red Bull on the R&D chart. So just like last episode, we saw Ferrari right up there. They might be there again, and that's just another obstacle for myself and Lando to try and get around in this fight versus Red Bull for the constructors and for his driver's title fight.
It's a Saturday showdown. Anyone fancy some hot laps around Interlagos? It's qualifying day here for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix.
It's double the action today. It is indeed a sprint round for the Brazilian Grand Prix. We have one more sprint to go later on at the Qatar GP after Las Vegas, which is the next episode after this one. But we're now getting into SQ3 as usual, not boring you with the details of SQ1, SQ2, because all that matters is that we got through into the top 10 shootout. Lando as well, and of course Verstappen's through. That was never really in doubt. The man has been bulletproof, consistent. You know, he hasn't won a race since the Dutch Grand Prix, I want to point out, whereas myself and Lando have won different races since then, and he's still leading the championship by a decent margin, just showing how tough of a task it is. But it really now seems more apparent in this race compared to Mexico that we're maybe lacking a bit of pace compared to Red Bull, Ferrari, and very level pegging with Mercedes, because we end the session in a checkerboard with the Silver Arrows. Lando down in 7th place, we're 5th place. It's tough for him. It's tough for him, you know, from 7th to 2nd. That's not ideal. I know it's the sprint, but that's still not ideal. And clearly Ferrari are actually genuinely quick. Like, so that's going to be a problem for even the team as well. You know, in our constructors fight, you know, it's actually quite close still in the constructors. So this will be a bit of a concern of Ferrari taking the big points away. I guess in a way also it helps if they take points away from Verstappen himself, but yeah, we definitely need maybe 1 or 2 upgrades if we can help it towards the end of the season. We're going to have to see. But for now, we've got to get on with it. It was overcast conditions for the sprint quali, but for the actual sprint, it's very, very sunny. And we're getting ready to go to 5 red lights for the sprint here in Sao Paulo. Lights out, and away we go. It's a slow one for us. It's a good one for Verstappen, who might even take the lead of this sprint into turn 1. Perez comes in with a kamikaze dive, and he spun us round. I cannot believe it. Perez again. And it's a red flag as Hamilton drove into us as we spun it round, trying to catch the car, but Perez came in with so much venom, it was quite hard to actually even know what to do at the moment. I just saw it in the split second of my mirrors, and the proximity arrow darting from the right of us to the left of us. Look at this. He just decides to lunge it. Like, what? First the swipe across at Kota, and now this. I've never actually seen an AI driver this aggy and making this many aggy moves. It's incredible. Literally some F1 terrorism going on in turn 1. Red flag means we do reset. We can change that front wing that got damaged. Now the grid order will be slightly different, and Verstappen is going to be on the sprint pole as we get going once again to another set of 5 red lights. It's now very overcast, lights out, and we're underway for the second time for this sprint. Rain may be on the way, so we're going to get very close to Perez. I'm actually being a little bit aggressive on purpose, trying to let it be known how freaking annoyed I was at that entire situation on lap 1. Bit of contact with Perez, a warning, but you know, apologies. Just had to let it be known how I felt about that entire thing. But Verstappen leads the way, Russell second, and little bit of debris coming off. I think that's from the floor, really, of all the cars skidding as we have to go a little bit defensive on Hülkenberg. But now looking to make an overtake on Hamilton, who is harvesting a lot of energy there. You can see by the flashing rain light as we try and go around the outside. But to be fair to Hamilton, he defends really well, actually, to the inside there. I thought I would have got a real good run around the outside, but no. And meanwhile, at the front, the other Silver Arrow is attacking Verstappen. Russell v Verstappen. This is always an exciting one, and Verstappen has to settle for second place. There's a consistent amount of carbon fibre being shed from the bottom of these cars as we're all skidding along on the curbs going up into Sector 2, as we now have a little cheeky send on Hamilton and get up into P6. Lando ahead of us in P5. Not much progress being made there with the 2 Ferraris ahead of him in kind of, you know, formation. I don't think they'll be letting anyone by, really, as Verstappen does get let by Russell, as those two are probably going to be swapping with DRS every single lap. No, actually, my mistake. Annoyingly, Verstappen's actually getting away now. Look at him go in the distance. He's already probably broken DRS now, frustratingly for Lando's sake, for my sake, because now Russell is fighting the Ferraris. It's all getting getting a little bit heated. Yellow flags in this sector because there's a car on the mini-map you can see that's retired. I believe that's Daniel Ricciardo. As we remain in 6th place, just playing the patient game. You can see on the bottom right, I'm really saving a lot of battery because I want to use it for the run up the hill. I'm giving also Lando a first opportunity to make a move potentially, but it doesn't look like he's really up for it. Maybe a little bit demotivated from the poor qualifying. So I think up this next hill, you know, you look at the yellow bar, we've got so much battery to use, so we can use overtake mode, get amongst it, and try and score some higher points for the Oh my God, really? Really? Oh wow, what a miserable day. What a miserable sprint day. We cake the grid with smoke in Sector 3, and our engine's gone. Our engine's gone. Oh, right, okay. Well, the sprint was pretty useless up to that point, I'm not going to lie, especially for us. Already losing ground to Verstappen, who was in P1, but now, well, I get to end it early, I guess, and just get on with the actual race weekend of the proper quali and the proper race where it really matters. God, I'm really sounding like Max Verstappen. Really well and truly with these. To be honest, yeah, I get it now. For the experiences I've had in the sprint so far in this game, it is quite pointless. Verstappen wins the sprint. Lando finishes P6. He got overtaken by Hamilton, so he loses 5 points in the championship. Oh, brother. Oh, I think the tide is really turning and it's really coming in Verstappen's favour. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we're going to try our best. At this point, I guess we just switch focus to the Constructors fight. Make sure we win it for McLaren, because that would surely irk Red Bull. You know, yes, Verstappen might win the championship. The money, the prize pool's in the Constructors. So still trying to do the best job we can out there every single quali and every single race. But unless the engine blows up, of course, which we're going to try and put behind us. And well, right now the pace isn't looking electric. It's looking a bit dog, to be honest. The pace is P8 at the moment. I don't know where Lando is. He's at least higher than P6, but for us, I don't know what we can really achieve here, because it's been a very marginal gain on this second flying lap. So maybe just others getting even quicker than what they did, after the sprint, just getting even more dialed into the circuit. Obviously, I got less laps in the sprint because of my engine failure, and it's only P7. I say only P7. It's still okay, but of course to what we've been used to, from pole position in Mexico to P7. The only silver lining is Lando's actually pulled it out of the bag. Fair play. He's pulled it out of the bag after a disappointing sprint race where he lost 5 points in the championship to Verstappen. He is qualified on the front row alongside Leclerc, has the opportunity to maybe go for P1 early doors, but Verstappen is there, but at least he's ahead of him and he's on the front row. That's decent. We need to try and catch up to maybe help him out in that fight, and obviously just hopefully enjoy the Brazilian Grand Prix a little bit, because we didn't even get that much racing action going in the sprint with the red flag and then the engine failure, so we haven't turned many laps around Sao Paulo, so hoping to do so in the full Grand Prix. Of course, though, we've got the likes of Sergio Perez right near us, so that could get quite frosty. Let's go to the grid.
Welcome along then to where heroes and history are made. It's where the 2008 title was decided in the very final corner. And just 1 year later, Jenson Button stormed through from 14th on the grid to claim his one and only Drivers' Championship. It's time then for the Sao Paulo Grand Prix. It's an unusual anti-clockwise race here at Interlagos, where the Sao Paulo locals are packed into the grandstands at each of the 15 corners around this classic 2.7-mile circuit. Two very fast sections bookend the famous and highly technical Sector 2, where getting a good run out of Junsao into one of the two DRS zones will be key to any overtaking prospects today. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. A fantastic effort from Charles Leclerc yesterday, and it's put him on pole, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Verstappen, Russell, Sainz, Perez, a McLaren, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Albon, Gasly, Bottas, Magnussen, Hamilton, Sargent, Tsunoda, Ricciardo, Joe, Ocon, and Nico Hülkenberg rounds off the grid. And now it's time to head down to the track. And alongside me, a man, well, What more can I say? But he's a legend. Anthony Davidson. I know what we've got to do before the start of today's race, but what about our driver? What do the final hours look like for them?
Well, for them, you've got your pre-race rituals that you go through. You see different drivers that, some have got their headphones on, they're listening to the music. Some drivers really absorb the energy from the crowd and they're there waving to them. Other drivers, they go within themselves. They chat to their engineers, absorbing that information, that vital information that you need to carry you through the race. And, those pre-race rituals are essential to making things systematic. We do a lot of Grand Prix in a season, and the more systematic you can be, the easier you are within that environment.
Well, I'm hoping there's a little bit more race pace in the car, although to be fair, I didn't even really see the opportunity to see what the pace was like in the sprint. And I was actually saving quite a decent amount of battery in the traffic, before the engine failure. So I actually am quite quietly confident that we actually can go quite well if we, strategically save battery at the right point of the laps. And obviously Lando putting it on the front row shows there is some genuine pace there in these different maybe conditions to sprint quali in the sprint. It's a little bit less overcast today, a bit more sunny. Let's go to 5 red lights for the full Brazilian Grand Prix. Lights out and away we go. It's a good start for us versus Sergio Perez, this time hoping that he doesn't make a dive. We're going to cover him off, in fact, to the inside to block off that opportunity. Fernando Alonso has a little snap at the heel as we get right up close and personal with Carlos Sainz's rear end and rear wing of the Ferrari. Russell P4 ahead, made the overtake, got ahead and stayed in it ahead as we make the move on the Spaniard on the outside. Very close stuff on the left-hand side, nearly banging tyres. He's still there technically on the left, so we're having to use battery all the way till the next right-hander up the hill to finish that move off. But it's Leclerc that leads the way then from pole position. Lando second place, Verstappen third. So it's not the overtake I was hoping for his sake into P1, but he's not lost a position. He's ahead of Max and, Leclerc, to be fair, looks like he's pulling away just a bit already on lap 1. So that's maybe a little bit worrying about what the Ferrari pace is like, but we are ahead of a Ferrari, so they're not invincible. Let's see how this goes. It's a long way to go, 35 laps ahead of us, and knock on wood that myself and Lando can see every one of those 35 laps to come. As we now maybe size up a move on Russell, using quite a fair bit of battery all the way into the brake zone for turn 1, just because I realised that he was harvesting quite a fair bit into that corner. Hamilton was doing the same in the sprint, so I think the meta for us is going to be overusing battery on this straight right up until turn 1, and that might be the way we get some moves done today as we set the fast lap of the Grand Prix, and we're pressurising Verstappen now on the outside through the Senna S. On the inside, Verstappen does give us the room, to be fair, and we do get the elbow out to try and squeeze him, but he's now got the run. He's the one behind with the slipstream. Where is he going to go? Where are we going to go to try and defend this? We go to the inside. Oh, Verstappen with a very twitchy rear end and aggressive as ever, trying to dance the car round on the outside. He's got his nose just there in the mirror, you can see, but we're going to slam the door shut and hope that he wasn't going to keep his nose in there. He doesn't, and we're up to third place. But yeah, that strategy of using all the battery pretty much in this area of the circuit is working well, and maybe Lando has taken a leaf out of my book. Maybe his race engineer has seen what I've done and has told him to get the hurry up in this part of the lap, because this is where it seems we are strongest as a car with the battery use. Ferrari seem to be much better in the corners in the heart of Sector 2, so if we can get the move done here, well, you're in good stead for at least the rest of the lap. But he's made the overtake, but Leclerc is going to keep up with him obviously through this sector, and will have his own chance to save battery. But we're closing up, on the Ferrari all of a sudden. Lando P1, we're third place. If I make this move, this could be McLaren 1-2. Things will be looking much better compared to how they were in the sprint itself, and even qualifying for myself as Leclerc gets past Lando as I say that, so that's been squashed immediately. But we're playing the patient game. He's been overtaken, but I think he'll re-overtake him, he will, ahead, and we're just keeping it calm. We're not, going to put too much pressure on Lando yet. If he can't make the move in a couple of laps' time, then we'll get the hurry up. And to be honest, my engineer is giving me the hurry up. He thinks I need to overtake Lando immediately or pretty damn soon. So he agrees within 5 laps, you know, we need to get past him apparently. So I'll give him the benefit of the doubt right now to try and get past Leclerc. If he can't do it, we'll have a go and see if we can maybe help him to get through on his own into second place if he were to get first. But right now he's on the inside. Very close stuff between the Brit and the man from Monaco on the left-hand side. Could we make it 3 wide here as we go for the left-hand side? DRS open. It will be 3 wide momentarily, and both of us McLarens go either side of the Ferrari. That was fantastic. Lando, though, has the much better turn in, and very late on the brakes he was, and he gets into first place. We're in second, though, and Verstappen, for a moment there, was in third, but Leclerc has actually done well on the exit of that section to re-overtake him for third place. Leclerc will have a go at us, though, and come back at us with DRS aided. We're harvesting a bit of battery. We go defensive to the inside. Leclerc, oh! Leclerc comes in a bit late with his move there, and I think he's actually broken a bit of his front wing. Now, I've not actually got a warning for collision. The FI don't think I've done anything wrong, but I think he's definitely broken his wing. Let's see a replay and see what it looked like from his POV. So we're on the racing line. We go to the inside, and what? He just accelerates into me. He's actually really misjudged that very badly, Leclerc. You know, we did nothing wrong, you know, last minute going for the defense, but making one move and not going too erratically about it. And Leclerc misjudges his acceleration into the apex and hits us. I'm sure some of you will disagree with that, but he did accelerate. You know, he was slowing down and then accelerated into my rear tyre. And to be fair, it's not a good thing for us because he's now let past Verstappen. Verstappen's third place. I'd actually rather have Leclerc been there in third with a front wing intact, because he would have been at least blocking Verstappen, who's up into a podium spot and is now looking to try and chase after us in clean air. Virtual safety car for Fernando Alonso being out, and we're going to try our best to time this well just so we can maximize the restart. You know, we got up to about 2.1, back down to 1.9. Let's see if we can try and work as a team maybe and grow that gap, because lap 12 we've got DRS. We're within 1 second, and at this point there's no way I can't not make an overtake on Lando, basically. Otherwise, I'll be slowing myself up quite a fair bit. We go very tight to the racing line because Lando does not want to give up that position, but we have the overwhelming speed at that point of the circuit with DRS, and the gap is now 1.4 to Verstappen. The gap is coming down rapidly to the Dutchman, so he is closing in, giving pressure. Lando repasses us fair and square with DRS. We don't put up too much of a fight, just in the same way he didn't put up too much of a fight on us. Obviously, we're, you know, just being very respectful about the swaps, but with the gap being 1.2, and sooner rather than later, lap 15 actually, he'll be within 1 second. We've completely lost touch of Lando now, but we're peeling to the pits because our mediums are feeling a bit second-hand. So Verstappen was gaining on us, but I also lost DRS to Lando in all of that, and that was also a bigger factor to why Verstappen was able to close up to us. But he's now having to defend Russell, who's really going for it for the Dutchman now, so maybe Russell can hinder the Red Bull car as we make our stop onto hard tyres. Good pit stop, 2.4, not too bad. Russell on the outside, could the Mercedes get up into what will be P2 on the road? No, Verstappen remains there. Meanwhile, Sainz does get the move done on Sergio Perez to get up into P4, but we are now out on the hard tyres looking to make the most of the undercut, but annoyingly, we've got a massive train of cars. This is not ideal. We need to get past these guys as soon as possible. So using a bit of battery to try and drag past Sonoda, but the Visa Cash App RB, not too bad in a straight line there, but now big dive on the kick Sauber. A little bit deep into the corner, but we still made the overtake, which is all that matters really. And now we've got a three-way battle between Sargent, Hulkenberg and Ricciardo, I think. And can we go on the left-hand side and do a 3-for-1? Yes, we can. It's a triple overtake. Very, very good stuff. That is what we need today to make the use of this hard compound tyre in this pocket of clean air now. And here's a replay though. Look at this. Smooth as you want on the inside. 3-in-1. Thank you very much. But lap 18, Lando now has made his pit stop. You can see we are only 2.2 seconds behind him. So in that undercut, we basically gained 2.8 seconds kind of to the leader, which is Lando, obviously. We were 5 seconds behind him in the pit stop phase, so the undercut has worked considerably well to reduce that gap by half to the leader, our teammate. And Russell now, having actually made a later pit stop, is coming out ahead of Verstappen. So Russell has actually made the overcut work there, unless I'm mistaken, and maybe Russell was already ahead of Verstappen before the pit stop, so maybe we just missed the overtake somewhere. But Russell ahead of Verstappen, then Verstappen in P4, having to now re-engage with the Brit, the Silver Arrow, and he's actually gone and overtaken him by lap 20, but we've missed the overtake, but it won't matter, because Russell will now come back for the repass. These guys seemingly have been swapping left, right, and centre every single lap near enough, to the point where now Sainz is involved. Ferrari v Red Bull v Mercedes. Great to see 3 different teams scrapping here for the last podium spot. Sainz going for the aggressive move to the inside, and all of a sudden Verstappen is not down just 1 place, he's down 2. He's down to 5th place on lap 21. That is now looking much better in terms of, you know, forget this sprint. After a DNF in Mexico, Lando needs this. A P1. If Max stays in P5, that's a decent chunk of points to come back. Obviously, the sprint does negate 5 points there, but that's even more of a reason to need a result like this. Sainz and Russell swapping positions. Hopefully, for Lando's sake, they don't swap enough where Verstappen can close up. But right now, in McLaren's world, it's a 1-2, loving life, and we're just chilling and just controlling our pace, really, as we see Verstappen going maybe for the double pass. He wanted to. I felt that he wanted to make that dive on Russell, but instead he has to still fight Sainz on the exit, and the Spaniard does really well to get back down the inside to get up into P4 once again. And now all of a sudden Sergio Perez closing up to his teammate. Meanwhile, behind it's Hamilton, Albon, Gasly, the top 10, Magnussen in there as well, sorry, and Leclerc with that broken front wing, which Ferrari have not changed. He's down in P16. What are they doing? What are Ferrari playing at? Lap 34 now, and it's overcast, and like in the sprint, rain actually threatening at the end of this race. And unlike the sprint, we have enough laps and time for it to actually start raining. You can see the droplets on the halo and the top of the chassis, so it might be a bit of a slippery affair because there's no point pitting. But you can see it's raining so hard that it's actually settling on the camera, on the T-cam on board, and it is getting a bit slidey out there as we go on to the last lap of the Grand Prix. But we've just been taking it easy, not wanting to spin it in these damp conditions, and it has meant that Sainz is closing the gap. It used to be about 6 seconds. It's now 4.7. As you can see, I'm having to take it very cautiously, and the rear end is having a bit of a snap here and there as there are some damp patches, and going this cautious has meant that Lando's also grown his gap to 10 seconds, but it's no matter. We were, you know, accepting of our second place. I didn't actually just have any pace to catch Lando, to be fair, even if I wanted to. The 10 seconds just come from 5 seconds because of the damp conditions, just slowing up and making sure we don't make a mistake. But he has been the man of the hour, despite maybe seemingly struggles over 1 lap in the sprint. Quali, in the sprint itself, he pulled out the bag in the full qualifying for the front row, and in the race, come clean air, he has been dominating out here. We are just tiptoeing round. The gap is nearly down to 4 seconds. That's how slow we're going. So if this continued on, this would have been a real spicy end to the race, but it's the last lap of the Grand Prix, and we're going to secure another 1-2 for McLaren. It's our 3rd one, I believe, as a partnership, and it's a very important win for Lando Norris in his title fight.
Oh, fucking awesome job, boys. And girls, thank you so much.
For us, it's 2nd place. We actually did it. We matched the pattern, the checkerboard of results. Ever since Baku with the engine failure, it has been 1st, 2nd, 1st, 2nd today at the Brazilian Grand Prix. We are in some touch of form, and it's a great finish for the entire team.
A great race then, very much as we've come to expect, and a fantastic victory here at Interlagos.
That's another win notched up for my teammate. It's one he really needed, to be honest, after the engine failure in Mexico. Even more so, the sprint losing 5 points. The gap is 19 points. It still seems a little bit out of reach.
Speed is the order of the day here. The faster the lap, the higher your starting position. The drivers are ready, and they'll need to be in the zone here for qualifying. Welcome along.
I'm expecting a very strong qualifying here today from Ferrari, but I'm hoping we can do well. You know, other circuits that have needed a lot of straight line speed, Monza, Spa, we've gone well at. You know, the compromise we've done in the setup has been good, and it's going to be the same thing here. I feel like we've compromised quite well with quite a low rear wing, but having a front wing that's high enough to still get that turn in. On the second flying lap, we're finally going to find a bit more of that pace I'm looking for to get up into P9. I mean, I say pace, it's only P9. It will be P12 by the end of it. And we're actually a second off Leclerc, actually, so just ignore what I've just said. But no, I actually think there is more pace to find. I think it's a lot like Baku, where remember in Baku Q1, my first lap was horrendous. Second lap was much better. And then by Q2, we were really getting into it. Obviously, Q2 ended, actually, again, that's a really bad example. Q2 ended horrendously for Baku. What I'm trying to say is, it was like Azerbaijan Q1 where the first lap I was just way too timid and I had to find the limit, whereas now here Q2 I think I have found the limit. Sector 1, we actually are the quickest in Sector 1 in this set, or we will end up being the quickest in Sector 1 in this session. Sector 2 about quite equally matched with Ferrari, and then Sector 3 basically where the long straight is and a lot of batteries used. Ferrari are super strong, alluding to either, you know, great drag reduction, great battery, great engine power, whatever. Ferrari are really great in that last sector, but look at this, 0.078 between the top three, but it's a 1-2 for Ferrari. They genuinely look really good, but we're up there. We're up there. I'm finding so much time in Sector 1 that's negating the loss in Sector 3. I don't think the same can be said of Lando, who's down in P7. Once again, maybe not pulling it out of the bag in quali when he needs to, being behind Verstappen there, but it doesn't matter what happens in this session. It's all about the next one, the top 10 shootout. But cool to see Tsunoda up there, Albon as well, and the Williams as well. So Williams and Visa Cash Up RB featuring in the top 10. What can they do? Right now, Albon, provisional P6. So I don't know if he's... Well, no, he has set a time because he's got a time there that I'm compared to. So Albon legitimately at the moment is ahead of Russell. And I kind of hope for Lando's sake he's not set a lap time, but we're going to see. I've not gone out yet. This is my first lap. We're a little bit out of sync of everyone, but it meant that I've got a clear track ahead of me. Don't really know what this is going to be right now because it's very hard to tell when you've not set any sectors. It's just green for now, but we take plenty of curb through the final few corners, really committed. We've used a lot of battery. We're going to use it all the way to the end, pretty much 1%, and then we're dabbing the overtake button to try and boost it. And we're up to P4. We've beaten both Red Bulls right now, and Red Bull on the back foot. They're down in P5 with Verstappen, Perez P6, Hamilton's up there, splitting the two Ferraris, I assume, but Lando's lap time was genuine. He is below the two Red Bulls. Oh, that's a bad error. That's a bad error. In the first sector, where we were much quicker than anyone, I went way too late on the brakes. I was trying to find more time in Sector 1, but oh my days, it didn't matter. It didn't matter. I was never going to find 7/10 of a second to Carlos Sainz. Bloody hell. Him and Leclerc's only 1/10 off him, so, and they both got a 4/10 gap to Hamilton. So I was correct. Ferrari are in a world of their own here. But Hamilton's done really well, to be fair, as well. It's very, very tight, obviously, between myself, Max, and Russell, and Lando, to be honest. Lando just needed to find 1/10, and he could have been up here on the second row, to be honest. So that will be a little bit of a missed opportunity. But you know what? Going into this race weekend, I was a bit concerned that I may not have an entirely fresh engine for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix and even Qatar as well. You can see there are a few components that are fine, but my energy store And my internal combustion engine, well, my energy store, I'm on the only one that's not yellow or red, and that's at 45%, so that's going to wear out. And my ICE, 38%, it's not that bad, but because I really do want to take a penalty for the energy store, because we're on the last one, and it's going to be in yellow at the end of this race, because we're taking a penalty for that, and breaking part firme, I believe, we may as well take a penalty for the ICE, basically. To be fair, technically, we may as well take a whole set of engine columns, but we don't need to. We'll just take these two, and then that should see us through to the end of the season. But this is a good place to take penalties. Long main straight, you can overtake, and yeah, Ferrari may look in a world of their own, but apart from that, we've got some good pace, so this is a good place to take it. So let's go to the grid. It's going to be a race of making up positions, and I hope for Lando's sake he can make up a couple of positions off the bat on the race start to get ahead of Verstappen early on in the race.
Tickets for this one sold out in a matter of seconds, some for as much as $1 million. There's a massive interest in Formula One in the United States, so it's no surprise we have a third race in America. Welcome to the Las Vegas Grand Prix. 17 corners, 3 straights, 2 DRS zones, and the glitz and glamour of Las Vegas as we race around the 3.8 miles of Sin City. The strip has been taken over to become a straight tonight, commanding top speeds of around 212 miles an hour. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Charles Leclerc lines up on pole position and a McLaren alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Verstappen, Perez, Albon, Stroll, Gasly, Hamilton, Ocon, Sainz, Russell, Norris, Bottas, Sargent, Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, Ricciardo, Joe, Hülkenberg, and Kevin Magnussen fills the last spot on the grid. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. And alongside me today, a man who I'm always pleased to see join me in the commentary box, Anthony Davidson. Now, sadly, things didn't work out for them last time. It was a bad race. Question is, though, can they recover today?
Yes, they can, Crofty. You've got to put it behind you. Whatever happened last time, I was always told as a driver, park it, forget about it. Obviously, feel the pain when it happens, but then you can't dwell on it and carry that through to the next race. So put it behind you and just crack on with this race coming your way now.
So, I was expecting to be at the back of the grid. I'm sure you were as well. And if you watch the grid sequence and you look at the dashboard on the wheel, I've actually gained positions up to P2 because my penalties have just not applied, apparently. After all of that, Lando has actually taken penalties and they have applied, so he's down in P12. Verstappen's gained because Sainz also took penalties, Hamilton as well. Everyone apart from me had their penalties applied. It even said right there, 22 place penalty. So I should be right at the back of the grid, and yet I'm on the front row now. Alongside Leclerc. That is very puzzling. I should be back here. I've actually put myself back at the back of the grid of the formation lap. And I should be back here, warming the tyres up, getting ready to slot in very early on this, well, not even main straight, main kink onto the straight. And instead, I'm going to have to, well, now all very awkwardly drive past all these people that must be thinking, what on earth is going on here? How much is this man paid the FIA to cook the books, to cook the penalty inspection, because we line up on the front row as we go to 5 red lights to the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Leclerc on pole, lights out, and away we go. But the guilt is setting in that we should be at the back. I feel bad that that we're not. This is just some sort of glitch with the game where it's not applied my penalty as Albon overtakes Verstappen, at the start here. I let Perez by because I'm going to be a good Samaritan. I'm going to be a good Samaritan, and I'm putting my hands up. The game's broken. It's glitched. This shouldn't be happening. I should be at the back. So I'm letting myself go all the way to the back. This is where I should be. because I did take these penalties. Like, I'm not just going to take these free engine penalties, these free engine components, and that's that, because obviously, you know, the game's broken before earlier in the season, and we've just gotten on with it. But this is a glitch that really is advantageous to me, whereas the other glitches hampered me. And in a weird kind of maniacal way, I don't mind if a glitch hampers me, I'll just deal with it. But when it gives me a massive advantage, it feels very wrong to kind of just take advantage of it in terms of the, you know, giving ourselves a challenge in this career, etc., and pushing it to the limit. So yeah, we've gone to the back of the grid. We've already made 2 overtakes, to be fair, on Magnussen and Zhou Guanyu, as we're much quicker than these cars. Meanwhile, up at the sharp end, Perez attacking Leclerc, and because we've gone down the order, Albon is up to 3rd in the Williams. Crazy stuff. He legitimately overtook Verstappen in the first sector, and now he's in 3rd place. Obviously early doors, but you know, I mean, just a great start, great start from Albon. And obviously the opposite for us now, having gone down the order, but now we're trying to cut our way through and get back in, and DRS being activated lap 2 is going to help us as we just about overtake Hulkenberg with a slight love tap, because I was pretty much pushing him through into turn 1, but we've got the move done up to P17 now, closing up to Rick Bobby in the Visa Cash App RB overtake mode, down to hot lap and sizing up the dive, and this would be a very Ricciardo-esque dive bomb on the man himself up into P16. Sector 1, I've got a lot of confidence in the car. That's where we've been quickest the entire weekend. On the back straight, we're not doing too bad, you know. I've kind of sussed out, if I go overtake mode up until about 7th gear, then go hot lap, it just gives us enough oomph, and then go none early enough to harvest. And then obviously into these large brake zones, it's just a case of trying to be as brave as you can on the brakes, and we are very brave versus the other Visa Cash App RB as we overtake Tsunoda up into P14. So making slow but steady progress. You know, we're only 3 positions off Lando, which is a bit concerning. He is not making as many overtakes as I hoped. Meanwhile, on lap 3, Perez leading now. Leclerc's down to 3rd. Hang on a minute. Albon 2nd. Albon going for the move for the lead of the race in the Williams. This is unbelievable. He's side by side with Perez. He might just be into the lead there. Meanwhile, we overtake Valtteri Bottas just before we get to the sphere section, which, by the way, if you haven't noticed, by now is actually lit up in that very funny yellow emoji that they did in real life. They've added that to F1 24 as we go back on board Perez, and Albon's leading. Albon is leading this race in a Williams. What is going on? And this is legitimate. Like, he's just leading. Like, he's made the passes. He's got into P1 fair and square. What a man. Meanwhile, his teammate, Logan Sargent, P13. And he's going to spit. Oh, my God. The duality of the Williams lineup there. One of them's leading, battling for first, and the other one has just span it all on his own. Speaking of teammates, we've caught up to our teammate, Lando Norris, who's caught up in this train in P11, and he's not really making headway, so we're going to overtake him and try and see if we can slice through. I mean, I would love to try and help him out, but it's lap 3 of the entire race. It's a bit too early to try and maybe encourage him to make some of these overtakes and try and maybe, you know, do a bit of teamwork basically by overtaking and then defending hard against people. So we're just going to try and maximize our result for now and leave him to his own devices. You know, he needs to buck up. If he wants to actually try and close up further to Verstappen in the championship, he needs to be this aggressive like I'm being with that overtake on Stroll. Yes, a little bit wayward on the rear, but we're pushing the limits of the car and the circuit as we now get down the inside of Russell. And genuinely, this actually might be the best the car has ever felt. Like, these overtakes have felt quite easy for me to make. Like, I've sized them up. The car's stable in the corners. This is probably the best the car's ever felt. Meanwhile, Perez not liking the feeling of the Red Bull as he locks up, and he's gone from fighting for first place down to P6 now. It's Leclerc in the lead, Verstappen second, Albon third. So maybe the dream is over for Albon down in 3rd place. Usual business of Leclerc v Verstappen for 1 and 2 as we try and make a double pass. We slice through Sainz and knock-on. They're either side of me. We're going to try and float it in as we've got yellow flags ahead. And it's, I think it's for Leclerc. I think it's for the leader. It's for the Ferrari. Ferrari were looking unbelievably quick this race weekend. And from, I think the lead of the race, that is Leclerc's DNF. That is unbelievably painful, but hey, you know what, Leclerc, join the club. Join the club. You haven't DNF'd out of the race from the lead on the last few laps under safety car though, mate. That is even more pain, trust me. As we focus back on the race leader, Alexander Albon, look at this. He's going for a move for the lead again. He's legitimately actually scrapping these top guys. He has pace. Williams have pace. I mean, okay, not all of Williams, but Albon has pace as we go down the inside of Perez now. So we were right next to him on lap 1, and now we've overtaken him, having come from the back of the grid. It's only lap 6, and we're up to P5. We are flying in this one. I think we could probably still win this race, potentially. We might have to fight Albon for it, but I think we could win this one. Right now, Verstappen leads the way, so if we were to go on to fight for the win, it would be very useful for Lando, at least to not be a crushing blow, because looking at the minimap, he's still there in P11. He's not making any progress as we overtake Pierre Gasly in the Alpine. We'll both got DRS, but we'll cut across him in the racing line. Meanwhile, Albon's just overtaken Verstappen to get back in the lead. Hamilton has made contact with Verstappen. Verstappen pinched Hamilton in, and all of a sudden, we're third place. All of a sudden, we're fighting Verstappen for P2. What is going on in this race? What is going on? I'm actually puzzled. What's going on? How and why are we so rapid around here? Like, Ferrari were dominating, and now Sainz is P8, Leclerc's out, Albon's leading, and I've been able to go from last place up to second maybe in 7 laps. Something is a little bit afoot here in Las Vegas. It feels like a little bit, but I haven't changed any settings. We haven't changed any settings from quali to the race or anything like that. Yeah, very, I mean, obviously the race glitched with me not getting the penalties in the first place, so I don't know if that's playing a factor into it or what. I'm not too sure, but this has come very calmly to me up to second place. We are having to defend Verstappen now. We had a really good ding-dong battle with him, but unfortunately that's actually broken the DRS for Albon. Us having to, Verstappen fighting us so hard has neither helped him or us, because Albon's now 2 seconds ahead. That Williams has got some real legs on it, you know. I mean, is that the Williams car from our F1 Manager 23 series or what? As now Hamilton and Verstappen are going to try and overtake us. They're going to go either side of us. I'm getting out of that. I'm getting out of that as they make contact. It's classic Hamilton v Verstappen stuff as they make contact yet again into that corner. They did it the last time. That's how we overtook Hamilton in the first place. But now, can we try and get the move done on Verstappen as we try and get a bit of a toe from Lewis? Lewis might even block us in, though, into turn 1. He is going to box us in into turn 1, but we'll get the elbow out to at least make the move on the Red Bull. But Albon nearly now going to be 3 seconds ahead. He is now over 3 seconds ahead in the lead. And also, to be fair, let's talk about Gasly, P5. What's going on? We've got an Alpine in the top 5. They've been abysmal all season. Albon's leading. Something is up with this race right now. Something is going a bit berserk. But I'm not complaining right now because we're P2. But yeah, there is a bit of confusion for me with the pace of some of these teams and these drivers as we're coming in for an earlier pit stop, because I could just see the writing on the wall. We were just being overtaken, repassed, and we were passing Verstappen and Hamilton left, right and centre. So let's do what we've done before and pit a bit earlier onto the hards, get that undercut going. The gap was what? I think 4 seconds to Albon, I reckon. You know, completely clean air. You know, we have a much quicker car than Williams, so we might be able to bring that gap down with this undercut, and then we could be laughing. Then we could be fighting for the race win, but we're driving into a yellow sector. It's green again. Oh, no. You're joking me. You are... And it's Verstappen. Was that Verstappen? Was that Verstappen who went down the order? I swear it's on the top left. That was Verstappen. it's a red flag after I've pit. I'm the only person who pit on that lap. So I already went down the order to last place. I've effectively just been pushed back down to last again. But, oh, it is Verstappen. Oh, my God. Drama. Drama in the title fight again. Verstappen locks up as he did in Baku. And he's caused the red flag. But he is down. He's going to be down in last place with me. So now, all of a sudden, Lando might actually gain some points on Verstappen in the championship. Who knows? But this has screwed us over. We just pit for hards, and now everyone's going to get a free pit stop for hard tyres. And the only difference is I'm now at the back again. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Well, I mean, we did go from last place to second in 7 laps, so I do back us to recover again. But I don't know, maybe on hard tyres it might be a different story. But yeah, look at this. We're in last place because Leclerc's out of the race. We're last place. Verstappen's second last as we get going for lap number 13 off the 5 red lights for the second time in Las Vegas. Verstappen's actually pretty damn punchy. Verstappen's overtaking up to P14. You know what? Verstappen doing that maybe just shows, actually, you know what, maybe this circuit on this game, when you have overwhelming pace, it's just calm to cut through the traffic, because Verstappen's actually legit up to P14 from 18th place. That is, for a game that we know has been very train heavy, and AI don't actually make too many overtakes on each other, that's pretty damn aggressive. That's pretty damn great progress for an AI driver to make. So I think, you know what, maybe it's just the circuit. Maybe legit the circuit is just that inviting to make moves and to make overtakes happen. So myself and Verstappen in tandem here, P14-15, but we're going to try and change that. We're going to try and overtake Verstappen and try and make our own progress here and go further than him as we make the move on 1 and 2 Red Bull family drivers up to P13. Verstappen now will be held up, I'm hoping, by Ricciardo, but probably not. But we're ahead of Verstappen at least, and that's something for us. But, oh my God, Lando's still P11. Are you joking me? After all of this, he's not made any progress and any use of Verstappen being down there, causing that red flag. As we make the move on Bottas, it's deja vu. We tuck up behind Lando in this part of the lap. He's P11, we're P12. And also, I want to point out, by the way, look at the mini-map. Albon, on his own accord, even with the red flag, that obviously bunched up the grid again and, you know, obviously reset the grid to 5 red lights, he's already pushed away from everyone. So Albon has legitimately got some insane... He's 5 seconds ahead! He's 5 seconds ahead. It's only been 2 laps. It's only been 2 laps, and the Williams is 5 seconds ahead of second place, who is Hamilton and Sainz. Squab. Oh, it's 3 abreast between Hamilton, Sainz, and Gasly, actually. Hang on a minute. That was an incredible fight. Alpine fighting Ferrari and Mercedes for P2. Something is in the coding. Something is in the water today. But we've made a move on Hulkenberg whilst I've been on about that. Lando, thankfully, has followed me through, so we're now P10, P11, but we've still got quite a few cars to go. But look at this big train, and then you've got Albon chilling 6 seconds ahead of this entire train. Unreal, as we let Lando by, kind of, by going medium on the ERS, because now that we are into the last 9 laps of this race, I said on lap 3, it's a bit early to work as a team. Now, I'm fully backing let's work as a team, as there's a lock-up, a horrendous lock-up for, I think, Ocon, that is, in the Alpine ahead of us. And, oh, engine failure! Alonso, right in front of our eyes, out of the race. That's 1 free position. That's good. So we're now P9 in 10. And, yeah, I'm going to try my best to work with Lando as a team, as a unit. And, you know, whether that means swapping with DRS easily and then trying to overtake cars and, you know, squeeze them out in a way where we can hopefully get some overtakes done for both of us. That's the game plan. It might be a little bit on the, you know, on the line of what's fair, but we're not going to, you know, crash anyone out or anything like that, but we're just going to try and overtake people in a way where it's going to encourage Lando to make the overtake, because he looks so slow. I'm sorry. He looks so slow. He's taken engine penalties, but I legit think Lando's got a really worn engine right now, because I'm flying past him And that doesn't usually happen, as we overtake Stroll, and we've got the elbow out to get Lando by as well to P8. But cast your minds back to like Miami GP episode. He was flying past us like it was nothing. He was then pulling away from us, whereas here, you know, yes, I do admit I am definitely managing the ERS better in this race, but he looks slow. Like, he's not made a single overtake on his own accord. So I think he's got a problem with his engine. Even though he's taking penalties, I think he's got a worn engine or what. So we've re-overtaken him for P8 as we now are going to try and size up Hamilton for this double pass. He's going to be a very tough cookie to maybe try and overtake as we close up into turn 1, get right round the outside, maybe nip at the heels, and there's going to be space that opens up. We're aggressive as ever, punching through that right-hander. We've been so strong this entire weekend at this very corner, and now on the DRS straight, everyone with DRS open here. Lando actually going for a move on me, the little cheeky bugger, but we go for the move on Lewis. We squeeze him just enough to get ahead, and then we're going to just lift off and coast and let Lando by to get up into P7. Is it the fairest racing? Maybe not, but it's honest work. It's honest hard graft between teammates as we're now going to re-overtake Lando. We're on the second last lap of the Grand Prix and we're still doing a bit of teamwork. After this episode, I don't want to hear any criticism about me versus my teammates, okay? In later seasons, if I don't do my teammate a favour, I feel like I've done my teammate Lando enough favours for the entire series, like the entire next 100 episodes of this career series, because I am literally providing overtakes for this man as we see some squabbling going on still between Perez, Sainz and Russell for that second spot. Just behind is Gasly in the Alpine, but we've overtaken Ocon and let Lando by for P6, and now we get on to the last lap of the Grand Prix. Sainz in second place. Look at Albon though, 12.6 seconds ahead. If Lando's got engine issues, Albon definitely doesn't. He is flying in clean air as we once again overtake Lando for maybe the last time in this race and absolutely send it on Gasly. Absolutely aggressive as ever, and now Lando is open to overtake Gasly. Come on, mate, you've got to do this. Come on, one more overtake, get up to P6, and then you can get P5 at the end of the straight as Gasly is harvesting battery. I'm not too sure about Lando. It looks like he's harvesting as well. We're going to go to the racing line and invite Lando through for the double pass. It's a nice punchy move from Lando, which means it's going to be a 5-6 for McLaren. Meanwhile, though, Albon is a Formula 1 race winner. Williams have just won.
Wow. Well done, Alex. Really impressive drive. Great defending.
This is for all the hard work. Thank you.
And in the heart of the Nevada desert, they take the checkered flag to win the Las Vegas Grand Prix. They've hit the jackpot and will be celebrating long into the night.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
Williams have put in an incredible performance out on the track today. I'm so glad all the hard work of theirs has finally paid off.
It's a brand new winner in Formula 1. It's an underdog story. It's Williams winning again in F1. I can't believe it. And it's on merit. It's on merit. The red flag restart. Albon just bolted. Incredible. But for us, with the massive teamwork in order in the last few laps there at Las Vegas, we've got Lando some good points. And he's now only 10 points off Verstappen going into the final two races, and that includes Qatar with the sprint race. So technically 3 opportunities to score points, 2 Grand Prix, the sprint. It is officially game on.
It's all about flow and pace today, qualifying in Qatar. A high-speed test that will set the grid for tomorrow's race. So welcome along.
It definitely indeed is all about flow around this circuit. Corners, going into corners and rolling the car through many times over. This one's a tough one. You really have to concentrate, but it's a whirlwind of a lap. And in qualifying, on this game especially, I found, with how quick you can go through high-speed corners and really chuck the car around, a lot of fun in qualifying, and that's good news for us as we're into sprint qualifying 3 then, as per usual, not boring you with the details of SQ1 and SQ2. All that matters is we're here in the top 10, and this will be a bit of a rehearsal really for the full qualifying, but obviously we want to do well in the sprint just to maybe pick up some extra points, and in the end of it, it's a very, very decent showing. I mean, it's incredibly tight, 0.078 separating the top 3, and shock horror, it's the top 3 in the championship, just in a slightly different order of Lando Norris in P1 for the sprint pole, Verstappen second, we're third though. It's been like this for pretty much the whole second half of the season, you know, since we really started to get comfortable with the game, with the handling, with this car as well. It really just has been us 3 at the sharp end of Formula 1, and this sprint will be no different, but good that Lando's on pole, maybe can get that extra 1 championship point that might just matter at the end. And with that, here we go then, getting straight into the sprint at a slightly earlier time of day for the Qatar GP, as it's going to be lights out and we're underway. Lando with a bit of wheel spin, he has to try and cover off Verstappen, but it's no use. The Red Bull shoots through into P1, and that's a bit of an unfortunate thing to see at turn 1. Hopefully that is not a dress rehearsal for how the full Grand Prix might go, but let's see if it was to happen, as we lose the back end and we might even lose a position ourselves to Leclerc. Let's see though, both us McLarens have lost the position. Can we re-overtake our rivals and try and get back the positions we have lost, as Lando Norris tries to go round the outside? The two will be wheel-to-wheel championship protagonists, and this is a close one into turn 2, but Lando will have to settle for P2 for now, because on to lap 3, DRS wide open. This time he's got a much better run, and he's fully ahead of Max before they even start braking. Meanwhile for us, we're still behind Leclerc as we go through from lap 3 onto 4, and the battery has been an issue for us. Look at the bottom right, we've got no battery left and we've still got half a straight to go, and then just look ahead of us at how quick and how far Leclerc got off that corner exit. So we need to try and do better at saving more battery for the main straight, but it's difficult because at Qatar you're so tempted to deploy so often because there's so many little mini straights where you feel like you can gain time, but we need to be wary because not only are we looking ahead, but we're looking behind. Hamilton is right there. This feels like a really intense sprint, you know, 10 laps flat out pushing because we're all so close together. Someone makes one mistake, like I did on lap 1, and you're going to lose a position. So we're keeping the pressure on Leclerc because I really do feel like we can get that third place spot. Leclerc's locked up. He's locked up, and he's now taken us out. He's spun us round. Leclerc has just ruined that entire sprint for us. The front wing's off. We've got side pod damage as well, I'm pretty sure. Massive floor damage. It's all in the red, and our sprint is completely over. Look at that damage. Front wing broken with the initial lock-up, and then I'm pretty sure he turned into us as we were passing him. So really bad lock-up. He goes off circuit. Then look at this. He literally did not let me even turn round. I literally couldn't do anything. As soon as he started turning into me, I was a passenger, because no matter what direction I was trying to move the steering wheel, it just wasn't working. I'm going this slow and this wide because I've broken my wing, and I'm still recovering from that initial contact. Leclerc just decides, no, I want to get back on circuit ASAP, and he's just turning left into me, and you can see I'm now turning my wheel left, I'm turning it right. Either way, I just can't move because he's got so much momentum. I know I strung Ferrari along and then ultimately rejected them in the secret meetings to potentially join them in next season and probably partner Leclerc, and he's clearly not taking it very well because he's taking it out on me literally on track. There's just no need for it, and that's effectively our sprint over. Meanwhile, it is very much not over for Lando Norris and Max Verstappen. These two, they're just swapping every single straight. Like, if this is a bit of an inkling into the full Grand Prix, this is going to be a very, very intense, but maybe, you know, it's going to get a little bit samey if they're just going to be swapping every lap if they're both fighting up at the front. Obviously, I'm hoping that we can get involved in the full Grand Prix, very much unlike right now where we're in the pits very awkwardly at the same time as Leclerc, but that's our race over. We will just be pretty much parking up and saying goodbye to this day and to this sprint, and hopefully we can just put it behind us and forget about it. But Lando at least has got maybe some confidence here by winning the sprint. But with Verstappen second, it's only 1 championship point difference, but 1 point could make all the difference in the world when we come to Abu Dhabi. You never know, but more so, that'll just be a good confidence booster for Lando going into the full Grand Prix, that he can fight Verstappen wheel to wheel, you know, legit. I think it's going to be, honestly, a fight every single lap, basing it off the sprint. And then for us, well, I don't know. I genuinely think we could have overtaken Leclerc and then maybe got involved in the fight ourselves with Max, with Lando. So if it wasn't for that spin, I think it could have been pretty good. So I'm still quite confident about what we can do into the full Grand Prix, but just mystified at that crash. I mean, obviously just very unfortunate about the lockup initially. That's fine, that's racing. It's hard luck being so close to Leclerc's rear end when he makes that initial mistake, but then just so confused and baffled at us getting then further taken out, basically. But anyway, we put that past us now, and we're fully focused on the full task at hand of the actual proper qualifying here in Q3, and in good spirits, like I said, because we had some good pace in sprint quali, and now maybe could be going quicker. You know, you'd like to think, you know, another chance to drive the lap in anger. I believe Lando and Verstappen once again at the sharp end. It's been a pretty tidy lap for me. I think this is our one and only chance for the lap. Oh my god, are you kidding me? 0.008. It rounds up to 9 apparently on the final screen. That's crazy. That's literally, I don't know, that's like a pixel worth of distance on the circuit somewhere, like a pixel tighter at an apex, and we would have been on full pole position for the Qatar Grand Prix. Unbelievable. But it's a really good qualifying for us then. Lando's actually taken a step back from sprint pole. He's now down to 3rd for the actual full grid there, so he'll be a bit annoyed, but at the same time you can't be, because 0.031 separated us 3. Again, it's going to be us 3 at the sharp end. Leclerc's not had a great qualifying, so clearly he has lost a bit of focus maybe from that crash in the sprint. We haven't. We're focused on the job at hand, and hopefully we can try and get a good launch and overtake Verstappen to aid Lando's fight, but ultimately also just go for another race win. We're in a good position for it. Let's go to the full Qatar GP.
We're under the lights once again here in Qatar. Last year we took a year off due to a small footballing tournament that was being hosted, but it's all excitement on the track now. We're back here in Losail for a track that's 3.34 miles long. There are 16 turns around its unique 3-pronged shape and just a single DRS zone out of turn 16. It's fast and it's flowing, and there's a good overtaking opportunity with DRS down the long straight and into turn 1. So with the race not far away from starting, here's what today's grid rundown looks like. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday, and he'll start from pole position, and a McLaren alongside. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Norris, Hamilton, Sainz, Russell, Stroll, Ocon, Tsunoda, Gasly, Fernando Alonso, Bottas, Magnussen, Perez, Hülkenberg, Leclerc, Albon, Ricciardo, Sargent, and Zhou Guanyu. With preparations almost complete, let's head down to the track. And alongside me in the commentary box today, a man who I always look up to, which is easier said than done, Anthony Davidson. Now, sadly, things didn't work out for them last time. It was a bad race. Question is, though, can they recover today?
Yes, they can, Crofty. You've got to put it behind you. Whatever happened last time, I was always told as a driver, park it, forget about it. Obviously, feel the pain when it happens, but then you can't dwell on it and carry that through to the next race. So put it behind you and just crack on with this race coming your way now.
So big opportunity for potentially another race win today, but also an opportunity to take points off Verstappen to aid our teammate. We already did a lot of that in Vegas, really aiding him getting up into some good points. He's only 3rd place, so he well could also be a contender for the race win. And if it is a fight between him and Matt, like we saw in the sprint, obviously, where they're swapping left and right, if we're a part of that, things could get a little bit dicey, maybe a bit awkward at times, but that's going to be all the fun of it. But first and foremost, just wanting to try and do well from the front row, of course, as we line up on our grid and we get ready to go towards our second last race of the season. Wow, it feels like it's flown by, but equally has dragged on a bit. 24 rounds for an F1 season when you do a round daily is quite a long slog, but we're nearly here at the end as we go to 5 red lights. The Qatar Grand Prix is underway. It's not a good start for us. Verstappen still feels the need to cover us off as he aggressively moves to the inside. We're going to try and get our nose in there. We are ahead for a split second. Can we squeeze him out? Verstappen defiant. We lose the back end. Oversteer kicks in and now understeer as Lando's through into P2. We didn't put up too much of a fight on that, to be honest, because as soon as I was losing the rear end, the first thing I thought was don't spin this into Lando as he's getting on the inside. So we've kind of opened up the door for him to let him buy into second place, but to be fair, I didn't do well enough to earn staying in second place. It wasn't a great getaway off the 5 red lights, and then it wasn't a great exit off turn 1. We were so nearly into first place, and instead it's this man, Lando Norris, our teammate, that has actually booked himself into first. But I'm sure just like in the sprint, Verstappen will be looking to make the repass in the exact same place on the main straight, but the difference is we're right there with them both, very close together. There's a bit of a gap then to Hamilton, so it's just us 3 out in front. Verstappen looking for the repass. Lando setting the fast lap of the Grand Prix, but we've got DRS and we're going to overtake Lando, but go for the double pass as we absolutely send it. Real heavy aggression there, but it's worked out for us. We were confident on the brakes. We were really direct with the move, and we've just made a fantastic double overtake for the lead. Look at this. We went from the inside to the outside to make the move on Lando, then back to the inside to make the move. And actually, look at that replay. Not only did we make a great darting pass to the inside, we're actually very lucky. If that was any tighter, Lando could have actually spun himself out on my rear end when we made that move, and that would have been my fault for cutting across, but we've made it work. I'm trying my best to break DRS. It takes a fair few laps, but eventually we do. We show that we have the pace. I mean, we may as well have been on pole position. It was only 0.009, so we have that pace, and we've shown it now as we break the DRS, and that opens up the door for Lando to now make a pass on a defenseless Verstappen. He's not got DRS on us, and now the two will squabble. This time, he can't actually finish the move off, but you can see it is there for the taking because we stay consistently 1.5 seconds ahead of the Dutchman. Second time of asking, Lando finally gets it done. He's up into second place. It's a 1-2 for McLaren. That is ideal for us as we just push on to try and keep up this pace, but it's difficult. It's a real intense Grand Prix, and the tyres are really feeling the heavy fuel load because we come in here on lap 10 onto 11 for our pit stop. This is very early, about 4 laps earlier than the scheduled pit stop, but my entire left-hand side of the car is really worn out. Not a temperature issue, just heavy tyre wear, as we've seen in real life at Qatar, heavy tyre wear there. So we've just decided to come in and use, you know, the undercut that we know is so powerful on this year's game, way more than actually previous F1 games. You know, I know it maybe sounds like every year we say the undercut's powerful, but on this game, legitimately, it is so powerful. And the hard tyre at the moment is just such a good race tyre. We set a purple final sector as we overtake a couple of cars who start to make their pit stops. That includes Alonso, who was in the trailing pack behind us, so good to see we're miles ahead of him. And now we're actually catching some traffic of Sargent on the tail end. You've got Joe Guan Yu up there, a Haas, and a Visa Cash App RB, I believe, as we now close up to the American in the last sector. Lando's in. He's making his pit stop, so this will be the proof in the pudding. Has the undercut worked? We've definitely lost about half a second, I feel, just trying to overtake Sargent there. I'm not joking. Even though it was a couple of corners that we only got held up by Sargent, I think we would have been flying through that sector. It's a green first sector, yellow the middle, and as we go to the line, yellow the last sector. We've already got the fast lap of the Grand Prix, though, from a previous lap. As we get up into P4, it's ahead of Verstappen and Lando, though. Verstappen, though, crucially, is ahead of Lando out the pits. It's a 3.2 second gap, but that is going to start coming down quite rapidly. Lap 17, the gap's down to 2 seconds as Lando looks to make the pass to get up into second place. But yeah, those 4 laps of difference. Oh, Sainz locks up. His battle with Hamilton, the Ferrari, is off momentarily, but continues on in P4. But I was going to say, yeah, those 4 laps for us of undercut, it didn't really get us miles ahead like I was hoping, and they are now rapidly catching me because those fresh hards are really making a difference as the gap is already down to 1.8, 1.7 it might be by the time we go through into the next sector. So Lando is rapidly catching us and he's bringing Verstappen along for the ride because of that DRS just training along. And so by the time we get to lap 18, I've decided we're not going to fight this really aggressively. If Lando wants to make the overtake, he can do, but he's going to have to actually go and close up to us. We'll keep the ERS and hot lap mode, which will still deploy a decent amount, but Lando does go for it. Real aggressive dive bomb, actually, as we weren't obviously as late as possible on the brakes, but we were still pretty normal on the brakes, and he's got into first place. So we'll actually keep up with him in second, and a little bit awkwardly now, Verstappen's right there, and I basically have a bit too much pace with the DRS now to not overtake him, and I'm kind of looking to get away from Verstappen as well, so we do go for the repass. Lando moves across, and maybe that's a mistake as Verstappen now comes through on the outside. Okay, no, maybe we shouldn't have overtaken him because Verstappen now follows through. The two will be side by side now, and this is actually going to turn into an absolute scrap and a half between our teammate and Max Verstappen. The two of them still neck and neck, banging tyres even as they go through the next sequence of corners. The long double right-hander, there's nothing to separate them. Verstappen on the inside, I think he'll just squeeze out Lando, who's down to third. But what a great scrap that was between the title contender. Oh no, 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 no. Oh, it's heartbreak. It's going to be heartbreak for our team and for Lando.
Losing power, it's going.
Bullshit! Go to P1, pause for 4 seconds, go to P0. I'm so sorry.
Of all the times to have an engine failure, now was not the time for our teammate Lando Norris out of the Qatar Grand Prix. Oh man, that is just so gutting. With 10 points in it, well 9 points in it after the sprint win. Now we're looking at Verstappen P2, a full 18 points if we were to go on to win this, and now we kind of have to try and go on to win it to minimize the damage. But I'm now thinking, is there anything we can do? Like realistically, no. What can we do? The only thing I'm thinking of doing here now, lap 20, is pulling a Lewis Hamilton from 2016. Remember when he backed up Rosberg into rivals to encourage them to overtake Nico in the finale in Abu Dhabi? We're going to try and do that for Lando, who's watching on from the sidelines. Verstappen actually overtakes us. We have to re-overtake him. We have to be careful here because he's on the outside. We squeeze him out and through goes Hamilton. Hamilton might just help us out here. Come on, Lewis. Hamilton on the outside to the inside for the next right-hander. Can Hamilton, the 7-time world champion, help out a fellow Brit and overtake his rival Verstappen from a previous year? And Sainz as well. Oh, everyone's coming in to help. Sainz, can he do this in the Ferrari to push Verstappen down to P4? I mean, P4 is still pretty horrendous in terms of a number of points. That's still 12 whole points he is scoring on Lando with 0 now in this race. Like, no matter how far he goes, unless he DNFs out this race, it's going to be curtains. It's going to be so tough for Lando to do anything in the finale. But all I can do is try and be a bit of a menace. Try and do what Lewis was doing in Abu Dhabi and just park this and try and make this as awkward as possible and as uncomfortable as possible for Max Verstappen. As now we have to be careful though. Sainz on the inside. Verstappen's there as well. It's 3 wide, 4 wide. Hamilton is on our inside. We've made a triple overtake technically there to repass everyone. And Verstappen actually gained... Oh no, he loses a position. I thought he gained a position there up to 3rd. But at the last minute, Lance Stroll out of nowhere, the Canadian, is up to 3rd place. And here's a replay then. So we have to be very careful because at this point, Sainz and Verstappen on our inside. That's got very, very close. We actually do really well to get round the outside. And then, okay, Max just loses the back end all on his own, actually. Got a bit spooked from Hamilton and maybe my rear end. But no contact was made. Verstappen all on his own loses the back end. And he's down to 4th place again as now Lewis overtakes us round the outside of the final corner, such as how slow I was into the apex. And now Stroll's going through. Verstappen might be there as well. Sainz as well. It's all kicking off. It's all rather close. We have to slam on the brakes because we nearly rear-end Hamilton. We lose the back end. We're drifting through into the exit of turn 1. We've just managed to stay ahead of Russell, and all of a sudden Verstappen is actually down to P5. So in all of that chaos, he's gone down 1 more position. But now I'm focused on trying to get back up into P1. We have the pace to do it, but do we have the laps to do it? I mean, I don't have anything to lose or gain. I'm literally nowhere near the fight in the title fight. I'm in no man's land, so it may not matter to me in the grand scheme of things, but obviously we still want to try and maybe get the P1 if we can. But Lance Stroll's leading! He just overtook Hamilton! He just overtook the Merc! The Aston leads. Hamilton, Sainz going side by side. Chaps, you're being far too slow now as we look to make the pass on Sainz in sector 1, but these two have just slowed each other up. They've slowed us all up, and Stroll's got a bit of breathing room as we go on into the last corner towards the last lap of the Grand Prix. We're a bit far back, you know. We've actually not got too much battery. This is going to be a bit close, and I actually think we may have lost this. Can Hamilton get 1st place, or will Stroll defend? I think he has. He's defended enough. Hamilton's still P2. We're not close enough to make any sort of move on either of them. Meanwhile, just to confirm, Verstappen is down to P6. He's behind Sainz. He's behind Russell. But this is the final lap. There's only 1 sector to go. Could this be another shock F1 race winner? It was Alexander Albon last time out in Las Vegas, and now in the final sector, the Canadian with all the pressure on his shoulders. Everyone's saying he shouldn't be in Formula 1. Hamilton is harvesting. We can get P2, but we're so close yet so far from retaking P1. But in all that chaos and the ultimate sacrifice for us to push down Verstappen, Lance Stroll is an F1 race winner.
That's it. P1. P1.
Yes, boys! Let's go! Let's go! Yes!
It is very mixed emotions right now in the cockpit because across the line, we've actually sealed the Constructors' Championship. In our first season in Formula 1, we have won the Constructors with McLaren. But it's heartbreak for our teammate because it is going to be such a monumental ask for him to turn it around in Abu Dhabi now. It's still mathematically all to play for, but it's going to be tough. Out of the silent winter, a sound grew. Distant at first, but then louder. And with an explosion of noise and sound, the circus blew into the sands of Bahrain. The race was on. Around the world it travelled, this riot of noise, fumes, colour and drama. This glamorous troupe to entertain the people who flocked to see their heroes in glistening machines. First into the ring came the rider of the bull, and in Dutch hands it flew. And the champagne flowed. From the get-go, the challenge was laid down. Could he keep the spotlight away from those 2 British stars? 2 fan favourites in one team with different styles. One with all the tools and something to prove, the other an emerging star equaling records. Both keen to etch their names in history, both at times revelling in the recognition of the crowd. Meanwhile, the most celebrated machine of all would come short. A flash of red and a wave of a flag. The charging bull and papaya duo would merely be pestered by the prancing horses. How another man, an aging and fading star, would have loved to have been riding his old chariot. Once untouchable, now fighting to hold on, perhaps looking to greener grass. And with that and other failures, there's also a reminder that great men are nothing without great machines. But of course, even more is sometimes needed in this game where sport and politics do mix. Every team, of course, has its favourite son. But how does this story finish? Still in play, still all to give right to the very end. Never say never in this arena. 5 continents crossed, 2 men hoping to be the ultimate star. In the desert it began and in the desert it will finish. But will we have this grand finale here for the greatest show on earth? Only time will tell. Going into the final race, we are actually tied for the most wins in a rookie season with Villeneuve and Hamilton from 1996 and 2007, and now us here in 2024. Now, I was going to say we need to really group together in this episode as a team, but none of my team are here. What's happened? All the specialists have just not turned up. I guess, obviously, the end of the season, there's not too much to work on, but come on. I thought there'd be a bit of, morale building, I wouldn't even have minded having the likes of Chris there, Well, I've started to grow into the guy, and all the guys and gals here. They were here from the start. We've given them all names, and none of them have turned up. That does just mean we focus then on ourselves, on the car, and we end the season as the 3rd best team on the R&D chart. Ferrari and Red Bull just ahead of us. But you can see that entire top 4 pack of us 3 and Mercedes very close together. Aston Martin in a bit of a weird no man's land, and then very much a kind of Formula B pack there, tail-ended by Kick Sauber, led by the Haas. But it is very close, from where we started the season, the field spread has closed up, so that's quite promising for Season 2. But that's then, this is now, as we now focus at the task of hand, let's go into the race weekend for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
Speed is the order of the day here. The faster the lap, the higher your starting position. The drivers are ready and they'll need to be in the zone here for qualifying. Welcome along.
So for the final time, we're stepping into qualifying this season. This one, though, feels a lot more important for Lando's sake, for he needs to perform. And there's been quite a few rounds as of late in the previous episodes where he's actually not qualified too well, and we've actually out-qualified him, at the start of the season, very much so, just getting beaten every single time in Q3. But now it's a bit of a different story. But we start Q1 with a ferocious amount of traffic there. I don't know what on earth Leclerc and the Aston Martin were doing, just battling each other on their own qualifying laps. But no matter, even with getting held up a bit, we still go pretty damn well, as it's 3 and 4 for us. Verstappen tops the session. Hamilton up there, though, 0.023 off the Dutchman. So could the Mercedes team be a spanner in the works? Ferrari very much have been for the last few episodes, you could say. But if Merc are there as well, that could make things interesting. That could, go in our favour if Lando can pull out the stops for a front row for a pole position, and Merc and Ferrari and us, if we could push down Verstappen, that would change things, because I'm not too sure entirely of the permutations, but I believe if Lando was to win the race, I think Max needs to be down in 6th or 7th place. So it's still a big ask for someone who has been so consistently up there. But right now, we're going well. That's all we can really do on our side of things. For us, we're just going out there to perform the best we can, really. And then whatever happens, happens. And that means at the moment, we're actually alongside Max in P1 and P2 and Q2, but it won't matter for anything, because this is where it all matters. It's Q3. The sun has fully gone down here in Yas Marina, and the floodlights bask the entire circuit in warm white light as we try and go through the final few corners to navigate this as best we can. Leclerc goes on provisional pole at the moment. I believe he superseded Lando, who was P1. Perez goes P6 across the line for only P7. only P7 for us. And you know what? That's not even a bad lap for us. That was actually an okay lap. But because everyone else has gone quicker, it doesn't seem that great. And that is why I say every time, it doesn't matter what the form is like in Q2 and Q1. You have to perform in the top 10 shootout. And everyone around us has found significantly more time. Leclerc's into the 121s for the first time compared to any of us in Q1 and Q2. We've found just about under 0.2 of a second. Purple, the first sector. But it's only a marginal improvement that just sees us solidify the P7 I think we were already in. And wow, what a showing for Leclerc and Hamilton. Lando's done very well as well. P3 and Verstappen's down in P8. That's massive. That is huge. But there's still a big task at hand now because Lando's going to still go and actually overtake what looks to be a very quick Leclerc and Hamilton on the front row because he has to win no matter what. Winning has to be the only result that Lando goes for. And then it's about what Max can do from P8. We're just ahead of him, so we could definitely be a factor. But Red Bull, they've been so good in these races. They make the overtakes. It's going to be a big ask. But it all comes down to this. We go to the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix.
So here we are, ready to go racing for one final time this year. Another season of victories, controversies and rivalries lies in our wake. And just one challenge remains, here in the United Arab Emirates on a circuit that made its spectacular debut back in 2009. Welcome to the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. The Yas Marina circuit is made up of 3.28 miles of track, featuring 16 corners with 2 very long straights. DRS zones going into the heavy braking zones of both turn 5 and turn 7 offer plenty of potential for overtaking. The circuit comes with its fair share of tricky corners, which will certainly test a driver's braking management. It's time to take a look at our starting grid for today's race. Lewis Hamilton lines up on pole position, and Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Perez, Sainz, a McLaren, Fernando Alonso, Stroll, Leclerc, Albon, Gasly, Tsunoda, Russell, Bottas, Hülkenberg, Joe, Verstappen, Ricciardo, Ocon, Magnussen and Logan Sargent. It's almost time for the lights to go out, so let's head down to the track where preparations are underway. Well, it's been a long time since I last worked with you. Good to see you again today. Anthony Davidson. I don't know about you, Ant, but it seems like only a couple of weeks ago we were talking ahead of the first race. Here we are ahead of the last race. This year has just flown by.
Yeah, a lot of races to cover these days in Formula One, Crofty, as you well know, doing them all yourself. But it's the same for the drivers. It comes at you thick and fast, and you've got to pace yourself as well to get to this point in the season. If it has gone your way, it's a great time to just enjoy it. There's nothing that can change in the championship pecking order, of course. If you've won the championship already, go out and enjoy this race and send yourself off through the winter break. If it's been a bit of a year to forget, you can try and take a bit of solace in this Grand Prix, end on a high and carry that energy into next season.
Oh my goodness me. I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it. In the final race of this season, Verstappen and Red Bull have to take an engine penalty. That is horrible planning. I remember the races where I was very puzzled why Lando was taking so many engine penalties. But you know what? He planned it well. His side of the garage have planned it well because he's here on the front row now of this grid because Leclerc has had to take a penalty. So it's a pole position on the grid for Lewis Hamilton. Lando alongside him on the front row. Leclerc is down the order, but more importantly, Max Verstappen is down the order. He's starting in 16th place. This is now possible. This seems more doable for Lando Norris. He's second place, he makes one overtake his first place, and then it's a case of seeing where Verstappen can go from P16. We know he's never been out the points apart from that one race, so he's going to make his way back in. But can he make his way back high enough to at least, I think, 5th place is the mathematical lowest position he could be if Lando's leading to still seal his 4th World Championship? Or will it be time to crown a new F1 Drivers' World Champion in the form of our teammate, Lando Norris? It all comes down to this. To 5 little red lights for the final race of the season. It's going to be lights out, and away we go for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. It's a good start for us, an even better one for Fernando Alonso, who barges into me and takes me by surprise. I was ready to get the move done on the Ferrari, but the Aston's come through and pushed his way by into 4th. Lando, meanwhile, has actually lost a position. He's had a bad getaway on the dirty side of the grid, and he's down to 3rd place as we try and go round the outside of Fernando into the hairpin, but that Aston is looking real punchy. Lewis Hamilton still leads the way. Perez in 2nd, but I think he's going for the lead. Perez could definitely play a part in the championship today, just like with us helping out Lando. Perez could help out Verstappen by stopping Lando getting the P1. I mean, right now, he needs to even overtake Hamilton before we get to that conversation, because it's Perez now ahead of Lewis. The two are going to be side by side, though, as they look to swap positions once again. Obviously, these two are no strangers to duking it out around Yas Marine. I'm sure Hamilton still got some PTSD from 2021 and what happened in this very sector as Perez goes round the outside to maintain 1st place. We couldn't quite make a move on Fernando Alonso, just gone. We're going to have to be patient about that. We can, because we're not desperate, obviously, for any positions ourselves. This man might be, though. Verstappen, he's P13, so he's actually already made 3 positions, so that's pretty good, and just showing you the kind of progress he can and probably will make in this race. So it is not nailed on either way. This is actually, quite amazingly, still so much up in the air for either one to win the championship. But back in our POV, we've just set the fast lap of the Grand Prix on lap 3, still behind Alonso, but I feel like this lap may be the time to make the overtake on the Spaniard. Is it a lock-up from Russell, I think? Or no, it's Tsunoda in the V-carb, and so Verstappen gets 1 more position, up to P12. Lando, meanwhile, onto his on-board. He's looking to make 1, 2 overtakes. Is it the double pass for Lando Norris? What a dive on the inside. Can't quite finish off the 2nd move. Meanwhile, we will get this move done on Alonso on the outside of the chicane. Very unorthodox place, but he was so slow in the midsection, we just thought we could hang it around the outside, and Lando will try and hang it around the outside of his fellow compatriot Lewis Hamilton. The 7-time world champion sees Lando go by, and he's up into 1st place now. I mean, you can see how much he wants it with that dive bomb he made. I'm very surprised to see an AI driver make a dive bomb like that to try and get a 2-for-1 into such a slow corner like that, but he's focused on the task at hand. But that task is very much not over. Hamilton is through into 1st, but he locks up. Lewis nearly goes straight on. The Mercedes is still actually trying to keep it side by side, so he's holding up Lando, and that's going to invite Perez in. It's going to invite me in, as all 4 of us are so close together you could throw a cloth over us, as Perez is on the inside now. The Red Bull looks to get 2nd. Can we follow him in as we're trying our best? It's oh so close to making a bit of contact with Hamilton, but we've squeezed on through, not 1 but 2. Oh, what a move! What a move on the inside of Perez at the hotel section. It's now all of a sudden a McLaren 1-2 here in Abu Dhabi. That is going to be a real great sight for the McLaren pit wall, but we lose the back end and Perez is already on me. And I'm not going to lie, very surprisingly, I'm actually feeling a lot of tyre wear on these mediums as we look to repass Perez with some ERS. Hamilton's there. It's 3 wide. Red Bull, Merc and McLaren. Perez makes a bit of contact. He's hit a bollard. I think he cut the corner, you know, or hit something, because that bollard flew past. And on to lap 7, as we catch up to Checo, look at the top left as we fake from the inside to the outside. Perez has got a 10-second penalty, and I think it's for whatever happened behind me with Hamilton, because I think he either hit Hamilton or cut the corner to maintain track position. So he's been slapped with a 10-second penalty. So we overtake him, we repass him on lap 7 after a couple of laps of recomposing and re-engaging, but you can see I'm having to really saw away at the steering wheel. My rear tyres are actually going quite a fair bit. They don't feel that great, but Perez, with a 10-second penalty, that actually might help out this man. Just gain one free position on his own teammates. Russell locks up in the same place Tsunoda did, and that's one more free pass. Does anyone else want to just lock up and give Verstappen a free position, huh? Are we just giving them out today? Because all of a sudden now, Verstappen, I saw there only 2/10 off P10, so he's nearly already back into the points-paying positions as Perez re-overtakes me frustratingly. Battery is very difficult to manage on this straight I'm finding versus these guys. Oh my god, Hamilton and Perez make contact. These two are in the wars today, and well, we've been fighting each other all so much, three of us, that we've now got a bit of a train behind us that have caught up. But more importantly, Lando's about 5 seconds down the road as we watch these two have an absolute ding-dong scrap into the final sector. Perez keeps his foot in. They're still at it. Perez getting ahead. Hamilton's not giving up though. The Mercedes still on the inside. Can we follow him through? Lewis will have a little bit of a love tap on Checo's front end, and that will allow us to just slot in and get up into third place. But we are actually going to pull the trigger and come in for a pit stop. And it's not for the hard compound, it's for the medium tyre. I didn't show it at the start of the race, but the original plan actually from the get-go has been to do a two-stop. One, because, well, I've actually got nothing to gain or lose in the championship, so I just fancied seeing how a two-stop works around here. And then two, it confirmed to me that actually a two-stop might be a good way to go about 7 laps into this stint, because my god, the medium tyres were really feeling second-hand on the rear end. So we're going aggressive, we're going on to another set of mediums, so that guarantees we have to make a second stop now. You know, I could have gone on hards and then seen how it goes, but now we're committed because we have to change compound now for the regulation. So we're pushing hard, 11.5 seconds to Ocon. Well, within about 3 laps, we brought down that 11-second gap to 1.3 as these guys are really starting to slow down. If I was feeling the tyre wear on lap 9, they must be feeling it on lap 13, surely. Just glancing the mini-map on the bottom left, and I can see Lando's still got a very healthy lead, but Verstappen is now in a train that goes all the way up to second place. So that is going to be of some concern as we make very easy work of Ocon, and then it's a massive dive on Magnussen from so far back. But this just shows the tyre advantage we have at the moment as Lando is into the pits. So we're going to see how well this undercut's actually going to work, because we were, what, about 5-6 seconds behind our teammates. So where are we going to be as now people are coming into the pits? We make the move on Sargent. We had already done the move on Ricciardo under the hotel section, and now coming through into turn 1, Hülkenberg and Zhou Guanyu are going to be a little bit frustratingly slow at the apex, and I can't quite make a move on Hülkenberg into this left-hander, so he's holding us up a little bit, which is annoying me. But we have actually overtaken Lando. You can see that on the mini-map. He is behind us, behind Sargent and Ricciardo on the road as we make a bold double overtake on the Kick Sauber and Haas. We needed to get in clean air, break the toe, and then focus on just trying to hopefully have some consistent pace, because obviously these second pair of mediums will start wearing out again, just like the first pair. But it is a 1-2 for McLaren. Lando, though, is the one now in second place, but we have one more stop to make. Verstappen, P14, climbs all the way up to P8. Oh my god, no. What? He's climbed up to P5. I was expecting that climb up to stop around P10, P9. How has he done that? How's that happened? Verstappen's up to P5, and that crucially is the lowest position he needs to win the World Championship. So once again, there is another twist in this tale in the finale, and now looks like it's going Verstappen's way. But could Carlos Sainz change things? The Ferrari looking to make the pass. I think Sainz just came out the pits, so on colder hard tyres, the Ferrari's made the move though. Verstappen's down to P6, so things have changed yet again. Now Verstappen is the one chasing, and he needs to make the overtake. He's got DRS open. Will he come straight back at the Spaniard? He dives down the inside. It's a desperate move. Oh, he's made contact with the Ferrari. The Ferrari did not give him any room to work with, and to be fair, he was too far back to really make a dive like that. He made it anyway, but then he accelerated halfway through the corner, and he's broken an end plate. He's broken the whole end plate. Look at this onboard replay. Big dive. It was never there for him, and oh! It's a bit half and half, you know. That's kind of Sainz moving across, but he's allowed to do that, and Verstappen misjudging it and being too desperate, too keen perhaps. And he's broken a bit of his front wing. There's still plenty of this race to go, 12 laps, and it's already changed so dramatically from stint to stint. At one point, Lando's looking good, one point, Verstappen looking good, then back to that. I can't tell how this is going to end right now, so we're just going to focus on ourselves, and right now that is just trying to maintain pace. But you can see Lando's brought the gap down. It's now 1.5 nearly it'll be by the time we get to the end of the lap. It's actually going to be 0.7, rapidly catching us, and look at that drift. That was just because of the tyre wear, to be honest, then making the rears lock up. So we're into the pit lane for our second stop of the day, now switching over to the hard tyres. And although they're the hards, they are going to be significantly newer hard tyres. Oh, there's an issue. Oh, okay. Thank you, lads. There's an issue on the rear right. That's not going to help my cause of getting back into the points. And crucially, my task is not only just to get into the points, it's to hopefully close back up to the likes of Verstappen, kind of around where he was, P6, and see if the opportunity is there, if I need to try and defend and take a position away from him. I mean, to be fair, I'm just going to try and go as quick as I can and gain all the positions I can, and in turn, that will knock him down a position, but I don't actually even know where he is right now. We're just going to have to continue going on. He's still P5, but now, lap 18, Fernando Alonso is overtaking him. Verstappen, to be fair to him, had actually already jumped the Spaniard in the pit stop somewhere, so the Spaniard's just retaking the position, but Verstappen, with that front wing damage, is clearly hurting a bit. Meanwhile, further up the road, Hamilton having a scrap with, well, maybe, we think, maybe his future teammate in the series, in the game, as he goes round the outside of Leclerc in the Ferrari. The two are neck and neck. Oh, what a battle that is. And Leclerc actually retakes it. I really thought Lewis was going to nail on that second place, but the Ferrari does very well indeed, and Hamilton finds himself in a Ferrari sandwich of 2, 3, 4 there, with Lando nearly about 8 seconds in the lead of this race. And well, there's Verstappen through the final corner with that big end plate damage. He's been overtaken by Alonso, and he's not keeping up with Alonso. In fact, he's holding up the pack that I have now caught up to. This is a pack that is tail-ended by Tsunoda and Perez and led by Verstappen. It is a Red Bull family train, if you will, and we're looking to make some overtakes. It's lap 22. The tyres are still very fresh indeed, but we're playing the patient game, not being too over-aggressive with that move on Tsunoda, because I could have definitely maybe dived it down the inside of the hairpin, but I'm going to wait and get the move done with DRS. We're saving ERS as well. You can see we've not got too much battery. We're using hot lap mode on the inside. Tsunoda very aggressively tries to cover that off, to be fair to him, but we get the move done up into P12 and now set our sights on Perez. But yeah, we don't have too much battery to play around with, so we're trying to also be a bit wary of that and save as much as we can, but equally trying to catch up. So, you know, we're still going hot lap mode in some instances, but none for most of the third sector, I imagine, or none to medium as we close up. And we can see Verstappen up the road, actually, as we're now going to make the dive on Perez, knowing that he's held up by Pierre Gasly. There is Verstappen. There is Verstappen, 2 cars up the road. He's down to P8. He's down to P8. We don't even have to do anything. I don't even have to defend Verstappen or do anything. I'm just going to do my race and look to maximise my race position just to end out this season in the best manner possible. Verstappen, with that damage on Carlos Sainz, may just be the nail in the coffin. After all of that, none of what we did probably mattered in Qatar or any other races where we were trying to be the best teammate possible, or, you know, the engine failures for Lando or whatever. All of it's just out the window, because all of it comes down to that desperation from Verstappen. Uncharacteristic desperation, I should say, as well, because he's a 3-time world champion. Like, you'd think he'd have composure to not do something like that. He had pace. He would have probably overtaken Sainz, I feel, eventually. Instead, now he's squabbling with Albon, trying to re-overtake a Williams car. To be fair, Albon is now a F1 race winner, so let's give him some credit in that Williams. But we overtake Stroll, and Stroll as well, obviously a race winner. So Verstappen, to be fair to him, is fighting F1 race winners. But no, it's for positions that just won't matter, because as we're all close together, 2 by 2, we nearly tapped Verstappen on the rear, because he slowed it down so abruptly, because he's got no front downforce. I'm pretty much pushing him through these corners. He's got no front downforce. That end plate damage is horrendous for him, and so this is gonna, well, you'd think an easy overtake eventually to get up into P8, and then we can move on to trying to close up to Albon as Verstappen goes defensive into turn 1. We're just taking this nice and easy. There's no rush making this overtake. Albon ahead, yes, we want to get in for P7, but then look at the minimap. There's no one ahead of Albon, so I think P7 may be the maximum we're looking at in this race. So clearly, even though I was facing a lot of tyre wear on the mediums, the 2-stop just hasn't worked as effectively as I was hoping to, as it has done on previous F1 games. As we look to now finally maybe make the move on Verstappen, we're going to do a bit of a Rosberg here. Go down the inside. You remember this move. Pinch him in and then set up the switchback left to right. Textbook stuff. Get the power down. Verstappen's actually pretty good on acceleration, but we've got the DRS, bit of battery use in there, and we make the overtake for P8. But we don't have to do anything funny or whatever. We've just overtaken him, and we'll just try and chase after Albon, because already Verstappen is half a second down from us because of that front wing damage. But yeah, the 2-stop not really worked too well. It's a case of the hard tyre is very overpowered, I feel, in the game right now. And also with the AI, DRS, ERS trains, it just means the 2-stop's not very viable. I do know that obviously the training is being assessed in a future patch. I hope they also address the tyre wear and the hard tyre being a bit too good in a future patch further, because yeah, it's not as good as it was on the F1 23 game, where I feel like you could make a 2-stop work if you wanted to, if you were genuinely quick enough. Whereas on this game, I feel like I was genuinely quick enough. I mean, oh, Albon with a lock up into that same hairpin. It's a free overtake onto P7. You know, I was very, very quick with the way we were catching people, but it just wasn't viable basically for us as we look back behind us. And wow, well, Verstappen's bad day gets even worse, because Stroll is now overtaking him maybe in the Aston Martin. He might be down to P10. Oh dear, oh dear. All of that position gain from what, like P11 to P5 in the pit stop phase, and he's down to P10. That is gonna sting. Meanwhile, well, Lando, P1, 11 seconds that was ahead. As we come to the last lap of this Grand Prix, Stroll's actually pressurizing us, because I'm feeling the tyre wear, even on these hard compounded tyres, and to be fair, just saving battery just to make sure we can maintain position here. But Stroll will come knocking with DRS. Albon as well, in a bit of a poetic way. It's kind of nice that we're on the last lap of the final race of Season 1. We're fighting Albon, because we were fighting Albon for so many races at the start of this season, at the start of this game. You know, even though we've had very differing seasons, we end the season together again on track. But right now, my attention is going back to the front, because all eyes at this circuit are going to be on one man, and it is this man, Lando Norris, who rounds the final corner to take victory at the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, but more importantly, to take victory of his first ever World Drivers' Championship. He's done it. P1 in the race. P1 in the championship on the last race, because Verstappen is all the way down in P12. What a miracle of a turnaround. What an ending to Season 1.
Yeah, boy!
I love you all. I love you all. Thank you so much. Oh, I'm so happy. I knew it, huh? I knew it when I came into this morning. I said today is a day full of opportunities.
And with that, another year of Formula One draws to a close and a new World Drivers' Champion is declared. Another entry added to that prestigious list of the sport's most incredible drivers.
Well, great victory today for the final race of the season, and you take that energy with you through the end of the year, through the winter break, and it's important because your team lives off of that. You want them to deliver you the best possible car for the start of next season's campaign.
And look at that, they're making their way out onto the podium now. Great race from the McLaren team, and I'm very happy to see them there on that top step of the podium.
In the end, it's a huge point swing to 8 points ahead to seal his first ever F1 Drivers' Championship. We obviously already wrapped up the constructors, so you can't ask for much more as a team. My employees have got to be happy. We've won the constructors. They've got a Drivers' Championship winner in the form of Lando Norris. And I'm hoping that we can come back next season into Season 2 and go for our first F1 World Championship. But that has been the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix for Season 1. That has been Season 1 of our F1 24 career mode. Guys, if you have enjoyed the race, nay, the entire season, then be sure to hit that like button. Let me know what you thought in the comments below. And you're around here, then do get subscribed for weekly Formula 1 content. And we will be back for Season 2, the pre-season episode on the weekend. But guys, till then, hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Goodbye.